The story begins with the protagonist saying that his name is Lu Chong. In real life, he was a player who was very interested in one game. To be as strong as possible in that game, he spent a lot of money. But in real life, he was just an orphan and had an accident. As a result, he was reborn in his favorite game, Heavenly Kingdom. But now he is not alone because he has parents who love him very much. When he was born, they were very happy and thought carefully about what to name him. In addition, he had a younger sister in that world. He stood there looking at the holographic banner and wondered why he started that game and didn't join some sect. He had the 10th level and the most basic indicators were at the maximum level. He was also extremely handsome, so the attractiveness indicator was at its maximum. But the most important indicator was his spiritual strength, which was pumped up by 99%. It gave him a great deal of self-confidence. He felt like a hellhound. When he came out into the open, he said that he wanted them to accept him as the main hero and as a younger brother. He would be such a hero that he would kill all the demons and become famous all over the world. But for now, he'll pretend to be a simple low-level teacher. Kingdom of Heaven, Mount Danting, the border of the Momin sect. At that moment, my sister was flying on the enchanted palace, and she invited the girl who was flying with her to come down and take a closer look at the place. They went down in front of a large mountain and began to climb slowly up the large staircase that led to the top of that mountain. That girl's name was Lu Dongyi. She was a follower of the Momin sect. She said that it was the first time Zhao Chu's girl had ever been to that area, and she wanted to show her the nature of Mount Danking. In addition, she almost forgot that she had to tell the rules because they require special attention and implementation. The girl Zhao Chu looked happy. She said she would listen very carefully to her mentor. Suddenly, she jumped up the hill very sharply and very strongly and began to say the rules. But because of this sudden action, the girl Zhao Chu did not understand anything. In a moment, Lu Dongyi finished explaining the rules and said that it was time to move on to the most important thing. Zhao Chu was surprised because she hadn't understood anything, and Lu Dongyi had already started talking about something completely different. When they were almost at the top, Lu Dongyi's girl continued and said that this girl, Zhao Chu, and 10 other recruits had been recruited by the Momin sect. From now on, their mentor will be Lu Dongyi's girl, and the 11th recruit will be taken care of by the sect commander. She said that the sect commander was her brother, who was 6 years older than her. She told the girl Zhao Chu to show great respect for the commander. But most importantly, she forbade Zhao Chu to be alone with the sect commander and did not dare to study with him. Hearing this, she was horrified and asked if the sect leader really ate children. She replied that he doesn't eat children, but the truth is much worse, because he is very sick. When he was a child, he used to tell his sister that she did not know where her brother came from. He said that he had completely bypassed the whole heavenly kingdom and that the world was just a game and he was stuck in that world. At the time, she thought he was just talking nonsense and didn't attach much importance to it. When their parents died, a special ceremony was prepared. When he said goodbye to his parents, he said through tears that after 40 years of living, only they gave him the real warmth he had never had. His sister at that moment told him with pity in her eyes that he was only 12 years old. After that, he always forgot how old he was and kept saying that he was a protagonist template. She couldn't understand what the death of his parents and the protagonist template had to do with each other. She said that her brother had problems with his head. It was hard for her, but she is the only one who can keep the honor of the Momin sect. So she had to become very strong so that no one would dare to attack her brother. When they were walking across a large square, Zhao Chu suddenly saw someone and asked if it was the sect captain. Further away on a high rock, a man stood looking up at the sky. He said that the heavenly kingdom was constantly destroying the consciousness of that body, and that soon it would be darkened like a very dark night. My sister was already used to such phrases, and Zhao Chu was very surprised by what she heard. The captain's sister put her hands over her ears so that she would not listen to the nonsense her brother was saying. But at one point, Zhao Chu began to scrutinize the sect captain. She was in awe of how handsome he was. She immediately thought he was a great and very strong mentor. Lu Chong said that this child was lucky to have joined his sect, because now the road to a life of happiness is open to him. The sister was upset, but Lu Chong said that the child's data was ideal for learning the art of swordplay, and he was one of the great representatives of the swordsman clan. The sister made the mistake of taking him under her care. Lu Dongyi realized that Zhao Chu was being influenced by her brother and would soon become infected by him and then infect everyone else. And she abruptly said to her brother that the child was tired from the road and she would take him to the rest area. When sister began to walk away from that place, Zhao Chu turned around and looked at her mentor with a fascinated look. The sister walked at a fast pace and did not look back, and she turned the child's head and told her not to look back. My brother smiled and gave them a look. He was very interested in the situation that had just taken place. He wondered how his sister could find such a child, because her attributes were very high. Her luck was very high, so they did not find her, but she came to them because of her luck. Then he thought about it, because it had been 21 years since he had entered that world. Heavenly Kingdom is the coolest game in the 22nd century. Some people called it a creation of the gods. He's been playing that game for 21 years and doesn't use cheats. There should be an update soon. Suddenly a message appeared in front of him saying that an update would be released soon and some features would be unlocked. This news lifted his spirits, just as he expected to receive such news. Suddenly he was asked to open the panel and see his character's characteristics. They were very good, many points were maximum. When he looked at it, he said that he was lucky that at least some points could be improved. But when he notices the inscription that he is very attractive, he says that levels are not the most important thing because they can be improved. But beauty is for life. Then the scoreboard showed that there were 30 days left before the start of the closed beta test. He said that in terms of the time of the Heavenly Kingdom, this is 300 days, and then new players may arrive. He believes that the real Earth cannot compare to that virtual world. It loses in everything. But he recalls that not long ago, he himself was a part of the Earth. He began to tell me a story from his past life, that he was a child of the second generation, and that he was very rich and very handsome. This combination was a very good magnet for women, and it was very popular. In that life, he loved to play different games, but there was one feature that distinguished him from other players. It was his wealth. After another successful game, he took off his helmet in high spirits and loudly said to his parents that he was hungry and that the food was ready. But unfortunately, no one gave him the reins. So he didn't hesitate to put his helmet back on and plunge into the game. His parents were very wealthy, and they didn't go home unless they needed documents during a divorce. Therefore, he considered himself an orphan. Although his parents did not abandon him, his only contact with them was through their money transfers and very rare calls, which also concerned money transfers. And as for his calls, they usually did not answer, and he does not even know where they are now. Because of this life, he quickly lost interest in everything that was happening around him. But you can lose everything, but you can also get everything back, and he plunged into the game. When he woke up, he felt as if he had been born again. He saw beautiful faces looking at him, his parents. On the day he was born, the weather was beautiful, and the view from the window of their house was very beautiful. His mother looked out the window at that landscape and wondered what they should name their son. And in a moment, she said that his name would be Changho, and his full name is Lu Chong. He could not imagine that he would be born again and get what he had dreamed of so much in his previous life. In his past life, he had everything except love, and he hopes that in this life he will get it. Suddenly, he receives a message that he can start a clan task. He said that for the past 20 years, he had been constantly gaining experience, and only now he had the opportunity to complete that mission. He said that he could not refuse such a chance, and he decisively pressed the accept button. First, the system checked him and then gave him a task. He had to strengthen the Mo clan. He remembered his father, who had wanted to strengthen the Ma clan all his life, so he would be happy to continue his work. After he clicked on the button about the details of the task, suddenly strong special effects began. He praised the system for this approach. And suddenly, in that whirlwind of energy, an inscription appeared that the Mo clan was not fortified. Lu Chong was so surprised that he could not even say anything. He said that he understood that he did not really follow his father's philosophy, but that this answer was very bad for him. He felt insulted. After that, he sulked and began to recall the hierarchy of the clans by class. From his past life, he remembered that the Sword Clan was one of the 4 strongest clans. But according to historical documents, there used to be a super clan, but it had long ceased to exist. He began to think carefully about why his clan was rated 9th out of 10, and he even thought it might be a possible error in the system. Suddenly, he clicked on one item and was shown what conditions were not met. The system also added that it never fails, but only weak players. When he saw this, he was surprised because he didn't think he would be the problem. He decides that he will need to practice a little tomorrow. As he was leaving, he thought that if his clan was weak, he would have been expelled from the Union of 300 clans, which was led by the Sword Clan long ago. He has his people in the Sword Clan. The fact that this main clan has his scout is a warming thought. When he was walking, he came across an interesting grave on his way. He went to the gravestone and tapped on it, saying, "Is his friend still there?" He forgot to say that in addition to the 10 full members of his clan, there was one more. And right after that, a loud noise came from that place. Lu Chong said it was good that he was still there. There was a warrior who was found by ancient clan leaders. He has been in this tomb for over 100 years and feels well. He was in a state of isolation. He didn't know exactly who was sitting there, so he even thought that it might be a god who was buried in the grave. The fact that he doesn't know him well is bad, but if he dies there, at least he won't have to dig a grave. The next day, he and his sister gathered for a summit meeting of the Mo clan commander. The clan leader told Elder Lu that this time the issue of descending the mountain was resolved. His sister told him that he was interested in all kinds of nonsense. He shouted at her to shut up, and for disrespecting him, he would punish her by pinching her. But to his great surprise, she simply leaned back and showed no emotion. He was very surprised, asked her why she was evading, asked her if she was afraid of him. She asked him to tell the truth, why he should go down the mountain, because he might get into trouble. She acted as a representative of neutral views. He slammed his hand on the table and said that he was done sitting on the mountain. They needed herbs that could improve the clan's condition, and they had run out of things to sell. He said that in any case, he needed to come down. He was speaking in the role of a radical. Suddenly, with delight and surprise, she asked him if he had finally made up his mind, and he asked her what she thought was so strange about his actions. She was even more excited and said that she thought he would stay at the initial level of skill all his life, and he had stopped talking nonsense. He responded by telling her that she shouldn't be discouraged because he was stronger than her. He said that he was going to do something else besides raising his cultivation. Suddenly he shouted that he was going to glorify the Mo clan in front of the other clans and glorify their ancestors. She was in a stupor because he had imagined himself a hero again. She thought that his illness was going away, but she saw that it was not. The next day they were going downstairs and Lu Chong's only student, Hei Ting, was with them. Lu Chong asked the elder if they should wear such clothes. He was worried about how other people would recognize him, how they would realize that he was immortal. His sister told him that they should not draw attention to themselves, so they can be more resilient. And Lu Chong said, what if his sister is not as steadfast as she thinks she is? Just as they were leaving their place, two strangers were watching them. They were deciding what to do with the loud guy. They all got on that flying leaf and flew over the fiery forest where the grass they needed grew. Zhao Chu asked Lu Dongyi what was special about that herb, and why did they go to get it today? She said that it is necessary for self-improvement, and the ability to meditate is very important for those who are self-improving. She said that Zhao Chu needs to study more to become as strong in the future. She was very motivated, and after hearing this, she had a great desire to start meditating to become stronger. At that moment, Lu Chong was in a very thoughtful state. He had 4 options for tasks and levels of difficulty. He recalled that in his past life, when he was playing, he also got such a task and he was thinking, what should he choose? Most ordinary players will choose the orange level because it is easy and fast, which is why everyone loves it. The blue level is chosen by top-class players, and the purple level is chosen by professional players. And the yellow level quest could only be chosen by special players who were brave and desperate, but also needed money to complete it. It was called the death level. He spent some time thinking about all the arguments in favor of each level in order to make the most informed choice. And suddenly he was ready to make his choice. He made a decision and chose the most delicious thing for him to start with. He chose the orange level quest, which is a very simple quest for him. At the same time, someone was flying behind them on the same leaf, but they were in a special sphere that made them invisible. Those who watched them on the mountain keep flying after them. That girl said that there was a loud wind today. The guy asked her if it was possible to declassify them since they were close enough. The girl said that if she had stood in front of the starosta and shouted at the top of her lungs, she would not have noticed her. The guy said there was no need to add such explanations. She wondered if that guy was watching Lu Chong's movements with her out of curiosity or cynicism. He thought about it and said that if she really wanted to know, he would tell her. He assumes that she is watching him because of hatred. She wondered what Lu Chong had done to deserve such an attitude from such a strong sword warrior. Meanwhile, Lu Chong's team was getting closer to the place they needed. Lu Dongyi told them to get ready. Their task was to quickly find the herb they needed and increase their level of cultivation. She also told them to be careful because there are many dangerous animals out there. Chang noticed something and told Dongyi why she was hiding her improvement level, as he noticed that her level was lower than last time. She laughed with an artificial laugh and said that this was impossible. He thought to himself that her face showed everything, so he needed to rely only on himself. Lu Chong said that they would start looking for the herb they needed, and his sister was determined to do her best. And he had a mission to destroy the boss, a level 10 monster. While they were walking, he thought it was just a task, but a level 10 monster is quite rare. And where can he find one? A strong boss is good because there are hundreds of ways to defeat him. Suddenly, the sister says that today they were lucky because they quickly found the first spirit herb. They were very beautiful flowers. They glowed with a special light. Xiao Chu said that something smelled really good and it was very hungry. Suddenly, there was a sharp noise in the thicket. It was someone with angry red eyes. That thicket was right behind that grass. Lu Dongyi, she felt some movement in those bushes. She told them all to get ready because there was a monster. The students were very frightened. They had never experienced anything like this before, and Lu Dongyi prepared to defend herself. He told them not to move because he would eat the grass himself and no beast could take it away from them. Everyone was shocked by this, and the sister thought that her brother's pride would cause them great trouble. He was happily heading for that grass. He knew that he had extremely great luck, but in such a way that both the spirit grass and the monster he needed for the task were in the same place. The sister never ceased to be surprised by her brother's actions. She thought that her brother did not know whose land he was on. Xiao Chao was delighted with the clan leader's bold actions. Lu Dongyi thought, if the monster is weak, she will leave it to her brother. And if it is strong, she will only have a couple of seconds to deal with it. She needs to be careful. As he approached, everyone froze in anticipation of something grand. Those who were watching them also saw it. That guy saying that Lu Chongyi was stupid because there was a strong level 9 monster, and that woman asking that guy what he thought Lu Chong would do next. He said that the strength of that monster exceeded that of many martial artists, so the best solution would be to lure it out and destroy it with a single blow, and she agreed with him. He approached those spiritual flowers and deliberately bent down in such a way as to tempt the monster to attack as much as possible. The two who watched him said that he had no tactics at all, and when he sat down to start picking those flowers, he heard a sharp crunch of branches from the mountain. And in a moment, a level 10 super boss started attacking him from above, a black striped snake. It all happened very quickly, but he waited until the distance between him and the monster was as small as possible. The students who were watching from the outside were shouting at him to be careful. They were just in a stupor. And when there was only a moment left before the collision, Lu Chong activated his ring, and the energy began to materialize in front of him. And in an instant, he had a sword in his hand, and the monster snake was right in front of him, just within striking distance. Lu Chong turned around in a moment and said that the monster thought he was going to eat him, but he was going to blow his head off. Those who were watching him did not show any reaction to what they saw. But that guy was mentally wondering how Lu Chong still had such an instinctive reaction after all these years. He remembered a moment from his childhood when Lu Chong was bullying him and other children, telling them that he would become the strongest swordmaster. But the guy said that he was actually a real and perfect swordsman. But right after that, he hit him in the face and then told Lu Chong that the boy was younger than him and that from that day on, he would call him brother. He recalled that that slap completely knocked him out of his youthful excitement and completely out of his stride. That boy stood high on a branch and watched as that monster was killed. The boy was thinking about how he managed to do it, and he guessed that it was due to his high rate of practice and his rather sharp mind. Immediately after that, Lu Chong applied another practice, and the sword that appeared also disappeared. Lu Chong pointed his hand with the ring at that monster and said that it would be a worthy prize for their clan. And in an instant, a specific black matter began to appear near that big monster, which began to disintegrate it. Xiaochu couldn't get enough of her clan captain. In her eyes, he was extremely strong. The sister was not happy because Chang'e used a special sword that slowly kills the monster, even though he could have killed it in one blow if he had used a normal sword. She also wonders if there is more than one monster. After a few minutes, he said that when that snake dies, it can spew out very strong poison, so he didn't go near it, and now it was time to finish with it. He received a message that he had successfully killed that snake and received 10,000 experience points. He also received a message that his quest was completed and whether he wanted to collect the reward. He said that experience points are very good and that he wants to get his award. Suddenly, orange energy flashed in the mountain in front of him like fire. After a moment, it began to manifest, and he thought, is this really the scroll of the orange class spirit practice? This is a rather rare opportunity. It arises at the moment when one ascends from a lower level and has a chance to gain the blessing skill. The so-called blessing makes it possible to have an additional divine ability. Blessed with lightning is blessed with thunder. If you are chosen by the wind, then you have the blessing of the wind. Lu Dunyi has the blessing of the wind spirit, and Lu Ai has the blessing of the spirit of fire. He could not wait to find out which spirit would bless him. He took that scroll and looked at those spiritual flowers, and he thought that if he wanted to create his spirit in that forest, he had to hurry. The wisdom of spirit creation is to take a blade of grass and find a safe place to create your spirit. He said that it was time to start, and that one sprout would be enough, and to leave the other two for another person who needed it. They quickly went in search of a safe place. Lu Dongyi's sister said she would find the safest place for her master. Xiaochu saw how focused her mentor was to ensure maximum safety. Two people who watched him said that he was in such a hurry that he forgot the rest of the alcohol weed. The woman said that he had forgotten the other half, and that the ones he had taken should not be kept at home, because they would simply dry up and disappear, no matter what purpose he had collected them for. She said they could be kept in a perfume box along with other spiritual herbs. Later, they managed to find a beautiful place with a large waterfall and a small lake. Lu Dongyi said that she checked everything within a 5-mile radius, and she did not see any strong animals or people. Her brother told her that it was not such an important procedure to take such serious security measures. It was just a transition to the first stage. Her sister said that he had taught her that safety should come first. Suddenly, he began to sit down on the ground to take a comfortable position for meditation. And then student Hei Ting came to the rescue, abruptly throwing a large pillow under Lu Chong, and Chengjia told his sister that it didn't matter. He said that his heart felt like it was going to burst out of his body. His sister joyfully told him that maybe this was a sign that he was about to rise to a new level. Xiaochu asked if the master wanted to eat that fragrant herb now. She asked if he would like to share it with his faithful disciple. Lu Dongyi was very surprised to hear her say that. She said that he wouldn't share that herb with little Xiaochu. He just put that grass in his mouth and said that they could certainly eat it, but it would hurt them very much and he was writhing in pain. Xiaochu was very surprised to see that. She turned to Lu Dongyi and told her to help the owner because he had eaten something wrong and might have an upset stomach. And my sister stood there silently watching. A moment later, a yellow aura appeared near Lu Chong's, and those who had been following them were already there. The guy said that he could break through the barrier of the kingdom. This woman asked Yu Ye if he and Lu Chong were able to gain enlightenment after the kingdom's barriers were destroyed. He said that his aunt was right as always. The aunt asked Yue if he thought Lu Chong had a chance to receive his enlightened spirit. He sharply replied that, of course not, and she said that he had a very strong reaction. He said that he meant that since ancient times, no one could receive the spirit after the age of 16, so Lu Chong would not be able to either. But the aunt also thought that Lu Chong had missed the time when he had the opportunity to gain spiritual enlightenment, but now he had no chance. But while they were thinking about his chances, he began the next stage of enlightenment, and a golden energy flower began to appear beneath him. When the sister saw this great power, she had no doubt that the brother was serious about receiving his enlightened spirit. Suddenly, something incredible happened. In an instant, a yellow ray burst into the sky with lightning speed. Both my aunt and Yue were emotionally devastated by what they saw. That ray did not stop, but continued to rise into the sky. The sky seemed to open up, and at that moment there were extraordinary sounds that everyone could hear. That majestic process was visible from a very long distance. They were all delighted. They all left their business with interest and watched what would happen next. But the ant looked back and began to release an extraordinary strong force. She did this to drive away the ordinary people who began to approach. That force was just extraordinary. A very powerful energy flow stopped the group of people. They all stopped and said that these were the powers of a great cultivator, and they had better leave that place because they didn't want to die yet. Meanwhile, Lu Chong felt that he was approaching something very grand. And in a moment, he found himself in some extraordinary place, a place that looked like space. He looked at it and thought, surely this is the immense power of heaven. While he was floating in the air, different spheres appeared in front of him, and inside those spheres were different elements. Suddenly he approached those spheres and wondered which element belonged to him most. But in a moment, those spheres abruptly moved away from him, and he was very surprised. He was left there completely alone, and at one point he didn't even know what to do next. But suddenly he felt a presence behind him and abruptly began to turn around. When he turned around, he smiled because he saw something that belonged only to him, a unique gift that was worthy of him alone. The girl Zhao Chu was in a sleepy state and slowly began to wake up. When she saw her mentor's surprised face, she asked what was going on. The fact is that as soon as the clan captain started the process, my sister gave one petal of that flower to Zhao Chu. She ate it and was supposed to sleep for a longer time, but for some reason she woke up very quickly. Probably the grass was of poor quality. When Zhao Chu fully recovered, she wondered how her mentor was looking at something in surprise. She turned her head and saw that the water in the waterfall was very strange. She's in a waterfall, and for some reason she stopped. Meanwhile, the power of the light that hit the sky increased every time. It became so bright that Zhao Chu could no longer look in that direction. And suddenly that bright light in the sky took the form of a lotus flower. It was the spirit of enlightenment. The two of them were even more surprised, and my aunt said that this was something incredible, because only the first beginner of the power of heaven and earth can receive a heavenly blessing. Ya-E thought that Lu Chong would not only gain enlightenment, but would also be the first to fully master the power of heaven and earth. But he wondered how Lu Chong had managed to achieve control over the forces of heaven and earth. In a moment, my aunt realized that the spirit of power that had obeyed Lu Chong had become water. That event was very large scale, and all the people from the neighborhood watched from afar, wondering which clan's disciple was able to call on the blessings of heaven to save his clan. And Lu Chong was in the center of that energy cycle, with energy and water hovering around him. Being in the center of that event, he could not keep his eyes open, and suddenly he heard a very loud voice. That voice continued to sound, louder and louder, and it seemed that other voices were appearing there. He stood there, absorbed the energy, and guessed that it was the voices of 6. The sister also knew about the procedure with the votes. She said that 9 voices should be heard, but then said that even 8 would be enough. I told her that according to ancient records, 6 votes are enough to receive the full blessing, and then everything depends on the person's fate. The aunt asked Ya-E again what his opinion was on how many times Lu Chong would be able to invoke the blessings of heaven. He suggested that it would be more than they thought, but the more they did, the harder it would be to control the situation. Lu Chong thought that he must have realized something important. It turns out that the sky is a repeater. He was in the air and those voices were hovering around him, and the energy of the heavens was flowing in all directions. His sister was delighted because the 8th voice had just appeared. In a moment, the flow of energy from the sky intensified even more, and the event became even more ambitious. And at one point, when the 9th voice was heard, my sister shouted with delight that there were already 9 voices. Lu Chong also felt it and thought that he would take his destiny into his own hands, that he had gained all that power himself. So he opened his eyes and said that he was the spirit of enlightenment. He received congratulations that he had successfully accepted the spirit of enlightenment and gained the power of heaven and earth, his spirit being water. Everything was over. He came down to the ground and smiled. He was happy with his result. His sister immediately asked him how he was feeling, and Zhao Chu said that the herb was very tasty and she wanted more. She was hungry again. That was all she cared about. Lu Chong pointed his hand at the water and some energy began to come out of it. He said he could feel something. And in an instant, the water began to move horizontally toward him. She came to him and he made a water balloon with her and said that now the world has become much clearer to him. He clenched his fist and that water balloon disappeared. But as soon as he opened his palm again, that water balloon began to form again. He could make different sizes of that ball and said that there are a lot of useful applications for that property. His sister said that she congratulated him on gaining the power of water spirit enlightenment, but Zhao Chu's mouth was watering all the time. When she noticed it, she immediately wiped it off and said that it couldn't be because of the alcohol weed, so why can't she stop drooling? As she wiped her face, Lu Chong thought that everything was very good because he could control the water in the human body. Now he can control the water wherever it is. It looks like the power is much stronger than he thought. The sister said she had cleaned up all their traces and they could go back now. Lu Chong told her that this was unnecessary because other people would not be able to see his magic footprints there either. She didn't understand what magic footprints he was talking about, because if someone almighty saw them, they would be finished. And in a moment they got on that flying leaf and flew away from that place. I thought that the one who used to control him and tease him seems to be coming back. And my aunt thought that Lu Chong was very promising. But he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something was simply missing. He told his aunt that something was wrong because Lu Chong hadn't broken through the barrier. She said that they finally noticed because Lu Chong had received the spirit of enlightenment, but had not crossed the initial boundary. Is he in some kind of trouble? She hopes he will be okay. Meanwhile, that group was flying ahead to their home, and Lu Chong was thinking about something at that moment. Finally, he fulfilled the task of promotion and gained a lot of experience. He was wondering how many levels he could go up. He thought that with so much experience, he could invest it in attack power and level up other skills. But he realized that if he spent a lot now, it would be difficult for him later. At times, the sister said to raise her hand to those who wanted to drink water from the spiritual spring. Of course, only 2 students were thirsty. Then my sister came to my brother and gave him water to drink, and the brother sat there as if he did not hear her at that moment. And a moment later, he took a mug of water and said with a smile that he had decided that he would raise his level to the maximum. And he began to drink that water, and the energy of raising the level began to appear around him. Suddenly, his levels began to rise very rapidly. His sister was shocked. She asked him that he had just come 5 borders with a mug of water. My brother said yes with a smile on his face, and he asked her if it was strange. Meanwhile, the 2 who were following them continued to fly. They were very surprised, and Ya-I said that he had passed the 5 boundaries so easily. Didn't he need to enter a meditative state to do so? My aunt said she was impressed, but even with incredible talent, it's not possible. So how did he do it? And suddenly Yue said that he understood everything. He said that he was sure that Lu Chong had deliberately delayed himself at the original border. He went on to say that he had misunderstood his actions, that he would not give up his desire for development. That was his plan. Did he realize that he could have restrained his desire and not crossed the border for so long? He realized that he could not do that because he is not like Lu Chong. My aunt thought that the guy was too interesting to come up with such a trick, but she thought that from childhood he was different from other children. Although he had been stuck at the initial limit for many years, he never lost hope or engaged in self-pity. She thought that the guy had an unbreakable heart. Zhao Chu asked Ting if he knew why his mentor always overreacted to everything. He replied that he did not know. She said he was not very talkative. Suddenly, something happened, and Zhao Chu's body began to emit a light. She was very surprised and even scared, and her mentor, Sister Lu Dongyi, was also very surprised when she saw it. She immediately started asking what was happening to her. Lu Dongyi's sister quickly hugged her and began to rejoice. She said that from that day on, Zhao Chu became a first-level cultivator. Suddenly, a message appeared stating that the Maman sect met the standards of the 9 ranks and asked whether the sect's level should be raised. Lu Chong said that there was nothing to think about and immediately pressed the button to raise the level of the sect. Right after that, he received a reward for completing the task. He received 5,000 experience points and the sword mastery attribute. He was surprised by this reward, for now, if his sword skills improved by 1%, his swordsmanship would increase by 10%. Finally, his fencing skill has improved, so he wants to try to use his experience points to further improve his fencing skills. He was very happy because he thought that as soon as he achieved sword awareness, he would surely be able to fly. Then he thought that as far as he remembered, Yue was born with the attribute of being a 10th level swordsman and was called a perfect sword master. And he has a charisma level of 10, so maybe he should call himself a perfect handsome man. Suddenly he received a message about a new task, Secrets of the 2nd level. He was surprised that he received the second assignment so quickly. He needs to improve Moment from level 9 to level 8, and the reward will be 20,000 experience points and a sword mastery attribute of 1. There were certain needs. The sect had to accumulate 1,000 reputation points, and now there were only 307. Also, the sect must have at least 3 cultivators who have reached the 3rd level, and the number of disciples must be more than 100. He thought that the reputation had already grown enough, but the task itself was quite difficult. I also received a notification that he had reached level 15 and had a new feature unlocked, a mentoring system. He had almost forgotten that when you teach a student, you also gain experience, but it is only half the experience that the student has. When he clicked on the mentoring system, it showed him that his mentor, Lu Chong, had already died. He remembered him. He was still alive when Lu Chong was still very young. He remembered his parents and thought that they were so great, and how could they have died then? He remembered his parents and thought about telling them to be calm, because under his control, the Moment sect would reach great prosperity. Then he decides to look at the statistics of his students. He was surprised because he had completely forgotten that Ting was also stuck on the 10th level, and he thought he needed to help him break through. Lu Chong looked at him and thought that he probably hadn't let go of that situation yet. Lu Chong turned to him and asked him why he was still on the 1st level. Because as far as he could remember, he could have moved on a long time ago. Ting lowered his head and said nothing at his mentor's remark. Lu Chong decided to ask him if he hadn't let go of that situation yet. A long time ago, he had a very unpleasant incident. Some crazy old man in the middle of the street in the presence of many people. He said that Ting was a great evil and had come from an even greater evil, and in the future, he would become a great terror. He told everyone to beware of him. He didn't just say it, he shouted it, and in a moment he turned around and started walking away. All the people who were there were surprised. He was just a child at the time, and the people from his village started discussing that perhaps his parents died because of him, and some of them started suggesting that he should be expelled from the village because he was already an orphan. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to make way for the reverend son of the Moment sect leader, Lu Chong. All the people immediately looked around and scattered a little, confused. When they saw Lu Chong, they thought that his body structure was not at all like a cultivator's, and some thought, who can call him a reverend? Lu Chong came up to him and said that he had just heard everything that the crazy old man had said. Ting, being very young, did not understand how to react in such a situation, and tears began to come to his eyes. Zmina stretched out his hand and told him that he just lacked a squire. He said that the power of evil is good, and the coming horror suits him too. People were even more surprised. They said, what if that child really causes great suffering? They continued to persuade Lu Chong not to do something that would bring trouble on himself. And poor Ting fell to his knees and became even more upset. But in an instant, Lu Chong shouted to that crowd to shut their mouths. He said that from that day on, that child would be his student, no matter what happened. Everyone was just in a stupor, but Ting looked up and you could see the hope in his eyes. Lu Chong said that he would be responsible for the future consequences. Ting did not show his emotions, but in his heart he was very happy. Lu Chong turned around and walked forward, and life instantly became brighter. Zmina immediately gave him strict instructions. They were almost to the top, and Zmina told him to walk carefully because he didn't care if he fell. It was very difficult for him, but he was strengthened by his new life waiting for him at the top. Suddenly he stumbled out of exhaustion and began to fall. But at the last moment, Lu Chong caught him. He didn't really care if he fell down. Lu Chong told him to hold on tightly to his hand because the road ahead was difficult. At that moment, Ting was really happy. They stood there and Lu Chong said that they say that to create a real devil, you need to give him power and a bad life, and then give him a ray of hope, and at the end, to take away that hope, he looked at Ting at that moment. He was not pleased to hear that. But then he smiled and said that Ting is not like that, because his ray of hope is Lu Chong himself. Ting was very surprised. He did not fully understand what the leader of the Yotes had to say. Lu Chong asked him if he thought that the situation was like a fog enveloping his heart. Because in that world, there is no fog that does not dissipate. Ting didn't say anything about it, but very important changes took place in his soul. They were already approaching their property, and the nature around them was extremely beautiful. Looking at that beauty, he was covered with a blue energy field and cried. At one point in 14921, according to the Tang calendar, a disciple of the Moment sect, Ting, looked up at the sky from a flying leaf and instantly passed the initial barrier. Immediately afterward, Lu Chong received a notification of an award for his student's level advancement. He consoled himself and said that it was not surprising because he was a super mentor and a master of his craft. Xiao Chao began to admire the captain even more. Ya was again surprised by Lu Chong's new power, thinking that the power of heaven and earth had other uses. At first, he thought he would not be of much use to Lu Chong's original spirit, but he did not expect that he would be able to break his student's inner demon with his help. My aunt saw Yui pondering and analyzing Lu Chong's every move. Meanwhile, her sister told her brother and Ting that the two of them had overcome the initial barrier and would become very strong in the future. Lu Chang said that as for his reward, he would like to receive his limited edition skyboat from Aunt Ning. Didn't my sister understand what he meant when he said limited edition? And Zhao Chu asked if she could eat it. Suddenly, a loud sound came from her stomach. She said she was hungry. Lu Changhe said that he was in a good mood today. He told his sister to find a place to land and he would show them his skills. They were all delighted with the proposal and were happy to support it. And suddenly they began to drop sharply at a high rate. Xiao Chao didn't expect such a sudden acceleration. She caught Lu Dongyi's leg and held on like that. She asked why was she going down so fast. Lu Dongyi was very focused and said that when she tried it, she would understand everything. This phrase interested Zhao Chu, and she wondered in her mind if the captain really cooked so well. In a moment, they were on the ground. Ting sat down to prepare everything he needed, and his sister said she was going to run and catch some fish. In a moment, there was a large table and many plates. Zhao Chu was very surprised that the older student's bag could fit so much. Suddenly, Chang called her over to him and said that he would tell her about the path of cultivation. She was surprised because at first she hadn't spoken to the captain alone. But I couldn't refuse because the captain was very handsome. A moment later, her sister comes running in and shouts for her brother to see what kind of fish she has. She was very surprised to see Zhao Chu sitting next to her boss, and he asked her what she should do when her opponent has almost lost but hasn't given up yet. She listened to him carefully and learned from his experience. At one point, she said that he was really trying to confuse her, but she was not that stupid. Lu Chang said that she was a very bright student. She quickly understood what was going on. When my sister saw this, she was completely confused. She said that now Zhao Chu had been infected by her brother. They didn't see that there was a very angry sister standing behind them. Lu Chang asked Chu if she didn't feel a sharp cold. She said she did, a sharp cold. And Lu Chang decided to turn his head because he thought the cold came from that side. The sister was furious. She attacked her brother with a fish in her hands and shouted at him to leave her student alone. Over time, the cauldron contained mountain fish seasoned with various vegetables. When Lu Chang was at the cauldron, my sister was giving Zhao Chu instructions, and she told her that she shouldn't behave like a commander, because if you do, you look very stupid and can be beaten. Zhao Chu replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because the Moment clan had her. Suddenly, Lu Chang turned around and gestured to her that she had spoken well. My sister was in despair. She realized that it was too late to teach Zhao Chu anything because she was completely infected. Later, they set off again and soon reached Mount Dankan. They were all in a good mood because they had recently had a delicious meal. But suddenly, Lu Dongyi burst out in hiccups. She felt very uncomfortable and began to cover her mouth with her hand. Zhao Chao noticed that her mentor started to hiccup. Lu Dongyi heard that and told her not to talk too much because she was hiccuping. And Zhao Chao said that it was because the fish cooked by the commander was very good. This year, Lu Chang learned to cook the best dishes of Chinese and European cuisine in order to surprise some people. They had already arrived at the gate and someone was waiting for them. But the aunt said that Chang and Dongyi had already returned. She and Yue blew that they had been secretly following them, and now they had to pretend that their meeting was an accident. Lu Chang said to Aunt Ning that they were on a long journey and how long did they have to wait. She said that they had also just arrived, and she noticed that Lu Chang had already crossed the barrier. She praised him. Yue thought that his mentor was a talented liar. Zmina said if he crossed the threshold, maybe she would reward him with a flying boat or something. She said he was a little rascal, but she agreed. When Lu Chang looked up, he noticed Yu Ye. Then he patted Yu Ye on the head and said that he was a little rascal. Suddenly, Yue smiled and began to move himself by the neck, trying not to look into Lu Chong's eyes. Lu Chonghe was surprised by the reaction, because when he had heard him in the past, he would immediately become nervous and respond in kind. But today, he seemed to have gotten the hang of it. When he thought about it, he was horrified. Doesn't Yu Ye have any fetishes? Lu Chong then invited everyone to go inside and continue the conversation there. Aunt Ning agreed and added that if anyone has problems with cultivation, she would be happy to give some advice. When they were leaving together, Lu Dongyi said she had a few questions. They all came to a large hall, and Han Ting began to pour tea for everyone. While they were walking, Aunt Ning answered Lu Dongyi's questions, and she thanked her for that. My aunt decided to ask Lu Chong if he had any questions. He said he only had one question. He asked if a cultivator does not have a high level of swordsmanship, is it better to calmly continue leveling up or focus on swordsmanship first? My aunt was surprised by this question, and Yue was also very surprised. He asked this because he needed 100,000 experience points to improve his sword skills, and that would be enough to raise him 3 levels. She said that if someone wants to become a sword cultivator, the better they master all the skills, the better. She said that a deer cultivator from ancient times who had reached the pinnacle of mastery understood that when he raised his supermaster level, he would gain twice as much experience. But she thought that this was all very important. But Lu Cheng's current Buga cultivation is still very weak. She thinks if he focuses on that, he will probably waste his time and energy. Suddenly he jumped up and said that he understood. He would reach the maximum level of sword proficiency as soon as possible, so as not to let Aunt Ning's expectations down. She asked him with surprise when she had shown such expectations. Suddenly Yue jumped up and said that Lu Chong would not be able to reach the maximum level of sword mastery. Lu Chong looked at him calmly and asked him why he would not be able to achieve this. Yue said it was simply not possible. He said it was not as easy as Lu Chong might think. In order to enter the gate of preliminary sword realization, he trained like a madman, walking between life and death, and after that he was able to enter it only half a step. If he can achieve sword awareness this year, he will be able to overtake a modern master by a whole year. And then he will become a true master of the sword, whom no one can defeat. He is annoyed by the way Lu Chang easily talks about the suffering he had to go through, because he knows nothing about it. Lu Chong was beginning to get angry with Yu Ye that he was starting to contradict him. He was already having a hysteria in his mind because he started to contradict him. The sister thought that her brother's plan was really too ambitious, and in that situation she agreed with Yu Ye more. But her main goal is to preserve her brother's reputation, so she will protect it as much as possible. My aunt laughed and said that they must have had a heated argument. She said she heard that Yue had taken half a step toward the gate of maximum sword mastery, so she suggested that they solve all their problems in battle. They had a lot of anger toward each other and agreed right away. The weather was beautiful and the sun began to set over the horizon. Aunt Ning said that since Yue had already achieved some improvement in his sword skills, it was suggested that he lower his skill for the sake of equality so that the powers would be equal. He agreed and said that it was time to start and told Lu Chong to bring his sword. He began to pull his sword out of its holster, and as soon as the blade appeared, it immediately shone with a blinding red light. When Lu Dongyi's sister saw his sword, she was amazed at how he had developed it. And Aunt Ning said that when they started training, all 3 of them received identical swords. Lu Dongyi's sister was ashamed because she wanted to show that Yu Wei had a stronger sword and that it would not be fair. Zhao Chu asked mentor Lu Dongyi if that Uncle Yue was very strong. She said that he would be strong, that he was one of the best representatives of the young generation in Qingzhou, and that he was even the strongest among the young generation. It was very interesting to listen to Zhao Chu because she was just a child, and right after that, she said that their captain would definitely win. Lu Dongyi's mentor was surprised because she had just introduced Yu Wei as very strong, and Zhao Chu didn't seem to hear it. He asked Lu Chong why he didn't take out his sword. He said that he did not take his sword out of the holster because someone could die. These words made Yue even more angry, and he said that did Lu Chong think he was not worthy of drawing his sword? He jumped up and covered the sun that was hiding behind the horizon. He was ready for battle and could not wait any longer. He was filled with energy. He shouted for Lu Chong to get his sword, but Lu Chong said that Yue did not understand him. Lu Chong thought that he had not sealed his sword for 9 years for his sake. But he said that it was time to start talking, and he jumped into action. Yue began to attack, saying that if Lu Chong did not want to draw his sword, he would make him do so. They were moving around the square very quickly. The fire was fighting against the water. Although they were not very strong, the fight looked very impressive. Xiao Chu admired the captain more and more. In her eyes, he was very cool. Aunt Ning said that it was not easy to fight and to rely only on cunning tricks. And Lu Dongyi's sister also said that if her brother continued like this, he would not last long and would lose. At some point, Yue started throwing a crazy number of punches and kept telling Lu Chong to take his sword out of the holster. He continued to attack, but Lu Chong managed to deflect his blows. He jumped back at Lu Chong's last attack and said that Yue did not even begin to use the superpower of the sword, but insisted that he take out his sword. This angered him even more, and he said that he would now use force. Yue used his strength, and his sword began to release tongues of fire. It reddened and heated up even more, and now it burns all the time. Lu Dongyi was shocked because her sword had reacted immediately, and with that power, she now realized what the power of swordplay at the higher levels really was. But Lu Chong smiled and said that Yue did not do very well because his sword did not even feel it. After those words, Yue used even more force, and his sword began to burn very strongly with dark blue fire. The energy that burst out of his sword was simply unreal. He shouted at Lu Chong to be careful because it was his strongest technique. It already looked quite serious. The energy wave from his equipment filled the entire area. Lu Chong calmly looked back and forth and thought that this was the difference between a sword wielder who possesses pre-awareness of the sword and one who does not. Now he is starting to act. He said he understood everything. He focused and said that the skills were unlocked, and the sword awareness skill was unlocked. He spent 1,000,000 experience points on it. He gained first level sword awareness of the sword. Yue released a crazy amount of power. It was all centered around his sword. He shouted that he was launching an attack. As soon as he went on the attack, I thought that now Lu Chang, I would have to catch up with him. Yue was already very close, but he stood with his eyes closed and did not move. Lu Dongyi's sister screamed at her brother to be careful, and Aunt Ning thought that if Yue had used the lone sword technique, there was no turning back now. She thought that he really deserved to become a successor to the art of the swordmaster. But as long as she's around, no one can hurt Lu Chong. Suddenly her look changed dramatically, and a moment later she opened her mouth in surprise, thinking, how much does Lu Chang want to surprise her? At the very last moment, Yu Ye's attack was stopped by a large yellow vortex of energy that looked like a shield. He was very surprised and thought it reminded him of something. Lu Dongyi's sister was also shocked by what she saw. Was she shouting that it looked like her brother had awakened sword awareness? Zhao was simply mesmerized by what was happening. She said that the captain was like a hero who had stepped out of a painting. When the energy from the attack weakened and it became clear what exactly had happened there, Lu Chong stopped the attack with his fingers. He stood and said with confidence to the sword realization. Yue was terrified, thinking that at that moment he felt a familiar sensation. Yue thought as he looked at Lu Chong, wouldn't it be enough if he just wasn't stupid? Lu Chong was smiling, and Yue was as shocked as possible, saying that he had no sword awareness. He fell into an abnormal quality and shouted that he did not believe. He kept shouting that he didn't believe it and started to launch another attack. But Lu Chong easily deflected that attack, using only his arm. Yue made several attacks in the hope of causing at least some damage. After such a sharp use of force, he was already a little tired, but he continued to say that he did not believe. And he rushed back into the attack with all his anger to show that Lu Chong was just using some kind of trick. But as he approached, Lu Chong did not even blink and repelled another attack with calmness on his face. This time he repelled the attack so that Yue's sword jumped out of his hands. He fell on his ass and stuck into the ground, and Lu Chong put his hand to his throat and said that he had lost. He stood there emotionally shattered, wondering why it all happened. He recalled how he sealed, cultivated, and perfected the art of swordplay. He trained with the greatest masters who knew super secret sword techniques. He fought rare and huge monsters to become stronger. He gave up so much for the sake of realizing the sword. And Lu Chong got everything so easily, he wondered why. He was emotionally overwhelmed, but he said that he had lost. But he wants to ask Lu Chong something and hopes that he will give him an answer. Meanwhile, Lu Chong's back was turned to him. Lu Chong came back and said he could ask what he was interested in. He said that he studied a lot of old records and talked to different masters, and they all said that until you pass the third level, there is no point in thinking about sword awareness. Also, all the masters told him that with his data he could become very strong, but he doesn't understand how Lu Chong achieved that. He said that if Yue is able to ask advice from great masters and study ancient scrolls, it is as if he is standing on the shoulders of great giants. He said that when you stand on the shoulders of giants, why not try to look further? Isn't history necessary to change it? Yue was very surprised by this statement about history. My sister thought he must have messed up because he started talking nonsense again. Yue bowed and said he understood and that he was not as strong as his older classmate. When my sister heard this, she grabbed her head because she thought that now Yue had fallen under his brother's influence. Yue also asked Lu Chong how long ago he began practicing sword awareness. Lu Chong took his sword in his hand and looked thoughtfully into the distance. Then he said that he started training from the moment he received the sword. They were all very surprised by this answer. Lu Chong thought he had lied because he had exchanged experience points for sword knowledge, and the experience points started accumulating as soon as he received the sword. He thought he might be a cheater, but he is a hard-working cheater. Yue bowed again and said again that he understood. Aunt Ning was touched. She thought Lu Chong was amazing because he could always cheer up Yue. Yue wasn't done yet. He said there was more. Lu Chong was already getting annoyed in his mind. Did he think that Yue was very annoying? Yue asked him to give him his sword so that he could take a closer look. He looked at me with a serious look and said that someone might die. He said that it was too early because it had been in a holster for 9 years, and that sword was not being prepared for him. Suddenly, Yue remembered something and thought it must be because of that incident. In that year, some secret evil caused great trouble in the city of Qingzhou, but he suddenly met Lu Chong's parents. 2 people joined forces to destroy the demon, but lost their lives as a result. He had a large dragon monster under his control. Therefore, the demon managed to survive the battle with his parents. Yue thought, if his sword was really meant for this demon, then all the energy for 10 years was locked in this holster. He thought that he was definitely not worthy of that. Lu Chong said that the day he took his sword out of its holster would be his day of revenge. It was nighttime when the moon was shining, and a large and beautiful moon was shining. He was walking along the path and thinking about the situation, because Aunt Ning and Yue wanted to stay with them for a few days, and he thought that was even good, because she was going to improve her flying technique. Aunt Ning was in a room doing some magic, and suddenly she beeped. She wondered who might remember her. She said that this was not important, but that it was important to put another protective seal on it, because Lu Chong-hee would be defenseless. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered Yue, that he thought he had seen the light 3 times after the fight with him. He remembered Yue's words, and they seemed very strange to him. He was some kind of a strange protagonist, but he realizes that he has nothing to envy because he is a cheater. In addition, he has already crossed the initial level and new feats await him. He decided to go to that tombstone. He approached it with a stone and knocked on it, asking if the maid was there. In a moment, a spirit appeared from that hillock of earth. He asked her what was different about the head of the sect today. Although the maid is stupid, the legend says that she is very powerful and cannot help but notice the changes that have taken place in him. He waited for a second, and the spirit approached him, but nothing happened. He said indignantly, "Why can't she see anything? Can't she see that he's made a breakthrough?" Since he said so, if she ignored him, he would not give her a grain. Only out of respect that she saved his clan a few years ago. He thought that although the maid was a bot, she also had contact with their Moment sect. She was protecting them, and every head had to pay her. His father gave her 1 spiritual gem every month. He doesn't know how it happened, but when it was his turn, he gave her the most valuable thing a man has, his seed. In that world, they say that 1 drop of seed is equal to 10 drops of blood, and he threw that seed to that spirit. That spirit loved what Lu Chong-hee gave it and opened its mouth with joy. He liked it much better than anything else his father had ever given him. He was exhausted and thought it would be nice if there were cigarettes in that world. He said that if it hadn't been for her generous conditions, he wouldn't have given her his seeds. As soon as he said that, the spirit turned into a strong energy and the stone began to glow. And in an instant, a purple scroll appeared there. It was a chi absorption technique, the 2nd volume of medium quality. He was very surprised because he thought that she was not only guarding Moment, but that it was important to put another protective seal on it, because Lu Chong-hee would be defenseless. As soon as he said that, the spirit turned into a strong energy and the stone began to glow. And in an instant, a purple scroll appeared there. It was a chi absorption technique, the 2nd volume of medium quality. He was very surprised because he thought that she was not only guarding Moment, but could also give him techniques of the purple rank. In the heavenly realm, the blue techniques were great, but the purple one was much better. His technique was to disperse the surrounding energy and then suck it up like water. He said that purple chi absorption technique is considered the most expensive treasure in Qingzhou. But suddenly he notices something that he had missed at first. Was it a medium-level technique? He was surprised to ask the maid, what if the equipment was of average quality? He asked her if she was mistaken. She didn't take any action. Did he think she was hanging? Is it possible that the technique the maid gave him has different volumes? If so, he became afraid. Then he wondered if it could become an orange rank technique in the future. In this case, he is not sorry to give a few more drops of his seeds. Did he offer the maid more of his seed in exchange for the remaining volumes? She made some incomprehensible sound, but he understood her that she would not give him anything else today. Then he decided not to disturb her anymore and started walking away from that place. But suddenly that spirit became active and began to wag its tail. Lu Chong said that she was now saying goodbye to him and that she was only so happy after receiving his seeds. Meanwhile, Lu Dongyi was depressed and asked how this could be. Zhao Chu calmed her down and told her not to worry, because the Momin sect has her. She said that this was exactly why she was disappointed. She thought that her brother was in their sect, but if the disciples were like him, they would be beaten as soon as they left the city. Zhao Chu suggested that it was because she was so one-of-a-kind. Lu Dongyi was in a stupor. She thought that her student had already mastered 30% of her brother's essence, and now there was only one way to save her. She took her by the shoulders and seriously told her that when she was going down the mountain, she should not tell anyone that she was a disciple of Lu Dongli. She should say that she is a student of Lu Chong's. Zhao Chao didn't understand why she was so focused on delivering that information. She kicked Zhao Chu out of the house and mentally regretted this act, but she had no other choice. She recalled how her brother used to tell her stories, and in those stories, there were always a lot of geniuses, but they always wanted to brag. And such a character trait always leads to problems. Zhao Chu ran away from her, and she thought that now she would hope that she would not be beaten because of Zhao Chu. She was worried about whether she had done the right thing, worried about giving her up to her brother, but she remembered her sweet face and thought it would be a bad idea. She realized that she needed to train Zhao Chu very well so that if someone came to beat them up, they wouldn't be able to. Suddenly, a light shone in her eyes, and she had a great idea. From that day on, Zhao Chu would be her last student, and she would no longer take on new students. Also, until Zhao Chu's cultivation reaches a high level, she will not allow her to get down the mountain so as not to get into trouble. She was very serious and said she swore by herself. But she immediately stopped herself from swearing to herself. In her opinion, this is an extreme thing to do. Then she came up with an idea and relied on her brother. Now she's done with that, she won't be teaching students anymore, especially those like Luo Bin. That girl played a big role in their lives. Lu Dongyi recalled that she was her student, but Luo Bing herself wanted to learn from her brother. She was special and very attractive. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was sitting on a rock. He sneezed and thought, who could be saying bad things about him? He said that I needed to focus on improvement because experience points are the most important now. He closed his eyes in concentration, and in a moment his super energy manifested. While accumulating energy, he looked like a god floating in the air. He accumulated the chi energy of heaven and earth very quickly, thus gaining a lot of experience, which began to be reflected in his flesh. Suddenly he began to cough up blood. The energy he was drawing in relaxed his flesh. And when you thought about it, it immediately became very painful. So that technique was called torment. He abruptly stopped the technique and said that he was done for the day, because you can die in this way because of the thirst for experience. He was very exhausted with streams of sweat running down his face. To return to normal, he lay down and said, why can't the experience cultivation technique be more pleasant? He thought, if that maid had given him the techniques, the cultivation, how much easier would it have been for him? He imagined that if this were the case, something strange would surely happen. He thought that he would probably be completely dried out after that. As he lay there looking up at the sky, he noticed something. He saw that Auntie Ning had come to see him. He asked her why she had come. She said that the artifact for him was already ready. They were going to return to the sword sect, so they decided to bring the artifact to him on purpose. And Yue was surprised that Lu Chong didn't pay attention to him. He leaned against her and asked her sadly why she was in such a hurry. She said that she doesn't really have a lot of free time because she has a lot to do in the sword sect. She showed him that artifact and asked him if he liked it. It was a flying boat leaf of blue quality. He picked it up and thought that it was originally a yellow level, but Aunt Ning was able to add a hidden effect to it and upgrade it to a low-quality blue level. He thought that Aunt Ning really loved him. She asked him if he liked it and thought that with his level of strength, he shouldn't have seen the hidden effects she had added. Lu Chong said he liked it very much, but he had a feeling that the artifact was not quite simple. She told him to work hard on his cultivation and maybe he would be able to see. And she thought that with his level of strength, he could see something there. Maybe he had a talent for creating artifacts. He confidently said that, of course, for the sake of a long life, he would cultivate his efforts. The words about a long life surprised her. She didn't understand what he meant by that. He said that his goal is to live to be 500 years old, which is his biggest goal in cultivation. After he said that, Aunt Ning remembered the battle his parents had fought. Lu Chong went on to say that his mother once said that she wanted to live to be 500 years old, but she passed away very quickly. They celebrate her birthday every year, so he has to live so that his mother, if she had lived, would have turned 500. After this story, she said she understood him. She decided to give him a scroll with 10 simple techniques for creating artifacts. She said if he was interested, he could study them. Because given that he could see secret improvements, maybe he had a talent. Was Lu Chong shocked that he got a skill book so easily and for free? She came back and said she had to go to the sword sect. He was pleased and waved at her with a smile and said goodbye. Yue asked Lu Chong in confusion why he was not saying goodbye to him. He replied that he knew and that he was leaving. And in a moment, they abruptly separated, and he told Aunt Nin to come at any time. But suddenly in the sky, something sharply shone. Lu Chong was very surprised when he saw it. He could not understand what it was. And in a moment, that sword sank into the ground with great force. He looked at it with a stern look and saw the letter attached, and he thought that Genzin, that they had become bolder. The Shecha sect, it is one of the 4 strongest sects in Qingzhou. The sword sect governs 300 wards of sects. In turn, those 300 sects are divided into 3 levels: lower, middle, and higher. And the Momen sect is at the very bottom of the lower level of sects. Lu Chong was furious. He didn't understand the point of dividing into ranks in the lower 100. Weren't all the weak equally weak? But he himself realized that, using the example of the Genzin sect, they themselves want to go to conflict because they are on a different level. That sect blew at an average level among the weaker sects. It's just some lower middle-class sect that dared to look down on a sect that is constantly evolving. He said that the Momen and Genzin sects, as well as the Tsushimen, are within a 50-kilometer radius, and that the whole area used to be under the rule of the Momen sect. Their sect helped them, and now they are challenging them. He threw away that sword and said that the Momen sect used to invite neighboring sects to various gatherings, and now that his father is gone, they decided to bend him over. He activated his power and said that they were not worthy of bragging before him. He used that power, that sword, and in a moment he waved his hand and that sword flew away. He told it to go back to where it came from. In a very short time, that sword reached Gengchen. The woman's name was Lin Long, and she told the head of the sect, whose name was Hu Tu, that sooner or later his sect would be the first within a 50-kilometer radius. He mocked Lu Chang and his sect because he had only recently crossed the entry level, and he said of Lu Chong that he was not worth fighting for the championship. In an instant, he suddenly felt an object approaching. He caught the sword with his hand and said that the answer came quite quickly and that the boy was probably very scared now. His wife told him to look at the answer because she thought it was a pathetic answer and he was asking for mercy. Because now is the time when the world is ruled by power. The chairman said he would see what the guy had to say. He was interested. In an instant, strong energy began to be released from that sword. The answer was very sharp and simple. They were very surprised because they were expecting something completely different. The chairman remained silent, and his assistant said that the kid behaved as if he was answering a letter from some assistant. In an instant, that leader slammed his hand on the chair and it broke. He was furious. He called Lu Chong uncultured and arrogant. The woman also said that although he was ordinary, he was confident, like a real man. She went on to suggest that if Lu Chong was so high-minded, they should teach him a lesson at a meeting of the 3 sects. Hu Tu smiled and said that he thought so too, but they needed to plan everything carefully and show him what real power was. Meanwhile, in the sect of the Moment clan, Lu Dongyi told her brother that in 3 days the heads of the 3 sects were meeting, and she asked if she should go with him. My brother sharply replied that it was not necessary. It was better to let her stay at home. Suddenly, a very pleasant breeze blew, lifting the fallen sakura leaves up the mountain. He said that that wind felt like a breath of pure passion. My sister also felt it. She immediately realized that Lo Ben's girl had broken through. She said, "How did Lo Ben do it so quickly? Couldn't she have spent a couple more years in hermitage?" She said she was very angry. Lu Chong was surprised to hear all this. He then asked Lu Dongyi why she disliked her first student so much. He told her to look at his student and then to remember her student. What could she be unhappy about? And immediately his sister became even angrier, and he was frightened by this sudden change. She stopped restraining herself and attacked her brother, started stretching his face and said that he was attracted to that student, and she would not allow it. He screamed for her to take her hands off his face. While her sister was tormenting her brother, she could not believe that her student wanted to become her brother's wife at her expense. When she was 6 years old, her parents sold her to a brothel, and the owner of the brothel raised her for 5 years and taught her many things, including how to read and write and how to serve men. It was an auction. She was the main exhibit that day. She turned 11 years old that day and was available until 1 in the morning. All the men who were there just lost their heads with the desire to buy that night. And the bidding officially started with a starting price of 10,000. Literally in a moment, the amounts of 15 and 20,000 were announced. And immediately one of them outbid the bid and said 21,000. And it did not last long because someone said 28,000. Other girls from that profession discussed that she was born with a face that seduces men. And another girl said that her perga was bought for only 8,000, and she would soon reach 30,000. They said that those stupid men only look at their appearance, and the other one replied that they had nothing to look at but their appearance. The bidding continued, and in a very short time the price exceeded 30,000 and even reached 42,000. The louder their screams became, the worse it got for her. At that time, she fantasized that a young master would appear and take her away from that place. But she realized that these were just fairy tales. But in an instant, everyone abruptly fell silent and turned on their asses because someone shouted out a price of 10,000. Everyone was shocked. He said that he needed that girl, and his sister was standing next to him, but she was in disguise. All the men began to say that the boy was stupid to buy the first night with such money. They said that maybe he was losing money. The woman who was selling it could not contain her emotions. She began to tell Lu Chong that he had bought it for the first night out of 10,000 and that he had a taste for beauty. Her face was covered by a veil. She thought that the young man was handsome, but he was just like everyone else. And Lu Chonghai smiled and said that he wasn't buying her first night. He was buying her completely and taking her away from that place. This turn of events shocked everyone, and no one could have predicted it. She herself was in great shock and did not even know how to react to such an event. Her former landlady said that if he was buying her for that amount of money, she had nothing to lose. When she really realized how much of money it was, she pushed her away and told her to go to her owner. When it fell, her veil flew off her head and her face showed. He looked at her with a pleasant look and smiled at her. He simply threw the money up the hill and shouted to them to take it. She looked at him that night, and he was like a god who had come down from heaven. The woman gave Lu Chong the girl's papers and said that from today on, she was yours. And she added that the girl had probably spent several lifetimes wishing to be bought by such a handsome master. The other girls said that if he wanted to take them away, they would pay for themselves, because the document is just as important as the owner who holds it. The woman tapped Luo Bin on the shoulder and told her why she hadn't called him her master yet. He was standing there looking at that document, but he had a smile on his face. And now she realized that he was her master because he had her bondage book in his hands. And in an instant, he started tearing that document to pieces. He said that we did not need her to call him her master because from today she was free. It seemed that nothing would surprise these people, but this act surprised them even more. They simply regarded him as a fool to do this with a document that was bought for 10,000. Of course, she was also stunned and thought that the young man was not stupid at all. Now she would always follow him, no matter if his papers were valid. Lu Chong held out his hand to her and told her to come with them. Suddenly, Lu Dongyi took the lead and said that she would lead her. They were leaving that place, and that girl was overwhelmed with emotions. It was night and everything was very well lit. She said that the lanterns were very beautiful. It was her first time since she left that house. Lu Dongye told her that she would see many beautiful things in the future, but she thought what she had already seen was what was most beautiful in the other world, and she looked at Lu Chong. Even then, Lu Dongye began to notice that she was always looking at her brother, but never at her. He suggested that they take a walk, because it would be a pity if they did not enjoy such a beautiful evening. Lu Bo immediately agreed to the proposal, but Lu Dongye was not happy about it. As they walked, Lu Chong asked his sister if she was comfortable walking the way she was walking now. She replied sharply that she didn't care. He thought he had hit the jackpot on that purchase and was happy, because such characteristics are not bad, but there is still an opportunity to discover a secret plot. Such an opportunity is a great treasure, and in total it is only 10,000, although it is money taken from his sect. Meanwhile, the sister continued to torment her brother and told him to be serious because their disciples would soon come, so that he would not sue them. Suddenly she felt that the wind of pure passion had become stronger, and it was time to run away from that place. As she walked, everything around her blossomed, and the leaves turned into butterflies. She was finally able to reach the first level and return. She had not seen her young master for so many days. She began to use the technique of invocation and sent impulses in Lu Chong's direction, telling him to come to that bamboo house and repeating it many times. She said that he was waiting for her, that he was the only one who was waiting for her. She said it was the earliest home delivery. Meanwhile, the brother and sister continued to discuss matters. He said that my sister should listen to his decision. She was outraged because he decided to take Lo Bin to the meeting of the three sects and not her. In an instant, he asked her if she was jealous of him. Was she confused and asked him the same question? And immediately after an awkward silence, she gulped down the hot drink. The student standing next to her was a little wary. She drank it all down and asked her brother clearly why he had decided to do so. He didn't want to explain it to her, but he realized that he had no choice. He said that those meetings of the three sects only looked simple, but he asked her what she really knew about the purpose of them. A paragraph, but she asked her brother in surprise what he meant by that. He began to explain that all three sects show their strength. If he took Hating, it would not be enough. And if he took his sister, she would definitely hide some of her strength. He thought long and hard, and the only way to show Momon's strength was for Luo Bing to go with him. She was surprised that this was the only reason. He said that the more beautiful the woman standing next to the head, the more the clan's power is shown. He also reminded her to think of other sect leaders, and that they always have their secretaries by their side and they are beautiful women. He named two clans, Taobao and Jingdong, and my sister was very surprised because she didn't know what kind of clans they were. Suddenly, leaves began to fly into the room. She said that she congratulated the owner and his sister. She combines the dark breathing techniques she learned in the brothel with the fatigue of a quick arrival. She is indeed a very skilled seductress. Her sister paid no attention to her, and Lu Chong looked at her and smiled. In such a situation, Hai Tai's first disciple looked like an empty space. Lo Bin was upset when she saw that Hating was there. Lu Chonghe thought that every time he looked at her, he remembered the photos he had seen on the internet in his past life. Her temperament is exactly the same. She noticed that he didn't even flinch, and she used all the techniques she had learned in the brothel. She thought that it would be great if she could hide at the host sister's house and spend some time with him. He said to her that this time he called her to go with him to a meeting of the three sects that would take place in 3 days. Her face showed joy. She thought this was her chance. She humbly told him that she understood and would do everything. At that moment, Lu Dongyi was very angry. She thought that for some reason that sinful student was smiling very hard. And suddenly she crushed the mug she was holding in her hand. Lu Chang and Hating were surprised and even scared. She stood up abruptly and was angry and sad at the same time. She thought that why does such a creature as a daughter-in-law exist in that world? After that, she abruptly left them and went to her room. Lu Chang asked if he had offended her, and Hating said that the owner must have offended her very much. The master immediately looked at him and asked him if he was the smartest. How dare he make comments to his master? Hating immediately began to apologize. He immediately began to say that he would pour the owner some fresh tea. But suddenly Lo Bin told Hating not to worry. She would pour the tea for the owner herself. She slowly sat down and began to pour tea into a mug, and did so as seductively as possible. This is an art she learned in a brothel, so that even if it's the owner, he still has to be seduced. But Lu Chong began to say that for some reason he thought his sister was not just angry, but also jealous. She was surprised that he had completely ignored her. She was disappointed. She didn't understand how it was possible that he was completely ignoring her. He thought that Lo Bin's tea art was very good, but he had told too much in his past life, and now such tricks don't work for him at all. And at that moment, she was looking at him and could not look away. She looked at that young master and admired his calm gaze, as if he was above all earthly concerns. She wondered if he would fall for her charms. Would he remain such a wonderful host afterward? She became even more eager to seduce him to find out what would happen. She had such a great desire that it became very obvious. Lu Chong thought that she was determined to win him over. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. In his past life, he conquered women, and now they want to conquer him. There were 3 days left before the sect meeting, and Luo Bin tried her best to stay in the house with Lu Chong, which caused Hating to lose his usual job. When Hating was wiping the table after tea, she said she would do it. She used her technique again, took a special pose, and slowly wiped that table. But Lu Chong asked her with a stern voice if she was done, because if she kept doing that, she would make a hole in the table. Then the older student carried the water, and she said again that she would rather do the job. And it was as if she had accidentally spilled water on herself. She stood there soaking wet and said that all her clothes were wet. But Lu Chong said again that she was doing everything wrong. She couldn't even fetch water. He told Hating to take her out of that room. She was desperate and sat on the doorstep of that building, waiting for her next chance. When it was time to go to bed, the older student was preparing the bedding, and she decided to take over the job from him again. When she was approaching the bed, she seemed to accidentally hit her foot on the bed. So she defiantly fell on the bed and lifted her legs up. The owner was even more angry and told her why she was lying on his bed with her clothes on. He told Hating to change the bedding again. 3 days passed, and Lu Chong was improving again, his energy swirling around him. She stood behind him and thought, as expected of the young master, even during the refinement, he looks like a god. He had just finished, sweat was streaming down his face, and he said they had to go to a meeting. She happily said that she was ready and would follow his orders. In an instant, he took out the artifact that Aunt Ning had given him, and it suddenly began to grow from the size that fit in the kutsi to a larger one. They stood in front of him, and he said that now they were completely ready for the meeting. And in an instant, they rose to the height of the clouds and flew at high speed to meet the sun. While they were flying, he said that Lu Dongyi was still angry that she hadn't even come to see them off, and he planned to have a serious talk with her when he returned. Meanwhile, Lu Bing could not believe what was happening. She was very happy because it was her first trip together with her master. She looked at him and caught herself thinking that they were alone, just the two of them, and that maybe something would work out now. With that joy, she inadvertently said out loud that they might sleep in the same bed. Lu Chong turned abruptly and asked her what she had said. She felt very uncomfortable, and she doesn't know how it happened. And he kept asking her and insisting that she repeat it. She turned on the seduction again and began to say that the young master was unique and outstanding. He would outshine the other two participants in the meeting, and his incomparable military prowess would defeat them. After that, she just stood there smiling, thinking that the brothel owner had told her that in moments like this, as long as they praised the men, they could get away with anything. Lu Chong waved his hand and said that it was enough to suck up to him. She was very surprised to hear this, but suddenly she thought that the young owner had something in mind. She looked at a certain part of his body and began to recall the words of the brothel owner. She wondered how best to do it. Should she sneak up on them and start suddenly, or should she do something else? Lu Chong noticed that she was strange at that moment, and suddenly she fell to her knees and opened her mouth to him. Lu Chong immediately used the pushing technique and started telling her to calm down. She turned away in shame, and Lu Chong-hee thought that the truth of childhood education was very much in evidence. A moment later, she offers him a mug of spiritual water. He looked at her and said she shouldn't serve him in that style. When he drank the water, he thought that he was really the one who had redeemed it once. He asked for another cup of water, and she immediately responded with the phrase, "Yes, you are the master." He decided to ask her if she really liked being called my master. She was wary because she thought he didn't like the way she spoke to him. And then she decided to change her address to him and said that it would be Daddy. Lu Chong almost choked on what he heard. Immediately afterward, he told her to shut up, but he thought that the training had spoiled her, but men like to be dads. They were already approaching, and before the punitive peak, this place was chosen for the meeting. Lu Chong said that the meeting place of the three sects would be here, but no one had been there yet. He thought that he had rushed there at the appointed time, but it looked like they wanted to show their power. But a moment later, Lobin said someone was approaching. They came down as if on swords, very quickly. When Lobin saw them, she said they were very scary. Lu Chong told her not to pay attention to them because they were just students, sent on purpose to provoke them. She thought that those miserable people wanted to bend the young master over. Chow looked at them and thought that he was going to show them his aura, but it seems that there is no need for that. Those two were sent by their master to teach that boy a lesson, and they are going to try to do that. They stood in a defiant pose, and the man asked if he was the head of the Mo sect. They were very surprised because Lu Chong simply turned his back on them. The technique of the spiritual branch was secretly activated, and the light shone on him, adding to his majesty. After that, they were completely knocked down energetically. They didn't understand what was happening because they hadn't yet managed to lower it the way they wanted to. They had a sharp talk with each other about what they would do next because he did not succumb to their tricks, and they decided to move on to another plan. They bowed their heads and said that disciple Zhou Shun and Jin Jin were greeting the head of the Mo sect. Taking advantage of the position of being juniors and latecomers, they politely greeted him so that he would not see bad intentions in their actions. The worst thing about this technique is that the more polite they are, the harder it will be for him to punish them for being late. He has only one chance, and that is to say, there is no need for a ceremony. And that's it. But Lu Chong continued to stand as he did and showed no reaction. They wondered why he hadn't said that phrase, as if he was stupid. But the woman said it didn't matter and they should warm up. But suddenly they felt very heavy, as if their bodies had become very heavy. They could not move at all, as if something was pressing down on them. Lu Chong smiled and thought that they wanted to trick him, but he is the best master of tricks there. And the condition of those two was getting worse and worse. It was very difficult for them to endure. And in a moment, he said that enough was enough and stopped that technique. The strain they were under, as soon as he stopped the technique, they immediately fell to the ground. Lo Bin looked at this and thought that, given the fact that the master has the power of water, earth, and sky, they were not yet very much affected. When they got up and recovered a bit, the man said that it was a simple trick, and he was not afraid at all. Did he come closer and invite Lu Chong to come into the gazebo and talk? And he continued to say that with regard to the division of land in the 50-kilometer radius, the head of his sect and the head of the Tsushimen sect had already discussed everything. The woman smiled and thought that their expectations had been met, that Lu Chong's cultivation power was small, and there shouldn't be any problems. And he went on to say that those two sects had already divided the land, and now the Momen sect, and he didn't finish because Lu Chong raised his hand in the air. He waved his hands sharply, so fast that the drops from his hand did not keep up with the movement of his arm. In a moment, that man felt something happening to his leg. He felt just a terrible feeling. He was just horrified by what he saw. And in a second, he was already lying on the ground, writhing in pain because his leg had been torn off, and the woman was also shocked and scared. She stood there shaking with fear, unable to believe that he had done this with just one finger. Then Lu Chong directed his power at him, because he was screaming very loudly, and in an instant, he stopped screaming. He was in a lot of pain, but he just couldn't scream because of what Lu Chong had done. Luo Bing hesitated, thinking that this was expected of the young master. Only he could come up with such a use of the power of heaven and earth. She admired him and thought he was still strong. The man continued to writhe in pain, but he did not scream. Somehow, he was able to get his partner to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, Lu Chong and Luo Bin began to walk to the gazebo, and the woman sat down next to the man. She was afraid to act because she was afraid that he would cut off her head. He sat down on a chair and told her to pour him some tea. Did that woman still think that Lu Chong was letting her heal her wound? She gently started to touch the man and looked at Lu Chong carefully. She wondered how she should proceed, and the man almost fainted. For a moment, she looked up and was very frightened. From rumors, she knew that he was a very weak sect leader, so why does he have such a scary aura now? Lu Chong asked sharply and loudly what was going on there, if she was thirsty. After those words, she almost fainted. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest in fear. In an instant, she used all her skills to grab her friend as quickly as possible and run away from that place. Because that phrase about the water definitely meant that why was she still sitting there? When she was pouring him tea, she said that the woman must have misunderstood him. And Lu Chong said that his face literally said that if she didn't fail, he would kill her. She was ashamed and said that she talks too much. Then he told her to sit down next to him because there were no strangers there anyway, and the view was beautiful. And the other two sects would be arriving soon. She sat down and began to say that what he did with one finger was beautiful. Once she started sucking up, she couldn't stop. She continued to see him as an unsurpassed man. She used all her skills to the maximum, at every opportunity to charm him. As he drank his tea, he thought that the girl was literally radiating her charms everywhere. But he couldn't react because she would stop holding back completely. It was a beautiful day. They were sitting in that gazebo and enjoying the view. And that girl kept running. She was very scared. She kept saying that Master Lu Chong was a real monster. She ran as if death itself was chasing her. She must run faster and get back to her sect as soon as possible and tell them everything. The man she was carrying was able to say through the pain that he could fly with a sword. She was even more surprised, but at herself how she could have forgotten about it. And the next moment, it flew uphill at top speed. In a short time, she reached her sect, and those who met them immediately asked the older disciple why he was so seriously injured. And another noticed that a cultivator had beaten him in the face. Meanwhile, the leader of that sect and his assistant rejoiced that 50 kilometers would be theirs. And then they saw their students running toward them, one of them shouting that everything was bad, that Lu Chong had severely injured their fellow student, and his whole face was damaged. The owner of that sect was shocked by what he saw and heard, and he shouted that Lu Chong was a scoundrel and how dare he. His partner noticed that he had lost his temper, but it was not her student who was injured. He sharply pointed his finger at the wounded man and told him, "I want him to tell me everything that happened quickly." He began to speak very emotionally, waving his hands very much. The master of that sect was very surprised when he heard that he had torn off his leg with one finger. But that disciple said that he felt something else. He said that Lu Chong had the power of heaven and earth. After he said that, both masters were very surprised because they knew he sucked and was stuck at the entry level. The student who saved that wounded man said she had more information, but didn't know whether to tell it. Her female master told her not to drag it out and to tell it quickly. She began to say that a new talent had been born within a 50-kilometer radius a few days ago, and this had set in motion the 9 decrees of the heavenly Tao. She said that everyone had heard about it. She was not the only one. The owners were horrified by this information. He remembered seeing that divine sign in the sky, and he immediately wanted to go there to see who was able to summon the power of the gods. He flew there with maximum speed. He was very interested in who the person was who had called the decrees of the heavenly Tao. He thought that if this person was from a small sect, he would have to take him to his sect. But when he was flying there, there was a very powerful explosion of energy that brought a voice that some people were awakening there. And how dare he approach and spy? In an instant, it turned around and flew back. He said that it was a big cultivator, and he had to run away from that place quickly. And it was because of that cultivator that he was unable to get a closer look. Now he is standing there thinking that it could be Lu Chong, that he provoked the decrees of the heavenly Tao. It is also possible that he has not only gained the power of heaven and earth, but also something else. In an instant, he realized that there was someone behind Lu Chong, and he was very powerful. He sat down in his chair and shook with fear. Now he realizes why he had said one word and why he had dared to cut off his disciple's leg. He realizes that he is in big trouble now. His students wondered what was happening to their master. He was all wet. Sweat was pouring down his face like a waterfall. They thought he had drunk too much water. They even wondered if he knew how to go to the toilet over his head. The woman master thought that if these were really the 9 decrees of the Tao, she would need to take certain measures. Now she realizes that the Genzin Men's sect cannot compare to Lu Chong's, and she is not even worthy of shining his shoes. And a certain plan was born in her mind. But she looks at her partner and realizes that he is now standing in her way. But she is confident that with her beauty and charm, as long as she is willing to pay that price, she will have no trouble winning Lu Chong's friendship. The sect master said that someone should call all the elders and calculate how much they owe the Moment sect. Those students were shocked to hear such words. They thought that perhaps their master had made a mistake. He yelled at her to shut up and do what he said. At that moment, the woman thought that all men were equally stubborn or very soft. A little time has passed since the last meeting with the members of the other sect. Suddenly, a message from the system came. Lu Chong was somewhat surprised because he did not expect to receive any messages. While he was busy, Luo Bing continued to admire him. She thought he was still the most handsome in the world. It said that the reputation of the Moment sect had become 501, and this applied to the old Ganzanmen and Sushimen. He was excited and thought that this meant they had already received his warning. But in a moment, the reputation score increased by. Then he thought that small sects give very little reputation. In half a day, it had risen only a little. The case of those two and their suffering was not even worth it. Then Vin started drinking tea and thought that he needed to come up with more fruitful ways, while Lo Bin sat and admired him. She did it very expressively, so much so that he paid attention to her. He decided to ask her what was wrong. Does he have flowers on his face? But she did not answer because she was in a trance. Then she came to her senses and said that it was nothing, she was just thinking. He was surprised by her actions, that she immediately gets very excited at any of his questions. He doesn't understand why she can't be a little more frank and not so harsh. It's just that a person like Lu Chong can't understand the feelings and cautiousness of lower-level people. And he still can't understand that some people value their secret loves like a thief values his precious ones. Meanwhile, in the Moment sect on Danting Peak, Lu Dong's sister was sitting there thinking that she didn't even know what her brother and the sinful disciple could be doing now. She thought that if they dared to do anything stupid, she would rip their heads off. But then she remembered the purpose of why her brother went there. It was to discuss land and resources, so he must definitely be focused on important matters. She said she didn't even know how the meeting went, but then she got very angry because she realized that those creatures called daughters-in-law would not usually be friendly to a man's sister. Xiao Chu asked her master to see if she was circulating the qi energy correctly. But Lu Dongyi, without really looking at her, told her to start all over again, and Xiao Chu was surprised to hear such a response. She was very tired of circulating the qi energy in her and decided to say that she was a talent and could do no wrong. So maybe it was enough? She came up to her and said that if she said to continue, then she should continue. She was dissatisfied because it was obvious that the master was distracted, and as a result, she was beaten. In a moment, she was covered with a layer of energy, and Lu Dongyi thought that she was really very talented and worthy of being her student, having mastered the qi circulation technique in just a few days. But in fact, Xiao Chu was already very tired. Lu Dongyi was very happy. She patted her on the back and said she had potential. Xiao Chu was very pleased with this praise and said that she was trying very hard, and maybe in time she, as a sister apprentice, could accompany the master when he came down the mountain. In an instant, Lu Dongyi's face changed. She thought, why does everyone want to follow his brother? And Xiao Chu began to wonder why the master was angry now. But she recalled that when she was a child, she also always wanted to be with her brother, so it's not surprising. And she decided to tell Xiao Chu that in simple situations, she didn't need to come down from above. She felt misunderstood and curious, and asked why she was not allowed. Lu Dongyi said it's because she is the last of her students. They are called closed-door students. Now she was even more confused. She asked why the last student could not go down the mountain. Lu Dongyi answered this question in a very original way and said because there are no doors. She stepped aside and was very depressed because she was in a situation where there were no doors for her. And Lu Dongyi thought that no one forced Xiao Chu to follow a bad example, and now she would not come down from the mountain until she became a strong cultivator, so as not to cause trouble for her sight. But in a moment, she thought that Xiao Chu was still very young, and she was very strict with her. Maybe she should feel sorry for her. As she was approaching her student, the latter stood up and surprised her. She turned around and said with a sly smile that she understood everything. Was this what the gentleman was talking about? Living alone? At that moment, Lu Dongyi was shocked. She immediately asked what else her brother had told her. Xiao Chu continued that living alone is not important. But what is important is that people in the future realize one truth. Lu Dongyi was already feeling sick and asked what truth she was talking about. It was at this moment that she felt like a great master. She said that when a dragon comes out of its long sleep, its roar alone shakes thousands of mountains. She stood there and saw her master's shadow approaching her abruptly. At some point, she even felt a little scared and looked around with caution. She was frightened because Lu Dongyi abruptly rushed at her to grab her. She took her in her arms and told her that she would be with the master on the mountain until she was old. Zhao Chu was very surprised to hear this. Suddenly, she felt some movement in the sky and immediately thought that maybe her brother had returned. But it was some other man. He stood firm and looked forward, flying on a great sword. Judging by what Lu Dongyi saw, she realized that the man was from the sword sect. It was a majestic and powerful sect of the sword. The sword sect, as the name implies, is a high-class sect that swings swords. Since it is a high-end sect, the students there are divided into ranks. There are inner rank students, outer rank students, and direct rank students. These are the bronze sword students. These are internal students. They are silver swords. Direct disciples are the rank of the golden sword. The one who flew to Momen is a direct disciple. His sword is golden. In other words, he is a personal disciple of the great teacher, and because he is the master of the sect, his status is very high. She would look at him and assume that the guy was on the second level or at the beginning of the third level. She thought that if he was in the middle of the third level, she could defeat him. She would first hide her power to see what he was capable of. Meanwhile, he flew over her and looked at her. She couldn't understand why he hadn't started to come down yet, but at one point he tapped his foot on his sword. Immediately afterward, impulses began to emanate from his sword and were directed downward. She understood that sword cry, but why hadn't they started to properly welcome the great disciple of the sword sect? She thought he looked like her brother, but when her brother brags, she thinks he's really special. And when that guy brags, she wants to beat him up. Zhao Chu also noticed this. She said, "Why is that guy copying their master?" She wants to beat him up because of that. These words made Lu Dongyi laugh. She said that she thought exactly the same way. She decided to play along and said that they were not behaving well and that they needed to meet the representative of the sword sect properly. This was a direct disciple of the Chen Xiao sword sect, he thought. What's wrong with that momentum sect? He had arrived a long time ago and even used the sword cry, but no one had come out to meet him yet. He was furious because he was the sect elder's personal disciple and Yui's best friend. How dare they treat him so disrespectfully? He turned around and thought that this time they would not receive resources for cultivation. He flew there because Momen was on his way, and since they were so impolite, it was not his fault. But suddenly he notices someone flying past him. The girl Lu Bing radiated her beauty incessantly. When he saw her, he was just delighted. Did he immediately think that the beautiful woman looked like a snow lotus? But right after that, he also noticed him. He thought that, judging by his clothes, he was from the Momen sect. After that, he was happy because he thought his trip was not in vain. Lu Chong was simply magnificent, standing there with leaves flying around him against the backdrop of a beautiful sun. When he saw him more clearly, because he was more surprised than when he saw Luo Bin, he didn't understand how this man could be so amazing. He said that this was a trick. He would learn it, and next time he would be the same. When Luo Bing looked at him, he almost fell off that sword. He immediately thought that he needed to greet her and show her his position, that he was a direct disciple of the sword sect. When they got closer, Lu Chong also looked at him. After a moment, he began to say that he was a direct disciple of the sword sect, a personal disciple of the second elder, and a second-level cultivator, and his name was Chang Xiao. Did he think that he had such a great title that that girl should appreciate him, and that student Momenas must have been frozen with fear? But Luo Bing continued to admire her master, and he showed Lu Chong a surprised face. This already alerted Chang Xiao. In a moment, they just flew on. He didn't realize anything. It was as if he had fallen through the ground with shame. He was simply ignored. He was very angry. He realized that this was unacceptable. He accelerated sharply and met them. He said, "May he ask who he is?" Lu Chong smiled and raised his hand up. The steam that swirled around him immediately turned into drops of water. They stopped in front of him and started to climb the mountain, and he couldn't understand what was happening. In a moment, the sun began to blind him as Lu Chong headed up the mountain to the level of the sun. The drops that were around him created a circular rainbow around him. He specifically took this position to say that the head of momentum, Lu Chong, was in front of him. What surprised him even more was that he was facing the head of a small sect, one of the lower 100, and he was a direct disciple of the sword sect. He couldn't believe that Lu Chonger had risen to a rank higher than him. Even though he wants to get a hold of him, since he's so rough, he'll have to use his position and put pressure on him. He said that he had come there on the orders of his sect, and was he being shown such hospitality? He asked Chief Lu if he was not being very polite to him. Lu Chong asked him what he had called him. He was wary, but he said he had told Chief Lu. Lu Chong then asked him what his position was. He sharply replied that he was a direct disciple of the sword sect. Lu Chong said that a direct student is still only a student, and he went on to say that this student would teach him how to behave. He was surprised to hear this. He thought that the man was some kind of a fool, because a disciple like him is sure to become a steward, or even an elder in time. Also, personal disciples like him are likely to become great cultivators who cross the 5th level. He is annoyed that this guy will not restrain himself from pleasing him. The sister thought that her brother had started doing his favorite things again. The student thought that if Lu Chong didn't suck up at all, then there was something phenomenal about him, and he needed to find out what it was. He tensed up and began to concentrate his energy. Lu Chong realized that he wanted to find out his level of cultivation, the 1st level in the 5th celestial layer. He said that he had just used a special vision technique and had probably discovered that Lu Chong was on the 1st level and in the 5th heavenly level of his own. Did Lu Chong say to him, or is he sure about what he said? That student was very surprised. He didn't understand what to expect next, and Lu Chong waved his hand abruptly. A light shone around him, and something happened. Lu Chong was covered in blue energy, and the other disciple was shocked, for Lu Chong had raised his power to the 1st level of the 6th heavenly layer in front of him. But that was not all. Suddenly, the blue energy began to transform. The disciple could not believe his own. Now his power is the 1st level in the 7th heavenly layer. Lu Chong then asked him what he thought of his strength now. Paragraph 1070. He was very surprised, so much so that he could not speak. His whole face was covered with sweat. He thought that Lu Chong's power was so great that he could easily hide it from him. My sister was watching. Did she think that her brother had crossed the line again? She remembered her brother in the past years, what he was like, and wondered if he had changed. But of course, he is still her older brother, the brother she has always admired. Therefore, she will love him very much and believe that he will be fine. Lu Chong thought that Chen Xiao was quite famous in his past life. Lu Chong recalls that he was a minor character on the run. He also always liked to brag, but he was not good at it and only teased people. He was the top dog, always pleasing Yue. Because he liked to brag, he always got into trouble and always hoped that Yue would save him. Lu Chong also recalled that although Chen Xiao had the image of a walking mess, he was always there. He was always pushing the plot forward. So he wondered if he was really ready to spend the experience points he had been collecting for more than 20 years on some grieving partner to put him in his place. He decided that it wasn't worth it because the game was about financial management, and it was better to spend those points on sword awareness than on petty squabbles. And he thought that the power he had already activated would be enough to defeat him, and the money he brought them should stay, and he could leave. Suddenly, Lu Chong told the student to follow him. After seeing what he saw, he immediately agreed. When he was flying from the back, he noticed a leaf on the boat. He knew it was a valuable artifact and that Aunt Nin made them. He wondered if it was a fake. If so, it is a very high-quality fake. He was still surprised because he remembered that a few days ago, Aunt Ning and Yue had come down from the mountain. Could he not believe the guesses that were coming to his mind? He wonders if Lu Chong is the secret student Yue told him about. In addition to the small tasks, he had another task. He had to find out who the secret fellow student was that his friend had told him about. Then he told him that among the subordinate disciples of the Sword Network, there is a sworn enemy of Yue's, and he considers him the main rival of his life. He also recalls that in recent years, the topic has been raised very few times, but something has changed since Yue and the Elder returned. He remembered what Yue had said to him, that although his sword skills were mature, his secret mutual students were also mature, and he was much stronger than him. At that moment, he was very surprised to hear such words, but Yue said that he had to become stronger. After writing those words, the topic of the secret disciple was revived again, which is why he was in such a hurry to find out more. Then after much questioning, Yue told him that his classmate was in the south of Qingzhou in the Qinglong district, and that area has a lot of different sects. But everything suggests that the common student his friend was talking about was named Lu Chong. Lu Chong was calmly flying his leaf boat ahead. He did not even realize how much of a mental assault that student had just experienced. And he kept going, thinking that he had to make sure, and then he would have a secret in common with his friend. The thought of sharing a secret with him already makes him excited. Meanwhile, Lo Bing was watching him and wondered why he was constantly looking at the young master's ass. She decided to say that the guy was looking suspiciously at Lu Chong's spine and she would like to cover him. Lu Chong said that if that son of a bitch did something like that, he would tear him to pieces. Lo Bin was very surprised. She asked what exactly was it that she was thinking of. Lu Chong was furious. He told her to shut up because if she didn't, he would kick her out of the sect. She did not expect such strange thoughts from herself and was upset. She thought that she had been waiting for the body of the young master for so many years, and now she would not give it to anyone. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a large wing appeared above Lu Chong, like a large eagle. He was very surprised because it happened very suddenly. It was a huge bird flying very close to Lu Chong's flying boat. And on top of that beautiful beast, there was a girl in very beautiful armor, drinking water at that very moment. When Lu Chong saw her, he had the same reaction when other people see him. At one point, he even tried to pronounce something and say something, but he failed. In one moment, that great bird flapped its wings, and in a second, it was very far away, and it flew close to the sword student, who was also very surprised to see it. He wondered what it could mean that he saw that bird and that girl that day. But he realized that their fate must not have come yet, because if he appeared in that neighborhood that time, he would appear again. Meanwhile, Zhao Chu and Lu Dongyi were discussing and arguing about how that disciple would fall to the ground. They thought he would fall head first. A moment later, I heard a loud scream and saw the silhouette of a man falling down. They were both happy that their calculation was correct, and he asked for someone to help him. Meanwhile, the elders are meeting in Ganzenmen. The host said that they were constantly moving away from the main question, and they hadn't decided yet how much of their resources they would give to momentum. One of the elders said that he had a plan to give him enough so that he would not be offended, but also so that they would not lose much. The owner started shouting at him to tell him such a great plan as soon as possible, and why hadn't he said anything yet? His idea was that everyone would give away a little bit of their wealth, and to give it all to Lu Chong, they would send a good disciple. The owner and the other elders were very surprised by this proposal, and they asked him if he was serious. Because if he was serious and wanted to die, he should not get involved in that business. But the partner of that owner was deciding how she would solve the problem for her own benefit. She said that for a woman, it was a simple situation. She said that there is no man who cannot be dealt with using the body, and if there is something like that, then when you use two bodies, the chances are very high. Did she say who they would choose? Because the one they choose has to be beautiful inside and out. Some girls said that she could be because she had practiced in that field and she had met him before. But the head of the sect thought that the girl hadn't even thought about her. That girl thought that her boss in the sect would definitely choose her. She said to get her wet with rain, which is a very good omen. Suddenly, they saw a message on a sword flying toward them. But the girl thought that, judging by the look of it, it was a message from a friend of the master, an elder from the Middle Hundred sect. But she wondered why he wrote the letter at such a time. When the chairman read that message, she was very happy, saying that she was friends with him for a reason. She said that they should go to the chairman of Gensenmen because it needed to be discussed. They were reading and were very happy that a disciple of the sword sect and a direct disciple of the second elder had come to their region to dispel. They smiled at each other and said that their luck was good. That Gungzinman head told his own that they were putting a stop to the resource business for now, and that they should now throw all their efforts into finding a direct disciple of the sword sect. Another head of the sect also told her girls to find him, and she even allows them to use female favors to gain his trust. As students of both heads, they immediately agreed. Those girls were very excited to have this chance, and they started thinking about how they would become a Strishna woman in the future. Among them, favorites immediately emerged who were ready to do anything to complete the task. The men listened to what the women were saying and said that when they found him, they would first worship him. Because there is a saying that a woman is like a garment, and a brother is like a body part. The girls turned on their charm and said that they wouldn't mind having a close talk with their brother, who would come up to them now. The student who spoke about honor was very surprised, because a lot of boys immediately ran to the girls. While those two sects remained in limbo, the Momen sect remained in the shadows. And so Lu Chong and Luo Bin came down to the ground and were met by their sister in Zhaochu. The sister and her student wished the brother well and welcomed him to the city. And that student barely pulled his head out of the ground after his grandiose fall. He watched how Lu Chong was met and was very angry. He said, "How dare they?" But a moment later, he was stumped when he saw something. There were two girls from that sect standing there, and they just charmed him. He was shocked that such a small sect of Momen owned a dragon and a phoenix. Two such beautiful girls, he thought, but they revolve around this guy. Suddenly, he began to talk himself out of it, because he began to be consumed by certain moments. He started slapping his face and saying why he was jealous of some small sect, since he was a great direct disciple of the second master and the best friend of the great UAE. He said that he could not see because of the protection of the head, but those students interested him. But when he used that power, he was very surprised by what he saw. He looked at Lu Dongyi, and she was at the second level, and at the 9th heavenly layer, she had almost reached the great completion. He was in a stupor because Lu Dongyi is younger than her brother and has a strength that cannot be matched by the direct disciples of the sword sect. He thought that this Momen sect was hiding a lot of talent. My brother said to my sister that she was good, that she knew how to show him in a good light. He turned around and said they were all going to the main hall. He thought that now was the right time to conquer Chen Xiao. After all, he hadn't yet spent the money he had brought. Lu Dongyi invited him and thought that he was a small disciple of the sword sect. How could he compare to her brother? It was very beautiful and majestic. Everything was in harmony. When he was leaving, he noticed the beautiful architecture, because even the middle-ranking sects do not have such architecture. Lu Chong was walking and the sun was shining around him, as if he was pulling the sun to him so that it would always illuminate him. He still couldn't believe that this Lu Chong was really the secret mutual student that UAE had spoken of. They came to a large hall and he was offered a seat at the table. When he looked back, Lo Bin was standing behind him, pouring tea, and he thought that she would be so close that he would even be able to smell her aroma. He was very excited and looking forward to that moment. He closed his eyes to enjoy it as much as possible, because he heard the tea being poured, but for some reason he didn't smell that wonderful aroma. When he looked back, he was very surprised to see that she was so skillful at pouring that tea that she didn't even approach him. Everyone was surprised by this act. They thought he would suffer a psychological trauma. And he thought that this girl was very shy and cherished great moral values, that she probably behaved like this with all men, so he would not take it to heart. But a moment later, he sees her coming almost to the edge of Lu Chong's seat and offering him tea, which surprises him greatly. He felt very sorry for him, because he was such a wonderful and noble student. And wasn't he very attractive? Suddenly, Lu Chong began to cough characteristically, as if to hint at something. The student did not understand and asked Lu Chong if he was all right. He sipped his tea calmly, and Lu Chong wondered why he hadn't given him the money yet. Did he really want to stay for lunch? And then Luo Bing decided to ask if the older student had come to them in Momen on some business. He replied that it was an important matter, and he thought that she had called him so respectfully and that it was his chance to impress her. He stood up and began to say that he had been ordered by the head of the sword sect to transfer resources to subordinate sects, and that he had already prepared everything. He was holding an enchanted ring in his palm, which contained a spiritual stone, and miraculous medicines and materials for treatment were sealed in it, all for the Momen sect. Lu Chong didn't show any excitement, but he was actually very happy because he could use the materials with the skill he had learned from Aunt Ning. He smiled and said that was very good, and started to use his water power. The disciple was very surprised to see the power of the water enveloping the ring. Did he immediately think it was the power of heaven and earth? That ring flowed smoothly through that water to its new owner. In a moment, he was already at Lu Chong's, and the disciple stood there and was simply amazed. He thought that Lu Chong was enlightened. He was overjoyed because now he was almost certain that the secret student was Lu Chong. Lu thought that that sword sect had gotten very rich. He went on to say that he had received what he was given, but he said that that disciple, did he also mention any important assignment from the sword sect? Then he thought that the resources from the sword sect were a benefit, from the fact that the Momen sect was subordinate, and helping the sect's disciples is a duty. He said that this time, he also went on a mission because of the appearance of demonic cultivators. All the members of the Momen sect present there were shocked by this news. Suddenly, Lu Chong abruptly placed his sword on the table, showing his readiness. He was equally surprised by this news and immediately asked where they had been spotted. Such a sudden action even scared the student a little bit. He thought that when others received such news, they were immediately frightened and tried to avoid such a task. Then he thought that Lu Chong had asked where it was, and he was comforted by this because sword cultivators like them are not afraid of battle. And this is exactly the kind of attitude he needs. Demonic cultivators are not wickedness at all, but people who have deliberately mixed their blood with beasts. This mixing made them very strong, but at the same time they turned into very cruel cannibals. Among them were those who were unlucky and became something very strange. The resounding power of those demonic cultivators was that they could become the animals they were bound to. Such monsters are different from the demons of the Celestial Empire. They have almost no intelligence, but are very bloodthirsty and aggressive. They become especially aggressive when it comes to eating people. The more they eat, the stronger they become. For demon cultivators to be considered invincible in the cultivation world, except for a few geniuses, all other people are afraid of them. Because they are not just strong, they can become stronger just by eating people, and no one knows how strong they are. In a special race of demons, they are different from those who have diligently cultivated and become a demon. That is why all sects always tell their disciples that when they encounter such a demon or monster, they should simply run away and not leave their heads to them, so that they do not become stronger. Chen Xiao said that the sect had passed on information that demonic cultivator was at the second level and was being followed by several monsters. Lu Chong was a little upset. He thought he would be weak, that he was not the right person for him. Chen Xiao wondered why Lu Chong looked so disappointed. But he hopes that the demon cultivator will be able to give him information about the demon he needs. He went on to say that if Chen Xiao needed help, he would give it to him. He officially asked for help because a demonic cultivator had been found. He thought that on that trip he would be able to see how strong the sect master was. And if he was very strong, then he was definitely the mysterious disciple. And then he thought that if Lu Chong was weak, he would destroy that demonic cultivator himself and thereby restore his honor. In a moment, a task offer appeared in front of him. He needed to destroy that demonic cultivator, rewarded with 5,000 experience points and 1 ticket for an artifact, yellow rank. He accepted the task and said that tomorrow they would go down the mountain together to kill that demonic cultivator. Chen Xiao was a little uncomfortable hearing this in such a tone, but he agreed. Lu Chong thought that the mountains were for immortals, and this was a place for the Moment sect. He thought that if someone wanted to cause trouble, they should first ask his sword for permission. When the student left, the sister remembered that she hadn't asked her brother how the meeting he had come from had gone. She was tense and thought that hateful student saw her getting close to her brother, but she was in no hurry to leave them. He told Lu Bin to tell his master about it. My sister was not happy, but Lu Bin was immediately happy. She said that Lu Chong, as a true god, not only made Kushumen and Gungsing men tremble in fear, but also strengthened Momon's power in the future. He is truly an immortal who has descended to earth. He was enchanted by such a beautiful story about him. She recalled that the 1875 prophecy mentioned something about the Kishumen and Gengzhenmen sects. Lu Chong asked his sister what she was muttering to herself. She said that it was nothing important, but she thought that those two sects were not supposed to do any harm in those prophecies, and that she probably didn't need to worry. But she asked if she could join the trip tomorrow, because the demon cultivator is strong and she is worried about her brother. Lu Chong looked at her and thought that she was worried about him. And his sister wondered why he didn't say anything, because if he said no, she would pinch his cheek. He decided to say that if she wants to do it, let her do it. She was immediately excited, and he thought that given Lu Dongyi's character, it would be stupid to take away her monsters. He would also deal with Chen Xiao and keep her as a backup weapon. Lu Bing was alarmed, for how could she sit still when her master and young master were in danger? And when they were leaving, she decided to address them. But in an instant, her sister turned around and said in a clear voice that she could not and that she should not even think about it. Lu Bin thought she hadn't even finished speaking. Lu Dunyi's girlfriend emotionally began to say, "If it's forbidden, it's forbidden." She thought to herself that girl definitely wanted to handcuff his brother. In a moment, Lu Chong turned around and calmly said that she would not go with them this time. He said that she had no idea how terrifying those demon cultivators were. With her current level of cultivation, she would not only be no help, but would be a hindrance, and her sister told her to train hard, and they turned around and left, leaving her in that hall. She was thinking that the owner hadn't made a breakthrough in a long time, and she had caught up with him in improvement. But recently, he had made a breakthrough again. In addition, he made this breakthrough very, very quickly. If the difference between him and her in the level of perfection gets bigger and bigger, then everything will be exactly as the girl master Lu Dongyi said. She will not only not help, but will hinder. She should try to stand with the young owner and be always needed by him. And so that wonderful and very busy day ended. Moment is located in such a beautiful place that it is always very beautiful there. A strange sound was heard from one of the huts. Lu Chong continued to cultivate experience points. He did so at a very fast rate. At some point, he ran out of steam and started coughing up blood. He was catching his breath and thought that others pay a lot of money or with their minds to gain power. And he is forced to give his life, and the torture technique is very cruel. As soon as he got a little more experience and blood was pouring out of every crack, suddenly the maid from the cemetery entered his house. She seemed to be saying something. Did he ask her if she needed anything? He went to the place where she lived. He came there and asked what happened, because if she wants his seed, it won't work this time. She started making some sounds, trying to say something. She started pointing to Chao Xiaoyu's house. She mimicked a knife, and Lu Chonghe did not understand what she meant. She waved that knife against the background of that house. She clearly had something in mind. Lu Chong asked her if she meant to kill him. If so, definitely not. She started explaining something, that it wasn't him I killed, but someone else. He realized she was referring to a demon cultivator. He asked her what she wanted from a demon cultivator. She began to explain what she wanted, and with each word she said, Lu Chonghe was more and more surprised. And suddenly he realized that she meant that she wanted the corpse of that demonic monster. He asked if she needs the whole body. She demonstrated the silhouette when the head came off. Now he realized that she didn't need only his head. Lu Chong said that the demonic cultivator is very strong, and when he encounters him, he must use all his strength. In such a situation, it will be difficult not to damage other parts of the body. Then he said that if these are the criteria, then the fee should be increased. She seemed to be hanging up again. He said that she would definitely have to pay extra. And in a moment, she stretched out her spiritual hand and held an object in it. Lu Chong was pleased. He immediately told her to give him the item, but she abruptly took her hand with the object back. Did he say that she would give him the scroll only after she got the corpse? She may not be very smart, but she's not stupid either. In a moment, he had a very surprised face. It was an autumn school scroll, a sword technique. Low-quality blue level, only medium-quality sects could obtain such a rare sword technique. He was delighted. He thought that having such a spirit in his sect was like having a treasure. That liquid scroll was worth much more than the corpse of that monster. And given the reward from the system, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He can't wait to get that reward, because in his past life he spent a lot of money, but could only get a blue-level shooting equipment of medium quality called Water Dragon Enters the Sea. He said that the essence of that technique was that it was like a dragon coming out of the water. The technique she offered him was called Autumn Cicadas, and he wondered how exactly it manifests itself. He said that for the sake of their relationship, he would take on the task. She said, I think she said, good hunting. In the next moment, it flew back into the ground from which it had come. He became very interested in how much more wealth that maid had, and he had to do something to get more. He decided to start asking her why she needed the body of a demon cultivator. She made some incomprehensible sound. He said that she had gotten her way and now started pretending to be deaf. He decided to leave her and said that he could never have thought that he would be used as a thing. The night was over and a new beautiful day had come. Lu Dongyi came to his house and told him it was time for him to leave. He said that she was so eager for him to leave that she came to his door so early. She opened the door and said she just wanted to feel like a thief. He came out and said he was ready. She told him not to worry about anything because she had prepared things for sleeping, brushing teeth, washing, a secret weapon for the battle, and everything else she had already prepared. He said what should he do with such a serious sister? And she said to tell Lu Chong to call that sword sect disciple so they could go. He said he was fine and started to concentrate. He activated a special power that transmitted information through energy waves. He began to say that the disciple was gathering at the main gate, and so on many times. He was still in bed and heard that message, and it made him very angry. He shouted loudly, so loudly that the ashes flew, that his name was not some student, but Chen Xiao. They came to that gate, and he thought that he had completely forgotten that the main gate of momentum had once been guarded by protective seals. But they came up empty and stopped working. His sister noticed that his brother was upset by the sight of those seals and told him that she had already begun to study the power of those seals and she would soon restore them. He remembered that his sister had a special ability to learn everything quickly. But to improve its properties, they need a lot of money, and they don't have it at the moment. He hugged her and told her that he understood that she wanted to repair them to make them more comfortable on the mountain, and he was very happy to hear that. He said he would find a way to get the money for her. It is the duty of an older brother to fulfill his sister's wishes. She was happy that she and her brother had such a good relationship and that no one interfered with them. In a moment, the student was running toward them, shouting from a distance to make them remember that his name was not just any student, but Chen Xiao. And Lu Chong said that finally the student had arrived and they were setting off. Chen Xiao was a little surprised to see that the master had begun to launch the leaf boat. He stood up and defiantly said, "How do they want to go? They don't know where to go. They can't go without him." He told them to watch carefully. He would track down that demonic cultivator. He raised his hand up and cast the spell of movement. And in a moment, a very unexpected object appeared there, and Chen Xiao wanted to start explaining what it was. But Lu Chang'o began to say that it was a blood vessel. It was used to examine the owner of the blood. He told Chen Xiao to start this ritual already. He started doing that spell and thought that he was constantly humiliating him. He needed to figure out how to relate his reputation. My sister asked my brother how he knew, because in their sect they don't have such a thing. He actually sees it live, but the first time he saw it on a stream, he said he saw it in a special place, at a special time, with special people using it. Was your sister surprised that there were so many features? Suddenly, Chen Xiao began to say that the thing was starting to react. He suddenly started flying on his sword and said that the thing started vibrating if he approached that monster. The object was already vibrating very strongly. His sister decided to ask him how else this object was used. He immediately regretted what he had said, thinking that he could not spoil the child. Then he decided to say that it was very convenient for hammering nails. Chen Xiao began to say that the object began to vibrate very strongly. He could barely hold it, so they were close. Lu Dongyi said they were approaching the forest of fire. She remembered that they had already been to that forest and that it grew a special herb. She said that there are a lot of monsters in that forest, and if that demonic cultivator is there, he could be very strong. But he told them to come down so that that demonic cultivator could taste the taste of his skull being cracked. The sister forgot that her brother was not afraid of anything at all. Chen Xiao also thought that the fire forest was teeming with beasts, and that if he started fighting that monster in it, it might be much harder. Because there are so many beasts that the demon can subdue and control, and as soon as the battle begins, they will be surrounded by monsters. He wonders what Lu Chong thinks about this. He looked back and saw Lu Chong smiling and telling them to go downstairs. Chen Xiao could not understand why he was so cheerful. But in a moment he realized that they, as great cultivators, should be fearless. He thought that Head Lu was really not ordinary. And in a moment they began to descend sharply into the center of that forest. He thought that there were various monsters down there and a large cultivator, which was the perfect location to gain experience points. A real man must be fearless for the sake of experience points. As they walked, he thought that all these monsters in the big cultivator were surrounded by him. He said that the vessel was vibrating very strongly, that the demon was very close, and they had better hurry. Lu Chong said sharply and loudly to Chen Xiao to show him the way quickly, and he was very unhappy with this bad treatment, but he is looking forward to showing his strength. Even the heads of the middle-level sects treat him with more respect, and he is the head of the lowest sect. And how dare he treat him like that? They had been walking for some time, and little by little the monsters began to follow them. At one point the object vibrated so strongly that it almost jumped out of my hands. They were walking and Chen Xiao said that it was very close, so they should be careful. Suddenly Lu Chong wondered, if he inserted that thing into the neck of a demon cultivator, would it fly up from the vibration? He is very sorry because if Momena had a blood vessel, he would have been able to track down the demon who killed his parents. Animals devour each other even if they are of the same species, and he thought it would be difficult for him to fulfill the task of a maid, because the only part of the body that animals do not eat is the head. He began to activate his power and thought that those beasts would gnaw his whole body and leave no part clean. Lu Dongyi said that you first need to hide their qi energy. Chen Xiao thought that he also knew such a technique, but he was not able to control it so skillfully. When he came closer, he saw the monster, and he said that if their qi energy was hidden, he could come closer and just kill it. Lu Chang abruptly came over and told him not to move. He was furious. He didn't understand why Lu Chang wanted to prevent him from simply cutting off the head of that monster and ending it. Lu Chang came closer and quietly said that they had already been spotted. When he turned around, he noticed that big red eyes were glowing in the darkness. It was a black flying dog. It was 21 levels. And it was a scorpion lion. It was level 25. Chen Xiao started shouting that they were monsters. And Lu Chang quickly went on the attack and said that no matter who it was, he would destroy them. At first, he managed to attack a flying dog. And when he flew up, he began to warm up his strength. He got very excited. He was shouting, "Oh, he's going to cut off the dog's head." He used a kick to knock that monster to the ground. He put a lot of energy into that punch so that it was very important for that monster to fly up the mountain again. Chen Xiao looked at this and thought that this is what a sword cultivator should be like, and he was so frightened. As soon as Lu Chang fell down, another monster began to attack him from behind before he could see it. But suddenly that monster roared in pain because someone had struck him hard on his big paw. Lu Chang turned around and saw that it was Chen Xiao, and he moved to the front with great speed. He told Chief Lu to back off and he would cover him, and he thought the guy was a pretty good fighter. In a moment, the flying dog, but no longer flying, started attacking Lu Chang again, saying that he could now kill him in peace. The energy was just coming out of him in all directions. He hit that monster hard when he was doing a flip. When he looked at Lu Chang, he thought that he, as a great disciple of the sword sect, should not be inferior to him. And he jumped up over the other monster and began to strike many very precise blows. Lu Chang looked back and had a surprised expression on his face. He saw that the monster was afraid of the way he was waving his sword. It looked very strange. The flying dog flew up again and began to attack with great speed. When that monster was close, Lu Chang thought that surely if he didn't use the sword's pre-awareness, he wouldn't be able to do much damage to it. Besides, a great cultivator is nearby and waiting for the right opportunity to attack. After this realization, he decided not to hold back. And in an instant, a strong energy just exploded and began to spread around. The sister was glad that her brother had started to use his true power. It was high time to do so, and the strongest techniques should be used. That monster didn't look scared at all, but rather playful in the battle with Chen Xiao. And when he saw that strength, he thought it was a real sword sublime. Now he's sure that he's the secret joint student, because even Yue's technique was just beginning to take shape, and Lu Chang's is already completely complete. This is the only way to call him an incomparable sword master and a worthy rival of Lu Yue. He thought that Lu Chang was definitely an incomparable sword master. Come to think of it, there were already two incomparable sword masters living at that time in the same generation. He rejoiced, for he thought that he too would soon have great power. He just turned his back on the monster, and the monster thought that this person had stopped attacking and turned his back on him, and this was a good chance for him to attack. And he decided to attack, because if he didn't bite him now, there might not be an opportunity. Chen Xiao turned sharply and was very frightened, because that punch was right in front of him. He suffered quite a lot of damage from that blow. He flew a very long way from that blow. Lu Chang was surprised that level 25 had beaten level 30, and that Chen Xiao had so much faith in the power of the sword sect's defense. Again, that flying dog flew with great anger to attack. Lu Chang activated an even stronger power and told Chen Xiao to watch carefully, which means a man who is blood-hardened. And in a moment, a blow of incredible power was delivered. And that huge monster just flew away at high speed. And he said to that disciple of the sword sect that he should never take the enemy lightly. Chen Xiao bowed ostentatiously and thanked him for his important advice. He thought that the disciple had almost completely submitted to him. Suddenly, a very strong roar sounded from the darkness of the forest, much stronger than the one from those two monsters. Lu Chang turned abruptly and said that the same chief demon had come. A large paw of the monster appeared from the darkness. It was a level 27 demonic cultivator Luo Lin standing on a large monster. And it was a large monster, a level 27 steel rhinoceros. That demon Luo Lin said that some level 1 cultivator wanted to kill his dog. He definitely overestimated his strength and chose the wrong enemy. He began to give orders that the flying dog should attack again and just eat the warrior, and then he could grow new wings. And that monster increased its own power and became much stronger. Then that demon turned his attention to a disciple of the sword sect. Suddenly Chen Xiao struck, and a few more would be accurate and powerful blows. That monster was quite seriously injured, and Chen Xiao asked that demon, did he underestimate Head Lu that much? That demon started laughing and said that he really had to be afraid of some scum and consider him a rival. He said that a demon like him wouldn't even be able to imagine who Lu Chong really is. His sister watched him laughing at that demon and thought, has he also been completely infected by his brother? That monster flying dog became very fast. It started flying around and around, waiting for the moment to attack. Lu Chong thought he needed to reduce the number of opponents to minimize accidental injuries. So he got ready and the flying dog prepared his strongest attack and launched it, and he had only seconds to act. He prepared his own technique for a counterattack, the technique of spraying the soul. In an instant, there was a super strong impact which immediately showed very big consequences. In a moment, there was another blow, and that monster could not stop his attack. But he could not start it either because he was wounded. An energy explosion began to form, and Lu Chong wrapped his power around it so that it would not hurt his friends. That demonic cultivator was surprised and also covered himself from that explosion. He couldn't believe that his second-level flying dog had lost. Chen Xiao was sitting there with that other monster, and he said that he had said earlier that Lu Chong would sooner or later become the second strongest warrior in the world, because the first one will be his joint student, Lu Yueyi. He immediately received a message from the system that he had completed the task, killed the black flying dog, and received 20,000 experience points. He was happy that he was given so many points for a dog. He needs 18,000 to raise his level. This is a good opportunity to raise his level. He wasted no time in raising his level from level 17 to level 18, and in a moment he began to glow with blue energy. He said that it would be nice to feel restored health and full energy. The sister and the student were very surprised that he had raised his level again. The sister thought that her brother had moved to a new level again, and that he had started to raise his level very often lately. And if this continued, she would be far behind. Chen Xiao wondered why Lu Chong had raised the level now. But then he realized that Lu Chong wanted to defeat a demon cultivator at that particular level. He thought that this was how Head Lu was cultivating strength during battle. That demon said that he didn't know why he had named Lu Chong second in command. But it didn't matter because they would all be part of him now. He said he would kill Lu Chong first and then Chen Xiao. Lu Chong shouted at him and said that he was a freak who hid behind a cloak and was afraid to show his face to people. That demon cultivator, he shouted. How dare he call him that? Lu Chong said that he should not go into details but attack because he was just a big ant who overestimated his glorious powers. He ordered his steel rhinoceros to kill him. And in a moment, that big rhinoceros began to accelerate and attack. Suddenly, Chen Xiao decided to apply the new technique and began to activate it. That technique was very powerful. The light from its use filled the entire space. That technique caused a very large hole in the armor of that monster. That demonic cultivator was very surprised. He had not expected this at all. He did not understand what had happened. When that bright light began to fade, Chen Xiao was already holstering his sword. That monster was captured by his technique and was dying, and he said that his monsters had no right to come near Chapter Lu. He stood there and thought that all his energy had gone into that move. He thought it was very good that he had managed to redirect all the sweat to his back. He stood there showing off, and Lu Dongyi thought he used spiritual energy to redirect the sweat to his back so her brother wouldn't see. She thinks he is just as sick in the head as her brother. She thought that he had identified the essence of it. That demonic cultivator started shouting, how could the steel rhinoceros lose, since he had promised to go all the way to the top of the demonic cultivation with him? He was just crazy. He stuck his hand into that rhinoceros and said that the rhinoceros should rest in peace, and he would take revenge for him. Lu Dunyi and Chen Xiao were shocked when they saw this. Lu Dunyi's girlfriend said that it would be bad because that guy wants to get the demon crystal, and in general, demon cultivators eat each other. That demon began to activate the power of this crystal and ordered his rhinoceros to wait until he had dealt with them, and then they would use the blood of an entire village to restore his memory. He was really very scary. He was ready to eat that crystal. He was telling him to become a part of him and continue his journey that way. But Lu Chang used his strength and reached out his hand in front, and it was as if a portal opened in front of him, and he was right in front of that demon. It was so fast that the demon didn't even realize it had happened. Lu Chong was already holding that red crystal in his hands. He said that to simultaneously mourn his friend and eat his corpse at the same time, their world of demon cultivators is truly terrifying. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend said that her brother's water power was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Xiao was very surprised that Lu Chong could pick up objects from a distance. The demon shouted at him to give him the yogic crystal. He used a special spell and sent the item to a special vault. He also said that he did not understand what the demon was talking about, because in a moment his body would be Lu Chong's, because the maid wanted it. The sister and the disciple were very intrigued when they heard that phrase, and Lu Changho told them to stop their perverted fantasies. That demon was very angry. He started shouting that now he would use another force. He released a very large amount of dark energy and told all the monsters of the Red Forest to awaken. In a moment, that layer of dark energy began to split into different particles and began to fly to different parts of the forest. There were more and more of them, and they were very angry. Chen Xiao was very worried. He said that all the monsters of the fire forest had woken up, and if they didn't stop them, they would have to fight them all at once. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend also panicked a bit. She counted those monsters, and there were more and more of them, she thought. If there is such a special situation, she cannot hide her power, because her brother's life is much more important. He shouted that everyone should be afraid of him, and after he killed them, he would go to all the villages within a radius of 50 kilometers and destroy them. As soon as he said that, a water balloon appeared in front of him. He immediately became very wary, and in a moment, a water hand appeared from that ball as if from a portal and flew at him. He was surrounded by dark energy, but that hand still caught him by the throat. He could not help it, for with his hands he controlled the monsters he had awakened. Lu Changhe held him by the throat and told him that he had forgotten a very important detail. Now there is no monster that can protect it. He realized that he was in a very bad situation and began to tremble with fear. He began to speak and swear that he would never appear again and would not do any harm to anyone. Lu Chong immediately remembered the moment of his parents' death and what the demon had said, and the atrocities he had already committed. Suddenly out of that water portal, he punched him hard. Those he has already killed have no future and no second chance. He bled from that blow and fell to the ground. The energy threads that controlled the monsters gradually began to dissolve. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had almost drawn her sword. That student was surprised and frightened at the same time, because when Lu Ding's girl was preparing to fight, she released a little bit of her superpower, and he felt it, and it was as strong as his teacher's. So he searched for his teacher. Then he came up with a very interesting idea. Did he think that someone very powerful was constantly guarding Lu Chong? But he immediately thought that this couldn't be, because the head of Lu is very strong and doesn't need protection. A moment later, he realized something important again. He started to cry and said that Chief Lu was worried about them. He pretended that he didn't care about the people nearby and sent that invisible protector to protect Chen Xiao from a sudden attack. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend saw that student thinking emotionally, and she thought, is he completely stupid out of fear? Or was he sick? Suddenly he received a message saying that he had completed the task and whether he wanted to collect the reward. He said with confidence and a smile on his face that he was ready for the award. Yopu got a lot of experience points, which is because Chao Xiao was just like a tool, so the system considered it a single mission. He stood next to that body and said that he would exchange it for a reward, and that the ring that the spirit had given him contained many useful items. He wondered if the demon cultivator had any other treasures, and he noticed that the system in the demon's hand showed something. It said that he could collect 2 things and open a hidden plot and get a hidden task. For a moment he froze. He had not expected such a turn of events. He gently removed the thing from the demon's finger. He turned to Dongli girl and told her to clean up the battlefield and the monsters as well, for her to take away. While his sister was busy, he looked at that object and thought that that object could reveal a hidden task. In the secret missions of his past life, he had never seen such a thing. Is it some special way of activation? Suddenly he flinched at a voice behind him, saying that he was very grateful. Lu Chong replied that it was nothing to him, and he thought that the kids should get out of their way because the task was completed. And was he going to stay for dinner? Next, Chen Xiao decided to make a wish for the demonic cultivator's body. He immediately said that he could take the head to prove it, and he needed everything else. He bowed respectfully and agreed that he would take only the head. He thought that if it weren't for head Lu, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill the demon cultivator and wouldn't have fulfilled the sect's task. In addition, he is that secret senior disciple, Yueya. Now that he knows his friend's secret, he wonders if their relationship will get closer now. Suddenly, Lu Chong began to fly on his flying leaf and shouted at the student who was laughing like a fool. He immediately bowed and said that the student was on a mission. Lu Chong shook his head and told him he could go. But the disciple said that he did not want to leave yet because he wanted to learn from Lu Chong a lot more, and he also wanted to ask him something. But he told me to tell him on the way. They were already flying over the forest of fire, and the student said that he wanted to ask something. He asked why, during the entire battle, the head of Lu was never taken out of his spiritual sword by his holster. He replied seriously that the demon was not worthy of such a thing. This answer simply knocked that student off his feet. Now that he understood how Lu Chong was behaving, he thought that all sword cultivators should behave like him. And he thought about that disciple, that when he first appeared, his journey was supposed to be short, but now it has continued. And my sister was disappointed because now another one was finally infected. But as long as her brother is safe, she doesn't care. They continued to move towards their home. They had a little more to go. As they approached, they saw many people standing in the square. My sister said that these were the people, and he said that they were from the Genzinmen and Sushimen sects. They were shocked because they saw that student near Lu Chong, and they were looking for him here. That head thought they were inattentive because Lu Chong's connections were much stronger than they thought. They all froze while Lu Chong and the others descended to the ground. He turned to them and asked what was going on. The clan leader started saying that they used to divide the resources for cultivation every 10 years. And right now they are all dividing resources and running their own businesses. And he stood there and listened to what they were telling him. The head of the other clan was very interested in why Lu Chong was so handsome. Now she is not surprised that the girl volunteered to take it because she wanted it for herself. She thought that the student girl was her favorite, but she was too young to do that, so she'd better do it herself. And she began to say that by allocating resources, they were ready to give in at that time. Chen Xiao said that he had dealt with such a case many times in the sword sect, and he asked Lu Chong if he could take charge of the case. He began to smile and gladly agreed, and he thought that this person was becoming more and more useful to him. And he thought that the head of Lu patted him on the shoulder, which meant that he accepted him. Now Lu Chong was thinking about how else he could use the boy. As a result, he told the girl, Elder Lu Dongyi, to follow him. And Chen Xiao caught the female head Lin by the arm and told her to follow him. She tried not to show her disappointment. Did she think that this was the end, that she would not be able to touch Lu Chong? Chen Xiao thought, if he did a good job this time, would he have a better relationship with the head? He also wondered if he would have more topics to discuss with his mutual friend Yue. That Chen Xiao lived up to expectations and did well, and Lu Chong thought it was time to pick up his second award. He came to that monument and knocked on it and said that he had come. He also said that the body was also there. In a moment, laughter sounded from behind that monument, and that spirit began to appear. She immediately took out the scroll she had promised to give him if he completed the task. He snatched it up and was very pleased. While this spirit was flying to the body, Lu Chong thought that he would give the technique in the scroll to his sister because he would just lose it, and she would pass it on to the students and teach him as well. She is just a copy machine. In addition, it is the property of their entire sect. But he thought that the sect's property shouldn't be managed by the wife of the head. He thought that it would probably be difficult to convince his sister to transfer those powers. The maid began to examine the body, and Lu Chong asked her why she wanted to see the body in the first place. Did that maid raise the hand of that demon and look for something? Then she raised her other hand and continued to search, and he could already guess what she was looking for. He said that given that she was a member of their sect, he would let her see what she was looking for. She immediately flew up and carefully examined the object, and Lu Chong asked her if she knew what it was. He was surprised when she began to touch the object, and suddenly that object broke. It had something more important inside it. It was a very rare object. It was in the shape of a moon. Suddenly he realized that it was a sign of the purple moon. At that moment, he immediately remembered that he had seen this symbol before. He realized that the Purple Moon Society was connected to the demonic cultivator who killed his parents. He decided to ask the maid what she would say, whether the sign meant what he thought it meant. The maid immediately made him realize that he was right. Then he decided to ask her if the demonic cultivator who had killed his parents was a member of the purple community. He couldn't understand what she was trying to tell him. He had to guess what she meant. He asked her again, "Do you need 2 of these things to become a full member of that community?" She said something, and he realized that if there is only one sign, then someone is only a reserved member of the community, and the more signs, the greater the status and power. He asked her if she was familiar with that community. She nodded her head that she knew him, and he thought that then he had an opportunity to learn something about that demonic cultivator. But suddenly she hung up, and he hoped to use her to find the killer. He thought that in his past life he knew a little about the community of the Purple Place. He recalled that there was one guild that was very diligent in bragging to him, and that guild was diligently pursuing the Purple Moon community. That guild of warriors was known for its donations. They were very proud of them and despised those who had a zero balance of donations. And if they did donate, they were very strong. But at the time, he fought their entire guild himself and managed to defeat them. He remembers telling them not to try to catch up with him in terms of donations, because they wouldn't have enough money to live on, and for him it was just a small expense. As he recalled its past glory, the thought occurred to him that there were more important things to do. He realized that in his past life there was a lot of information about that guild of the Purple Place, but he had a hard time remembering it. He decided to try again to ask the maid if she really needed the thing. At that moment, he remembered his parents again as he held that thing in his hand. The maid started working again. He said he could give that thing to her, but he might need it in the future, and then she would have to lend it to him. She silently took the thing and admired it, and he thought, what could be so important to her in that thing? He asked her if she knew where else he could find such a sign, because to open the hidden task, you need 2 of these signs. The maid suddenly approached him, and he asked her why she was looking at him so intently. Suddenly, the maid snapped her energetic fingers, and in a moment, silhouettes of such icons began to appear there, and she looked very cool against them. Lu Chong was simply amazed and at the same time very much surprised. His face was shocked, and he asked her if she really hated the Purple Moon Guild that much. And just at that moment, she lost her memory again and froze. Suddenly, he realized that she had many signs and wanted him to help her establish her lost memory. She came to her senses and began to gesture that he understood everything correctly. He said that it was good that he understood her, because he might have thought that she was the secret heated of the Purple Place Guild and was engaged in the wholesale sale of signs. He thought that if the system marked her name in red, he would definitely think that the theory about wholesale trade was true. Suddenly, she flew to him and hugged his arm. He said that he would help her with information about the Purple Moon Guild, because he needed it too. But he said he would help, but she had to lend him some signs. She was very surprised because not only did she not get as many signs as she would have liked, but she also had to give him some. He said that he was not deceiving her, that if she gave him a few of those signs, he knew a way to get the information, and then he would tell the maid. She gestured for him to take as much as he needed. He said that 2 would be enough for him. He has fulfilled the conditions to open the secret plot, and the system offers him to see more details. In a moment, a great holographic epic unfolded in front of him. He said that it was very impressive. He thought that the information that was given this time would probably be very impressive. But it was sharply reduced to a simple information sign, and he expected more. It said that this organization is very strong, it has many members, and if they started to act in this direction, they were up to something. These members of this community worship the Purple Place. They believe that if they can absorb the Purple Moon, they can get superpower. He was disappointed. He thought there would be much more information. They need to rely on their own reflections. Maybe that purple moon is some kind of object they want to absorb. Now he knows their peculiarity when they worship something and at the same time want to absorb it. A sudden message said that if he wanted more information, He needed 10 signs of the purple moon. He was surprised and thought that those 2 signs were the initial price. And then it was like in a bar, if you want a drink, you have to pay more and more. With a strange expression on his face, he stretched out his hand to take more badges. The maid saw him doing this and was amazed. Suddenly, she took those badges away from him, and now he is surprised by this act on her part. She was outraged and did not understand why he needed so many badges. He said that she was very greedy because when he shared seeds with her, he was not as greedy as she was. Now he has met the conditions again and can see more information. It's said that this community holds meetings every 3 years in different places in Qingzhou. The next meeting time, the day of the winter sun standing, is next year. This information surprised him greatly. He smiled and said that these demon cultivators are just as stupid as ordinary players who open a counter to buy and sell things. He realizes that he has to develop a lot by then. He imagined standing in front of them and telling them that they were all finished. But they just laughed at him and didn't take him seriously. He realizes that if he is not strong enough by then, he will be finished. Suddenly, the maid became more active. He thought he had already forgotten about her. He thought he needed to reveal a little more of the heavenly mystery to her so that she would be interested. Suddenly, he threw those icons very hard in front of him. He wants to use a special technique. A special holographic image appeared in front of them, and these icons were distributed in a circle. Lu Chong made sure to set up and prepared to start the technique, and he snapped his fingers to start the technique, but the maid could not wait for any result. She still thought that in a moment she would get what he had promised her. But nothing happened, and Lu Chong told her that heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. That maid had a fit of misunderstanding and despair. In a moment, she opened her mouth and very quickly started collecting all the badges. In another moment, she began to push Lu Chong very actively. She was driving him away. He could barely say that it was not because he didn't want to, but because he needed to collect his thoughts. She was very angry, and he said that as soon as he thought about it, he would tell her. He had never seen her so angry. In the end, Lu Chong smiled and said goodbye to her. In fact, she was disappointed because this time Lu Chong did not understand her at all. He came to his house and looked at the map. The place he needed was quite far away, but the road to destruction was never close. He stood up and thought that the winter sun would be up for a long time. Time passed and winter came. He trained very hard and diligently. He thought that if he continued to train like this, he would stop feeling pain. Suddenly his sister came to him. She had already changed into winter clothes. He said that one more winter sun stood and their girlfriend Lu Dongi became another year older. He also changed his clothes and they went down the mountain together. Lu said that everything was ready and they should have a good time on that day of human transformation. They went downstairs and went to their ancestral home, where they cooked and ate delicious food and discussed interesting topics. They recalled how they used to spend time with their parents that day. But now there are only 2 of them left and they have to run the sect themselves. The next day came and they walked slowly home. Lu Chong told his sister to accompany him to the same place the following year for a winter sun standing. She asked where to go because she didn't want to go far. She wanted to stay on the mountain and cultivate that day. He said he wanted to take her away and kill someone. She was wary but agreed to his proposal. Did he say it would be dangerous, or was she not afraid? She said that as long as her brother was with her, she was not afraid of anything. Then they need to hurry up because there is a lot to do. They need to increase the strength of their sect because soon many new disciples will come. There are 250 days left until the start of the Kingdom of Heaven beta test, and players will soon register and enter the game. In that place, there was a sound of someone looking for Lu Chong. Lo Bin said that she didn't know because if she did, she wouldn't have wasted her time standing there with him. He was not pleased to hear this. He thought that she only had Chapter Lu in mind, but he hoped that he still had a chance. He continued to look for Chapter Lu. He only needed to ask him about one thing, and then he would be 100% sure that he was the secret senior disciple. He was very happy when he noticed that the head had entered the main gate. He quickly ran up to them and said that he had come to say goodbye. Lu Chong said he was fine to go. Chen Xiao expected a completely different reaction. He asked me lightly if I could give him Lu Chong's greetings to Aunt Ning and Lu Ai. Chen Xiao thought that if he said yes, he would know them both, and then it would be 100% confirmation that he was the same person. Lu Chong realized that he was testing him, but he thought that Momena's reputation was stuck, and there was probably nothing wrong with opening up to him a little bit and maybe getting some bonuses from the sword sect. It would be super to improve the reputation in the mainstream Kenjong sect. He told Chen Xiao to give his regards to Aunt Ning, and for Yue, he thought that he was younger and he could not give him his regards. He was very surprised because now he has no doubt that it is he, the secret shared tune. He was pleased. He said he would do everything right. In an instant, he flew happily to the sword sect, and Lu Chong thought that he would not disappoint him. His sister asked him what he was looking at for so long. He replied that he was looking at a flying advertising brochure. When he was flying, he thought that Chief Lu did not mention Yue's name, and Yue did not mention Lu Chang's name, so they must think alike. He understood why they both wanted to hide their friendship and rivalry, only to one day reveal themselves and shock the world. He swore he would never reveal their secret. 7 days have passed. Lu Chong thinks that he probably hasn't arrived at the sword sect yet and has probably flown somewhere else to show off. It had already been half a month and Chen Xiao still hadn't returned, and the sword sect needed to work on discipline. A month passed after that, and Lu Chong was already very angry. He said that the next time he saw him, he would squeeze his head to pieces. It's been a while, majestic sect of the sword. Chen Xiao met Lu Wei and began to tell him something very emotionally. Yue was very surprised. He couldn't believe that Lu Chong had moved to another level so quickly. He thought that at this rate, he would quickly become a higher level than him. Chen Xiao continued to tell everything, and Yue thought that he was in danger of becoming like in his childhood when he could not catch up with his shadow. Yue Gong could not believe it. He started shouting that this was not possible and that this could not be. Chen Xiao finally paid attention to him and asked what happened to him. Suddenly, Yue said that he needed to leave Chen Xiao because he had important things to do. He needed to do cultivation. And the moment he flew away, Chen Xiao thought that Yue was a brilliant swordsman who could receive an ascension at any moment. He also flew and thought that he also had an important mission. He had to spread the theory of the dangerous secret senior student. But at the same time, no one must know who he is. The secret is the main point of his mission, and he will not reveal that secret until he dies. Time flew, spring came, and Chen Xiao finally died in the heart of Lu Chong. He was lying on his chair and thinking that he needed to come up with a new plan because there were 212 days left before the beta test started. After all, how else could a small sect call on nubs? Because for nubs, the most important thing is power. He himself probably did not pay attention to such a sect as theirs in his previous life. Luo Bing coughed and thought that the head was secretly looking at her. He was really looking, and he was well aware that she saw him looking. He thought that only old perverts would come to their sect. But he wants to develop his clan, and what good is a bunch of perverts? He needs only skillful and courageous players. Only then will their sect have a future. When he thought about the past, he remembered his past master, and he wondered if he would meet him in this life. He was very close to his master and loved her. He thought that he shouldn't think about her, because in a little while he wouldn't be able to stop himself from starting to look for her. He first decided to see what condition his disciples were in when they came down the mountain. Why hadn't any of them returned yet? It was so empty without them. Suddenly he heard a sharp sound and was very surprised, and his heart sank. The girls were also surprised. It was a nationwide call asking what happened. When he came to, he was happy because it was a chance for him to show off. The main bell was installed against the main gate at the time of Momon's founding. There were 301 such bells in the area. That bell is very expensive and was made by the 9th Lord of the Sword Sect. For thousands of years, that bell could ring by itself on the sub without the use of spiritual energy, and people thought that there was something inside. In fact, its essence is very simple. If something happens in the mortal world, you just need to light incense and the bell will ring. Lu Chong approached the bell and began to read the energy from it. Lo Bin immediately began to suggest that she come down the mountain with the head. He said he didn't need to, and he thought he couldn't give her that opportunity. But she began to insist that she really wanted to go down the mountain with him. He said that he couldn't stay any longer because he was afraid that something bad had happened. He said she could come with him. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend thought Luo Bing was a wicked student. Lu Chong started using the technique to see more and find out information about where to fly. He saw a foggy river there. Lu Dongyi was surprised. She could not understand what could have happened there. He said that the last time they had a caddy, there was also a foggy river, and he was also wondering what had happened there now. They had already approached the foggy river. When people saw the cultivator approaching them, they were excited. When they landed, All the residents began to bow and greet them. Those ordinary people admired the head of Lu. He activated the power and asked what happened there. The same old man said that there was a waterman there again. He wondered what it could mean. Luo Bing thought that Lu Chong would definitely get angry because those people hadn't done anything since the last time. He went to the water and began to concentrate. He received a notification that he had accepted the task. He was concentrating and could not fully believe that it was the waterman. The task was to destroy a water yak at the bottom of the river. The reward for this task would be 10,000 experience points. Luo Bing thought he was so angry because 6 months ago, they had already destroyed a waterman like him. Half a year ago, Lu Chong was busy training, and Lu Dongyi's girlfriend came down the mountain, and it was just her and Hei Ting. At that time, they were very weak, and if they had gone there, they would probably have stayed there. And then they took the spiritual stones of their sect and went to ask another sect from the Middle Hundred to help. That sect took those jewels and said that they would deal with the waterman. At the time, Lu Chong even praised them for doing so. He told them that they did a good job, because that place is under their control and they have to take care of those people. And those jewels are nothing. Now she realizes that those sects took the stones but did nothing. He was very angry. They had deceived his disciples and cheated him. He began to step on the water. In that world, evil does not come from one meal, but from many meals. To create a water one, you need the lunches of those who drowned to come together over many years. Those people confirmed their guesses that Lu Chong could walk on water, and that the person who helped them last year was very arrogant and worthless. There can't be two water bodies in the same neighborhood. There is the one that was there, and those bastards just came and went back, and they did it for appearances. He asked the elder of the village if anyone had been injured. He said that one man who went fishing died. When they found him, he was already dead, and they were very sorry for his family. He told Lobin to stay with them and guard them, and that he would be back soon. In an instant, he activated the strong energy of water and prepared for the case. Suddenly, he sank underwater in the air. He decided to use the system. He told it to capture the target. He was level 20, born 6 months ago, very strong. The system singled him out well. He was disappointed because it was exactly the same as it was. In a moment, that water monster had already accelerated and was flying at Lu Chong at a very high speed. Those people on the surface were wondering how the head was feeling, while others were saying that he could easily handle that water guy. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, which raised the water to a very high height. People started shouting that it was the waterman and that the explosion sent him flying up the mountain. People said that he killed that man. When he started to fall, Lu Chong appeared behind him. It was very majestic. He was very serious and told me to make that monster disappear. He used his new power, and that black energy began to completely envelop that monster. In a moment, a strong flash began to appear. People shouted to each other to close their eyes. In a moment, the water calmed down and turned blue. Everything became brighter, as if the great evil had retreated and everything was in its place. All the water was destroyed, and those people started looking for Lu Chong because he was not visible. They said they hadn't even thanked him. They were flying back, and Lu Chong asked Luo Bing which particular sect they had asked for help from that time, and she replied that it was the Shu Yemen sect. He received a reward for the task. He thought that the sect his disciples had chosen specialized in cultivating water sword techniques. They were very smart to choose that sect. She asked him if they were going to go to that Shu Yemen sect now. He said that they would definitely go there, but now they had to do something else. They flew to a large house that was located under a mountain. There was a woman sewing clothes and her son playing with a wooden sword. She was crying and remembering her husband. It was very hard for her at that moment. That boy noticed that his mother was always crying. He wondered where his father was. He said he was supposed to bring him fruit and hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at their gate. The mother shouted to her son to open that door quickly. He quickly opened the door. He started looking around, but there was no one there. He picked up the sweets from the ground and thought that it must be his father who had returned. For that neighborhood, it was a simple death of a simple fisherman. But for that family, it was a very big loss. They hid behind the trees, and Luo Bing said that the boy probably had no potential for cultivation. And Lu Chong said that he felt that the boy had a great personality and no one knew who he would become in the future. His luck was at the 9th level, and he mentioned that it was the same as Zhao Chu's from their sect. He turned around and left, and she thought that if he said he was not a simple man, then he must be the head. He must know something. As they walked, she thought that the head's demeanor was a bit strange, but that he was quite kind inside. The shaman sect is at level 98 in the middle 100. Their head is almost exhausted, and the elders dislike and do mischief to each other. There is discord in that sect. When they approached them, the students thought that the couple was very beautiful, that they were definitely not ordinary people. The person who met them asked them what sect they were from and what was the purpose of their coming to their sect. Suddenly, a task called Rules was activated. He began to carefully consider the details and significance of this task. That disciple took the spiritual stones from Momenas, but he acted lightly. He did not kill the waterman as he promised, and he did not fulfill his duty to the public bell. It should help to understand who did such a bad thing and explain what the consequences were. He mentally told the system to show him the names of those standing in front of him. Those NPs looked at him with surprise, and they were all unknown to him. He said that the one they needed was not among them. Suddenly, 2 disciples blocked his way, and they asked him how he could sing and come to their sect so easily. They told him to answer because if he didn't, they wouldn't be nice to him. Suddenly, he noticed a large national bell on the mountain. He had a good idea of how it could be used and its purpose. Suddenly, he pointed at him and shouted loudly, "Go ahead!" And in a moment, a water arrow flew to that bell, rang it, and a very loud sound was heard. That bell was very powerful, and the impulses from it went in different directions. Those disciples were shocked, and they pulled out their swords and began to tell him how dare he. But Lu Chong didn't even lift a finger. His gaze was very mysterious and frightening. Those students were already quite frightened. They thought that his gaze was like looking at small pests. One student was already trembling with fear, but decided to ask him again what sect he was from and why he had come to them. And he said that the national bell is ringing and why no one is answering its call. When they heard him say that, they were very surprised and even more frightened. They began to discuss and praise Lu Chong's clothes and how he was very handsome. They figured that he was a disciple of the sword sect and someone who kept order. Now they were doomed. They said it was hard to negotiate with someone like him. They began to think about who would report to the management about him. Meanwhile, Lobin noticed them looking at each other and felt sick to her stomach. He asked them if they were done looking at each other. He said in a sharp voice that if no one took action, then no one should blame him for his ruthlessness later. And in an instant, they all jumped up and ran to report to their elders. Luobing asked Lu Chong that they had come here to teach that bad student a lesson. Lu Chong said no, he just wanted justice for that family. A little while before them, 2 men arrived at the main gate on swords. They simultaneously said that the 2 elders congratulating him were the 2 elders whose head was now cultivating. They were at odds with each other because they saw what the sect was doing to create discord so that they could take the place of the head. Suddenly, they both went down onto the ground. He said that he did not come there to watch their melodrama. He is the head of the Momen Lu Chong sect. When those students heard that, they breathed a sigh of relief because they thought they were already in big trouble. At first, they could not even remember what kind of sect it was, and then they remembered that it was in the bottom 100. Lu Chong went on to say that he was looking for one person from their sect. They both thought that he was very weak and dared to come to them, and he was also looking for someone to hurt them. He was irresponsible in their eyes. And the older man asked me anxiously who he needed. He replied that he needed a disciple of the Shu Yemen sect, Meng Feng. He was immediately tense because this was his 3rd student, and it turns out that Lu Chong was lucky and ran into his teacher right away. That disciple was very wary. He did not understand why the head of Momen had mentioned his name. He thought that maybe the stories about his beauty had spread beyond their sect. But he quickly rejected that option because he said that his appearance was already being glorified by everyone around him. But suddenly he remembered a very important detail. He recalled how 2 people came to him and asked for help with the water. Even then, he mocked them and told them to kneel down. At the time, they discussed among themselves that it was very offensive to them, but they had no choice because there was a problem in that village. Then they said that they were asking him for help and offered him precious stones as a sign of gratitude. Then he told them to go back and he would do everything. It was just a water thing. He would destroy it with 1 finger. And he went to the girl's house and said that he was in a very good mood and wanted to spend a good time with them. Then he exchanged those spiritual stones for money and spent it all. And he just blew it off and didn't even mention the murder of the waterman because his mind was immediately focused on money. He is already sure that Lu Chong definitely came to him because of that incident. He finds it strange that some distant sect would involve the head himself in such an incident. He went down to the ground and thought that it was just a waterman, and if he killed a couple of people, it was nothing at all. And in general, he is now becoming a very strong cultivator, and he is not comparable to some ordinary people. But since he has already come, the student cannot allow his teacher to be humiliated and must betray himself. In such a situation, the best strategy is to admit his guilt right away, and then he won't have a reason to scold him so much. He came up and said that he was supposed to do it, but his strength was not enough, and the waterman escaped during the battle. He said that Lu Chong should punish him, and he would return the gems in double amount. His teacher thought that he was good, that he did not shift responsibility to others, and that it did not have twice as many spiritual stones. He thought that this would be the end of it, because what could such a poor sect need but resources? But Lu Chong said that a fisherman had died in that village on the foggy river, and at that moment, that guy's face immediately changed. He immediately realized that the man was trying to get more money. The disciple said that in that case, he would give 3 times as many gems. He was angry that the life of a fisherman was costing him so much. He waved his hands sharply and a little bit of his strength was released. He said that compensation was ridiculous. He sharply told the disciple to name the 16th rule of the sword. He was very serious and told him to speak quickly. That student was very frightened, and all his audacity disappeared in an instant. He was trembling and began to say that the one who accepted the task through the national bell, and if he disobeyed it, a person died because of it. That elder still thought that Lu Chong was blackmailing him, and the other elder thought that there would be a real performance and that he didn't need the stones. That sword sect's punishment consists of 6 strokes, 3 thunderous blows to the body, and 3 hard strokes to the heart of the Tao. Thunderstorms are not very scary. It will hurt, and you can get big injuries. But in that world, everything can be cured. But heart blows are quite different. The whip strikes directly at the heart of Tao, and if the heart is not stable, it can split. If this happens, the cultivator will no longer be able to move forward, and even his strength may decrease. The disciple looked at his teacher with great fear and asked him to save him. His fear was obvious, for even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to heal such a wound. That elder was angry. He thought that now he had to give him resources and then think about how to take them away. Only then would he leave his disciple. He invited Lu Chong to come over and talk a little bit. Lu Chong completely ignored the elder. He began to tell the disciple that he had 3 choices. The first option was 6 lashes. The second option was a sword fight with him, and the chief seemed to fall through the ground with shame. That student was scared to death. He could barely utter the question, "What is the third option?" Chairman Lu smiled and said that there was no third option. He was just joking with him. But because option 3 could be both the first and the second at the same time, that teacher shouted the name of Chairman Lu sharply to stop bullying his student. That junior teacher wanted to sprinkle salt on his wound and said that the senior teacher had wanted to pay him off at first. But that was also a violation of the rules of the sword. What would their heads say to that? That teacher was surprised that this younger teacher wanted to destroy him at such a time for him. That student again asked his teacher to say something to save him. The young teacher wondered in his mind if he could say something, because if he openly violated the rules of the sword, that sect would become his. Fear completely took over that student, and he looked at his teacher and realized that it was over because his teacher had abandoned him. Suddenly, Lu Chong said that if he didn't choose anything, he would choose option 3 for him. That student screamed in fright that he was choosing a fight. He immediately grabbed his sword and prepared for the fight. That student analyzed the state and strength of his opponent, and he saw that he was enveloped in blue energy. He thought that Chapter Lu was 1st level and 8th celestial layer, which was almost the same level of strength as him, so his strongest blow would not be serious for him. In any case, it was better than the 6 lashes of the sword sect. He was already standing in a fighting position, and Lu Chong said that he told him when he was ready and to relax because he would not pull his sword out of the holster. This news surprised the student very much, and he thought that if so, he could still injure him badly, and he would not be able to train in the future. The older teacher thought that Lu Chong was just teasing him, but that he was actually ready to make a proposal. The younger teacher could not understand the point of not taking the sword out of the holster, and in a moment, that student shouted for Chapter Lu to begin. He looked at him with a menacing look and told him to get ready to take the hit. And in an instant, he activated his power and it completely filled the entire space around him. The two teachers were shocked when they saw it. They said it was the power of heaven and earth and the pre-awareness of the sword. That student had already said goodbye to life and decided that he had nothing to lose. A huge force was coming at him, and he began to try to restrain it and possibly fight that force. But that force was just incredible. He tried his best, but it didn't work. It defeated him. In a moment, his sword simply broke. It could not withstand that majestic force. As a result, he was thrown back with great force on his butt. He was badly wounded, his clothes had simply evaporated, and there was thick smoke everywhere. His teacher started shouting to him. Was he shocked by what he saw? Lu Chong said that he probably could not withstand his punch. This teacher considered Lu Chong to be kinder, but he dared to be so cruel. One of the students who gave him first aid said to the teacher that the heart of the student's sword was broken. That teacher was furious. He was shouting Chairman Lu's name again. Lu Chong said that that disciple would be able to cultivate, but he would not be able to cultivate his own heart. He also added that the student would stop training. After that, that teacher could not stand it anymore, and his anger and his own power just exploded in him. Another teacher said, I can't believe that someone would break the rules of the sword for the sake of his own student. And in his mind, he thought that the older teacher would go and fight Lu Chong, and then he would break the rules, and then that sect would definitely be his. That teacher turned his anger on his partner and weakened the power of the lust. He said to Lu Chong that he was so young, but he already had such a strong technique. And the younger teacher could not believe that his partner had put up with that. He went and said that the senior teacher was flattering him. And Lobin looked at it and thought that this was real sword cultivation. She said that he was the understanding, handsome, intellectual cultivator. He is the young master whom she loves with all her heart. But she looked at that wounded student, Meng Feng, and thought, that they asked him for help? Does this mean that Chief Lu took out his anger on him instead of them? That younger teacher thought he was disrespecting the older teacher and mentally called him an old rag. He couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. He looked back at that student and thought that he had to add fuel to the fire. He abruptly approached him and began to tell him that he had very serious injuries and might be left disabled. More than 10 years of the first teacher's efforts were destroyed in an instant. When he looked back, he saw that the first teacher was again filled with anger, and he was happy because his plan had worked. Then he took him by the face and said that there was a lot of blood in his mouth and many broken teeth, and he was afraid that now he would only be able to eat liquid food. He said that this poor child was treated like this, and no one even stood up for him. The senior teacher's anger in lunches peaked even more, his strong energy just bursting from the inside. Lu Chong noticed that he was about to be used, and he asked the elders, according to the rules of the sword sect, whether Meng Feng had the right to resist. The two teachers were surprised by this knowledge, and they thought that if he had resisted, Lu Chong would have had the right to kill him. He asked the following question: if Meng Feng had withstood his blow, would everything have gone smoothly and without incident? That mean teacher asked himself, what does this guy want to do? The senior teacher believed that a duel was indeed a better option compared to whipping, and he added that it was not his punishment that was strong, but their sect that was very weak. He added that they were just lowlifes, and that was their biggest problem. It was just an incredible blow to the honor and self-esteem of those two teachers. They were both angry and thought that the kid had insulted their entire sect. And that senior teacher said that being the head to attack a simple student with full force is not a worthy act. Lu Chong said that since they knew he was the head, according to the rules, he was half a rank higher than them. And he went on to ask them why they did not bow down when he came to them. The two of them were simply speechless at the turn of events. Lu Chong went on to say that they should remember that they are not yet the heads of the sect. The two of them were very angry, but they couldn't help it. Suddenly someone started clapping and said that this was all very interesting. She said he was actually very interesting. The two teachers were surprised and wondered why she was there. Lu Chong was also surprised and had the same question: why is she here? She quickly jumped downstairs to talk to everyone. She looked very good and was wearing armor. It was Li Nanwei. She was from the sword sect and the daughter of a sword teacher. Lu Chong thought that her status was much higher than Yue's, because he was only a servant to the sword master and she was his daughter. Her rank is not even lower than that of the daughter of the head of the sword sect. In addition to her high rank, she has one more feature. She is the daughter of a sword teacher, and the minion Yue are a couple. The saga is a game canon. Did he think that Yue was still in the stage of hidden love? Lu Chong was looking at the girl's eyes, and Lu Bing saw from her side that he was looking elsewhere. She thought that this is the kind of girl that Head Lu likes. She recalled that when she was a child, there were two women in the brothel, and they were not very beautiful. But they had something else, and they always had visitors. She was disappointed because in this case they need to be massaged, but someone else should do it to increase the effect. Did Head Lu use the system to look at how high a level that girl was if she was the daughter of a sword teacher? The check took much longer than usual, and as a result, the system didn't just say that it was a powerful creature, so he should be careful. He thought that if the system couldn't check, then it was at least 20 levels stronger than him, which meant that it was at least level 40. She went up to him and introduced herself and greeted Chairman Lu. He smiled at her and told her that he had heard about her from Yue, and he thought that Yue shouldn't say that Lu Chong didn't help him. Could these two teachers not believe that he was the head of some distant sect, receiving an honorable greeting from the daughter of a swordmaster? She thought he was very interesting because others, when they meet her, show their help and show her greatness, and he accepts respect from her. She smiled and thought that Yue had once spoken about a secret older student. She thought that maybe it was him and wanted to check him out. Did she say that Chairman Lu also knew Yue? And if so, what did he say about her? He replied that he had nothing but good things to say, and he thought that he had already done everything he could do for Yue. While the two of them were actively discussing something, the two teachers thought that they had offended them both as a result. He said that he had other things to do in his sect and had to leave, and she did not object to him in any way. Lu Chong and Luo Bin turned around and slowly began to walk away from that place. But suddenly he turned around and surprised everyone. They could not imagine what he was going to say. He reminded us of the triple compensation and that the teacher should be responsible for the students' debts. The senior teacher did not want to start to analyze in the presence of that girl and immediately threw him the bag and said that there was even more. Vig caught him abruptly and handed him to Lu Bin, telling her to carry him carefully. When they flew away, the girl thought that he was just an amazing person, and she had to find out if he was really the secret disciple. Those teachers came up to her, and the older teacher began to say that their sect had raised a sinful student and had shown themselves to be bad. She looked back and realized what the older teacher was talking about. She came back and said that he should train more with the sword. The teachers were very surprised by this answer. They thought that she was expressing the opinion of the sword sect. They stood behind her and did not understand what to expect from someone like her. Suddenly, she jumped up on her sword and said that she had a lot of things to do, so she was leaving. As soon as it flew away, the younger teacher began to tell the older one that he had raised such a student. Lo Bing looked back and noticed that the girl from the sword sect was flying after them, and she told the teacher. Lo Bin mentioned a special part of that girl's body. She was outraged and wondered if it was legal. Was it possible that she had pumped air into it? Lu Chong didn't show any worry, but he wondered why she was following them. She quickly caught up with them and asked if she could ask Head Lu something. He activated the spiritual wind technique to add more charm to himself and asked her what she wanted to ask him. She asked if he and Yue had known each other since childhood. Lu Chong recalled various moments from his childhood, mostly where he was beating Yue, and a smile appeared on his face. He told her that she was mostly right, and he had known him since childhood. She said excitedly, "What do you mean, the secret mutual student that Yue was talking about? Is that Lu Chong?" He turned with a puzzled face and said that he didn't understand her. And he thought, what is this Yue doing there? She began to tell me that Yue often talks about the head of the Lu sect of the sword sect, but never mentioned the name. Even when her father asked him, he still did not say it. He immediately got very angry and thought that now he understood why his reputation was not growing. He wants to exercise his brain. He doesn't understand what he was thinking. He decided to ask what her father said when he heard about it. She said that her father replied that he was very jealous. Head Lu asked her how she was jealous. He thought, why would a sword teacher be jealous of him? He concentrated and began to think. He remembered a large statue of a sword teacher. After a moment, he said he understood, and she asked him if he understood why her father had said that. He asked that girl, Naniwei, if she knew what the loneliest people in the world were. Lobin was also curious, and she asked what it was. He said that to be invincible is to be the loneliest in the world and to spend your whole life looking for someone who could defeat you. She did not expect such an answer and was very surprised to hear it. Lo Bin was also delighted with the simplicity and logic of that thought. He went on to say that Yue is a great talent who is born once in 1,000 years, and that he has such a great rival as the young master, which is why the sword teacher is jealous. Lo Bin began to greet him and said that he had an enemy of his life. That girl thought that Luo Bing was also very smart. She understood everything so quickly, and Ning Wei thought that the Momen sect was very talented. And he was angry, and especially angry at Yue, because he could have gained a lot of reputation points if the sword teacher had found out about him. He asked the Nanwei girl if she had anything else to ask, because if not, they would fly on. And she thought that she would deal with him next time, because she had to go back and get the rewards for the task. She was also very surprised by the phrase, "If not, they leave," which was the first time she had heard it. Usually, wherever she appears, any sect immediately falls at her feet and wants to please her. But this time, she even mentioned her father. She decided to ask him if she could stay for a couple of days in Momentum. She thought that this man was completely different and not like everyone else. He didn't want to get close to her because of her high status. He was also very handsome. He looked at her with suspicion and thought that she had no resources and no task, and she wanted to come back to Momen with him and stay there for a couple of days for free. He thought that she should continue to dream, and he also thought about how to send her away. But suddenly he notices something, and it is very valuable. He notices a very interesting object on it. He immediately changed and said that of course she could, because she was the daughter of a sword teacher and Yui's senior student. Luo Bing thought again, for Head Lu had never liked outsiders. So why did he do this today? She thought he was looking there again. She has definitely decided that she will start implementing the massage plan tonight. Later, they began to approach Mount Donkin. He showed her where the guest house was and told her to make herself at home. When they came down to the ground, he told Luo Bin to take care of that mother and boy in her free time so that their lives would not be hard. And now he is ready to receive his award. He is very interested in what kind of thing he will get this time. He went to his house and sat in his seat and said to the system that he wanted to receive his gift. He began to say that some special effects had started again, because the last time they were there, he was not satisfied with the award. He got 20,000 points of experience. He said that it's not bad and let her continue. He then received 82 reputation points for the task. He wondered what he had to do to get 100 points. He must have realized that in order to get more points, he needed to defeat not just any student, but for example, those two teachers. But suddenly he notices that he already has enough points to raise the level of the sect to level 8. He decided to check the last criteria to get to the 8th level of the sect. He has fulfilled 1 point, 2 more remain. He needs another level 2 cultivator and 92 new students. He said there should be no problem with the second point, and he had accumulated a lot of points recently. Then he decided to raise 2 levels and immediately take the second border. His energy grew and he raised the level after level. My sister felt that strong energy and thought that my brother had again raised 2 levels at a time and moved to a new frontier. That girl also practiced energy cultivation, but she also felt the same way as Lu Dongyi's girl. She said it was a great completion of the first border. She thought that 2 levels at a time would not be so difficult, but it turns out that in the sect where she met him, he was really on the first border and on the 8th heavenly layer. When she realized this, she was shocked, because how could she form a premonition of the sword on the first boundary and on the 8th heavenly layer? She recalled that even her father said that there was no need to waste time on such things until the 3rd codon. She thought that even a flawless incarnation of the sword appears once every 1,000 years. Yue was only able to form his preliminary awareness of the sword after the 3rd limit. She smiled wickedly and wondered if she should grab it for study. But she needs to calm down, because how can she, the daughter of a sword teacher, do something like that? But it was hard for her. She had a strange psychological attack. There was a strong energy in the middle of it that went down to the bottom. And she repeated to herself once again that this is the pre-consciousness of the sword that was formed right on the first boundary. And she really wants to try something. She's just obsessed with swords. She suffered all night. She thought he was still breathing, and she just had to wait until morning to grab him. Oh, she made the mistake of asking him. Yue had already experienced her obsession. It was not the first time she had done this. She caught him and tied him up. She said she wanted to study him, what his secret was. That night, he screamed for the older student to save him, and when he was unconscious, he kept talking about him. At that time, Lu Chong was not resting at all, and he had a sly smile on his face. He was once again given the opportunity to take on a new challenge. He was happy that there was another such task. He loved it. He again had 4 colors to choose from. The previous time, the orange level gave him a certificate for awakening spiritual energy, and he wants to choose it again. He chose a level-up task. The difficulty level is orange. In the task, he had to kill a demonic cultivator who was a member of a secret organization. He had a smile on his face and said that it would probably not be a quiet year. Suddenly, a countdown appeared, and he had 2 days to complete the task. He was very charged and ready. He said the hunt was on. The demon must also appreciate the last hours of his own life. He was shown the point on the map where he was, and he said that these were the last hours of his life. Early the next morning, he was on the mountain doing super cultivation before the battle. He cultivates every day. It's a habit for him. He believes that hunting a demon will not interfere with the work he does every day. He opened his eyes and said that it was already light. Suddenly, there was this girl in front of him. She stood there very strangely and said that he had a very interesting technique. He looked up and she began to smile at him. He clearly said that doesn't Miss Nianwei know that it is not cultural to disturb a person while cultivating. He turned his head sharply to the side and thought that he shouldn't be too nice to her because she might start to overdo it. She immediately bowed and said that she realized the mistake she had made. Although she is obsessed with swords, he has a charisma of 10. He needs to be careful and cautious. He said that he had business outside the mountain, and she could move around momentum without hindrance. She told him to wait because she wanted to talk about something. He started flying and told her to talk, and she flew after him. She said that her father had said that no one could form sword awareness before the 3rd boundary, and yet somehow Chapter Lu was able to do it. How did he do it? He looked at her and thought she was scouting something. He went on to say that this meant her father was wrong. This answer threw her into a stupor. She was shocked to hear the words that the sword teacher was wrong. Anyone who could hear the words that Lu Chong just said would think that he was crazy to say such things. She had that feeling again, when it's hard for her to control herself. And again, that energy flowed down into her body. But she thought that even though she was a representative of the path of the sword, this did not mean that she had fully mastered the art of swordplay. She smiled and said that if he met her father, he would definitely like him. Meanwhile, Lu Chong flew away from the area. He had an open card, and he was wondering what reward he would get for completing that task. The thought of a reward makes his heart beat faster, but he hasn't even found the goal he needs yet. He was screaming for his little demon to wash his neck and take his treasures with him and prepare to die. That demon is unlikely to be small because he is always accompanied by demonic beasts, and they can be very large. And there are monsters that are very difficult to fight alone. But Lu Chonghe is not like everyone else, because he is a bit of a cunning man. It was a simple village called Jinyu, and it was also located at the foot of a mountain. Ordinary people lived there who were not interested in the great affairs of the sects. A small river flowed to the side of the force. Its waters were clean. Suddenly, a seemingly beautiful girl emerged from under them. She immediately started looking at the settlement she was near. She had a strange tongue and a mark on her neck, and she was happy to find that village. And suddenly, some strange silhouettes began to appear behind her. They were big monsters, and she asked them if they were hungry. She sent them on the attack and told them to eat fresh meat. She was salivating at the smell of people. With great speed, those monsters headed toward that village. They suddenly jumped out from under the water and onto the shore, and people started shouting that they were monsters and scattered in different directions. In a moment, that monster jumped up the mountain, and just as his shadow blocked the little girl and her mother, he was about to land right on them. In the air, he twisted and wanted to eat that child first, and the mother ran to help him. But a wall of water appeared in the customs office there, which separated that monster from that girl and her mother. There were 2 monsters there, and that wall of water prevented them from accessing the village. The mother and daughter were shocked to see such a force, but in their hearts they rejoiced because they were saved. Suddenly, Lu Chong appeared in front of them. He made that water wall. He came just in time. He told them to find a safe place. But the woman quickly took her casting away and said that a great cultivator had come to help them. That big snake was 21 levels. It was very scary. And that spider was level 20. Just like the snake, it was mixed with some kind of animal. Lu Chonghai looked at them and said that he had normal opponents that day. Suddenly, those demonic beasts began to attack at the same time. And that demonic cultivator said that they should take their time and let her look at him, because he was very brave for some reason. She stopped them and asked who he was, who dared to interfere with them. And Lu Chong stood calmly and did not show a bit of fear. She was surprised and at the same time noticed his boundless beauty. For a moment, she lost control of herself from his beauty, and then she caught herself and started saying how beautiful he was again. She coughed and told him that he looked very tasty, in addition to being handsome. He smiled and said that meant she wanted to eat it. He asked which mouth she wanted to do it with. In fact, he didn't mean that. In an instant, she changed and said she wanted to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, she activated her superpower and said she wanted to dip those pieces in the sauce and eat them. He said that this was not what he expected and also activated his superpower. Suddenly, there was a big explosion. Lu Chong went on the attack and said that he thought she would choose a wetter way of eating. In response, she began to release poisonous gas from her mouth and said, "How dare he hit her?" In that second, he used his water power. He used this technique to close her mouth with water, and she was very surprised and thought that this was the water power of heaven and earth. At the moment when she could not let anything out of her mouth, he attacked rapidly and had already told her to paka. But when he was about to reach it, the snake suddenly appeared and flew ahead of him. His plan failed, and he had to dodge that swift attack. He jumped up the mountain. While he was still in the air, another spider appeared very quickly behind him, and he did not expect such a combination from those beasts. People from that village were watching that unequal battle, and the girl he saved was screaming at him to be careful. In a moment, the spider would have hit him, but he managed to tell them not to worry because he was very strong. He was preparing a strong counterattack, and at the last moment, he waved his hand and his super strong black energy, which was an extension of his hands, repelled that spider's attack. All the people were very worried about him and said among themselves that this uncle was in a difficult situation. And that girl said that he was very handsome and he was not an uncle but a brother. He landed well at a safe distance from that beast. He thought that the level of that beast was not great, and when he used the black energy technique, his energy reserve for skills was greatly reduced. Therefore, he needs to keep the fight short. That demon cultivator girl was furious that some weakling in the initial boundary dared to tease her demon beasts. She did not want to prolong the fight and angrily ordered her beasts to tear him to pieces. Those beasts immediately began to attack with even greater force and at the same time. At that moment, he smiled and thought that this was a very decisive attack. But in fact, he wanted it. He started teasing her and telling her to attack faster because he couldn't feel anything. And at that moment, he started a technique that sprayed a thick fog. Those animals had to stop their attack because they lost visual contact. She lost her temper and shouted with great anger that her beast should quickly look for him because he wanted to hide from them. When he heard her screaming, he smiled and said that his main goal was not to hide. As soon as the fog cleared around him, he used another technique from his arsenal. It was called water pressure. And at that very moment, the beasts fell to the ground with great force and were as if glued to it, for they were pressed down by the fog. Great, he has immobilized them and now uses a different technique, a percussive technique. And in an instant, an invisible needle pierced the snake like lightning from above. She did not stop there, but went on to the spider beast and pierced it as well. They fell in different directions and Lu Chong went to the demon girl. He said that finally she was alone. He boldly asked her that maybe she had already stopped eating him. She turned herself into a beast out of anger and said that she would tear him to pieces and keep him conscious so that he could see her eating him. He said without a bit of fear that it was very cruel and reminded him of his foreign friends who eat frogs. Suddenly it began to release poisonous gas from its mouth and scream for him to die. The gas was flying at him at a very high speed, but he did nothing. He moved very sharply to the side and was just shocked that she knew that his power was her, and she was using that poisonous gas based on water again. He asked her if she had no brain at all. She was horrified to realize that she had made a mistake. When the poisonous fog almost reached him, he put his hand forward and ordered it back with force. And in a moment, that fog was flying at her with even greater speed, and she was scared. She couldn't dodge it, and it went right through her. He did her a lot of damage. She fell to her knees and started coughing. Her body started shaking from the effect of that poison. With the last of her strength, she started some kind of technique. This technique created a green barrier that prevented this fog from spreading around her. But she was hurt and coughing a lot. He asked her if she was dead yet. In fear, she began to ask him to take pity on her. She offered him her own body, saying that it was very good, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. He said that he used to be fixated on these kinds of short-term pleasures, and that her body was really good. But now the women are affected only by the speed with which he takes out the sword. And he waved his hand sharply, and that black energy, like his energy sword, hit that barrier hard. He said that besides, the soul she ate wanted her dead. That spider and her were still barely breathing. Suddenly, that spider came to full consciousness. That girl was happy. She ran to him and said that her brother was good. He won, and he was very cool. That spider saw that girl approaching and prepared to make one last attack. That spider released a special stinger that flew at a very high speed. That girl was scared to death with only a few seconds left in her life. And at the last moment, Lu Chong appeared in front of her, and he took over the girl's life to save her. That spider continued its attack to finish off Lu Chong, but a second after that, he waved his hand and the black energy flew right at him with great force. But the counterattack was very strong. It just cut that spider into two pieces. He said that he had injured himself, and because of the pain, he abruptly pulled out that specific sting. But the girl immediately started crying. She said that her brother was wounded because of her. He sat down abruptly and made a drop of vinaigrette that was in the air. He told her to look. In a moment, he made a lot of such drops, and she was simply mesmerized as she watched and forgot about that unpleasant incident. She was delighted and said it would be beautiful. In an instant, he abruptly disappeared, and people ran after him. They all began to kneel down and began to bow to him and thank the great cultivator for saving them. They said that the only way they could thank him was to write his name on the list of their gods. They set fire to the corpses of those beasts and shouted Lu Chong from moment. He flew back and took medicine for his wound. He held up the girl's clothes and said that the style was good, but the material was bad. The animal skin and the dress are of the yellow level, but of poor quality, but he will put them on sale anyway. He imagined his sister and Lo Bin in that dress and thought it was very revealing, and one careless move and a view of something would open up. He himself was outraged by those thoughts and thought it was very wrong. He was high above that village and saw that those people were still thanking him. He looked into the distance and thought that in the world of the heavenly realm, celestial cultivators cannot become celestials. They are just a little stronger than ordinary people. And the people of Qingzhou unconditionally believe that sword cultivators will always protect them. And what good is it to have a sword and not be able to protect the weak? He also took the woman's bracelet, and he wonders if there is something special about it. He looked at it, and at first didn't see anything special. Suddenly a portal appeared in that bracelet, and he stuck his hand in there in surprise. He managed to get some spiritual stones, but not enough, and he thought, was she poorer than he was? Suddenly he felt something else and was even more surprised. Unfortunately, it was a skull of a person, and it had been there for a long time. He decided to dissolve him into dust and told him to rest in peace, because he had avenged him. Then he got 2 signs of the purple moon, which means that she was a full member of that community, which means that he did not kill her in vain. And she had nothing else. She was quite poor. He hopes that at least the system will make him happy. He called up the system and clicked to submit the task. She said that the reward for that task would be in the form of a roulette wheel, and she wished him good luck. The rewards for this orange level task are divided into 4 classes, with the A class being the best, the D class the worst, and then he needs to run a roulette wheel. A moment later, a huge holographic tape measure appeared in front of him. He pointed indignantly to the Class A sector and asked why it was so small. Is it even legal? Immediately, the system gave him the answer that it was legal, and he indignantly asked her where she had learned this. He said that it didn't matter because given his character, he should easily get an A-grade award. He concentrated and shouted that he was starting to spin the tape measure. Although he spun it hard, it didn't spin fast. He watched her spin with concern. A little more and she would be in the A class. He said that she had to stop, and he shouted that he had succeeded and it stopped where he wanted it to. But he didn't notice that it was still barely moving, and in a moment began to move away from that place. It was behaving very strangely. He couldn't understand why it was moving from one side to the other. As a result, it finally settled on the Class A he wanted. He asked the system what it wanted to play with him from the very beginning. She told him not to think about any nonsense. She started to. His reward was coming down, he said, so that she wouldn't lose his reward. When he picked it up, he was very surprised. It was a special copying scroll. It could copy any object that Lu Chong touched in the other world, but only once. He thought that this was a treasure at the level of super tricks. He only needs to touch the object to the super valuable item, and he can get it for free. He remembered that the main character's attribute was now at his house. That item was the property of the main characters of the four worlds of the heavenly realm, and that girl had one. This thing definitely contains great secrets, for it came from the ancient times of the great founder of the heavenly one, Tao. He happily said that if the main character had such a thing, then he, the one chosen by heaven, must have it. He hid the scroll in his hiding place and thought that he would soon return and help the girl touch the object with him. He quickly flew back and thought that there were 4 kings of heaven, but in fact there should be 5, and he would be the 5th. Also, while he was flying, he decided that it was time to upgrade again. The energy entered the vortex and it rose from level 20 to level 21 and broke through the first boundary. He felt a strong surge of power. After 20 levels, his basic skills multiplied and his water control became much better. Now, if he encounters a level 20 demonic cultivator, he can tear it to pieces with his bare hands. Because he practices the purple level technique, he wonders if he will be able to get a better purple volume in the future. He said that now in that world, purple level techniques are the pinnacle, because orange level techniques were created a long time ago, at the beginning of time, and they are not available now. Since ancient times, many different talents have lived in the heavenly realm. They are like stars shining brightly. But if you ask anyone which one shines best, they will undoubtedly say that it is the founder of the heavenly unified Tao. According to the legend, the parents of that founder were a human man and a demon woman. The combination is quite difficult, and the child will be either human or demon, but he turned out to be half demon. He was weak and suffered from a severe illness. His body was constantly cold. No one thought he would survive because he was born and carried misfortune with him, but he not only survived, but also launched a new era of cultivation. In those ancient times, the threshold for cultivation was much higher than it is now, and most ordinary people, and even those with basic abilities, could not begin to cultivate. He created a technique that improved Qi, which could be practiced even with weak abilities, so he gave many people the opportunity to be. On his own, he changed the fate of ordinary weak people. This is a gift that he gave to the whole world. The essence of that heavenly unified Tao was that the power of one person is close to the true Tao. It was a majestic sect of the heavenly one Tao. It is worth noting that that sect at the time was in the very neighborhood where he lives now. In addition, that person was only half human and half demon. The demon on the 8th border could be called a sage, and the one who crossed the 8th border was called an emperor. Therefore, people began to call him Emperor Qi. A little time passed and he returned a moment. Meanwhile, that girl cultivated on the mountain and waited for him to return. She noticed that he had returned and was very happy that he had done so quickly. She jumped down from that mountain with great joy and kept looking at him. She immediately began running to meet him and shouting his name with great delight. Did he think that that crazy woman was waiting for him in that place all that time? When she approached, she was suddenly very surprised. She asked him what he had done again. She thought it was the 2nd time in one day. She thought that the speed with which he was raising levels was very fast. The best result in the entire sword sect. Even she and Yue were not that fast. He coldly asked her what business she had with him. She abruptly changed her gaze and said that she had one thing to do with him. In an instant, she pulled out a large sword from behind her back and pointed it at him, and then she told him to give her advice. He was surprised by her and thought she was very much like her father, because he was also so obsessed with swords. In his youth, the sword teacher was constantly looking for rivals. He was filled with determination, and everyone thought that he was easy to defeat. But when he reached the top, everyone changed their minds about him, and later said that they had also competed with the great sword teacher at the very beginning. Therefore, when faced with a challenge from the swordmaster's daughter, Lu Chong must accept it, and he sees what he needs. He thought it over and said he agreed. The girl was immediately very excited and filled with excitement. Lu Chong immediately said that he had conditions. She immediately changed her mind and said that if those conditions do not cross the line, then let him speak. He said that he would draw his sword only once and that they should not overdo it. She was comfortable with these conditions and thought that the sword would definitely satisfy her. She couldn't take it anymore. Her desire was overwhelming. A man who wields a sword on the first frontier, it's beautiful. She thought how much she wanted to cut him. He told her to follow him because their training arena was in a different place. Meanwhile, Xiaochu was practicing with a sword and was approached by He Ting, Lu Dongyi's girlfriend, and Luo Bing. Luo Bin told her what she was doing wrong and said that she would show her how to do it right. She prepared herself and said that the stroke should be performed like this. She jumped up the hill and executed that shot with unsurpassed beauty and precision. Xiaochu was impressed, and Lu Dongyi's girlfriend said it was a very good shot. They came up to the bottom of the line, and that girl said to Lu Chong that the atmosphere and momentum was enviable. He showed her to go to the front and take a position. As soon as they approached, everyone immediately began to greet Chairman Lu. Luo Bin continued her work. She thought that she had the feeling that they had become even bigger. She continued to think about why the ointment didn't help. Did she really need someone else to massage her? That girl noticed He Ting's student, and she noticed something in him. She said to Chapter Lu that she knew a little bit about reading auras, and she noticed a dark aura clot on that student. He looked at him and told her it didn't matter. He went on to say that he did not believe in any fate. In response, she asked him what he meant by fate. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend was disappointed and wondered why that girl gave her brother a chance to brag. He said that fate is an excuse for the weak and a shackle for the strong. His life belongs to him, not to heaven. She was very surprised when she heard this answer. She really liked this answer. Suddenly, he opened the inventory portal. He took out his sword and said to her that he was waiting. They were ready to start a fight, and my sister thought that my brother had come there to measure his strength. Luo Bing was as surprised as Xiaochu that Head Lu had come to compete with that interesting girl. She said she would also lower her own power to the same level as Chapter Lu. Luo Bin was surprised to hear that her brother had already completed his second degree, thinking that he was developing so quickly. Lu Chonghe noticed how his sister looked and couldn't understand why she wasn't happy, as she always did. But the girl started pulling out her own big sword and said that he had said that he would draw the glorious sword only once. She prepared herself and said that she would also put all her strength into that one shot. When she was preparing, her sword was covered with a thin layer of ice. Lu Chong was surprised to see snow at first. Xiaochu said that it was very beautiful, and Luo Bing asked if it was really snow. The girl, Lu Dunyi, said that the snow that covered the sky was a technique related to the previous sword knowledge of this girl, the daughter of a sword master. He said that as expected of her, he would also begin preparations for a strike. He suddenly took a step forward. He felt that he had entered a special invisible zone. He thought that this sign, Jin, was the 7th sign of the 10-year cycle. It corresponds to the element metal. In an instant, he activated his own power and directed it at her. She responded by immediately going on the attack. She said that he wants to break her awareness of the sword, but it's not that easy because it's her strongest blow. Lu Chong also quickly began to get closer to her, thinking that she was Li Nanwei's girlfriend, the daughter of a sword master and Yue's senior fellow student. She is a cultivator who reached the 4th frontier at the age of 10. She is very close to becoming a great cultivator. But he smiled and thought that she didn't know that he was looking at her weakness. Everyone knows that in Yue's past life, Li Nanwei and the girl Li Nanwei fought a battle of enormous proportions. And it was after that battle in the past life that they became a real couple. So he started that battle for the sake of that pendant, and the two of them flew with great speed and strength to attack. Boom! There was a big explosion, but it was without fire, but the noise was very loud. When the smoke cleared, they were sitting in opposite places to when they started the fight, and there were piles of snow falling everywhere. At first, they didn't understand what exactly happened and started thinking that it might be a draw. The girl, Nianwei, did not expect this and did not know what the outcome would be. She also thought that since they were both on their feet, it would probably be a draw. But suddenly he raises his hand and tells her that she has lost something. She was shocked as to how she had lost that thing. Was she even angry because she and he were almost equal in strength? Or she thought that he was actually holding back and was actually much stronger than her. She thought it didn't matter anymore because she had lost. She came up and humbly bowed to him and said that she had lost. Those girls said that this was understandable because Chapter Lu was not victorious and that he was very strong. But she said that she didn't understand a little bit because she is not inferior to Master Lu in terms of sword awareness, strength, or experience in general. So how did he win? He said that she had a weakness and to think about it. He said that what he was grabbing at was her weak spot. She was very surprised, she thought. What weakness is he talking about? My sister was also very surprised. She didn't understand what kind of weakness it could be. Zhao Tso also thought that this was a weakness. And Lo Bin was just emotionally shattered, she thought. How can you say something like that in public? She recalled the words of the woman from the brothel that a girl should manage her wealth properly. She was crying because of the thoughts that were in her head, and others did not understand why she was crying and what had happened. She shouted that it was nothing and immediately realized that she had humiliated herself. The girl Nianwei suddenly realized for sure that he meant that Jin sign. She wondered how he had managed to recognize her weakness so immediately. But after a moment, she was overjoyed and thought that Chapter Lu's knowledge of the art of the sword was much greater than she had thought. She bowed again and said that she understood the lesson. Zhao Chu thought that Chapter Lu was teaching her the art of the sword, but Luo Bing told her that he could not teach her because she was the daughter of a sword master. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend said that he did teach her a lesson, and Luo Bing misunderstood their conversation. Zhao Chu shouted rapidly that their head was the strongest in the whole world. She looked at him and said that she would be the second most powerful after him. He groped the object well and told her that no procedures were necessary because it was a friendly match, and extended his hand with the object to her. And he started the copying process, and he thought that he needed more time for that copying process. He was surprised that it took so long to copy that object, if there were really big secrets in that plate. He gave her that sign and thought to himself that maybe there was a hidden mechanism for determining the role. She picked up that sign and started looking at it, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that everything was fine with that sign. He thought that that girl Nianwei was very precious about that tablet. She said, "I won't hide it from Chief Lu that the tablet is indeed not ordinary, but it does not have storage magic." She said that she had received a plate from a relic that was connected to the Heavenly One Tao, and that this was something he left for posterity. It does not have the property of storing anything, but it does have the property of acceleration. Lu Chong he said it was quite interesting. She smiled and said that the thing was not very expensive, but that Yue was very interested in the Heavenly One Tao, and she wanted to give it to him. He thought that it was no wonder that the thing would end up in Yue's possession later. He wondered why she was smiling at him so strangely. Then he thought that she was treating Yue like a child right now, and he wondered what would make her love him. His face changed, and he thought that Yue was in love with her sisters. She said that when her wish was fulfilled, she would return to her own business, and she said that their meeting was very informative for her. He also said goodbye to her and told her to go and give his regards to the great swordmaster. She said to everyone that she was saying goodbye to everyone. He watched her fly away from them and thought that this time the swordmaster would recognize his name for sure. He wondered how much reputation he would get this time. After a few days, he was very angry because the girl had long since returned home, but there was no improvement in his reputation. He had already started saying that when he had the opportunity, he would go there himself and start beating up all the students. Suddenly, he has shown the system and sees that the copying is complete. As soon as he saw that, a smile appeared on his face. In the sword sect, while Lu Chong completed the process of copying that tablet, Yue's heart could not calm down. He sits on the doorstep and guards the girl Nianwei while she cultivates, but he realizes that given her rank, he highly doubts that anyone would dare to interfere with her. He recalled her telling him that she knew who the hidden student he was talking about was. He thought that she was leaving the sect at that time and may have met Lu Chong. He wonders what happened between them and if Lu Chong mentioned him. He also wonders what level Lu Chong is at now. It was already hard for him to think, but he couldn't calm down from curiosity. Suddenly, he felt something and focused. Suddenly, at that moment, he noticed that it started to snow, and at first he didn't even realize what it was. But in a moment, he calmed down and realized why the snow was falling. At that moment, the doors of the house he was guarding began to open. He turned around and thought that this was the realization of the sword of an older fellow disciple. She left that house because she had been cultivating for quite some time. He immediately bowed and said that he congratulated her on completing her cultivation. She said that she had finally filled that weak spot. He was looking at her and admiring her beauty, which is just magical for a man. But he thought he had to pull himself together. He had to ask her about Lu Chong. She put her hand out in front and gave him that sign. He did not understand why she gave it to him, and she said that the object was not really valuable, but it was connected with the heavenly unified Tao, and she gave it to him because she knew that he was very interested in that topic. When he heard about the heavenly unified Tao, he was immediately overjoyed. She said that the shoe was torn and she mended it, but it was her friend Lu Chong who broke it. He was surprised by what he heard and even a little indignant. Suddenly he decided to ask her. He asked if she had trained with him. Then he asked what level he was at now. What level is his sword awareness, and is his sword awareness developing at all? She told him to stop and ask questions one by one. He calmed down and decided to apologize to her. She told him to go somewhere else and she would tell him everything. They approached and she sat down on a red bench. And Yue stood there looking at her, waiting for him to do something. She smiled and told him to sit next to her. She said that he raised several levels before he could blink. He said it was amazing how strong Lu Chong is. In addition, less than 4 months after it passed the previous level, it has done so again. Suddenly he remembered an important detail. He asked her when she came back, she saw her father, a great sword master. He asked her if she had told him about Lu Chong. Without hesitation, she immediately replied that she had not told him about him. Yue expected something else and asked her why. She said she had a feeling that he would be a big surprise for her father. She said that it would be much more interesting because how else could you organize a meeting between the swordmaster and the rising star Lu Chong? He didn't know if this idea would be appropriate. At the time, Lu Chong was looking at the sign he had just copied, and he said that it was nothing special. He said that none of this mattered because as long as he had her, he became the 5th of the 4 heavenly knights. He decided to look at her through spiritual consciousness. He entered a special mode and began to look at it carefully, and in a moment it began to manifest. That light was rapidly increasing with each passing second. At one point he was surprised and said that it was very spacious inside. He was very surprised. He was not sure whether he was already in the middle, because there was even a very large space. That little dot was his spiritual consciousness. Suddenly his consciousness just came back from that place. He was very interested in it. He wondered if he should try again. A moment later he re-entered and tried to move into the depths of that emptiness. But suddenly he came out of that spiritual view. This continued several more times. After a while he went in and out a few more times and got bored. He thought that there were no interesting ways to use that object. And he remembered that Li Nanwei had said that the thing also had a calming effect. But he didn't understand the point of that. But suddenly he realized that maybe all the main characters could enter that space. If this is true and they can do this, then it turns out that this is a legendary spiritual connection. He thought, if this is true, then it turns out that that space is like a program for correspondence in the heavenly realm. He likes this much better, and now Yue has a sign like this, so he thinks maybe he should try it? He turned the sign around and started running his finger over it. He wanted to check something. The scribble he drew appeared in that space. In fact, he painted exactly the same thing. At the same time in the sword sect, Yue sat us on a flying island and cultivated us. Suddenly, something began to glow behind him. He was scared because the sign that his older student gave him started to glow strangely. He took it in his hands and began to examine it in detail, and at one point the idea came to him to use spiritual consciousness and look at it. He concentrated and looked directly at the center of the sign where the light was. He showed up there and was shocked to see where he was. He didn't understand what kind of place it was. He saw the inscription and said that it was a phrase of the great emperor and was very surprised. Could he not believe that the legacy of a great emperor would be left in such a small tablet? He said that that emperor was the strongest in the history of the heavenly realm. Even his 5 disciples were those who reached the 9th border. He could not believe that he had managed to find that great legacy of the emperor. At the same time, Lu Chong continued to work on that case. He was upset because he wrote so beautifully, and no one answered him. He chose the name Nobody, and he wondered what other people's names were. He decided to write to him again because he does not believe that he did not see that message. Did he write, or did they come to their senses? Yue did not fully understand what was happening there. He did not understand whether there was anyone else who was chosen. Suddenly, some yellow guy wrote a symbol. He noticed that and made sure he was not alone. Lu Chong saw that message. He was angry that someone had the good sense to choose a nicer name. Did the yellow guy write that he just needed to write on that sign and then his message would be seen? He smiled and thought that the boy thought they were talking in private. Lu Chong decided to make sure that the 3 remaining men would also prove themselves. Did he write whether the 3 remaining men had regained consciousness? Was Yue surprised that there were 4 people there from the beginning? Did he realize that the secret man knew from the very beginning how many of them there were? Was he a little scared and thought that the man had dragged him and the others into that space with the help of some secret power? In a moment, the three llamas who had been named Heaven, Earth, and Dark One wrote back that they were also there and could see everything. Lu Chong thought that of course the latter two repeated the message of the former, for repetition is the essence of humanity. A moment later, the yellow one wrote a question. What is His Excellency's name? Lu Chong smiled and said that he hadn't had time to ask him himself, and now he was asking him. But at that moment, a perfect plan formed in his head. He started writing something with a smile and told them to let him show what an extraordinary man he really is. He wrote that they could call him, and he didn't add that they should leave the intrigue. Those four people were in a state of waiting. They had no idea what would happen next. And a moment later, he added that they could call him a guide. What they read surprised them even more. Yue was at a loss, wondering what kind of conductor he was and how strong he was. He assumed that the guide was stronger than the swordmaster. He didn't understand why he chose him, because he would have been better suited to Lu Chong. But he remembered that it had something to do with the great sect of the One Heavenly Tao, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. He thought that he would keep that information to himself for now, and when the time was right, he would tell the great swordmaster. He recalled how Lu Chong once taught him that he should not intend to harm others, but at the same time that he should not forget to protect himself from the evil intentions of others. He realized those words and does not want to trust any stranger lightly, so he will not fully believe that guide. He wondered what Lu Chong would have done in such a situation. He smiled and said that he had chosen that name very well. Now he decided to wait until the one who was the fastest started asking him questions. It didn't take long for the user Sky to ask a question. If the guide chose them, he probably knows them. But they don't know him, and how can they trust him? Lu Chong thought he was being cunning because he decided to speak for everyone. And he began to write that he knew them well and said that in fact, Heaven had asked exactly what he wanted. He wrote the following words: sword, spear, two-handed sword, and bow. They were just shocked. They didn't understand how he could know them. They began to think that they were really chosen by him. Meanwhile, Lu Chong thought that this Sky had a rather rude personality, so it was definitely not Yue. He wondered what name Yue was hiding under. Nebo immediately wrote that he was sorry because he was inattentive. He smiled and said that he forgave him only for the first time. He went on to write that his first mission was complete and that the Aeons could talk to each other about something, and if they had any questions, they could write his name and he would answer. But that was enough for today. He thought that now, after they had talked about something for a while, he would probably be able to find out who was behind their names. But what interested him most was which one of them was Yui. The Sky was definitely not, so which three were left? Meanwhile, Yui thought that Sky was a very good code name. Yui translates to the moon hanging in the sky, and it fits him perfectly. A little time passed, and there were even different conversations in that sign, but he still couldn't figure out which one was Yue. At some point, he thought that one of them also didn't look like him at all, and no one there looked like him at all. He had the impression that they were communicating as if they were on the internet. But he thinks that if they meet in real life, that correspondence will be their biggest shame. During that correspondence, time flew by very quickly, and it was time for Lu Chong to give his seeds away again. He came to the maid and told her to stop rejoicing, for when he gave her the seed, she was drying it out. He looked exhausted and was preparing seeds, and suddenly it attacked his hand. He was very scared. He started shouting at her to leave him alone because they had agreed on only one drop. Meanwhile, she was making pleasant sounds. In a moment, she unhooked herself from him, and he fell, already exhausted, and now he lost even more strength. Some time passed and he came to, told her that he was already at the second border and that she was supposed to give him the third volume of absorbing chi energy according to the contract. In an instant, she had the scroll he was talking about. That scroll was the one he needed. It was volume number 3 and of medium quality. When he looked at the scroll, he thought that the third volume would be of high quality, but he stopped himself from thinking, because such a scroll is a real treasure on the level of the 4 great sects. But the maid noticed that he was in some kind of thought. He noticed that she wanted to tell him something, and she showed him the number 4 with her hand. He asked her if she was telling him about volume 4, and she started waving her naked body, referring to the 4th volume. Lu Chong was delighted and asked her if she meant that the fourth volume might be of higher quality. He just screamed in surprise, and the maid was even a little scared of his reaction. When he thought about the fact that he had the opportunity to have such cool equipment, new opportunities would open up for him. He was very happy when he realized that he thought that he now had 2 women and maybe he was a sultan. After that, he said he had a gift for her that she loved because she collects them. She started eating them right away, and he thought he didn't understand why she was picking them. She was very excited and happy, and he thought that he didn't know how old she was, but he knew that she was not old. But suddenly he was surprised when a bright blue light shone. That light was coming from the sword technique. It was blue in color, but of low quality. He looked very happy to receive it. He looked at her and thought that she was indeed the treasure of their family, and he needed to protect her. He realized that when new players came to the game, those who found it would definitely start sucking up to it. He said goodbye to her to pass the sword technique to her mistress. He went to Lu Dongyi's sister and knocked on the door of her house. She said she was there, but he needed to wait a little bit. At that moment, he thought she was taking a bath. A little time passed and she opened the door and asked if he would come inside. She would pour him tea and ask him why he came to her so late. He said he was dealing with their property and these 2 sword techniques were for her. She was very surprised because these are very valuable techniques. She said they were very good and suitable for teaching students. And immediately she changed her face and asked him where he got it because they don't have any money now. He began to tell her emotionally that she was very angry and he had not spent money to get it, but had spent a lot of energy. She felt a little ashamed of her distrust of her brother. He told her not to let her brother's efforts go to waste, that she should learn those techniques well and pass them on to her students. And then he said goodbye. She looked at him for a while longer, but she continued to bend the old line that there should not be such a creature as a daughter-in-law in that world. It was the site of the Qinglong River in the Bajiang Pass. After the creation, the earth burned for a long time. It was a huge scaly dragon. It was just terrifying and formidable. That huge dragon crawled to the great mountain. When he arrived at the place he was going to, there was a man sitting there waiting for him. That man was engaged in very intensive cultivation. In a moment, because of the pain, he stopped cultivating and thought that in 6 months there would be a gathering of the Purple Place group. If he could obtain the dragon's tongue jade at that gathering, then his wound would be completely cured. He said that the 2 bastards had wounded him a long time ago, and that their power of previous sword realization was still imprinted on him, and he suffered constantly because of it. He remembered Momen and said that when he was cured, he would destroy their entire family. He gave the dragon a command, and it moved as close to him as possible. He opened his mouth and held a small child in his tongue, who was screaming all the time, but could not be heard because of the rough mouth. He took that child in his arms and seemed to be a normal person, except for the fact that that child was in the mouth of a dragon at his command. But the child continued to cry, as if she was well aware of where she was going. He continued to calm her down, telling her not to cry, but she did not stop. And he bared his sharp teeth and said that now he would help her calm down. And in a moment, he began to eat it like a beast with great anger and like a real monster. Less than a minute passed and he just threw that blanket aside and the baby was gone. It was a real monster. He said that such small ones are the most delicious, and after 10 years, the taste changes. He was very angry, and his beast also let out a loud roar at that moment. Then he said that he remembered that those people from Momen had a son. He stood up and there were a lot of skulls in the cave. Then he said that his son must be over 10 years old, but he could make an exception for him. He recalled that that couple from Momentum would fight and wound him desperately, and after that, he lost his reputation in his organization. The resources that were his were lost and he was relegated to the third border. He told Momen to get ready, because when the organizational meeting was over, he was going to show them the real horror. At that moment, the mother of that child was in despair. She went to the dragon's droppings and screamed for them to give her child back. Suddenly, at a time when she was suffering greatly, someone came up to her. It was some guy who thought she had lost her mind. His name was Mo Dongfang. He abruptly stood in front of her and cast a spell of purification of the mind. He said she must be from a village nearby and he would take her there. Later, she started to panic again, saying that the snake had kidnapped her child. She said and cried that this was her only daughter. She said she couldn't lose it and she couldn't become someone who didn't have children. She was panicking and telling him that everyone was judging her and didn't believe she wanted a child. They thought she was a frivolous woman. That guy Mo Dongfang told her to stop. He told her to calm down. He thought she was in great grief. He understood her, how hard it was for her. When they entered the village, he immediately heard people saying that it was a cultivator. People would say, "Is that someone from their village on his back?" And about the cultivator himself, they said that he was very small because they had seen cultivators before and they were different. He thought that cultivators are different. There are cultivators as good as Chapter Moment. But there are also people like Hei Ting, modest and simple. They don't stand out. But to be honest, he would like to be handsome. Suddenly, a man ran through the crowd to the guy and shouted that it was his wife. He said that he met her on the road. He thought she was attacked by a monster. At one point, that Mo Dongfang was shocked to hear the man say that that loss was not important. He took his wife away and said that she was just a daughter and that she was no good. He thought it was terrible and the head would never do that. He recalled a moment when he was sitting at the table with Chairman Lu, and he said that if he had several wives, he would like a daughter. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend immediately tensed up and asked him what several meant. She began to harass him and say, how could one wife not be enough for him? And Mo Dongfang thought that one day he would have a little sister. He walked away from that village and looked at those mountains, and he thought that the snake was hiding there. And if it was not eliminated, it would cause disaster in that village again in the future. He was holding an object in his hand and was thinking, should he go and find out information? Suddenly, there was a big explosion. People started shouting that it must be a monster. It was a big red snake. People were screaming to run away because it would destroy everyone. Mo Dongfang was shocked. He stood there, and while he was looking at that monster, he was thinking about the feeling he had at that moment. It was a feeling of great pressure because he had not even crossed the initial border. He was not sure whether he could defeat that snake. Suddenly he came back because the woman started screaming again that it was the snake that had stolen her daughter, and the woman's husband told her not to do anything stupid, but to run away from that place. She was desperate. She cried and said that she would not go anywhere because she needed her daughter. He said that she was a stupid woman because she would die, but he dared to stay with her. He decided to stand confidently and fearlessly, just like his head Lu. That snake was already preparing to attack. It was determined to destroy that village. He remembered the words of head Lu, who told him to hold his sword with confidence because the whole world was waiting for him outside the sect. He knew that he only had to hold out a little longer until help from other sects arrived. And in an instant, that huge red scaly snake jumped up and with a very loud roar rushed to attack. He also started screaming and was preparing for a fight. But did he think that he didn't know how impressive he looked at such an important moment? Meanwhile, in Qinzhou, in the Moment sect, Lu Chong was doing the procedure with the book. He wanted to increase his strength with a special ritual. A moment later, there was a rather loud bang in his house, a small explosion. He was surprised and felt very sad. He was already thinking that he was not so lucky because he had tried many times and failed. He also wondered if it was too difficult. Suddenly, the system's wiring came up in front of him, and there was a big alarm sign. It said that Moment's third student, Mo Dongfang, was in great danger. At the customs office, Lu Chonghe was in a stupor. He could not believe that this could happen. But in just 2 seconds, it took off and flew toward him at top speed. He was in a very strong tension because he already knew that he had to fly to the Banyan Pass, and it would take more than 4 hours to get there, even at maximum speed. He was flying and thought that he didn't even know if luck was on his side now. He recalled that when that kid joined the sect, his characteristics were very low, but he had one peculiarity. His character was simply unknown to anyone. That's why sometimes his temper is very unpredictable. He had a moment when he played the lottery and won a lot. Sometimes his luck would leave him completely. And there was a case when he went outside the gate of the sect and a durian fell on him, right out of the sky. He hoped that luck was on his side now. He reached top speed and tried not to slow down. Meanwhile, Mo Dongfang continued to hold his ground and fought heroically against that big snake. Another attack of the snake, he hid behind his faithful sword. The heat of that snake made everything he touched catch fire. In a moment, the snake stepped back and roared with a very terrible roar. It pointed its tail in the other direction, and it was heading for those people. If it hit them, they would die immediately. And the snake turned around sharply, and where the tail was, there was an explosion from a strong collision. He managed to notice that they were in danger and moved to them. He put up an energy block to repel that attack, but unfortunately that block could only withstand one hit. He said that he probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting anymore. He was exhausted and his vigilance dropped because the snake started a counterattack and he could not even do anything. He just stood there. His strength just left him. He could barely stand on his feet, let alone fight. He resigned himself to the fact that it was over. But in his heart, he was happy because he knew for sure that he had given his best. But in an instant, when there was a split second before the collision, an object fell from the sky with great speed and force and stopped the snake's attack. The snake's face showed great surprise. When the smoke cleared, we could see the spear that had been thrown into the ground to stop the snake's attack. Mo Dongfang was also surprised, but because of his condition, he could not react sharply to what had happened. Meanwhile, the serpent turned around and ran away from that place. The spear scared him very much. Mo Dongfang lifted his head up the mountain and saw something there. It was quite large because the shadow completely covered the sun. It was a big beast, a big bird that soared over that village. At some point in the battle, he hoped for a miracle, but he no longer believed that it would happen, but it did. Some girl asked him what sect he was from. He said with the last of his strength that he was from the Momen sect and his name was Mo Dongfang. After he said that, his legs no longer obeyed him. That girl was standing next to him and he just fell to the ground from exhaustion. She was wearing beautiful armor and said she had never heard of such a sect, but she said he was not a bad cultivator. He was lying on the ground and said that he knew he was a good warrior because his head had told him that he looked like a great wise man. His eyes began to close on their own, and the girl asked him who the great sage was. Had she never heard of him? Memories long ago in the same village, Mo Dongfang spied on Lu Chong's story. The children listened to him with pleasure, and he told them about a master fencer who had a long saber called Jui and had no equal in heaven or on earth, and his family called him a great sage. He was hiding behind the gate and listened to the story with enthusiasm. The children were fascinated by this story and began to name themselves in honor of that great sage. Suddenly he came out to them and said that he also wanted to become a great sage. But immediately one boy came up to him and called him very scary. Other children immediately supported the boy and said they would beat him up. He fell to his knees and they ran around him and beat him, and he said that he was not a monster. He started crying and said he didn't want to play that game with them. After those words, they left him and went to play elsewhere. When they left, he took that stick and said that he could definitely become a great sage. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and said, "Who was it that called him?" It was Lu Chong. He was 14 years old and he said that a small spirit receives a great sage. He laughed and said that he was not a great wise man, and those children called him a freak. Lu Chong said that he knew that story, and he saw that Mo Dongfang was more like that sage. Lu Chong said that a great sage does not bow to anyone and is always very strong. He approached me and said that he wanted to tell me an important secret. He said that he was a cultivator and threw that stick up the mountain, and in a moment it turned into a beautiful wooden sword. He was delighted to say that it was the sword of the Julie. Lu Chong said that he would give the sword to him and that he would keep it secret. He gave hope to that boy, and he really believed that he was the great sage, that he had to go forward with his head held high. Lu Dongyi's sister asked her brother if that boy really looked like a great sage. Lu Chong-hee was pouring himself tea and said that he didn't look like him at all, and he was just teasing him. My sister immediately started to get angry with him and told him that he was very nasty, but he told her to accept him as her third student. At first, she said that his grades were not very good, but in a moment, she understood exactly what he meant. That big bird was cutting through the sky, flying so high that there were no more clouds. A little time passed us, and he slowly began to come to his senses. He thought that the big plow was a black crow. Suddenly, she asked him from behind him if he had fully regained consciousness. He turned around and got down on one knee and began to thank the lady for his miraculous salvation. Suddenly, he noticed that his wounds had healed, which meant she had given him some medicine. She said that it was true, and she gave him the medicine. He asked if he could recognize the lady's name. She said her name was Zhan Xian from Chengku Mountain. He immediately thought how cold it was, and he probably thought it was the mountain the head had told him about. Chunzi Mountain is one of the 4 major sects in the world, on par with the Qinzhou sword sect, and that Chunzu sect is the highest ranking sect. Head Lu told him that the sect had a special feature. a feature that dampened some of the cultivator's abilities, but greatly enhanced the one remaining ability. The chairman said that because of this feature, all the inhabitants of the mountain are emotionless, and this girl, Jianxian, is also emotionless. He noticed a very strong aroma coming from that container. He was surprised because only the most expensive wine had such a flavor. He thought she must have more advanced gluttony skills. While she was drinking that wine, he thanked her again and said that he would never forget her help, and that if he had the opportunity, he would definitely repay her. In this way, he recalled the words of Master Lu, who said that if that disciple encountered a horned monster in the future, he should report to the master, for that monster would be a formidable enemy of Momen. He decided to say that the snake might be connected to his sect. It might also be connected to a demonic cultivator, and he needed to go back to his sect as soon as possible and tell them everything. She asked him without emotion what kind of place he needed. He looked surprised. She went on to say that he couldn't get home on time anyway, and he thanked her for her kindness. And in an instant, that big crow changed its path. He thought that the lady may not have any pronounced emotions, but she was kind. She looked very impressive. She had very nice armor, and she was drinking that wine all the time. And she thought that she was a little curious about what the sect that raised such a student looked like. At that moment, Mo Dongfang felt that his overall strength had weakened, and he decided to finally raise his power boundary. At that very moment, Lu Chong was very surprised and confused. As the head, he received a notification that his student, the one he was flying to help, had crossed the initial border. He turned around and said that he had flown in vain, but he also said that the most important thing was that he was fine. Meanwhile, at Momentum Girl, Lu Dongyi and her students were training. Lu Chong arrived at that moment, and he quickly returned. The girls immediately went to the front to meet their head Lu. Lu Dongyi's sister was angry with Luo Bing again because she was too emotional. Luo Bing then offered to pour Lu Changhe some tea, and her sister was ignored. The head greeted Xiao Chu in a special way. He only greeted her like that. Suddenly, Luo Dongyi's girlfriend turned abruptly because she felt something. She said that someone had come to them because she hadn't felt that energy before. They all looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. Suddenly, the silhouette of a majestic bird appeared against the sun. They were in a stupor. This bird was gigantic because its shadow was very large. The sister grabbed a sword and told her brother that she could not scan this person, which meant that this person was a very great cultivator. And Lu Changhe stood there smiling. He thought it was the same girl. Most demon cultivators would immediately panic at the sight of that raven, for it was extremely impressive. He thought that they had not seen his mentor for a long time. It was at that time that he first encountered the game Heavenly Kingdom due to the pressure of real life. At that time, he paid a lot in this game, and those animals were not rivals for him, and he did not perceive this game as the real world. Suddenly, a 10th level beast jumped out of the thick of the forest in front of him, a hound. At that moment, he was very scared and thought that this beast was not suitable for mining. In an instant, that hound swiftly attacked him and bit his hand, at which point he realized that the world was not so simple. He fell to the ground and started screaming that the pain was too real and he wanted to quit the game. He screamed to the system that he wanted to quit. The system replied that it was impossible to log out, and if he died, everything would start all over again. He was just in a huge shock from what he heard. He thought, what kind of setup is this? And in a moment, the beast opened its mouth again and began to attack. It was seriously frightened. He was in pain when it bit him, and he started to think, could he really die because of that game? That beast continued to mock him. His wounds made it hard for him to move, and he thought that when he left the game, he would definitely send a complaint to the company that developed the game. In an instant, a lightning strike was dealt to that beast, and it even had time to react as it was cut into 2 parts. At that moment, he was very surprised by what had happened. It was like a miracle for him. In front of him stood a beautiful girl in beautiful armor with a long spear. She looked very impressive. When he looked at her, he saw in her a real motivation to continue playing that game. Immediately, he received a message from the system that he could become a student of that girl. Of course, he pressed the accept button, and at that moment, his health began to recover rapidly. Did he get very angry and say that the system was playing a joke on him? Because the system told him that his attempt to become an apprentice had failed because he had no relationship with that girl. He asked her to wait, and he asked her directly what he needed to do to increase the level of interaction with her. Did he start offering money, asking if 500,000 would be enough? But a second later, he was even more frightened because he had that girl's super sharp spear at his throat. She said that if he didn't stop talking nonsense, he would meet the same fate as that monster. At that moment, he realized that it was not so simple, that it was much more interesting than other online games. He then said that he had misspoken and began to apologize. He went on to say that what he meant was, what does he need to do to become her disciple? She was surprised but did not show him her surprise. She said that he had no face, that she did not accept such students. He was also embarrassed because he had maximum charisma from the very beginning. Then he accidentally found out about her gluttony, so he specially learned the intricacies of cooking from his super chef and eventually became the best cook and her only student and cook. Several times he was very close to her, but he lacked just a little bit. He looked up and thought that there was one thing he regretted the most. He kept wanting to cook and eat that big bird. He was sure it would taste very good, but he didn't have the opportunity. When the raven came down to the ground, did you notice that Lu Chong was looking at him very closely? A moment later, Mo Dongfang appeared and began waving and greeting everyone. Lu Dunyi's sister was still tense. She asked her brother where their disciple could meet such a strong self-improver. She said that not only could she not see her aura, but she could see that Dongfang's aura was weakened. Lu Chong said that her sister thinks that if that girl wasn't a great cultivator, she could see her aura. My sister felt that her brother suspected something about her. He thought that his sister with the amulet of secrecy had a power unknown to him, and he decided that at some point he had to discover her real power. Mo Dongfang approached them and began to tell them that he was in great danger, and that lady began to save him. He thought that he would not talk about the snake now. He would wait until the evening and tell Lu Chang when he was alone with him. They turned around and started looking at that girl. He said that he was the head of Momen Lu Chang, and at that moment he activated the spiritual wind technique. He asked me what her name was. She said she was from Chengku Mountain and her name was Zhang Xinyan. Her eyes were fixed on one place, and she could not look away. She stared at Lu Chong and assessed his appearance. But at one point, her gaze abruptly switched. She looked at her sister and at the girls of that sect. But just a moment later, her gaze abruptly changed its target again. She had already looked at his face and wondered why he was so handsome. Lu Chong thought that it was at that moment that his charisma showed itself in action. And Lu Dongyi's sister thought, why did that girl's face turn red? Lu Chong said that since she had saved a disciple of his sect, it was fate. Did he suggest that she stay for a couple of days in their sect so that he could give her a decent welcome? Almost without hesitation, she agreed and accepted his offer. She thought that it was such a small sect, but it had such a steadfast disciple. And she also noticed that there was a very young girl there who was very close to the status of a great cultivator. And then there's that head Lu Chang. How can that man be so handsome? That little momentum is very interesting. Suddenly, Lu Chonghe received a message that his reputation had grown rapidly at that moment. He thought that, of course, she could appreciate his sect. He knew all her desires, and she would have a very good time in the Moment sect. They headed deeper into the palace. They sat down in a special place for guests to talk, and He Ting served them. He was about to pour tea for the girl, but Lu Chongho told him not to pour her tea because she likes wine rather than tea. She was not expecting this and was a little embarrassed. But after a moment, she said that it was true. He told her not to be ashamed and to do what she wanted. She could drink wine right now. After those words, she felt better. She no longer felt so constrained. She slowly took her flask and began to open it slowly. The performance of the artist Lu Chong begins. He closed his eyes and said that this is a divine smell because it is the spiritual wine spring dream. She did not show any emotion at his initial knowledge, but simply said that he was right. He went on to talk about that wine and said that it was made from 14 kinds of spiritual herbs. It had a specific taste and a high price. Many people knew it, but few liked it. Has she already noticed that he knows this wine so well? The girls from his sect were also a little surprised because they didn't know he was so good at wine. She didn't think she and the head of Lu had any common interests. She offered him another carafe of wine and he said he would be happy to. All the members of his sect were very much surprised that he not only knew about wine, but also liked to drink it. He was no longer pleased that they were looking at him like that and asked them why they were staring at him. Zhao Chu alone was delighted and said that the wine smelled very good. He told them that if they did not drink, they should leave the room. In an instant, they all turned around and started to leave, and Zhao Chu didn't want to go and shouted that she would try a little bit. He looked at her and smiled. he said it was a little ugly. As he was getting ready to drink, he remembered that in his past life, he had disliked him very much. He prepared himself mentally because he knew that if he didn't like it and she saw it, he would feel very bad, and she was looking at him with great interest at that moment. And he smiled and said he was ready to drink. He thought he should drink it, even if he didn't like it. He closed his eyes and started drinking and hoped he could not cough. And in an instant, I felt a very sharp and unusual sensation. He immediately remembered the moment when he was sitting with her and she was in a very relaxed state, and told him that being a mentor was not cool at all. He thought that it didn't taste so bad. In fact, it had an interesting flavor. He had already drunk a portion of it and watched her finish it. He remembered one moment when they won a battle and the people they helped thanked them. Many people from Chungku Mountain have a strong sense of love. Then they were flying away from that place, and Lu Chong told her that she was very cool. But people like John Shinan have their love suppressed, and they cannot understand what love is. So she responded to the phrase that she was very cool by asking what the word cool meant. He suffered a bit because he didn't know how to explain it to her, but decided to say that it's cool when she is very strong, beautiful, and radiates light. She told me that she had a student, and that she told her that she had a boyfriend whom she liked, and that he always shone with light in her eyes. He was surprised and thought, does his cool master really need to love someone? He thought that he would not allow his mentor to be only for him. She said that it turns out that her student likes a guy who is cool. She made it difficult for him with this question. He didn't know how to explain it to her. He said that this situation was not cool at all. Then she asked him if he knew how that feeling manifests itself in a person. He thought that he had been waiting for just such a question from her. He kept telling her that the time when a person doesn't like anyone is the most beautiful time. She expected something else, but she didn't know the truth and believed him. Mount Chinkyu, he thought his plan to prevent his master from falling in love had succeeded, but he only thought so until that night. That night, his master had a drunken conversation with him, but it is impossible to get drunk with her equal cultivation. She looked at him and said that being a mentor is quite difficult. She decided to ask him if he liked the taste of wine on a spring day, because she said that most of the people she offered it to didn't like it, but he said he really liked it. He even remembered a long-forgotten taste. Suddenly, she caught herself thinking that he was looking at her as if they were old acquaintances, but she was definitely seeing him for the first time. So why was he looking at her like that? He smiled and told them to drink to the very bottom. Lu Chong began to drink, and she thought that she had magically put several barrels of wine into that container, and if he continued to drink so greedily, he would definitely become drunk. He kept drinking and kept recalling what happened next in that situation. They looked at each other and he thought that they were from different worlds after all. He left the game and began to take off his mask. He wondered what had happened to him to make him feel for a virtual character. He had a very strange feeling. He went out on the balcony and looked at the city at night, and he thought that maybe he was going crazy, or maybe that world is too believable and he has stopped feeling the difference. At the time, it was very difficult for him to realize his feelings, but that was until one special day. A large army of demonic beasts under a purple moon. The whole earth was on fire and there were numerous explosions. Zhang Xinyan stood there and was very angry. She said that they had planned everything from the beginning. That demon cultivator said that destroying villages was a very simple job, and even a low-level demon cultivator could do it, but for her sake. To kill the great cultivator Zan from Mount Chungku, they sent 10 majestic demonic cultivators. She said that it didn't matter. The most important thing for her was that the villagers managed to escape. She made a strong gesture with her spear right at that demon and said that even if she died, they would go to the grave with her. The demon said that the cultivator girl was on the verge of death, but I would continue to resist anyway. She said that the girl was a famous and cold beauty in the world of cultivators. The demon had ordered them to capture her, and then they could have fun with her as they pleased. Those cursed demonic cultivators were very tempted to take that beauty. Meanwhile, the guy who played Lu Changhe in real life was quietly drinking a drink. There was a girl with him. She asked him if he liked the massage she gave him. He was also smoking a cigarette and noticed something strange. He thought that at first, at such moments, looking at such a body, he could not restrain himself. He doesn't know why, but that day his heart was in some kind of turmoil. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone and paid attention to it. When he picked up the phone, his calm face abruptly changed to anxious. It said that 10 demonic cultivators were near Mount Chunku and that a great drama would take place. He thought that his master was also from that mountain, and it couldn't be a coincidence. He decided to click on that message to get more information, and what he saw threw him into a slight shock. And that girl thought that she only needed to spend a good time with him once, and she would have enough money for the rest of her life. She began to move closer to him and thought that she should take the first initiative. But suddenly he stood up sharply and pushed her away. He told her to leave because he had no nativity. The girl was surprised by this. She did not understand why, because she thought she was very beautiful. He walked away and thought, how could they dare to touch his mentor? He told the system to boot up, but he thought that if he rushed into the 10 demon cultivators so quickly, he would definitely not be able to defeat them. He said he was done and now let these demonic cultivators get ready to experience the superpower of someone who paid a lot of money. Meanwhile, she was wounded, bleeding from the mouth. It was just horror all around her, with dead demon cultivators lying on all sides and fire burning all the way to her. But the commander of the demon cultivators said that the girl was very strong because 5 of her comrades had already died, and they had only managed to wound her badly. But now she is doomed and will not be able to escape. She told the 2 demons to go to the girl and mock her a little bit and let the others get in line. They were happy to go to her and said that it would be the first time they had such a meeting, and another asked what was the first quality in that girl. She said that after she gave up the meridian technique, she thought she would never use it again. She did not expect that day to come so soon. She looked up into the sky and imagined her student there. She told Lu Chong that she could no longer protect him. She began to activate the technique and said that in the next life, if possible, she did not want to be his mentor. She wants to become his. Those evil demons were already approaching her, licking their lips with animal desire. But then something suddenly shone in the sky. Suddenly, someone came down from the sky with a fierce lightning bolt and shouted that they shouldn't touch his master. Jian Xinyan herself was surprised and did not realize that this had happened. And that demonic cultivator thought that someone was trying to interfere with their plan. When the smoke cleared, we could see the golden wing. It was just shining. There was also a super spear, also golden. It was all glowing. It was forged from the 10 rarest materials. It was Lu Chong's. He had completely changed. He was wearing naked armor that improved all his skills many times over. He came back and told her that in the next life, she should become his mentor again. She thought he was a stupid boy because she didn't mean what he said, but she was actually thinking about something else. That demon girl said he wanted to defeat them all alone? She said that it was his right. It would just be one more body and that was it. Those demons started roaring like monsters, ready to fight. They were all from the 57th to the 61st level of cultivation, and a purple moon rose against them. He said that they were all very strong and were demonic cultivators of the highest level, and of course, he couldn't handle them. Jiang Xinyan shouted at him to run away because he definitely couldn't handle them alone. He came back and told her that he wasn't going to deal with them alone because he had another way. Did she not understand the way he was talking about? That demon started laughing, she said. There are no large cultivators within 50 kilometers, so what other way could he have? He stretched his arms out in front and said that since childhood he had had one dream. I would like to give up and say that he was practicing his calling technique for this very moment. But the demon said that she had never heard of cultivators using such techniques. She said that she understood that Lu Chong was stalling for time, but there really were no other cultivators in the neighborhood, and she was destined to die here. He smiled and said that she could not see beyond her own nose. This demonic cultivator has sent his subjects to attack, and they charged into battle with great fervor. Wu Lu Chong raised his hand in the air and shouted for the yogi army to come. And in an instant, the sky just split into several holes and certain silhouettes appeared from them. And in an instant, dozens of cultivators from different sects appeared there, saying that this was a very good offer. Because they were to receive 50,000 for killing one, they were ready to destroy those demonic cultivators. Those demonic cultivators stopped abruptly and were shocked at where those soldiers could have come from. They said that those cultivators all had high cordon and they began to retreat. In an instant, the cultivators rushed to attack those demons, and they turned around and began to run away. She looked at her student, and tears flowed. But suddenly he realized that he had done it. He had spent a lot of money on a virtual character, and he had that money for pocket money for a place and a half. He looked back at her once more and looked at her image. He smiled and said it was a few million, but it was worth it. A few minutes passed, and he came up and shook hands with his master, who said that everything was fine now because there was no trace of those demons. She smiled and took his hand, and she felt at ease. When she stood up, she lost her balance a little and started to fall, but he caught her and asked if she was okay. She got up and said to him that she loved him, and at the same second, it dissolved from her hands and left behind yellow smoke. She was in a stupor from this. That yellow smoke was dissipating, and she was screaming after it. In an instant, he came to. In reality, he was out of breath and sweating. Now he doesn't know how to look her in the eye. That teacher and student are like a love couple. Did he think that she was not a person, but just a bunch of data? Did he not understand what was happening to him? Suddenly, he heard the sound of a message on his phone. It said that a rich man spent several million to change the plot, and the girl who was supposed to die was saved. In his past life, he did not dare to take that important step to meet his mentor, but in this life, he is different. At that moment, they were as if they were from the same world. She thought that something strange was going on because she felt very good around him. Such a celebration between the two of them took place for an even longer time. They went out into the yard, and he said that it was very late and he would not interfere with her rest, but he felt quite drunk. After that, he looked at her, waved, and said goodnight. He felt a little embarrassed because he expected a certain answer from her. He recalled how they had said goodbye to each other in a previous life. He left and thought that at that time, such a warm farewell was a common thing. She also went and thought that the good night he sent was very interesting. Dawn came, and there was a beautiful lake near Momenes where you could swim and sail a boat. From the bright light in his eyes, Lu Chong woke up on the boat and wondered how he got there. His sister was there. She had found him in the morning and was sitting with him on the boat waiting for him to wake up. She said that it was not surprising that he was on it because he had drunk too much yesterday. He said he was right, because when he got drunk, he started thinking that the water was the sky and the boat was full of dreams, sailing along the Milky Way. The sister was surprised because her brother suddenly began to speak in verse. She was thinking so much that he managed to come up to her and wave his hand in front of her and tell her what she was thinking about, that she was thinking so much. She felt ashamed and said that if he was already awake, she had something very important to tell him. In the meantime, he stood up and started stretching and told her to speak. What did she want to say? She said that last night at dinner, Mo Doomfang told her everything, that he had met that fire dragon. At first, he didn't understand what she was trying to tell him, but she added that he had a broken horn and was all red. Instantly, he used the skill and his sword appeared in an instant, enveloped in the power of sword ascension. He grabbed it and said that what she told him was very good. He thought that the saying that the world is a small place for enemies was fully justified. Luo Dongyi's sister then added that the dragon had fled and was far away, and there was no point in chasing it. He said that they would not catch up with him because they would just come one day and cut off his head. He thought that the pass where they saw the fire serpent was close enough to the place where the Purple Place group would meet. My sister was surprised by what she heard because she did not have the same information as he did. He thought that his sword was sealed 9 years ago. He had been sealing the energy of hatred into that sword all along, and he didn't know what would happen when he pulled it out of the holster. He took it closer and looked at it closely and thought that he would let that demonic cultivator live a little longer. He thought that he should raise the level of his relationship with the girl Jiang Xinyan. He smiled and said that he had nothing to worry about in this life. Suddenly, his gaze looked sharply down. He saw a fish in the water and asked his sister if she wanted fish soup. She asked him excitedly if he would cook that soup. He used the power of water, and that fish rose up out of the water and was surrounded by a water drop. He said that from that day on, he would cook all his own food. My sister was delighted with this news. She immediately thought, surely this is the new year. And Zhang Xinyang was at the guest house, and she thought she really enjoyed spending time with Chief Lu yesterday, but that was it, and she had to leave today. She has different things to do. Suddenly, a shout came from the yard, and he told her to go eat because Lu's boss had made fish soup and was calling her to eat with him. She abruptly opened the door and saw little Zhao Chu waving at her. She said that she didn't like regular food and that she was unlikely to like their food, so she said goodbye. Zhao Chu began to plead with her strongly to listen to her, because the chief said that if she did not bring their guest, she would not be able to eat the food he would prepare for a month. The girl, Qianluan, stopped and thought. As they walked, she thought that Chapter Lu was having a drink with her as a thank you. But there is nothing delicious about a simple home-cooked meal. As they approached, the girl Xiao Chu said loudly that the fish soup was ready because she could smell the delicious aroma. The girl Qianluan looked surprised. That scent penetrated her more and more, and she thought, why is that scent so alluring? When she approached, she noticed that all the members of the sect were crowded around the table, each of them eager to get enough of the wonderful soup. She thought they were very happy and more like a family than a sect. Although the aroma is very tasty, it is not clear whether the taste will be as good as the aroma, so she decided to try it. The head of Lu met her and said he was glad she had come. He told her to sit down at the table. Xiao Chu's little girl shouted that she wanted to as well, but head Lu said that first they had to treat their guest, Miss Qianluan. He quickly put the soup on her plate and chose the best ingredients. She took that plate in her hands to look closer at that soup. She thought that it looked like a simple soup, and there was nothing special about it. Head Lu said to her to try it, because he was curious if she would realize Head Lu's cooking skills. While the girl was looking at that soup, Xiao Chu's girl ate her own portion and looked intently at the guest. She finally decided to try it. She thought that with a small sample, nothing would happen to her. And in a moment, her face changed dramatically. Immediately afterwards, she threw down the spoon and began to drink the soup in one gulp. Lu Chong looked at that and thought that in his past life, he had specially studied cooking for her, so he knew all her tastes. As soon as she was done, he asked her if she liked it and if it met her high standards. She immediately changed and her mood lifted. She said she wanted another portion. Chief Lu made more of this soup on purpose, hoping they would want more. So Zhang Xinyan has been living in Momen for several days now. At first she was still waiting to be called for lunch, but that day she came on her own and did it earlier. She was sitting there and the little girl Xiao Chu was looking forward to the food that the head was preparing. Lu Dongyi's sister was beginning to suspect something. She didn't understand why her brother was so keen on cooking. She thought there was some secret reason. She compared them, saying that her brother was a smiling talker and she was very cold. They had absolutely nothing in common. And suddenly she understood everything, the secret meaning of her brother's actions. She thought that he was doing this to keep the great cultivator's girlfriend as long as possible, because her knowledge was the best for Lu Dongyi's sister to learn. Now she was motivated and began to pick up the pace of work. He noticed that his sister was speeding up in some strange way, but he didn't understand why she started doing it. At that moment, strange processes were taking place in the girl's head, Chia Luan. She looked at Chapter Lu and thought that he was the man who understood all her desires and tastes. She felt warm in her heart and thought that such people are called soulmates. But Head Lu himself did not know that she had given him this definition. She decided to have a drink as if she were waiting for food and began to pour the drink into a glass. As soon as she wanted to drink, Head Lu abruptly stopped her. He said that the fruit was called Zhuqi, and he would add a couple of drops to her glass of wine. And if as a result the taste of the wine is bad for her, then let her hit him. That drink was covered with a red film and even looked much prettier. She was looking at the head and thinking about something, and he thought that she should drink the potion with this ingredient as soon as possible, because when she did, her admiration for him would increase significantly. In a moment, she picked up that glass and drank it all in one go. She said that it really tasted much better, and she thought that he was definitely her soulmate. There is a saying that the more you attach importance to something, the more your desires diverge from your actions. Lu Chong was in his home and engaged in powerful cultivation. And suddenly the technique was interrupted and he started coughing up blood. And he thought that the more he practiced that technique, the more it went beyond any limits. Although the effectiveness was good, but it was very painful. Suddenly something glowed in his clothes, and he thought that those chosen ones in heaven were chatting again. He took out that sign and thought that he had nothing to do right now. So why not find out more about them and ask them what they knew about the Purple Place community? But first, he will see what they are talking about. One of them asked if they liked any pies. The other three wrote back that they did, and Lu Chong looked on and wondered. A moment later, another asked a similar question, and everyone answered. He was shocked. He thought that if they are the main characters of that world, then what are they talking about? Shouldn't they be talking about something important in the world of the Heavenly Kingdom? He was angry and thought that maybe he needed to direct them a little bit in the right direction. He wrote a question asking how much they knew about the Purple Moon community. Those people immediately began to think that he had finally come. They said that he was testing them and they had to respond with the utmost seriousness. Black quickly wrote that, as far as he knew, the community was the oldest community of demonic cultivators, and they had long been known for their secrecy, and their history was longer than that of the four sects. Lu Chong himself was blown away that they had existed for so long. He recalled that in his past life there was a group of people who were constantly chasing the society of the Purple Place. A bunch of people who thought they were rich, but their wealth could not even compare to his pocketbook. At the time, they wanted to lure him to be their ambassador. But how could he be a servant to anyone? And after their paths parted, there was no news from them about the society of the Purple Place. About the moon itself, the Earth said that those people firmly believe that it is endowed with superpowers, and once they take possession of it and swallow it, then they will become stronger than all living things. Lu Chong regarded this as some kind of nonsense, because members of the Purple Moon already worship the Purple Moon, not the Blue Moon, for example. He was already starting to get angry, and he told them to give him useful information, not any fantastic stories. He wrote so that they could understand his mood. Being in different places, they were all very frightened and realized that their master needed more useful information. Earth decided to write that he actually knew the big secret, that of the Purple Moon sect. This was something more interesting, and he was interested, but it depended on how big the secret was. He went on to write that this was not entirely accurate information, but he said that they all knew that the emperor was half demon and half human. Lu was even more angry because everyone knows this already. He went on to write that he was not sure whether the guide's words would offend him, so he was not sure whether to say them. Lu Chong noticed that the guy was worried. He must have realized that Lu Chong was a descendant of the great emperor, because those tablets came from him. So he decided to take advantage of the situation and set them on the right path. He wrote that with all due respect to the emperor, he knew that he did not care how people thought of him. And he quoted Confucius, "If you understand me, it's good, and if not, it doesn't matter." All those who were in that group were very surprised when they read this message. They ran that phrase through their heads many times and thought it was very brave. They thought that such a worldview was not inherent in an ordinary person. If a leader thinks so, why should he or she be afraid to speak up and speak directly? They now feel more relaxed and can write without worrying about the consequences. He wrote that he knew that the emperor was half demon and that he had a purple heart. Lu Chong guessed that, in other words, the purple moon they coveted was the emperor's heart. Then it turns out that those demons want to take a part of the Qing emperor's power, with which he saved the heavenly realm. And if they succeed, there will be problems. The power that saved the nation can also destroy it. He thought that if the plans of that community were so serious, he should definitely interfere with them and started writing something on the sign. He wrote that this community meets every 3 years in a certain place, the next meeting on the day of the winter sunrise. For today, he said everything. He wondered how those selected cultivators would react to this information. They were all very alert because they have a lot to do. They have to prepare for the winter sunrise, and they have the opportunity to receive a reward for killing the demon cultivator. Lu Chong felt that it was very pleasant to manage 4 people. For him, they were just tools. Then he decided to test his own strength, and if he wanted to destroy that community, he needed to prepare a few more tricks up his sleeve. He took the sword and said that he would meet him in a couple of days, but now he would look at him as he had become. His sword was of blue level, of low quality. Now there is no need to raise its level. Let the experience accumulate until the weaklings come. He's been feeding that sword for 9 years. He's wondering when he takes it out of the holster how much it will surprise him. He checked that there were 189 days left before the beta test. He said that there was not much time left before the beta test, and he still had some work to do. It was night, and this was the house of Lu Dongyi's girlfriend. He would sneak up to the door of that house as secretly as possible. When he was in front of them, a voice came from the house telling him to come in, and he was immediately very surprised. Did he think that his sister's divine consciousness was everywhere? Because he wanted to pretend to be a thief, but he failed. She asked her brother why he was coming to her just as she was finishing her bath. He sat down at the table to drink tea and said it was just a coincidence. She asked indignantly what had happened this time. Had something happened? Does he ask her one last time if she wants to go to the arena with him? She said that once was enough for her, and to go again was a stupid waste of spiritual stones. and he said that they were just stones and they could just leave. She said that her brother is the head of that family, but he doesn't know that food and firewood are not cheap, and although their sect is not large, they spend quite a lot of spiritual stones every month. He stopped her story and said that he understood everything, and he would go alone. Entering the first level arena, the arena is a special testing ground established by the sword sect in Chenzhou. It is a training ground for disciples to practice breaking through the cordon, but there are only 3 levels. There are different monsters on each level. Depending on how fast you go through the levels, the rating depends on that. It is very useful for cultivation. Besides, if it's a rating, it might make you want to win, right? But there is a drawback. All but the disciples of the sword sect have to pay an entrance fee. Lu Chong asked her sister that she had passed the arena 2 years ago, and what border did she pass then? She replied that the content of the 3 borders is the same, the only difference is the complexity. And from an economic point of view, it is more profitable to go through the 3rd one. He was very surprised because it turns out that she came 3 years ago across 3 borders. The sister seemed to fall through the ground with shame. Lu Chong was not happy, and she thought she had inadvertently blurted it out. He started to say that everything was clear with the border. Did he catch her by the cheek and tell her that she hadn't even looked at the sword monument in the center of the arena? She said that she looked at that sword mark because many people who participated in that competition did so only because of that monument. She said that that sword mark helped many people to realize everything and break through the border. In her opinion, the sword sect did not need to display such a carb, and she would have hidden that treasure in a safe place. He said that's why the sword sect is so strong, and she and her hypocrisy will be left alone. He said that the sword sect is not looking for profit or eternal existence, but for the durability of the path of the sword, and he respects this way of promoting ideology. He thought that he should also look at that sword, and that his name should be on the ranking, because when the weaklings came, they would know about Momen that way, so they wouldn't care what level their sect was. And suddenly he had a brilliant idea. He looked at his sister and said that she was. She felt very embarrassed and asked him what had happened. He approached her and cornered her against the wall. He looked at her with contempt and said, "She didn't pass the 4th level, did she?" She was very uncomfortable, saying that only 2 years ago she was at the 3rd border. He did not believe her and asked if it was true. She was sweating and repeated that what she was saying was true. He said that everything was clear and she breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately remembered the moment that had just happened and thought that she had been too rude to her brother. The next day was beautiful weather and big plans for the day. He was flying to the sword sect. He was thinking about what to do about what he was saying, so he decided to earn a little bit of ratings. But in an instant, he was almost blown off his flying boat. When the wind stopped, he looked up the mountain and saw Qian Lu on there. She asked him in a calm voice where he was going. He replied that he was heading to the sword-setting competition arena, and he thought that she would not be interested in such a place, so he did not tell her. But she immediately suggested that they go together and started pulling his hand. At that moment, he was very surprised because he did not expect this. And he went to her on the back of her raven, and they flew there together. While they were flying, he thought that she had a cold temperament. She was not the inquisitive type. He also immediately realized that she was not interested in the arena, but in him. She looked at him through her slick hair and thought how handsome he was. In her eyes, he simply shone like the most beautiful star in the sky. At one point, he opened his eyes to catch her red-handed. And he succeeded. He asked her what happened. Did he have something on his face? She blushed a little and said that nothing had happened. He was delighted and thought that it was not surprising because he has super charisma. And he was thinking, do I need to talk to her a little more? He asked her opinion on whether he could pass the competition tomorrow. She said without hesitation that he could easily do it. He asked her what level she thought he would take. She began to wonder why he was asking her that. She replied that the higher you are, the better. He smiled and said that it was very good that she believed in him. Over time, they flew to the sword sect's competition arena and to the Emperor's cave. Lu Chonghe looked at that cave and said he liked it. He used the power of water and made a water balloon and told the girls Zhuan Lian to go there together. And in a moment, that big crow began to fly into the middle of that cave. She noticed the strength that Lu Chonghe possessed. In front of them was a huge tree that bloomed very beautifully, and at the foot of that tree were golden dragons, and in the center was a portal. Later, the students of the sword approached them and asked if they had come to take the exam. Lu Chong, he said he was ready, and the girl said stop. In the heart of that tree, there was a living entity. It addressed me with the phrase, Great Cultivator. She introduced herself as a girl named Zhan Xian from Chengku Mountain, and she worships the master. It was a very ancient tree where the guardians of the sword sect lived. He thought that he hadn't even noticed the force guarding the gate. He thought that the strength of that guard was at least 5 border guards. The girl said that if those who want to enter the arena are controlled by the sword sect, they can get a 50% discount. And her partner was surprised and asked who authorized the discount. And she thought Lu Chong was very handsome. He showed them a special sign and told them that he was the head of the moments. The guy thought he was only on the 2nd level, but he was the head of the sect, and the girl was blinded by his beauty. Did he go up to her and ask about the discount she was talking about? She immediately said that everything counts. Her partner was surprised by such rash actions, and all she could think of was that he smiled at her. She immediately began to show him where he needed to go. He turned to her and told her to wait for him a little bit, and she said okay. The boy thought that the expression that he would soon return here was inappropriate, because with his strength, he would not even pass the first border. But the fact that he was beautiful was a fact. She led him closer to the portal and told him that he could call her Mingzhu. He went there and she wished him good luck. He thought that there were no people in that world who did not attach great importance to beauty, and if there were, they had not met Lu Chong. And he slowly began to enter that portal. In a moment, he appeared in another place, which was something like a desert. There was a mannequin there, and the first test was to check the strength of the sword's chi. The more amplitude the mannequin swayed with, the better. If the amplitude was more than 30 degrees, the test was passed. He started to pull out his sword from the hiding place and remembered how Yue had taken such an exam. And after he struck the dummy, it was pinned to the ground for a few seconds. After that exam, Yue became famous among young students. Meanwhile, outside the arena, a holographic screen was opened, and they watched the actions of Chapter Lu. The girl Xian Lian thought, to what level did he really act? She was curious. The guy who met him smiled and thought that he would not even pass the first exam. And Lu Chong waved his sword and the energy wave flew away. He said he would not waste time on such exams. The boy said he was stupid for not taking his sword out of the holster, and the girl kept saying how handsome he was. And suddenly, that energy shock smashed into that mannequin and it moved a little. But the girl said that it shouldn't be like that, and the boy started laughing because he couldn't even imagine that the sword's chi could be so weak. The girl, Zhan Lian, did not realize what had happened in the moment, but she had not yet drawn any conclusions. Suddenly, there was a loud and unusual sound of wood cracking. As a result, the mannequin simply broke into 2 pieces. Those 2 disciples from the sword sect were shocked to the point of fainting, shouting how it was possible that he had broken a spiritually stunning tree. The girl, Zhan Lian, immediately smiled and thought it was all very interesting. He moved on and said that now was the next stage. More and more students gathered around the screen, saying that he had set the record for history with 1 hit, asking each other who he was. And most importantly, how could such a power be below the 3rd border? Lu Chong himself noticed that the mannequin was not easy to cut down because it was made of special wood. The system congratulated him in honor of passing the first stage and gave him a gift of 10,000 experience points. He recalled that his strike contained such forces as the strongest sword chi, the power of water, and sword awareness. He thought that they probably thought he was lucky, but in fact he was trying his best. Suddenly the girl, Zhan Lian, realized that he had developed sword awareness, which had always been at the 3rd or 4th level. She was a little shocked because he was only at the 2nd border. Suddenly that ancient tree groaned as if under the influence of a strong wind. It continued to make sounds that she was paying attention to it. She thought that even that ancient tree was surprised, because it had seen exactly what Lu Chong had done. He thought that the girl Zhan Xian was right. This tree was very powerful, planted by the emperor. It looked after him. And then that spirit moved to the arena and looked closely at Lu Chong's sword, which was called Don't Be Late. He continued to move and passed through another portal. He came out as if in a simple natural place. Did he think that this was the 2nd level? Did he say that the 2nd exam room is in the picture? And when he got closer, the landscape dissolved and a portal appeared. Those who were watching him, They said that the second exam was completely different from the first and that he would definitely come out of it in tears. He went through that portal and some round platforms appeared in front of him. They looked very strange and led to a wall. He realized that he would probably have to walk the fifth path of stone and the exam would be over. He slowly put one foot on the first stone. And as soon as he put his other foot down, something incredible happened. He immediately realized that it was all about gravity. This exam tests one's spiritual strength. If one's spiritual strength is weak, then the gravity of that stone will swallow it up. Many level 3 cultivators could not pass that exam. He thought it would be harder, but it was just 4 times the atmosphere as usual. That exam took very little of his spiritual strength. He could run if he wanted to. He just started to walk calmly on those stones, and outside the arena there was a scream. The girls were even more delighted, and the boy wondered how he was just riding like that. As if he was walking, he thought he must be cheating. He passed with ease and said that it was quick, that he didn't even feel anything, and he wondered if there would be something more difficult. He stood and spoke. He said that the forest and the mountain wind were a great pleasure for him. But suddenly those leaves began to move very strangely. And the next moment, as if they had been shot from something, they flew toward Lu Chong. He found those leaves strange, even from the beginning. That guy puts all his hopes on those razor-sharp leaves and attacks with very high density. No one from that level can come out without being wounded. Even Yue was wounded. She was glad that he was being attacked because she had never seen him wield a sword before. And here was a frontal attack, and he was forced to use the sword. He was completely calm and activated his own power. He started swinging his sword and said that this exam was aimed at sword techniques. Unfortunately for all the viewers who thought that he had to use majestic techniques there, he uses an ordinary attack, which is standard, to drink away what is attacking him. His simple attack consists of 2 types of strikes. The first simple swing deals 150% damage, and the other, slower but heavier, deals up to 200% damage. He easily deflected the attack that was directed at him and thought that he had learned this technique from the maid, and he wondered how she knew such amazing and simple techniques. The skill cost him dearly, more than 100,000 experience points, but he was happy to have spent those points on that technique. His technique was like a dance, simple and elegant. He said that probably no one would have refused a massive critical strike instead of a simple strike. The students of the sword sect were shocked, saying that it was impossible, but he wasn't injured, or he was a monster, and that they had no idea he had such cool techniques. She pondered what she had seen, that he did not follow an order in his movements and did not show any strategy. He just randomly swung his sword. Was this his sword skills? He stopped for a moment and looked up. He said that now that he was closer, he noticed that that mountain peak was actually a demon. But now he has a different problem and is standing there looking at the water. Suddenly he notices one leaf feeding into the water, and he immediately went underwater. And Lu Chong said that it was very strange that even the leaves did not remain on the surface. That disciple said that as soon as he touched the water, it would take away his spiritual power, and that it was forbidden to jump over the cart. You can only go through that stage step by step, and it is very difficult. He said that the head of Lu could not be compared to the great Yuo. He recalled that Yue that day, just with one blow, cut that water into 2 parts. It was something fantastic, and the girls couldn't wait for head Lu to start going into the water. They said that the more his clothes got wet, the better he would be. But suddenly, he just stuck his hand out in front, and he just used his water power. He told the water to just move apart. He simply snapped his fingers, and the water in front of him instantly spread apart. It seemed that nothing would surprise those students anymore. But it was not so. They were surprised again as if for the first time. He calmly began to walk past that water and thought that in that world the water was under his control. Wherever he wanted it to go, it would flow. Suddenly she noticed a noise from a tree. She noticed a pattern that the tree comes to life only when the head of Lu draws a sword. She wonders why this happens. She looked at his picture and wondered what secret he might have. A little time passed and he came to the rock that was the monster. I asked the head what kind of exam such a demon would have. That student told me that the test was centered on the heart of the sword and that it was impossible to pass it if you just relied on brute force. That mountain is called the Horror Mountain. It does not attack people, but it increases the fear in their hearts. Once upon a time, the effect of that monster even affected Yue. She thought that people were not afraid of the size of the demon, but of what it would show in their minds, and that people have different fears of demons. She thought that everyone has their own fears, and what scares the head of the Lu? He slowly entered the gap that the demon had. There was a blinding white light in front of him, and around the edges there were tongues of energy that chaotically dispersed as if the wind were blowing on them. As he got closer, his eyes caught something on one side, and in a moment he came out of that world to a pleasant sound. Again, the disciples were disappointed because he left the moment he came in. They said it was impossible because everyone has fears. They thought he was playing tricks again. She also didn't understand what happened there and what he could have seen. And suddenly the divine tree said that the etam was past. The student said that he had such a strong heart that he would not be worried about a mountain fall. He went to the next portal. He thought that there was nothing strange about the fact that he saw nothing, because there is nothing in that world that could scare him. Just before the portal, he stopped and wondered what his sister had seen when she passed that stage. He tried, but he couldn't even imagine it. He was awarded for the stage he had completed and given 30,000 experience points. He thought that he probably didn't pay enough attention to his sister, and next time he would definitely pay more attention to her. He began to enter that portal. That portal led to a platform that seemed to be in space, and around it were two stone statues of dragons. It was like a mirror surface, and there was someone in it, and he heard that Lu Chong was coming soon. Did he stand in front of that sign and think that he was in a secret room again? What other exams could there be? He said that it was very strange because it was just a mirror and he really needed to admire its face. He was looking at his reflection, and for some reason it was very dark. Suddenly his reflection appeared in full growth and became quite dark, and he still did not understand what he was supposed to do. He was already getting nervous, and he said, "Is that etam really insulting to his face?" Suddenly a blinking dot appeared in that reflection, which was approaching quite quickly. In a moment, that sign was broken like a mirror, and a black portal appeared instead. Suddenly, someone flew out of that portal at a very high speed, and Head Lu managed to start dodging. He moved away to a safe distance and was very surprised. He thought that at that stage, he would have to defeat himself. He thought it would be quite easy. After a moment, and he had already repelled the first attack, he thought he could raise the level to defeat him, but he believes that this would be too low for him. Chapter Lu rapidly approached his copy, and the copy even began to prepare a strike at that moment. And in an instant, there was a blow that was just lightning fast. At that moment, nothing was clear. As a result, they stood with their backs to each other, and Chapter Lu said, "That's the difference between them. That when the forces are equal, the factor that decides who wins is who uses a certain skill at what time." He told the shadow to forgive him because it just looked like him, but it was not him. A voice was heard saying that Lu Chong from Momentum had passed the stage. Everyone was just delighted at how easily he did it. The disciple who wanted Master Lu to lose turned to an ancient tree. That tree said that Lu Chong of Momentum was ranked first on the list of second-tier new talent. In the first and third levels, Yue was the first. But in the second level, he did not participate, and Lu Chong took the first place there in just half an hour. Everyone was shocked. How could some forgotten Momen sect have such a hidden talent? Both the boys and girls from that sect were delighted with Master Lu. She was also pleasantly surprised, just like everyone else. She noticed that she had a strange feeling, like joy, and it was strange to her that she felt joy for another person. Maybe it's because she considers him a close person? He received a message congratulating him on his successful completion of the arena. A return portal appeared in front of him, and as for the reward, he thought it was not the end. He entered that portal and thought that the most interesting things were waiting for him. It was moved to the monument to the footprint of the Great Sword. That mark was left by the first generation of sword masters, and if a cultivator looked at it for a long time, he could see its unusualness. The first generations broke through the first frontier in the same place. The second generation in the same place succeeded in mastering the sword, and others also honed the heart of the sword in that place. Lu Chong looked at that sword mark and it began to shine. He thought, what could that sign mean? Suddenly he began to realize something. He remembered his first attack on that wooden dummy and thought that the mark might be from his simple attack. Meanwhile, Qian Luan was thinking about all the moments she had seen today to form a complete picture in her mind. She decided to turn to an ancient tree. The spirit asked the girl where she met Lu Chong. She told me everything, and that now she feels him like a soulmate and feels very good with him. The spirit asked the girl if they were sure they were just friends in spirit. She replied that yes, he was her soulmate, but she thought that the tree gentleman was strange. She remembered how her friends used to joke with her that she would soon find love like them, which would warm not only her soul but also her body. Mr. Tree's gaze is very similar to those girls. The spirit of the tree told her to realize that one day he might not need her, that she would not be worthy of him. She asked him what his hopes and expectations were. He said that if Lu Chong is special, then he will want to be even better in the future, and he has a very great future ahead of him. Did she not understand that he meant that he was among the chosen ones? But the spirit of the tree did not answer her question. She wondered what the tree was trying to tell her. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was in serious thought. Was this just an attack or not? Then it turns out that the first generation also used this technique. There is definitely something very similar there with his technique. That technique was given to him by a maid. Does she have any connection to the first generation swordmaster? She has many marks of the purple place, various techniques and spells. He doesn't know her real power, and now she has a connection to the first swordmasters. He smiled and said that he had a feeling that someone else was involved in that case. But if the first generation used such a technique, then he does not feel sorry for the experience points he spent on that technique. He had a good phrase for such cases. Strength is temporary, but praise is eternal. In the meantime, the system was evaluating his passage, and it told him to pay attention because it would affect his final reward. The evaluation system rated it at the S. This did not say anything to him, although he had never heard of anyone receiving such an assessment before. He decided to find out a little more information about this level. This level of reward is given only in exceptional cases. With this rank, he has the opportunity to buy a special item. When he found out more about that rank, he was simply delighted. But a moment later, he receives a message that there is a conflict between the three descendants of the first generation, and he has the right to choose the reward between them. He thought that he had just been happy, and now he was very angry. But as compensation, he has the opportunity to get more rights to buy a special item. He was again in a good mood at the news. There were 2 enchanted balls in front of him, and he couldn't decide which one to choose. He started using different tongue twisters to help him decide. Eventually, he said, on the left layer. That layer instantly began to open and glow brightly. There was a purple sword technique, slow sound. It was of purple level and high quality. He was lucky to get the result of the first prostration. Lu Chong was just stunned. He thought it was an almost perfect orange level technique. But what if he remembered something important? That in his past life, that technique was Yue's favorite. That's when he came up with an ideal plan for the future. If he fought Yue, when he used his strongest technique, you'd have a surprise for him, because he would have mastered it as well. He needed only 50,000 experience to study, and he was ready to spend it. It's called slow sound, not because it's slow, but because it's very fast. The blow will outstrip the sound. The system also said that the slow sound technique could be used in conjunction with simple attacks. He said that he realized that one punch was faster than the other, and each punch would be critical. He thought that his friend Yue would be sick. Suddenly, he remembered something and decided to ask her, because she said that he would get the right to buy special items. Special items will be shown in a short time. He will have 10 minutes to choose an item. If he does not choose anything, it will be considered as a refusal. He asked if this was related to the award for passing the S level. An adult can choose from a blue certificate, points of random special attributes, and a little more. He imagined himself to be a simple person, for whom spending so many experience points at once is simply unrealistic, because all those items will cost more than 75,000 points. But not for him, because he hadn't spent any experience points in 20 years. Not all items were very useful, but he took them for his collection. But random attribute points are a necessary thing. He is interested in what he gets. There were different attributes. They were all flying in front of him, but he couldn't move them. He had to fly out of that group himself. And in a moment, one attribute flew out at him as if from an oven. It was an attribute of divine thinking, and the volume and sensitivity of that attribute will be increased. He accepted that attribute without hesitation, and it entered his body. Suddenly, Chanlian paid attention to the spiritual tree because it reacted to something. She started drinking wine and said that her friend Lu must have made a breakthrough because he always surprises everyone. And suddenly she felt bitter because she remembered the tree's words that it might not need her in the future. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, why she suddenly remembered the words of that tree. He felt the effect that his divine consciousness began to penetrate deeper and his sensations intensified. Then he took the points of the selected special attribute and thought about where he should apply those points. And in a moment, he realized that it was best to put all his experience into sword cultivation. He improved the sword skills attribute by 10% and hopes to be able to call it his strongest attribute. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a new energy that put all his new skills and attributes into action. Immediately afterward, he received a message that he had reached the level of understanding the heart of the sword. Suddenly, everyone paid attention to the condition of Mr. Tree. They asked if he was possibly having a seizure, or was it that Lu Chong? That spirit of the tree said that an understanding of the heart of the sword had been achieved. Everyone had not yet recovered from their previous astonishment when they were shocked again, for even the great sword master had attained an understanding of the heart of the sword after the fourth boundary. The girls from that sect said that there was nothing unusual there, because Head Lu is not an ordinary person, because he is so beautiful that he was definitely chosen by heaven. They fell in love with him at first sight and for life. They said, "Could that Head Lu be stronger than a sword master?" In a moment, all the swords of those disciples flew up and began to move away from them. They had a very scary feeling, and so did their swords. They shouted that Lu Chong's sword had frightened the souls of their swords. When a person reaches an understanding of the heart of the sword, a secret power is revealed in him that determines his destiny. Lu Chong has the power to cause change. He himself was surprised that he had such a superpower chosen by fate. The fate of that sword was majestic. The sword cuts through flesh, but the heart cuts through souls. The sword blade can be imbued with special powers to harm a divine creature, soul, or other incorporeal entities. Once such disembodied beings are cut, it is very difficult to restore them. Now his simple attack can not only deal critical damage, but also cut the soul of the sword. He smiled and thought that if he had the opportunity, he should develop that attribute. He then began to think about that monument to the sword, with a simple attack on it, and the simple attack was given to him by a maid. Now, who is a maid? He thought even harder, because she couldn't be from the first generation, could she? He thought that something was wrong, because everyone from the first generation was definitely human. So was she somehow connected to them? He wondered if the maid and the ancient tree might be familiar, and in general, what kind of entity was the maid? Meanwhile, that tombstone shone with light. Inside, underground, a wooden box moved from side to side. The maid was fussing, wondering when the boy would come to her again. And in the sword sect, Lu Chong finally left the portal and returned to the reality of the heavenly realm. He left the arena. When he went to the arena, he had a few disciples with him, but when he came out, almost the entire sword sect was waiting for him. He knew at what point to apply the wind technique to make them seem even more attractive. Those students fell over just because he smiled at them. Then he decided to look at a large scroll. He thought it was very good, because when the weaklings come, he wants them to see that he is in first place in the second level. He predicted that when they saw the rating, their jaws would drop in amazement, and they would want to become his students. He was going to his girlfriend and said that he had been gone a long time. She kindly replied that it wouldn't take long and even very quickly. She thought it would be better, but he didn't understand the phrase about very quickly. The old tree spirit said it was very good. He said he didn't deserve that kind of praise, and he thought he got a lot of reputation and most of it from that tree. He thought that it turns out that he likes him. It turned to Lu Chong and said that it had a request, and Lu listened attentively to what he would say. And he told the gentleman to say what he wanted. He asked if the person who taught him the art of the sword was still in the world. He replied that she was in this world, but he thought that she lived in the grave. That tree asked if Lu Chong could ask for a meeting between his teacher and the ancient tree. He replied that unfortunately, it would not work out because she was in a special situation and he was afraid that she would not be able to come there. And he thought again that she was lying in the grave and he did not see her true image. The tree told him not to bother and that the fact that Master Lu Chong was alive was good enough. He thought that judging by the words of the tree, he thought that the one who taught him was very ancient. But he thought that they might be talking about different people. He said he wanted to make sure that the person the ancient tree was talking about and the person Lu Chong was talking about were the same person. So he asked Mr. Tree to name them. Suddenly he was enveloped by the fallen leaves of that ancient tree. It replied that his name was the strange Li Li. He thought that he didn't remember anyone from his past life whose name was Li. The spirit of that tree was calmly watching and waiting. And Lu Chong thought that Mr. Tree was very serious, and it was definitely a serious name. He began to wonder if that maid could have a name like that, but it didn't sound like a woman's name at all. And suddenly Mr. Tree said that if they weren't talking about the same person, he shouldn't worry. Suddenly that Mr. Ancient Tree said that he was blessing that marriage. Both Lu Chong and Shanlian did not understand him at that moment. Then Mr. Tree offered him to play a game for a while. He said he was listening attentively to Mr. Ancient Tree. Mr. Tree said that he hadn't taken his sword out of its holster since the test, and he was curious. He said that the branch was stronger than the wooden dummy he had used in the first exam. If Lu Chong could leave a scratch, he would pass the exam from Mr. Tree. He said, if Lu Chong can do it, will he give them both a present? He immediately agreed, but the girl kept asking why she was getting a gift. He began to look at that branch carefully and prepare to strike. One disciple of the sword sect said that Lu Chong forgot to take his sword out of its holster. He didn't forget which tree he was facing, did he? He said that the time had not yet come and used a new technique of slow sound, and in a moment he was enveloped in a very strong energy that was raging around him. The punch flew past those students with such speed that they did not even have time to blink. And in an instant, that branch just flew away from the main tree. It seemed that nothing would surprise those students that day. But it was not so. They were thrown into shock. They said it was lightning speed, and others said it was sword awareness. And the most alert noticed that this technique was the same as Yue's. Did they say that he was only on the second frontier and had sword awareness all the time? That ancient tree just kept silent. Those disciples began to say that he might be a genius, but he did not leave Mr. Tree the opportunity to keep his face in honor. And others said that Mr. Tree would probably be angry because he had said to leave only a scratch, and he cut it off completely. Suddenly that tree gentleman laughed a lot and said that Lu Chong was stronger than he was at his age. Those disciples were again thrown into shock because they thought Mr. Tree was talking about a great first-generation cultivator. And Lu Chong said that the flow of water will not stop you from getting ahead, so there is no point in competing. Qianlian thought he meant that he was not interested in competition because he was just following his own path. He thought that what he wanted now was not to surpass that Lu Li, but to taste the jade flowers on Mount Kunlun, to live as long as the Emperor of Heaven and to shine like the sun and moon. Mr. Tree said that Lu Chong was interesting, and he was giving that branch to him. He thanked me and thought that it was a very good material to make, and when he returned he would make a mannequin out of it for his students. Then the tree said that here was the promised fire for both of them, and suddenly 2 flowers appeared on the crown of that tree. And those 2 flowers fell into their hands, and Lu Chong thought, is this a peach blossom that adds luck to a love relationship? These flowers began to dissolve in their hands, and Mr. Tree said that these 2 peach blossoms would help them solve their problems in the future when they faced a crisis. Then they thought a bit about the sign he gave them. Those students did not know how to react. They said that the owner of the tree decided to ask them to marry him, but the girl was older than him and it was not strange. In their past lives, they were connected as mentor and student, and so the system warned of danger. Qianlian was very uncomfortable at that moment. But in most cases, everything was obvious, that it was his mentor who protected him from monsters. He clenched his fist with that peach flower and thought that in this life he would take care of Qianluan. Later they left the sword sect and went to Momen. They were cherishing and had nothing to talk about so far, so they were silent, but Lu Chong looked thoughtful. He thought that the disciples of the sword sect were pretty normal, but his friends Yue Girl Nanwei and Chen Xiao did not do a good job at all of making him famous. But he must get reputation points from the sword sect. He noticed that she was a bit ashamed, and he realized that he had to come up with something to diffuse the tension between them. Did he tell her that he wanted to go to a certain place, and did she want to go with him? She answered without hesitation, but also without much pleasure, that she would go with him. But after a moment, she abruptly asked him where exactly he wanted to go. He asked her what she was thinking about. Was she thinking about the problems in the sect? Because he knows that in her past life, she was persecuted by many different cultivators who courted her and had no choice but to come down from the mountain and go on a journey. She replied that yes, that she was confused by the problems. She asked him what love and sympathy are and why many people are obsessed with these feelings. He thought that she was definitely very much persecuted, that there were real problems from fans. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly because he was more comfortable that way. He said that Wei didn't know what it was, but he knew that if a person's heart doesn't have someone to love, then it's the coolest time. She thought he would say something else, but she accepted his answer. He said that he would tell her many interesting things about the world, and maybe she would tell him about her torment on Mount Chunku. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily. She told us about the peculiarity of Mount Chunku, that certain techniques enhance different qualities of people. But some people with heightened desires were disappointed in their expectations and lost their minds. And rumors and slander came from all sides. Those people said that she was cold and that she was very difficult to communicate with, and that she would not be able to become a couple for someone to cultivate together. He did not show strong emotions, but he thought that if those bad people could say such things about his friend, he thought that he should not let them catch his eye, because he would make them suffer. He said that he believes that she is not only easy to get along with, but that when he is with her, he feels free. She did not expect such words from her friend and was surprised. He asked her if she had heard the saying, "He who has not eaten grapes says they are sour." He smiled and said that they did not eat the grapes, but he did. He looked at her directly into her eyes and said that those grapes were very sweet. She was so beautiful at that moment. Several sword sect disciples flew on their swords and flew into the area of the sword sect arena. One student said that they would accompany other students to the arena to change the guards, and then they could go. They had already arrived, and Yui told them to go and greet Mr. Ancient Tree. They all went to him to greet him, and the other students continued to talk amongst themselves about Chapter Lu and how wonderful he was. The conversations continued. They were saying who could have thought he was so amazing, and at that moment, Yui's friends noticed something extraordinary, and Yui also looked in that direction. When he realized where they were looking, he was thrown into a very strong shock. They all stood up and couldn't believe their eyes. They were looking at the rating in the arena. Yui approached the students who were there and asked them to tell him in detail about the man. The first person to tell him everything was the girl who met him at the entrance to the arena. She was very emotional about everything, and Yui tried to understand everything that happened as much as possible. At one point in the story, he was in turmoil. He thought it was impossible. He could not believe that this had happened. He was shattered, thinking how his mutual senior student Lu Chong could have deceived him. Those ordinary students were surprised to see the expression on Yui's face, and they asked him why it was such a big blow to him. And others said it was because he was also special. Those ordinary students would not understand Yui's feelings, because as a child, Yui had received instruction from Lu Chong. Then Yui was on the ground, and Lu Chong said to him, "Does he know why he is not a rival for him?" He asked me very emotionally why he couldn't be a competitor. He said that he would tell him this only once and that he should remember it, and that he would tell him only about his secret skill. He waited with the utmost attention for him to start talking and thought that he would definitely remember. He said no women in his heart, because the sword is a natural life force. He immediately started repeating that phrase to memorize it. He just started shaking with anger. He imagined Lu Chong and John Lian standing and embracing. He remembers Lu Chong speaking clearly about how he now has a couple to cultivate together. He thought that the straight brotherhood had scattered. While he was getting angry, the girl said that she remembered Yue talking about a secret mutual disciple from a sect controlled by the sword sect. She asked if it was Lu Chong. As soon as he and his friend heard, they turned around. Chen Xiao started shouting that it was not him and that it was not possible. He told the girl not to talk nonsense and to stop thinking about it at all. Those disciples believed him and began to think, who else could be so strong as to fit that description? And so Momoni said that Wan's reputation points were destroyed by someone named Chan. While they were flying, Lu Chong-hee was scratching his lips, and she noticed and asked him if it was because of the wind. He said no, but it was probably because someone was talking about his beauty. Suddenly, she said that the bird city he had told her about had arrived. He said finally they arrived. There were a lot of birds like this, like a black crow. She asked him why they had come to that city. He told her that she would find out later. He thought that even if he wanted to explain it, she would not understand. He thought to himself that who would believe that he had come there to take assignments for the students? That town is one of 10 where there are a lot of newcomers. He spent a lot of time there in his past life, so he is very familiar with the town. Besides, that task for newcomers can kill a lot of people. Suddenly, someone was on one knee on the ground, and there was blood everywhere. He looked very wounded. He said that one more stroke and the seal would be finished. After a while, he moved away and a large seal appeared. It was very difficult for the man. He was all sweaty and breathing very hard. And suddenly that seal activated and began to emit a strong red light. He said that he felt sorry for the birds, but that those bird lives would live forever in his body. And in a moment, a heart seemed to break free from hundreds of birds and fly into that seal. Suddenly, some of the birds that had not died began to develop completely different wings. Their teeth began to appear and they grew in size. Fewer birds died, and the remaining ones became very angry. In a short time, a large number of altered birds appeared there, surrounded by a red aura. They were flying and were like a wall. Everything in their path was in danger. As soon as they flew over that tree, there was almost nothing left of it. When the man saw that, he was horrified. He could not believe what had happened. According to his plan, it was not supposed to be like that. He asked why he not only did not draw the life of the birds, but why they began to draw life from all living things. He himself was in a serious condition. He thought that those birds would harm people, and he didn't want that. Those birds were flying, and there were people in the forest on their way. They immediately noticed those people and had already chosen them as a target for attack. Those people were calmly picking apples, but one of them noticed and said that those birds were not like the others. He told me what was happening there because in the places where they flew over, the trees withered after them. And suddenly those demonic birds turned around and flew at those people. They were very frightened and panicked. Those birds kept destroying everything, and that man was trembling with fear and said that he did not want to harm people. Those people ran away in a panic. They shouted that they would hide in the city, and another one shouted that they were starting to bite him, which meant they were eating people. That man went crazy. He said that it was not his fault and it had nothing to do with him. He was just a dying man. He said that he would die and everyone would die. But there was a silhouette behind him. It was Lu Chong who kicked him and told him to disappear. He raised his head and began to look at Lu Chong. In his eyes, he was all glowing and very beautiful. He said he was definitely a celestial being. Lu Chong thought that he had caused the birds to attack. He wanted to move on with his life and drew the seal, but it changed and caused the birds to rage. He thought that the man would definitely die, but other people should not suffer because of such a fool. He looked at them and thought that this was no fun at all because they were partially dead. And what about him, a person who cannot die? He remembered that in his past life, the protective seal of the bird city was activated when there was enough blood to protect people until the beta test arrived. He was one of the players in that beta test, and he didn't understand what the phrase enough blood meant at all. At the time, he did not care about the 3 significant deaths because he knew from the mission description that killing those birds gave experience points. Lu Chong said that there is a seal in the city that can protect that city, but he can't apply it. He asked Qianluan if she can apply it. Was that man surprised that there was someone else with him? She came closer and the man slowly turned around. He was afraid that she would hit him too. She also shone in his eyes and she said that she could do what he said. When he saw it, he was even more surprised because it was a big cultivator. He stood and looked at those birds, but at the same time his sword awareness technique was activated, he said, "A piece of ash of an era falling on a person is a mountain." She froze at that moment and waited for his next move. He activated the power at full capacity and directed it at those birds. He said that he would move that mountain. Meanwhile, that flock of birds had already taken flight over the city. But at the same time, the girl, Qia Lian, had already activated the protective shield. Over time, that energy shield spread to the entire city and covered it like a dome. People kept running away, even under the dome. People said that if those birds got into the city, the consequences would be unpredictable. Those people bowed to Qianlian and thanked her for arriving in time to save them. She told me that I shouldn't thank her. Then those people said that the seal had only stopped those birds, but they needed to go out of town to work and earn a living, so they started asking her to help them solve the problem with the birds. She said that someone told her to just activate the seal and he would help them. Those people were fleeing to the city center and noticed that there was a man on the edge of the city border. It was him. He was in the air saying that the bird was in trouble, but he would fix it. But at that moment, those birds noticed him and began to focus on him and prepare to attack. The whole huge pack rushed at him at the same moment, simultaneously. He stood firm and waited for the moment to act. People asked Qianluan's girlfriend if he could handle them alone, because there would be a lot of birds. They said to let him inside the city quickly, and then they would have to think about it. But she said in response that she believed him. That man watched as Lu Chong activated lightning strikes to counteract those birds. He thought that he had only the second border, and if the great cultivator did not intervene, he would definitely lose and die. When they were close enough, he thought about how he could fight them when they were all in the air. And in general, you should only enter the city through the gates, not strike from the air. And suddenly he had to use a different technique because those lightning bolts were almost natural and very inaccurate. So he said it was time for them to come down and use the power of water. It was raining at the time, thanks in part to Lu Chong, and in an instant, those birds stopped. At one point, they all started to fall to the ground. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said, "How is this possible?" He raised his head up and said that this guy had received the power of heaven and earth. He just flew. He closed his eyes and said that rainy weather was his territory. Another flock of birds was flying at him from another angle, and he thought that there was even more room for water to be used than he had thought. He started using a new technique to be more efficient. Suddenly, he clenched his fist sharply and the water in his hand also shrank. Those drops just stopped at that moment, and the rain seemed to stop falling because of that effect. And a moment after the pause, birds began to explode in the sky one by one. They couldn't really fly because he controlled everything. They just exploded from a distance. He said that the power of water is wonderful and very convenient, but its energy consumption is also appropriate. She thought that he was using the power of heaven and earth too often, and that his spiritual strength would soon run out. Later, after several more attacks from him, he ran out of spiritual energy. But he was not upset and started to open the portal and said that it was special. In fact, he called the system to use experience points and raise his level. And in an instant, the entire sky was lit up with bright yellow light as he raised the level. Was she surprised that he managed to raise his level right in the middle of the battle? That man was even more shocked. He said that the power of heaven and earth is more standard than breaking through a level during a battle. Then he thought that if he had to take into account the amount of spiritual energy, he decided to use the power of heaven and earth and unite with the awareness of the sword. Lu Chong, it took a lot of thought to start combining those two combat options. He moved like lightning with lightning speed and brought down those birds. That poor man almost died of surprise that he also had open awareness of the sword. But it's a worthless second frontier, isn't it? Over time, there were fewer and fewer birds in the sky, and the rain stopped, but the rain of birds continued. His energy of sword awareness worked at the highest level. That man looked and saw that the sky had begun to clear, and he thought that Lu Chong had killed thousands of birds. Did he kneel down and think that this was the legendary power of heaven and earth? Later, the sky was completely clear, and Lu Chong calmly descended to the ground. He said he was not saved. The man smiled strangely and said he knew. He went on to say that when he saw Lu Chong, he was very sorry. He raised his head and said with a kind smile that a cultivator should not bring evil to forgive people. He said his last words that he wanted to be like Lu Chong, a hero for ordinary people. And that man fell to the ground, and the girl, Chan Luan, said that he had no pulse and could not be saved. But he said that the man had saved himself. He looked to the side and said, "The birds are done, but the blood seal is still working. They need to figure out the source of that seal." They went toward that source of the seal, and people said that they did not even know the names of the cultivators who saved them. They said that those two were a perfect pair of celestials, and if they could find out their names, they would definitely glorify them. Lu Chong heard their words and thought that he would soon tell them his name, because Momentum's reputation points and the recruitment of players to make them an instrument depends on those people. Did she say that her friend was constantly suppressing his level? Because she had just seen him raise his level without interrupting the fight and easily defeat those birds. Did he answer her, or did she hear the legend of the Swordmaster? They say that he raised all levels in one day. She said that the legend was very famous, and of course she had heard of it, but she asked him why he mentioned it. He was walking away and turned a little bit to her and smiled and said that if he told her that he could do it too, would she believe him? She stopped and was very surprised to hear such words. But he immediately said that he was joking and that she shouldn't take his words seriously. When they were walking to the source of the seal, he took the apple in his hand and said that it was good that those birds did not spoil the fruit. It was a little sour, but edible. She did not say anything because she was in deep thought at that moment. She remembered the words of the ancient tree master, and she couldn't understand what he saw in him. What was his secret? An interest in Lu Chong had begun to develop in her, and an indication that a woman has feelings is an interest in a man. In a short time, they found that bloody seal. He immediately set to work and put his own hand on it to destroy it. And just a second later, that bloody seal broke off in red. There was a bird lying in that place, and he thought that it was definitely not edible, but there was still blood poison in it. And suddenly he used a technique that allowed him to speak at special frequencies so that everyone at a very long distance could hear his words. He said that the tragedy with the birds was completely resolved, but that they should not be eaten so that everyone would remember. His words reached that city of birds in a moment and were repeated several times. Those people who had not yet left the city were on their knees thanking the Momen sect and Lu Chong for reaching out to them. He looked at those birds and thought that if it weren't for that poison, he would have loved to cook them with his special recipe, and he would gladly treat his friend to such a dish. And she thought that he was so attentive because if he hadn't warned those people about the danger inside those birds, a great disaster could have happened. And he thought that it was unfortunate that he couldn't treat her to a big bird, but the people of that town definitely remembered his name. But Lu Chong-hee didn't know that out of the 10 cities for beta test newcomers, only the bird suit didn't have any monsters. Thousands of players for several tens of kilometers could not find a single monster to level up. Thousands of beta test players had to perform boring tasks every day to level up. Some players said that instead of fighting monsters, they harvested crops every day and became farmers. And as a result, they were desperate because they did not expect this. And he just mentioned that newcomers from that location would not have the opportunity to level up at all at the expense of monsters, because he had destroyed them all. He thought that there was nothing to worry about because they would be able to meet him, because he is special and he thinks he is better than those demonic birds. She watched him and thought that his expression was constantly changing. Maybe he was thinking about something important. Suddenly he noticed a light coming from under his clothes. He took that sign and thought, why is she reacting so strongly? It reacts much more strongly than when there were a lot of messages. He smiled and thought that he had unlocked a new skill. Did he look closely at that sign to understand the reason why it was glowing? Suddenly it stopped glowing. He was outraged because he couldn't feel anything anymore. Did he think that the sign was teasing him? That sign can't be joking. At that moment, Lu Chong-hee, who didn't know what had happened, was about to experience something very important. Going back half an hour, something else happened. It turned out that there was another man there, and he said that this was the future in his eyes. This man was a heavenly mechanism for saving people. He had the most powerful consciousness in that world. In fact, he controlled the person who activated the blood seal, for he is the one who plays the celestial chess of the celestial Tao. Long ago, he followed a dying man, and that man found a blood seal in a secret place, and the seal could have prolonged his life, and he could not resist the temptation. In fact, it was that man who planned it all. The man was screaming that he had been saved, but all he had to do was activate the blood seal. He thought he was so lucky, but in fact, it was the chess player who had planned it all. That chess master could see into the future, and in the future of that man, he saw that he would die and would be only a tool to activate the birds' attack. He recalled his first move in chess, what he told a boy, and that he told everyone about it, that the boy was from a terrible demon, and 10 years have passed since then. He thought that perhaps that demon seed had already taken root, and that the first result would soon be forthcoming. It was as if that chess player was the one who was laying the groundwork for all kinds of misfortunes around the world. But then with those demonic birds, everything happened differently. Before he could rejoice properly, he felt that someone was destroying those birds and his plans were being ruined. He threw his penetrating vision into the square and saw two people there, and the man who was supposed to do everything, and that man was dead. He was shocked because they disrupted his big plan. There was a cultivator of the 5th border and a cultivator of the 2nd border. For a moment he thought, if they destroyed the birds' attack plan, then they destroyed the chessboard of the heavenly Tao. He wondered if one of them was not a direct participant in the game like him. He bit his own fingers so that blood came out and prepared for a special technique, because he did not believe that one of them was not a direct participant in the game. He sharply put those fingers to his eye and it instantly glowed bright green. It was a special technique, he said, and if it wasn't in the game, he wouldn't be able to see its future. And he focused the gaze of that green eye on Ni Chao Lian, because she was stronger, and he assumed that she had a better chance of being the one who was out of the game. In a moment, he fell into a trance and his eye flew through the worlds and searched for the future of that girl. The first thing he saw was her weapon and a lot of blood near it. In another moment, he saw her dead, lying in the snow. He understood everything about her. She had a difficult life. This is how he saw her future, so she is not a person who is out of the game. He thought, is this really the little girl on the second border? And he sharply directed his super gaze at Lu Chong. He thought that he would not guess but would watch and find out everything. He penetrated deeper and deeper, but he hasn't found anything yet. Suddenly, a big eye appeared in front of him, as if looking at him, and at the same moment, he was knocked out of the state in which he could see the future. He was shaking, saying that this was a person who was outside the game. He was shocked. He was wondering who the man was. It was at the moment when the blue-green eyes were pushed into the void that Lu Chong's sign was activated. He thought he needed to level up to see the new features, so he decided to treat that sign as a warning. And Zhang Xian asked him if he had anywhere else to go. He replied that this was it, and they were going back home. She thought about the seemingly simple phrase. She looked at it and thought that it was not her house but his. In the meantime, everyone who remained in Momen was cultivating Xiaoqi. She thought that Lu Dongyi's girlfriend had gone somewhere and didn't say where, and that Lu's head had gone on a trip with that girl. Suddenly, her thoughts came to an abrupt halt when Zhao Chu approached her, and Luo Bing's girlfriend was even frightened by the surprise. She suddenly decided to ask the girl, Luo Bin, what it meant to understand this expression, to respect men and value women. She instantly turned pale. She had not expected such a question. She immediately remembered the story told by Mu Dongfang, where the girl was kicked out of the house so that the son of her mother's new husband could continue studying. Mo Dongfang told Heiting to explain the differences in that concept because Luo Bing was thinking about something very much. He immediately went up to Zhao Chu and said that he was going to show her something. He pointed to the inscription on the ground and she looked at it carefully. It said that men carry heavy bags and women carry light ones. And this is the essence of the saying. And now she has no other questions. She understood everything right away. Lu Heiting patted her head, and that one-eyed old chess player did not know that his first seed had also gone off the path he had planned, that Heiting had grown up to be a completely good person. Suddenly, someone flew over Momen. It was Aunt Nin, and she said that she hadn't been to Momen for 6 months. They spotted her from a height and were preparing to meet her. She said that there was no need for formalities and asked where Lu's family was because she hadn't seen them for a long time. Luo Bing replied that Lu Dongyi's girlfriend had gone to the cloister and that Lu's head had gone to the arena, to the sword sect. She became alarmed when she heard about the shutter. Of course, she thought that Lu Dongyi girl was a bit strange, because installing 30 layers of protection was a bit much, but that was her business. She asked why they didn't go to the competition arena with Lu Chong. She replied that the head had set up a queue to enter the arena, and they all stood there and didn't say anything else. They were waiting for Aunt Ning to say something. She thought that most likely they just didn't have the spiritual stones to pay for the arena, so she thought that this time, as she was going, she would pour some spiritual stones for them. And Lo Bin continued to do her usual business of looking at and comparing women to herself. She thought that Aunt Ning looked very beautiful. Then she remembered her own girl mentor and that she was far from Lo Bin herself, and this calmed her down. And in an instant, Aunt Ning asked her what she was doing. At that moment, she was very afraid that she would be judged for her strange tendencies. She started saying that she hadn't done anything, and she thought she needed to pull herself together. Meanwhile, the one-eyed chess player regained consciousness, but his whole body was still shaking. He remembered the eye he had seen and began to think, what kind of an entity was that kid? Suddenly, he began to see worse. His eyes were double and getting dimmer by the second. And in a moment, he went completely blind. He was terrified. He said that the power that the heavenly Tao had given him was gone, and he just looked at that guy and went blind. He was just bursting with anger, saying that he had to find out who the guy was. And suddenly, like a black spirit, he jumped a very long distance and said that he would not allow another person to be outside the game. He arrived at the tower of the celestial mechanism, where the intelligence organization of the celestial kingdom was located. And he landed sharply on his throne, and there was a girl in that big hall, and she was surprised that he had appeared. She gently approached him and asked him if he was injured. You could see that he was in pain. He was shrouded in black energy. Did he give his assistant a scroll with a portrait of that guy and say that she recognized who he was? As soon as she unfolded that portrait, the first thing she said was that there was such a beautiful man in that world. The old man told her not to admire his beauty, but to find out everything about him as soon as possible, because she could be punished. She was smiling like that because she was curious about who he was. Meanwhile, they continued to fly toward home. Suddenly, he received a system notification. At the time, he had no idea what the alert might be. It said that there were 10 days left before the players arrived, and he was very happy when he saw that. He said that in 10 more days, the best people he could use would come. He had already prepared everything, and we should wait for the fish to bite the hook. Later, Kizan Lian said that they were already approaching Momenis. Thanks to that raven, they made it all the way there pretty quickly. When they arrived, Lu Chong asked why no one was meeting them, and she said that they were probably all cultivating now. But it was strange that there was not even a trace of them. At that moment, she wondered why she had the feeling that she was directly involved in Momentum's affairs. He suddenly used the power of divine consciousness. It was as if an invisible spirit flew over the entire Momenu and felt a certain presence in the Great Hall. He said that it turned out that Aunt Ning had come, and she thought, "Who is this aunt?" They went straight there and wondered on what occasion she could have come to them. When they entered that hall, everyone immediately paid attention to them. Aunt Ning turned around and said that Lu Chong had returned. He came to her with hugs and said that he congratulated her and that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He came up and asked her with a big smile what she had brought him this time. She looked away and said that he didn't miss her at all, but he had only material things in his throat. He said loudly that he missed her a lot and thought it was a pity that he was an adult and could not throw himself into her big arms like he used to. When they were talking, Zhang Xinyan was standing behind them, and she was a little uncomfortable. Did that aunt keep looking at her and wondering if she was chasing her? And right after that, Lu Chong said that he had forgotten to introduce his friend Jian Xinyan from Mount Chunku to Aunt Ning. She said hello to Aunt Nin and wondered what was happening to her, because she and her aunt were on the same level. So why was she so worried? And Aunt Ning thought that this was the elder from Mount Chunsu herself, and she hadn't met her yet. She thought she was on equal footing with her, but she was uncomfortable because she felt like she was meeting her mother. And Lu Chong-hee thought that there would be such an interesting atmosphere between the two of them. And in an instant, Aunt Ning realized that the two of them were together. She had already imagined herself giving a blessing and telling the girl that she could call her Aunt Nin, and she liked these thoughts very much. Lu Chang asked her what she was looking for him about. At the same second, he thought she looked strange and probably guessed that Aunt Ning was already at an age where she must have enjoyed matchmaking. She said that there was one thing. She said that she got one thing in the sect, but she didn't need it, and she brought it to Momen and she would give it to them. And she took out a beautiful bag from which a very bright light came out. These were the seeds of a first-class spiritual tree, and she knew that the Momen sect was in short supply. So did she bring a whole bag? Momentum students were very surprised, saying that such resources are very rare and expensive. Aunt Ning thought that she shouldn't think that Lu Chonger only had her in such a high position because she herself was very respected by him. And suddenly in that second, those peach blossoms that merged with their hands began to glow. The two of them raised their hands up in the air and couldn't understand what was going on there. Zhang Xinyan said that these were the seeds given to them by the spirit of the ancient tree. A couple of hours earlier, in a secret room of the Momen sect, some girl who tried to suppress her own boundaries of power. But that girl wasn't there at all. It was just a phantom she had set up there. In fact, she was in a completely different place. She was very exhausted. She had very little chance of not breaking through the level, and she failed. After all these years of restraint, she still failed to keep that border in check, and she needs to be more careful in the future. Suddenly, she felt the energy, the Jiang brother and sister, that they had returned. At that moment, she grabbed her cloak without any hesitation, and she abruptly started running to all of them. She said that she had not seen her brother for 3 days and 11 hours. She ran into the big hall and was very happy that everyone was there. She immediately noticed that there were very beautiful peach blossoms flying there, and she didn't even think anything of it. She noticed that her brother and Zhang were holding their hands in grief, and those peach blossoms were appearing from their hands. They didn't really understand what was happening and looked at Lu Dongyi's girlfriend with such a strange look. She did not even know how to react because she could not have imagined such a turn of events. She looked down and said with a frown that those peach blossoms were not really beautiful at all. Lu Chong turned to her, hinting that she had behaved rather ugly at that moment. He thought that for some reason he had a feeling at that moment that he had been caught with his mistress in bed. And in a moment, Lu Dongyi's girlfriend simply walked past her brother and said hello to Aunt Ning. Did she say that she not only came but also brought gifts? Lu Chong and Jiang Lian were a little shocked by the behavior of the girl Lu Dongyi. Lo Bin thought that the relationship between the young master and Jiang was quite delicate. She thought that there was nothing wrong with that, because all she needed was to become one of the young gentleman's wives, and that would be enough for her. Aunt Ning said that if everyone returned home, they should not put it off and plant those spiritual seeds today. They all agreed with her that this would be the right decision. They all left that room and went to an open area to find a place to plant seeds. In a short time, the sites were identified and earthworks began. While the students were digging holes in the ground, Aunt Ning said that Lu Chong had done very well in the arena this time. He replied that he was only slightly different from the others. He said that he had realized and understood the heart of the sword a little bit, and at the same time he received the slow sound technique of the swordmaster, and also took second place and thus reduced the arena by half. She was seriously surprised and asked him what he meant by being only slightly different from the majority. He replied that all of Momentum's disciples were the same, so he was telling the truth, right? And in an instant, all the students answered in chorus that he was right. They were all like him. Aunt Ning remembered a woman and thought that her children would not disappoint her. The next day, they went out to accompany Aunt Ning, and Lu Chong asked her if she was sure she wouldn't leave for a few days. She said that she was not as free as he was and that she had a lot of things to do, and she mentioned that Yue had said hello to Lu Chong. He sighed and asked her to say hello to him as well. She also almost forgot to mention that Yue had crossed the fourth border a couple of days ago. She also thought it was great that he was progressing so quickly, but he shouldn't be such a braggart because he's not the only genius. When she said that, he calmly replied that he was almost the same way. And she told him that he hadn't reached the third limit yet, and dare he say that he was almost at the fourth? And he replied that it was only a matter of time, that's all. She also said that Yue asked her to ask Lu Chong something else, and she thought that the boy had lost all modesty. He asked her with disgust, "Why does that Yue guy talk so much?" She paused briefly and said, "Could Yue at the fourth level make Chapter Lu bear his sword?" It was a very serious question, and all of Momentum's students held their breath at that moment. Even Zhao Chu wondered if Brother Yue could be stronger than Head Lu. His faithful friend Jiang Lian was also looking forward to Lu Chong's answer, and she was very curious what he would say. After a short pause, he said that he would ask Aunt Ning to tell Yue one thing. He used the spirit wind technique and said that his sword had been sealed for more than a decade and could kill anyone below the fifth limit with a single blow. She thought that 10 years of age meant that he had a very strong will. Lo Bin was delighted with this answer, and she thought that this was what she had expected from the young gentleman. Zhao Chu emotionally said that the head is very cool, and she also wants to speak with such cool words. But at that moment, her emotions were quickly suppressed by her mentor. Aunt Ning said that she understood everything, and that she would repeat those words to Yue. And right after that, she flew away abruptly, and they waved and said goodbye. When she was far enough away, she shouted to him that she had left a gift for him in the bamboo house so that he would not forget to pick it up. As soon as they heard that, their spirits immediately lifted and they received a gift afterwards. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Lian called out a large raven and said that she would also be saying goodbye, and she was very grateful for the very warm welcome. You could tell by Lu Chong's expression that he was disappointed. He asked her if she was leaving. She slowly turned around and said that she would be leaving them. He did not ask her to stay and wished her a safe journey. And she, in her typical cold style, simply thanked me. And at the same moment, she jumped out at that crow. Lu Dongyi's sister thought that Zhang Lian and her brother were not yet at a level to start spending obscenely much time in each other's presence. And immediately she felt warm in her heart, because she thought that such things did not concern her, and she could be with him as long as she wanted, because she was his younger sister. When she got to the top, she said that she had also left something in that bamboo house so that the head would not forget to look at it before going to bed. The two of them were surprised, but did Lu Dongyi's girlfriend notice the phrase before she went to bed? And it rapidly began to gain height. At that moment, she thought that she shouldn't go back, because if she did, she wouldn't want to leave the Moment sect. She would not want to leave the Moment sect. She decided to open a new jar of wine and thought, what's going on with her? She recalled that he kept telling her that she was very cool, but at the time she didn't think so at all. A little time passed and night fell. He looked at those gifts and said that Aunt Ning had left a ring to keep, spiritual stones, and a lot of materials to work with. And there are enough stones for all of Moment's students to complete the competition arena and even have some left over. He thought that, of course, mature women do everything without saying anything. He came out of that house and said that Jin Yang's bamboo house was nearby, but it was not yet time to go to bed, so he would wait. He looked at the moon and said that he had just one more thing to do that he usually did at that time. He went to the maid and started knocking on that stone and asked if she was there. And in a moment, it appeared from the ground. He said that that time he was at a competition in the sword sects arena, and he even took first place in one of the rankings. He also began to boast that he had learned a new technique and gained a little understanding of the heart of the sword. She didn't react, and he realized that his praise of himself had failed. He decided to say only what he needed to say about that mark on the stone from a technique very similar to the one she had taught him. He asked, where did this technique come from? She mumbled something. It sounded like she had forgotten. He was shocked. How could she have forgotten? He got angry and said that in that case, he had more information. He asked if she remembered the strange Li Lu. At that moment, something very strange happened to her, and he got excited because he thought it was a reaction to his question. And suddenly she slurred what she remembered. She began to behave strangely and talked as if she was fixated on what she remembered. He emotionally asked her what she remembered. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and she said she remembered who Li Lu was. To be sure, Lu Chong asked her if she had understood him correctly, and she started asking him again about which Li Lu he was talking about. He had already broken down and was screaming, what the hell is he saying? Who the hell is Li Lu? And he thought, where did her ears come from? A second later, she came back and said that she heard everything, and why was he yelling like that? Did he even think she was mocking him? He was about to take some forceful measures against her, and suddenly she said that Li Lu was a disciple of Emperor Qi. When he heard this, he was surprised by what he heard. He said that this could not be true because the emperor had 5 disciples, and they were all on the 9th power border, and their names are known to this day, and Li Lu's name is definitely not there. The maid added that Li Lu was the emperor's last student. He thought and remembered those stories about the times of the ancient catastrophe, that he and his 5 students died in that disaster. Unless he said that the emperor did not die in that catastrophe, she said that it probably was. She suddenly began to shake and said that he must have been his student after the ancient catastrophe. Did she say something else? But she stuttered again and was not clear at all, and Lu Chong kept asking her what else she knew about Li Lu and Emperor Qi. She said that she might have lived with them, but her memories are very vague. She also said that she remembers only a bamboo forest. He was glad that she started to remember something, and he continued to ask her about that forest. He thought that his family's maid had lived with Emperor Qi, so it turns out that he has a connection to Emperor Qi too. Suddenly, she said that Lu Chong's voice was so quiet that he must not have eaten anything. It was the last straw of his patience. He shouted even louder than the first time and said that if she could not hear him, he would dig up that grave so that she could hear him better. And suddenly, when he was about to start digging, she said that she remembered that the bamboo was black and there was a small river nearby. He thought about what she said and said, it can't be a coincidence, can it? The only forest with black bamboo that he knows is the place where the first generation of swordmasters were enlightened. He thought that it couldn't be a coincidence because there are many such bamboo forests in that world, and he was also very curious about the maid. He went on to ask her that he was very curious if she remembered who she was. She was sad and said that she did not remember who she was because she did not even remember her own name. Suddenly he paid attention and asked why her whole body appeared. Because at first she had only a head? She replied that it was because the band had been relaxed, and he wondered what she was talking about. Suddenly she started screaming that her head was hurting like it was going to burst. She was shaking and screaming for something to happen. In an instant, she grew tenfold in size and screamed for him to give her his seed quickly. He said that he would have no problem giving her seeds, but that she would have to wait a little bit. Literally in an instant, she clung to his finger and began to pull out the seeds. She got carried away again, and he started to feel a little sick. He was exhausted. He barely told her to stop, but she didn't stop. and in a moment she was full and happy. She regained her own strength. At the expense of Lu Chong's strength, he was simply devastated. After a while, he came to, and she thanked him. Then Lu Chong said that if she didn't know her own name, maybe he could give her a name. She said in frustration that she had a name, but she just couldn't remember it. He immediately corrected himself and said that he would give me a nickname, not a name. She agreed with this option and asked him what he wanted to name her. He said that she was always saying Agu, so he would call her Maid Agu. She was very surprised that she would have such a nickname. As a result, she began to rejoice and said that she really liked the way she would be called. She said that she was very happy, and so she would let him see her treasures. He was a little confused about what kind of wealth she meant, because in her mind, wealth can be completely different things. And in this state of joy, she simply threw all her wealth into the air, and these were all kinds of scrolls, and not only that, but he was simply shocked to the core by what he saw. Among those scrolls, he noticed a technique of slow sound of violet level, but of high quality. He immediately shouted with indignation that she had that equipment, and he had to take the exam because of it. But for a moment, he thought that perhaps there was a complete set of the heritage of the swordmasters. But as soon as he began to look more closely, all those scrolls of different levels with different techniques simply disappeared. She approached him and asked him what he wanted to do with her wealth, and he was a little uncomfortable at that moment. He thought that he needed to get her talking first, so he asked her where she got all that wealth. She replied that others had put it there before her, and he asked who those others were and if she could let him see it again. Her excitement and joy had already stabilized, and she told him not to worry about it. She immediately asked Lu Chong seriously what he had just asked of her, that she give him all her wealth? And he took advantage of the fact that she was deaf and shouted to her that he had said that he would give her all his seed to the last drop, and she had to give him the scrolls. She was happy and said that the seeds were very good. He realized that she did not understand anything and asked her about the scrolls, and she began to tell him that he was speaking very quietly and she could not hear. He looked at her carefully and thought that she was probably deaf only at certain moments when she needed to be. As a result, he did not receive the scrolls and thought that she definitely had a complete set of those scrolls, the heritage of the first generation of sword masters. There are only 3 techniques. Now he already has 2, and 1 more remains. In addition, that Maid Avu met the emperor alive in his last disciple, Lu Li. Perer understood her conflict with the Purple Place group because they were after the emperor's heart, and she was his friend. But he was very much interested in why he hadn't heard the name Lu Li in his past life. When he was playing and completing story tasks, he had never met such a name. A moment later, he remembered that Xin Yang had left him a gift that he was supposed to pick up before going to bed. He quickly ran away and decided not to think about that disciple of the emperor. He arrived very quickly at Zhang Xinyan's bamboo house. But when he came, he was surprised because Sister Lu Dongyi was sitting there. He slowly approached her and asked her why she was sitting there. She said she was sitting there because she was waiting for him all the time. She stood up and said once again that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. He asked her why she was waiting for him, and if she was, why didn't she wait for him at his house? She didn't want to, but she admitted to him that she actually wanted to see what John's sister had left him. Did he look at her and think that she was constantly displeased with everything and was looking for some hidden meaning in everything? She was a little embarrassed because she realized that her brother understood her strange intentions. But he patted her head and said, a moment later, he pushed her away and said that adult children's affairs were none of his business. He calmly said that she could see it, but he would decide whether to show it to her or not. And she was very angry and said that she was an adult. Did he say that it didn't matter whether she was an adult or not? That she couldn't figure it out for herself? But when he said that, she noticed something strange. She thought that something was wrong with her brother because his aura felt weak, not at all like it had always been. She got excited and asked him if he was okay. He replied that he had just made an exchange with their family's maid. And he opened the door and started to enter that house. And she thought that he was a great guy and was trying very hard for their family. And she keeps thinking about the nonsense of her brother's relationship with Jian Lian. She wondered if she deserved to be called the deputy head of Momentum. He came in and said that it was clean and beautiful. Everything was just as it should be in Jian Lian, and the pendant on the table was probably for him. He looked at it and it was very unusual. When he took it in his hand, he felt that it was warm as a body and there was some kind of special seal. It was a black jade pendant. Its property is to form a fire seal, and with it the wearer can withstand a sudden full-force attack from a mere S-rank cultivator. It is also worn directly on the body, and if you smell it, it will smell like the body of its previous owner. He was a little surprised because it was again a protective artifact, similar to the one Aunt Ning had left behind, and he wondered if he looked like he wouldn't be able to defend himself. But he liked the fact that it would smell like Zhang Xian's body because she definitely wore it. And suddenly he was frightened by his sister, who crept up behind him and asked him what the fire seal was. Then she realized that she had left Zhang Xinyan for her brother. It was just a black jade. But then why did she say to pick it up before going to bed? Did she look at her brother very strangely and expect him to explain? He quickly thought of something to say to her and said that she didn't understand. Jian Lian said to take that object away before going to bed because it was a special ceremony. He told her that when she wanted to give him something, she should also remember the ceremony because it adds a sense of excitement and joy. He remembered their relationship and how they said goodbye before going to bed and how she said goodnight to him. It was also a ceremony. Then he thought that he would come down the mountain again the next day because there were 5 days left before the new players arrived and he still had some preparations to make. And he just left that place, and my sister stayed and was in a state of confusion. She felt that something was wrong there. My sister did not stay there for long and went home. She sat down in a comfortable position at the treatment table. She picked up a brush and began to paint something. She drew the mark she saw on the hands of her brother and the girl, and she said that in the candlelight, it even looked a little bit like the mark they had. But a moment later, she looked at it better and said that it didn't really look like him at all, and she was disappointed. The next day, Lu Chong cultivated very hard. The technique of absorbing qi is developing, and now he can bleed from all the cracks. Soon he finished and said it was time for him to leave, but that Lu Dongyi's sister should go with him because she needed to adapt. As he walked away, he thought that Zhang Lian's girlfriend had said goodnight to him, and a girl like her never did that, so their relationship had progressed very far. He gladly put on her gift and wore it with pride. He wondered if she said goodnight this time. What would be the next step? He thought that her next words would be about him, that he was very cool. Later, he came to his sister and told her to come with him, but she refused. She said that she didn't want to go down the mountain because it would be dangerous, but in fact, she thought that she just didn't want to be alone with her brother because it was very difficult for her. He said that they would be careful and that there was no danger in just going down the mountain. She just started hysterical and shouted that she was definitely not going. He said that he would let it be and he would go alone, and somewhere around the corner I heard Zhao Chu's voice saying that she wanted to leave. At that moment, he immediately said that it was very good, and Zhao Chu would go with him, but his sister shouted that Zhao Chu could not go with him either. He was a little nervous because he didn't understand what was so scary about just going down the mountain. My sister started yelling at my brother that she would not let him spoil Zhao Chu. He immediately leaned against her and asked her if he had spoiled her, and she replied, still smiling, that he hadn't. The sister kept yelling. She said that he was calling her a spoiled brat when she was already behaving like him. She told Zhao Chu that she had promised that she would not come down the mountain. She said that she remembered that she was the last student of the girl Lu Dongyi, and that if she wanted to come down the mountain, the gate would be closed to her. But suddenly Lu Chongham took her on his shoulders and said that he could take her away, and he decided that she would go with him and he would take her away. And there was delight in her eyes. The sister resigned herself and told them to leave the mountain as soon as possible, and she reminded Zhao Chu not to forget that outside the mountain she was a disciple of Master Lu. Both Lu Chong and Zhao Chu were surprised by these words, and she abruptly threw them out the door and told them to get out. He wondered what had happened to his sister, because she hadn't been like that before, and he thought, is love gone? And then they set off, and he took Luo Bin with him in addition to Zhao Chu, so that he would have someone to command. He said to Zhao Chu that he had let her come down, but there were some nuances that he would tell her now. She said she was listening to the master. He thought that things were a bit bad and that she should call him the head after all. He said that the world is very big and there are many different miracles in it, but we should treat everything calmly and not discriminate against strange people. The two of them asked each other if such strange people really existed. He said that they are not only real, but there are many of them everywhere. And momentum has great potential, and when one of them comes down the mountain, it immediately attracts attention. He himself thought that stupid newcomers are like that. The more you ignore them, the more they want to suck up to you. Zhao Chu immediately asked Lu Chong what a sycophant was. He said that this is the kind of person who constantly listens and does everything he is told. In other words, he said that these are the kind of people who, when their feelings are ignored, will come back tomorrow. They both became very curious, and Luo Bing thought that it turned out that she was a sycophant to the head of Lu. Meanwhile, in the Tower of the Celestial Mechanism, the assistant came to the old man and said that she had found all the information about Lu Chong. She looked at his image and thought that he was like a celestial who had descended from heaven, a young genius who was stuck at the beginning level for many years without any progress, and his parents had died because of a demonic cultivator. She felt sorry for him, that he had become the head of a sect so young. She felt very sorry for him at that time in his life. She thought that he had been trapped for many years, but now he had become very strong. He had many powerful techniques, and perhaps he had the strength of a swordmaster. The old man asked her why she stopped, and she just thought about Lu Chong. She quickly came closer and said that she was listening intently. She thought she would like to know something else about him. She said that the information about him was in that scroll and he could look at it. The old man told her to do something for him. He told her to go and try to get as close to him as possible because he needed even more information about him. She could not believe that she was given such a wonderful task. And that old man asked her sharply if she was happy to receive such an assignment. He unfolded the scroll and said that he knew she liked good-looking men, so if she succeeded, he would be happy too. But there is one very important detail. He seriously said that if she did not fulfill his task, she would suffer the consequences. She was a little scared, but she said she understood everything. After that, he told her to go and get to the task as quickly as possible. She slowly turned around and went to get ready. And he thought that a girl like Zhuan Zi was restrained on the top but depraved in the middle. Such women are very interesting to men. But if she goes too far and lets that man know about the Tower of the Celestial Mechanism, he fears that he will face a disaster. He went out on the balcony and looked at the city. How beautiful it was at that moment. He said that even a dam thousands of kilometers away could be destroyed by a Marahu, and he would definitely not allow the great chess game played by the Heavenly Tao to be destroyed by his hands. But the old man didn't realize that Lu Chong had already taken two pieces out of his game, the Evil Seed and the Bird City. They stopped for a rest not far from the Bird City, and Lu Chong said that you don't always need super cool ingredients to make a delicious meal. It looked very appetizing, and Lo Bin said that she had the feeling that they were a traveling family of three. He said that in such a family, Zhao Chu must be a daughter, and then who is Luo Bing? She said that she was at his service and thus made it clear to him what the case was. He didn't say anything to that, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She said that if the young gentleman liked it, she could call him daddy. He said that a little more, and he would need a ruler to punish me. Then she said that she asked the young gentleman to punish her well. He stood up abruptly, and Zhao Chu looked into the pot and said how good it smelled. At that moment, she realized it was a bad idea. As he approached her, she began to act as if she hadn't said anything, but started throwing wood to keep the fire going. Later, the dish was cooked and they poured it into plates. He handed Lo Bin a plate and said that for him, everyone under the age of 18 is a child. She didn't say anything to contradict me anymore, and immediately said that she understood everything. Suddenly, I received a message from the system. He thought it was the same message that the time had come. There is 1 minute left before the first 1,000 players arrive. And immediately after that, the countdown began. He was happy he couldn't wait for those weak newcomers to come. Exactly a minute passed and the download was complete. A special screensaver appeared to welcome everyone to the heavenly realm. And those people were just at the stage where they needed to enter their login and password. The girls asked Lu Chong who he was talking about, and he said with a smile that it would be tens of thousands of new people who would be eager to improve. The two of them didn't understand him at all. What kind of fools was Lu Chong talking about? Meanwhile, some processes were taking place in that big tower. The holographic settings of the world began to be tested. All the details were disassembled into a coding state. And in a moment, they were tested and adapted to the updates the game received. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and hundreds of luminous objects began to fall from it. And all the cards they landed on were subject to the latest checks. Various locations have also been improved for better gameplay and a more realistic atmosphere. And now the download was finally finished. And in a moment, new players appeared in that world. They were of the first level and had different names that they gave themselves. Some of them were very strange. They were delighted because it was this grandiose universe, and they had finally entered it. Lin Huicheng was there, and he could not fully realize that what he had been waiting for had finally come true. He looked at the moon and saw new players still emerging in the distance. He was defensive. He said that the control was super, and his body was as if it were real. You couldn't tell the difference at all. He turned abruptly and asked if the other guilds had already arrived. But when he turned around, he saw that some players just started hugging trees, and he thought they were complete fools for hugging trees. And another player said, "If that world is real, can he take off his pants?" And Huiqiang had a very surprised face. Others also did just stupid things because they were curious. That guy walked away from them so as not to be embarrassed and thought, what kind of people are they that they can't behave normally? He thought they were a bunch of idiots. And the first step in the game is to find monsters, because it's an online game. When he picked up that stick, he got a message that he got the first weapon. He smiled and thought that pumping was the first priority. In real life, he was sitting in a bar and his boss told him that even though he was a bad employee, he promoted him. Thanks to that conversation, he got into that game, and he has to live up to all expectations. He was determined to be the first in that game, and suddenly he shouted with all his might that he wanted to be the first. He ran around the forest and scared the birds. He shouted that the monsters were there and waiting for them. But no matter how much he searched, he hadn't managed to find a single monster. He hadn't fought anyone yet, and he was already quite exhausted. He screamed in a panic, "Where are all the monsters?" He was expecting such an adventure, but now he is disappointed. Other players were also disappointed, saying, "Why does the game start so calmly, and where are all the monsters?" Did he stop and decide to write to the global chat to see what other players were doing? He was surprised that there was not a single message, so he decided to write to everyone, asking why they were not communicating. Were they bored? Half an hour passed and no one answered. He was already wary. Then he decided to pay money to lure players. Because he paid the money, his message became very vivid, and he wrote that he wished everyone great wealth, happiness, and success. He was shocked because another half hour had passed and no one had responded, and he wondered why there was no activity. But suddenly some people opened his envelope, and there was a drugged-up bishop. He was surprised because the drugged-up bishop sent him a voice message. When he listened to it, he was shocked. The drugged-up bishop said that he had a lot of monsters. He said that his had a kind of smooth shovel. A moment later, there were 2 more messages. He was already afraid to listen to it. He already guessed some things, but he didn't want to believe it yet. Some man with a name, a big bolt, thanked me for the red envelope and said that he was having a fierce battle with porcupines. Something happened that no one could have expected. He was standing in front of that holographic chat, and he just wanted to scream. Which he did. He shouted that there were no animals in their location. As time passed and it began to dawn, he turned around and saw the city. He calmed down and said that he knew where the monsters were, because if the monsters are not outside the city, then they are in the middle cities. He couldn't wait to meet them. He wondered what those monsters looked like. Were they like demons or zombies? And he ran as fast as he could to that city. In just a couple of seconds, he ran to the gates of that city and got ready. Those gates began to open, and he said that he would finally start to improve. Some strange entities appeared from that gate, and it was unclear whether they were zombies or demons. He was already attacking and shouting for them all to die. He was shocked because all those silhouettes were ordinary people, not monsters or zombies. Was it his last hope and there were no monsters there? And suddenly, among that group of people, there was a player who came from that city. Her name was Fulaji, he thought. How did she get the 2nd level if there were no monsters to level up? He waited until she reached him and used all his charm to get her to tell him everything. He asked her how she managed to reach the 2nd level. The way she answered him shocked him. She said with great indignation that he was a bad dog, that he should go to her husband, who was in town, and take the task and not to keep her because she was very busy. He abruptly stepped aside and thanked her and thought, why is that girl so rude and cruel? When she was leaving, she said that she didn't want to play with someone like him and that she didn't want to date him because she only wanted to play with rich and beautiful people. He just showed her one gesture and thought of her as so scary that only devils would fall in love with her. He entered that city and was already furious because of that fool. Suddenly he was mesmerized because he smelled a very pleasant odor. He had a whole market in front of him, and he thought about how realistic everything was. He went to one shop and said that he wanted that roast because he hadn't eaten anything in that game yet. As soon as he stretched out his arm, he was hit on the arm with a stick. The vendor said that if he wanted a cookie, he had to pay money, and he was not prepared for that. Suddenly, he turned around and seemed to see something. He shouted that he had finally seen the man who was handing out the assignments. He quickly ran to him and immediately offered to help the old man, for example, to protect him from mountain spirits. The old man said that the boy had come on time and that he had a task for him, that he had to pick a basket of fruit, and for that he would give him 5 coins. Was he very surprised that he had to pick fruit? Then he realized that they were all fulfilling a task. He said angrily that he was taking the assignment because he had no other choice. Since then, Lin Huateng has had very busy days as a farmer. When others were fighting monsters, he was picking fruit. And when others were dying from monsters, he was still picking fruit. But what if there were never really any monsters in that bird city? 3 days passed and he earned money and went to the canteen to eat. While he was eating, a man told him a story that the birds near the bird city suddenly became evil and attacked all the people. The Momen sect cultivator, Lu Chong, saved them. He made a few punches and killed all the demon birds. He stopped eating to hear everything well. He thought that the head of the Momen sect must be very strong. Suddenly, a man said that there were actually 3 blows and that he killed 10,000 birds with 1 blow. The poor boy almost choked to death when he heard about those blows. Suddenly, another man said that he heard that there was only 1 blow. It was already something beyond culture, and even for a game, it sounds too much. He was very much surprised to hear such stories. That girl said that it was 1 super punch that cleared all the land around, and after that punch, that savior remained in many girls' hearts. He couldn't stand it any longer and shouted loudly, "Is this all true?" They all answered that it was all absolutely true, only at that moment the version about the 1 blow won. He imagined that majestic moment. It must have been like an explosion of the sun. He thought that this NPC was so cool to have such power. He decided to politely ask them how he could find the head of Momen. And at that moment, the one who wins the hearts and respect of the nubs was watching to see if he was fishing. Xiao Chu asked him if the fish hadn't bitten yet. Lo Bin thought that the young master was probably not focused on the fish, but on the landscape. And Lo Bin continued to wonder if he had noticed the changes in her, because she had been doing procedures at night, and her mountains had grown a little larger. Suddenly he was very surprised, because as an NPC he could enter the forum to the players. He wondered if he could publish a message as an NPS. But a moment later, a message appeared that that he was not allowed to speak. He was surprised because he was blocked in the chat room, and judging by that message, he was permanently blocked. He accepted this and thought that in return he could see if someone said something bad about him, and he could track them down and kill them, and he started looking for a forum for this. Suddenly he said that it had been a long time, more than 20 years since he had seen a girl's legs in silk stockings and uniform. He had access to the internet through that system, and he looked at it and said that those legs didn't fit at all, and that they didn't compare at all with his sister Lu Dongyi's legs. Then he decided to see what the players were doing in the bird city. In a special program, he entered the name of the city and the download began. There were various questions on the table, including questions about the fact that the game turned out to be a game about farming, and someone drew a picture of the savior of that city. He was curious to see that picture. How much did he look like himself? When he opened the drawing, he was a little surprised. He said that the drawing was certainly beautiful, but it was completely different and didn't look like him at all. In the comments under that painting, they wrote and praised Lu Chong. He smiled and said that girls always appreciated him. He paid attention to that artist and remembered that in his past life, he was also an artist. And he thought that maybe in the future, he would make him his own artist. He stood up and the rope signaled that the fish was biting. He thought he needed to start building his own reputation. As he stood there thinking, Xiao Chu spoke to him to pay attention because there was a fish there. He replied that the fish had already been caught, and Xiao Chu was a little confused about what he meant. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the bird city, he was picking fruit and constantly saying the word art. He noticed that each time he picked that fruit, he began to work faster and minimized unnecessary movements. He said that actually picking fruit like this in peace and quiet is not so bad, and that you get modest experience points and money for it. And the girl added that afterwards they would eat hot pies and roast. They had fun, they understood each other. She asked if they had a chance to meet that legendary NPC Lu Chong. She added that there are many legends about him in the bird city. He said that this is unlikely because these kinds of NPCs are very influential and they have a goal to motivate players from the beginning of the game. And she said that she thought they might meet him, and he immediately asked her to give him some arguments to support this opinion. She immediately replied that it was just a woman's intuition. He told her to look at a dry tree, and if they found it, he would eat it. He wanted to explain to her how it works in such games. But suddenly they turned around sharply from the cry of another player who shouted that a fire star was flying in the sky. They looked up, and there was indeed a flying object that looked like a star. Just at that moment, as they were flying by and the sun was shining on their backs, they seemed to glow. And Lobin was especially beautiful at that moment. That player was shocked because he said that it was not a star, but cultivators. And he also said what a beautiful girl was there. These simple NPCs said it was Chief Lu because they saw him last time. That poor boy was thrown into shock because they had just been talking about him, and he said that they would never see him. The girl immediately told him to start eating the tree and that the world was real, so he had to fully surrender to the process. There were a lot of people there, and they were all watching Lu Chong. They were saying that he was coming down to them. They started saying that it was like a legendary artifact, and others said they were willing to pay a lot of money to buy it back. All those students were impressed. They immediately started the scanning process to look at the information about them. The first one was Zhao Chu, and it said that she was a student of momentum and she was at the 12th level. She is very talented, and her natural characteristics were excellent. The second one was Lobin. She was also a student of momentum. She was at the 17th level. Those people were surprised because the system itself showed them that they were really from the Moment sect. That player abruptly said that something was wrong there. He said that they should all look at the head. They wrote about him, who he was, but they didn't write about his level, and there was no comment about him. They were shocked because if a question mark is written, it means that the difference in level between them and Lu Chong is more than 20 levels. And some said that they would not be surprised if they had a difference of 70 or 80 levels. Lu Chong-hei thought that here they were, the nubbins right in front of him. He thought that the natural talents of his sect's disciples were very good, and to keep them on a mountain where there were not enough resources would be to waste their talents. He started to get down from that flying boat, but they hadn't landed on the ground yet, and he thought that for their future, he should become an idol. Those people were shocked. They told everyone to watch because that man was just walking on air. They asked each other if he was really a celestial, and he would calmly go down, and small platforms would appear under his feet on which he would rest. He continued to go down, and they said they wanted to be like them. He smiled and thought that using the power of heaven and earth, he creates very thin water discs and steps on them, but those players cannot see them. This is the highest level of showmanship. A large number of players gathered there, and he thought it was time for the Celestial to take the stage. At the very moment he approached a little, he activated the spiritual wind technique to become even more attractive. He went down to the tree that was destroyed. Then he raised his hand up, and that peach flower appeared on it. And in an instant, those trees that had been destroyed came to life and blossomed very magnificently. Everyone was simply fascinated by his actions. They said that the picture they saw did not convey his real image and strength at all. That player was surprised again. It was very strange to him that such a celestial being came to a place where newcomers were playing. But suddenly he was happy because he thought that someone like Lu Chong could only be there because there were no monsters at all in that place, and he was there instead of monsters. Others also thought that it was a mystery, and they should establish a relationship with him, which is better than fighting monsters hard. And Lu Chong-hai thought that the tree was asking him for help, and that the flower on his hand was responding to his call. He thought that maybe that tree had a chance to become a spiritual tree. He thought that the tree, through that flower, wanted to tell him something, and he said that he would give him a helping hand. And in an instant, something else beautiful happened. That tree came to life even more and filled with colors. Suddenly, a fruit appeared in one of the flowers on that tree. All this was accompanied by a beautiful sound and a fresh smell of peach tree. The people were surprised, saying that the fruit was not ordinary, but spiritual fruit. It was a special fruit in a very high quality. The fruit fell on his hand, and he said that the tree thanked him for his salvation. At the same moment, he took it to the place where he keeps everything. He made a wish for that girl and thought that he would leave that fruit for her, because she must like it very much. He then asked all the players if they had met anyone in recent days. Were they surprised and didn't understand who he was talking to? The townspeople said that they were fine and that there were no monsters around, and that was all thanks to Chief Lu. And he came back and noticed that there were players among the townspeople who started sucking up to him. He made a water sphere and said that no ceremonies should be held. And in an instant, the hands of those men opened, a sign that they should stop bowing to him. The girls were not expecting this and began to cry and say why they did not bow as well. They said that if Chief Lu were to say anything else, they would have to bow down to him as well so that he would touch them. He didn't say anything further. He just started to climb the mountain. In an instant, he was almost on that flying boat. People and players kept praising him. When they started to fly away, those girls ran after him and asked him not to leave. And that player called them a bunch of fools running after a flying artifact. And he decided to make a post in the community to brag a little about having met such a great NPC, and in an instant, hundreds of messages appeared there, among thousands of general messages. Immediately after Lu Chong got on the internet, one girl became very interested in him. She started looking for information about him and found out where his sect was and how to find him. Players began to ask that artist to redraw Lu Chong from scratch. He instantly created a new discussion window and titled it as an apology for the head of Momentum. When people came to that talk, they were very surprised by what was written there. It said that the artist had tried several times to redraw the image of Chairman Lu, but he apologized because he could not draw such beauty. Meanwhile, Zhao Chu was very interested in fishing. Lu Chong was pleased, saying that his plan had worked. He said that now his first goal was officially fulfilled. The players in that game are very inattentive, and if he hadn't prepared, they would have eventually reached the Sword Sect, or Mount Chunzu, and his Moment sect would not have stood a chance. And as for why he showed up and left for a little while, it was to make his image more mysterious. He said that as long as his mystery was not dispelled, everything would be fine, and looked at the float at that moment. A moment later, Zhao Chu shouted that the fish had bitten, and Lu Chong said that he had also added a special task for the bird-colored players as an NPC. Suddenly, at one point, all the people and players were surprised because they started to feel something. Suddenly, the players had a task. It said that Lu Chong was walking somewhere in the vicinity of the bird city, and if someone found him, they would get a good reward and be able to discover the hidden plot. The players shouted that they had great luck, saying that no one would refuse such a task. And at the same moment, they received a message that there were 10 minutes left before the end of the task of helping the villagers pick fruit. One player looked at the fruit and wondered what good it would do him to do that. And he got angry. He said, why did he need that fruit? And he threw it on the ground. And at that moment, all the players who were there rushed to look for Lu Chong. They said that they could not let such a good luck go. Lu Chong heard them coming, but he said it would not be easy to find him. He raised his hands up and activated the water, and the water went up. Then he applied the equipment, and the water began to change into a different aggregate state very rapidly. And in a moment, there was a fog, and he said that if they wanted to be selected, he had to look at their data first, because he didn't want any weaklings or fools. That fog spread very quickly throughout the forest, and suddenly those players slowed down a lot and thought that this was a test. But one girl did not lose heart and said that she would definitely find Lu's chapter. She thought, where could that handsome man be? Suddenly, Lu Chong turned sharply towards someone who approached him very quickly. He squinted and realized that it was his acquaintance from his past life. He didn't understand why she was there too. From behind the fog, I could see an image. Ali's fur was on the 3rd level. Lin Ali is a well-known player of a well-known guild, and she is also a well-known streamer. So this is a great opportunity for him to expand his reputation. She was streaming and someone gave her 100 rockets, and she thanked him very much. And Lu Chong was her first viewer in her past life, and he slept with her, and that was a problem. When he talked to her, he did not think that he might meet her in the future. At one point, she asked him if she could get a title. He didn't understand what title she was talking about. Did she say that she was his official girlfriend? This alarmed him, and he coldly replied that he and she simply had a mutually beneficial relationship. And she went on to ask who she was in his heart. At first he was silent and thought about how to tell her. But a moment later he said that she was simply not in his heart. This time he was a little uncomfortable seeing her, so he thought he would not involve her in the general business. And that player was wandering in that fog and thought that the fog was very strange because it was like a wall. He decided to check the density of the fog and was very surprised because it was really almost like a wall. He recalled the words of his boss, how he said that they should become the most greasy, but first they need to join some sect. So that player said that his boss was counting on him, so he couldn't let him down. That guy was the deputy head of a sect with whom Lu Chong had a bad relationship in the past. He moved forward a little and suddenly noticed some silhouettes in front of him. He was immediately excited that he had most likely found Chapter Lu. Lu Chong noticed him that in his past life, he was the deputy of a martial guild, and he was his opponent in his past life. Although he thought that there was nothing wrong with turning his old enemy into his admirer and servant. He stood and caught fish. He used the technique of spiritual wind to look even more mysterious and waited for him to come to him. As soon as he got closer and saw that he was a lonely fisherman, and that's what a celestial looks like, and just at that moment, Lu Chong caught a fish, and Zhao Chu shouted that they would have food. Thanks to his strength, he directed that fish straight into the basket. It looked very skillful. That player stood on Lu Chong's backside and admired him. And Glav Lu said that the player passed through the barrier of fog he had created. He was delighted to hear such words from the head and thought that he would be the strongest player in the closed test. But Head Lu told him to wait on the sidelines. He happily stood off to the side and stood there and thought that perhaps Chairman Lu wanted to gather a few people. This did not upset him because he was the first. Suddenly his gaze was fixed on one place. He looked at Zhao Chu and thought, is that little girl really a student at Momen? Does that mean he would have to call her his senior disciple? And when he looked at the girl, he thought that he would be happy to call her his senior student. He was delighted with her and thought that she was not at all like the girls from reality. Although Lu Chong did not look at him directly, he saw him and saw his admiration for Luo Bing's appearance. He thought that the player definitely wanted to improve his relationship with Luo Bing. Suddenly, a relationship editor appeared with the player Lin Huatson, where you could adjust the indicators yourself. Lu Chong was surprised that he himself could customize the level of his relationship with Lin Huakong. Then he thought that he had no reaction to the girl who had been suitable for him in his past life, because now the level of relationship with her was at 0. That young man was still fascinated by Luo Bing's beauty, and Lu Chong thought that in that case, he would use him as a test subject. Lu Chong further shifted the attitude indicator to -5, and at the same second, Hua Chong received a message that his relationship with President Lu had deteriorated by -5 points. Did he not understand what was happening? He began to panic, thinking, how can this be, since he was the first to find a celestial being? Lu Chong noticed that Hua Chai had started to respond in some way, but he didn't think it was enough. He thought he needed to lower the level even further. He decided to lower the level of the relationship a bit more. Hua Chan received a message that relations had deteriorated further by -5%. He was just terrified, because now his relationship with the head of Lu was -10 points. He was beginning to shake and wondered if the level of the relationship would decrease even further, if the head of Lu would start beating him. And he looked at that player and realized how that level of relationship affected him. And now he realized how that level of relationship was affecting him. Now just the sight of that player became even worse in his eyes. He immediately thought that his relationship must have deteriorated because he was standing wrong and needed to stand in moderation. Lu's boss saw his strange behavior and realized that this relationship gave him special opportunities. Now he decided to change the level of that indicator in the other direction. A moment later, Hua Chong saw another message saying that 5% had now been added to his relationship with President Lu. He was happy and thought that it was definitely because his behavior was not disciplined enough, and now he wants to try even harder. After a while, another player appeared there. He stopped abruptly, and like Hua Chong, was surprised to see the head of the LU. Hua Chong told him to quickly stand next to him and stand at attention. That second player looked at Chapter Lu and thought that he was looking for more than one player. His name was Mo Bo Siu, and he asked Hua Chong if he had wheels for legs, because how did he arrive so quickly? He would look at him and wonder, and Hua Chun would not answer him. And Lu Chong thought that Mo Bosun was the second player he chose. He was known as Commander Zun. In his past life, he was a commander, and he was famous for his special approach to newcomers. Everyone was afraid of him, but after his training, the players turned out to be good warriors. He recalled that his commanding skills were famous all over the world. He was in the top 3 among commanders. He was in a great mood and thought that he needed to gather everyone. He looked at them like a god, and they were like the fish he caught. And suddenly a portal was opened for all those players who were looking for it. and they were very surprised. A moment passed, and the people Lu Chong had chosen came one by one, but there was one more person missing. He was listing them and thought that out of 1,000 players, he only needed 30. And why wasn't he doing well? Some girl in that fog, still unable to pass, felt that there was an invisible wall. Lu Chong felt her approaching. He thought she was the only one who could enter without his interference. So she was standing right at the beginning of that place, but she couldn't enter. He sighed because he thought his luck was very interesting. At that moment, it was at 3 points. Suddenly, the wall melted away for her, and Lu Chong thought that since she had come, it must be the will of heaven. So he let her in. When she walked in, she was immediately surprised. She saw a man with his back to her, but he looked like a god. At that moment, she was immediately glad to be there. Some boy who was standing last quickly called her to everyone and told her to stand next to him, and he said that soon they would all become disciples of that celestial being. The other players relaxed a bit, talking amongst themselves that becoming special disciples of the Great Head during the beta test was wonderful for them. As he continued to fish, he said that they all broke through his veil of fog and could be considered to have passed the exam. He smiled and said it was beautiful. They were all excited too. They were just overwhelmed with emotion. They said that finally they would start playing a real game. He told them to get ready because the application would be coming soon. From that day on, they became disciples and servants of his sect. They were very surprised by this wording. Did they pay attention to the words students at hand? In a moment, each of them received a message asking if they wanted to join Momentum as an apprentice. It was a catastrophe. They were emotionally broken. They all started to think about it because an apprentice is the lowest rank, and you can't change your status in the future, and this is until the end of the game. So they thought about the pros and cons. It was a very important decision, and some of them thought that they might meet another sect in the future. And suddenly, that first student rejected the bad thoughts and said that there was nothing to think about. He boldly pressed the yes button and said that you have to catch your luck by the tail. And he was immediately assigned his status for the next game. He immediately came closer and got down on one knee and said that he worshipped Chairman Lu. Lu Chong thought the boy knew how to serve, and he would give him some privileges. He was immediately pleased to see that his relationship with the head had improved by 10 points. He thought he had made the right choice. As for the others, he thought, let them continue to doubt, and then he will take the best for himself. Lo Bin looked at them and realized that something had gone wrong because they were not very eager to become apprentices. She knew she had to do something to help them make the right choice. She came over and told him to stand with her because even though he was an apprentice, he was still a student of their moment, so he was considered her junior student. He was even more excited thinking that he now had a direct connection with her, and the other guys stood there looking at them in amazement. She told him that he would be moving up the ladder because when their first student together started, he was also an apprentice. Other players heard that there was a chance to move up the ranks, that this was not the final status, and began to perceive the offer from a slightly different perspective. And in a moment, many players decided to take a chance. They also talked about luck and tail, and some said that if you don't play big, it's better to return to reality and sell potatoes. And literally in a short time, they all got down on one knee and said that they were praising the head of Lu. He smiled and decided that now was the best time to show them the reality. A new column appeared in their interface, and one player said that everyone should look at the bottom part, where they write data about momentum. It said that the Momen sect was on the 9th rank. One player asked if this was the highest or lowest rank, and many said it was the lowest rank, and they were all just shocked and confused. Did they look at Lu Chong and think that he was such a strong celestial, the one who killed all the demon birds with one blow, and his sect was only at the 9th rank? Many began to think that they had gotten involved with a lousy head. He said that they would understand later, and he thought that it was at that moment that he needed to fill them with illusions. They had not yet seen his face up close, and he began to slowly turn around, and the sun shone in such a way that it blinded their eyes. They only saw it for a moment, and it was not clear because of the sun, but they said it was incredibly beautiful. And in an instant, something unearthly happened. An invisible force made all those players bend their heads almost to the ground. They tried to raise their heads, but they couldn't do it. They were screaming in pain. It was a very strong pressure. The girl who came last said that no matter what the cost, she had to look him in the eye, even if it meant risking her life. She began to try her best to do so, and it seemed that she was succeeding a little bit. She was weaning herself off a lot of pain. And suddenly they were told that they were looking at a fateful and unnatural force, the power of the sword. The next warning was that it was a deadly danger. The next question was whether they were willing to sacrifice their lives to continue watching. She could hardly stand it and thought that if she started from scratch, the chance of getting back into the momentum was very small. She thought, what should she do? And she decided that she would take a look at it and record a video. She thinks it will definitely get a lot of views. And she gathered her strength and sharply raised her head and thought that she would continue to watch even if she died. But the moment she looked at the place where Head Lu was standing, he flew up and was gone. He said loudly that the characteristics are quite unremarkable. She heard his phrase and thought, was he talking about her? Those players were seriously scared. They were asking each other if they had all seen that red warning. And others answered that they had seen it and that it was the first time they had ever seen such a death warning. That first Lu Chong stood there wondering what his new friends were talking about. And the girl asked him if he hadn't seen anything like them. He was very surprised and calmly said that he had seen everything. He said that he had seen the true face of Chairman Lu. They were all surprised. They asked again if he had definitely shaved his face and if he hadn't seen the warning about the danger. He thought that, judging by their faces, he was the only one who had seen Lu Chong. And what could that mean? He smiled and thought that he was the only one who had received a blessing from the head. He felt popular and asked them if they had seen his face. And he asked them if they had also gotten a level of relationship with Chairman Lu. They began to despise him and said that they thought he was trying to deceive them. He showed his performance to the others and was surprised that he was the only one who improved his relationship with the head to +5. All the others immediately rushed to check their scores and were upset because they all had 0 relationship points, which meant that he was the only one who got them. He was in a great mood and said that he had forgotten to tell them something else, that he managed to record the appearance of the head and that he was holding a special cube with information in his hand. He looked at their surprise and it gave him pleasure. They began to admire him, saying that he was a great guy. He looked at that cube of information and said that he had only glanced at it, but he could promise them something. He turned to them and said that they definitely have one of the best starts in the game of the Heavenly Kingdom. Everyone was surprised by his words, although a little embarrassed. Hu Quan said that he would create a chat room and put the video of the head there. He raised his hand and asked everyone who wanted to go into the chat rooms. Literally in an instant, every single player raised their hands and ran to him. He rejoiced and thought that, although they were all apprentices, he was the best apprentice. Because the one who creates a group becomes the leader of the group, and this is to some extent a status increase. After a while, he created a group and called it the Light Yellow Group. He wrote that everyone is welcome, and he uploaded a video of Chapter Lu. When they clicked on that video, they were simply mesmerized for the first few seconds by the desire to see what had been hidden from them. It was coming back slowly, and they just didn't breathe at that moment because they were afraid of some kind of equipment failure. And he actually came back and showed himself completely, and they immediately began to think, isn't there already such a perfect man in that world? Suddenly, when they were admiring the image of the head, the water behind them began to behave strangely, as if it were boiling. One of the players noticed it almost immediately and was very surprised. And suddenly a scroll appeared out of that water, while others shouted that it was a machine. It was a technique for training chi energy, a basic technique without which no one would be able to continue to move up the ladder of improvement. And of course, they had the opportunity to learn that technique. They were all excited and rushed to learn the technique, and now they started saying that it was even cool to be an apprentice. While they were all rejoicing over their first tech, Hu Quan decided to send that one video of Chairman Lu's face. He was thrilled, and when he pressed the send button, he thought he was going to make Lu's chapter very famous. Meanwhile, the head and her students continued their flight. He sat there and was outraged because it had been 3 minutes since he had given the guy the opportunity to take a picture, and he had only just published his photo. He thought he was very slow. Also, the head of Lu was outraged by the headline. He thought that the kid was coming at him. He called the topic, "This is what the chapter of Momen Lu Chong Hai looks like. Girls should watch with their parents." The comments under that video were very good. Everyone wanted to see him live, and all the girls wanted to get him. He was surprised that a 2-second video could create such a stir. Then he wondered what else would happen there. His students started sharing the video on their own pages. The comments said that people wondered if Lin Huacan was really part of Momen. Did that mean that the Warrior Guild was also part of Momen? He thought that his plan worked perfectly and all the fans would love it. They liked it and started discussing it even more. But he had also just realized one very flawed thing, that he can treat players as enemies and the system will not give them any hints. In other words, he can kill the player. He smiled because this changed everything. He could not even count on it. They kept flying, and he wondered what their world would be like with the new players. Meanwhile, the girl who was sent by the old chess player came to the bird city and was very surprised. She thought, why are there so many strange people in that city? She thought those people were crazy because they kept saying that they wanted to have children with each other and that they loved each other. She decided to ask an old man what had happened to those people. He kindly told her that it was because of Mr. Lu Chong. Those people admire him, and he also said that he was chosen by heaven. She thought about that phrase and realized that it was because he was chosen by heaven that he was so beautiful. She almost forgot that she had an important task. She pondered that her master had always said that he played chess on behalf of heaven, so how could there be someone chosen by heaven? She made something out of paper that looked like a bird, and she sent her on her way to inform the owner of the tower as soon as possible. Later, that paper bird flew to the tower of the celestial mechanism. The old chess player immediately accepted the message and began to study it. He screamed, and in a moment, a very powerful energy was released. He was angry. He said that the kid was teasing him a lot, because how can some shit be chosen by heaven? He continued to be angry and said that if there is someone in that world who is chosen by heaven, it is him. But suddenly he stopped his own anger and said that something was wrong, because he remembered the eye he had seen from the very beginning. He completely stopped being angry and began to think about all the information he had at the time. And he realized that he was the hand of the heavenly Tao playing heavenly chess, and that kid could spoil him on foot. But there is only one person who can do this. And he felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that maybe he had also stepped off the chessboard and was another hand of the heavenly Tao. But he still did not understand, because who is worthy to play a game with the heavenly Tao? He quickly began to write messages in response. He wrote to the girl Xuanji to get closer to him. She must understand him, no matter what the cost. He must find out who he is. They continued to fly, and Luobing gave a massage to the Lu's head, and Zhaochu had lunch. She said that she was very glad he liked it, and she thought that she was ready to give him this kind of massage for the rest of her life. But she looked at her lower body. She thought that shoulder massage was just the beginning, and then you need to go down with your hands. She learned that in childhood. But Head Lu said nothing, and she decided it was better to keep quiet. And he thought that there are 4 big areas in the world, and each area has one big sect, and each area has suitable cities with newcomers. In Qinzhou, among others, there is a bird city for newcomers. He realizes that he has little time left to visit 2 more settlements with the newcomers. At best, he can arrive in 1 more city. It was a cat city. It's another city for newcomers in the Qinzhou area, where a big demon cat once lived, guarding that city, and now people and cats live in harmony there. One newcomer couldn't resist and decided to wiggle the cat's tail. But in no case should you move the cat's tails, because they will get very angry, and the face of the person who did it will come into close contact with the cat's claws. But he chose that city not because of the cats, but because there is a boss there who starts the main plot in Qinzhou. Zhaochu ate that fish to the bone, and Head Lu asked her if she wanted to take part in a real battle. She was very surprised and asked if it would be a fight against the head. 4. When he answered that it was a fight with a beast, she got very excited. She asked if she could kill the beast. It was the outskirts of the cat city. Some girl sat down by a tree and looked at something in the system. She said it would be great if she could smell it. But suddenly there was a message for her to finish the task quickly and destroy those skeletons, because time was running out. It was not good news, she sighed. She stood up abruptly and said that she had completed the assignment in one breath, and as a result had forgotten that she had taken the assignment. It was the bald girl, Sun Tutu, who told the skeletons of the cat city to hide because she was coming for them. In the wild outskirts of the cat city, the oak monsters are not cats, but skeletons. When she was tracking the skeletons in the forest, she noticed a group of people. Some guy turned to her and told her that she was a respected master, and to look at the front, she angrily told him that she was not a master, but a bald girl. In a moment, she was already among the people, and the guy already had visible physical injuries from the girl's blows. When she came to the front, she noticed that the skeletons were jumping and dancing instead of attacking, which was very strange. The guy didn't have enough adrenaline, and he started saying again that the situation looked like a nightclub and he was asking the master to dance. And in a moment, she gave him a few more blows and said, "What kind of a normal person would dance with skeletons?" But in a moment, several people were dancing with those skeletons, and it was a total disappointment for her. She thought that those people were doomed. But in a moment, something very strange happened. Some kind of purple energy appeared. Those players were scared. They said the ground started shaking. They asked what was happening. In a moment, they were saying that something was appearing there, that it was like a boss. All those skeletons were sticking together in one place. The girl quickly rushed to the attack and shouted to the players, "Why are they standing there waiting for the boss to fully form?" They all said that they had forgotten, and in a moment, they also rushed to the attack. They said that they had to clear the skeletons around first so that it would not be difficult later. She joined the battle and realized that something very unusual was taking shape there. Suddenly, a white hand began to appear from that pile of skeletons. And in a moment, a large and scary silhouette appeared there. Just before his appearance, they all got information about the boss, that he was no longer a skeleton but a zombie, and he was of the 5th level. And immediately attached to that message was that fighting him was a mortal danger. When they saw those messages, they became very scared. Because if they did not improve their chi energy, their maximum level was the 5th. And he had strong attributes, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. And in an instant, it suddenly and completely appeared, and there was an explosion of violet energy. When he appeared, someone said he was beautiful, and someone said it didn't matter, that they needed to kill him. And a certain player jumped out of his ass and was determined to destroy him. He made a strong blow such that the head of such a zombie should have just flown off. But something went wrong. And in a moment, the zombie threw him back several times with a strong blow. They were shocked that it was so strong, they didn't think that the 5th level was so strong. He roared, a very loud roar, just a demonic energy emanating from him. And when he went on the attack, his appearance was very different. He became even very scary. Suddenly, in an instant, an object fell from the sky, and there was an explosion, and they asked what it was that fell from the sky. They said it was something they didn't understand, but it was quite small, while others said, "Can't there be 2 bosses?" When the smoke cleared, we could see a small hand making a rather large hole in the ground. It was Xiao Chu, and she was happy to have this chance. They were delighted with her. They said that if they had a daughter like her, even if she wasn't their own, they would raise her. The bald girl said that she had read about her on a forum, that her name was Xiao Chu, and that she was a student of Momen. They were in the air watching what was happening there. Luo Bing asked Head Lu if this was too much for Xiao Chu to handle. He smiled and told her not to worry, because Xiao Chu was stronger than she thought. He thought she was very talented, but that she needed practice. He thought that her luck was at 9 and she would be able to deal with that little monster and might even surprise him. And they got into a fight. The zombie hit her and she flew into the air at a high altitude, and he flew after her. But she was not injured and easily landed on the ground and got into a fighting stance. She decided to take the wooden sword out of the safe because she had a great plan in her head, and she was going to have a lot of fun with it. In a moment, the zombie jumped in her direction like a frog. She intercepted him in the air and began to strike him numerous times, and the zombie's life rate was rapidly falling. At one point, she stopped hitting him and jumped to the side. That zombie, although he could think of nothing, definitely did not expect this. As a result, he growled with even greater force, his anger and desire to kill simply tearing him apart. Those players were shocked because the characteristics of that zombie were also growing, and they were worried about the girl. But Xiao Chu stood there and smiled. She began to release golden energy. She just enjoyed the process. They were shocked because they saw that she had taken her own level at that very moment, and they started saying that they wanted to join their momentum sect. And suddenly out of the smoke came a full-fledged demon, not a zombie, but even stronger because it had also been transformed. She just stood there calmly and held the sword. At that moment, she remembered what her mentor had said. She said that she had to learn the technique that Lu Chong had passed on to her very well. She concentrated, and in a moment, her energy aura changed color and butterflies began to fly around her. Those players were delighted. They said it was very good. And in an instant, she made a sharp swing and blue petals flew out from her. They were like projectiles, and she shouted that these were not cicadas, but the power of the sword's chi energy. That monster saw those energy projectiles flying at him, and that monster thought that he would turn around and repel that attack. But it didn't work out that way because he didn't take into account the power of those shells. They wounded him very badly. Zhao Chu hid the sword in the vault and smilingly said that it was very easy. Those people were delighted. They said that she must have taken a course on how to be cool, because she is very cool. She didn't even tense up, but when she went to get it, she found a strange object. He looked at her from the mountain and thought that it was only natural that she should have such an object with her character. Because in a past life, when someone killed a monster like that, such an item did not drop out. And that item is the basis of the storyline of the game Heavenly Kingdom. They flew a little lower and he asked her if she had played enough. Did those people recognize that it was Lu Chong? Did they say that killing the boss was just a game for him? She said with a smile that she had already played enough and raised her hands in the air. He told her to turn around and held the oar out to her and use the power of water. She didn't understand a little bit, but she just started flying in the air and was surrounded by water, and people from below said it was very beautiful. They were very surprised and said, "What kind of equipment does a celestial have?" And of course they noticed its beauty. When Zhao Chu was on the flying leaf, they turned around and flew away. And those people stood there for a long time, thinking about everything they had just seen. Zhao Chu excitedly approached Head Lu and said that the thing came from the body of that zombie. It was a special object, a jade fragment of the soul, 3 of which must be collected to obtain secret information. Head Lu said that this is a jade soul shard, but until 3 pieces are collected, it is useless. Suddenly a message appeared in front of him that he had found the main story thing. The system was asking him if he wanted to open the main storyline in Qingzhou. He was very surprised and he thought, "Can we start a story?" Of course he was surprised, but the choice was obvious. A new message appeared saying that the main storyline had begun. There was also a local task about the sword of the Lord of the Afterlife. The next scale showed that the progress so far was 6.7%. He wondered why there was already a start if he hadn't done anything yet. He thought about it and thought that something was wrong there, because although all the plots of the 4 regions are different, they all develop along the same path. He recalled that earlier, the Qingzhou storyline was the one that was less well-traveled. Did he think it was some kind of nonsense because the most unpopular storyline had already been partially completed, even though the game hadn't started yet? But he mentioned something about how there is only one difference between the Qingzhou of the past and the one now. He smiled and realized that it was because of him that the players in Qingzhou were under his blessing. Although in his past life he was a disciple of Mount Chunzu in Beiju, it cannot be said that he was completely unaware of the storyline, the majestic and terrible sword of the Lord of the Underworld. But in fact, the sword of the Lord of the Afterlife is not a sword, but a person, or more precisely, a group of people. Those people were supposed to die, but they rose from the dead. They were like a weapon, like a sword for the ruler of the afterlife, with which he dealt with mortals. He wondered if it could be that the seed of evil that Hei-Ting had was in him, and that's why he could be connected to the ruler of the afterlife. He continued to think about it because the ruler of the afterlife is understood to be a person who died and came back to life. And Hei-Ting is alive, and there is not a single drop of death energy or negative energy in him. And who knows who the old man was who told him that. Maybe he was just crazy. But still, if it turns out that Zhu Hei-Ting is involved in that organization, what will he do? He realized that to continue the transformation, Hei-Ting would first have to die. He thought that he was his student and that he had to protect him. They accelerated a little bit, and he thought he had to find out who would want to kill him. It was the last day of the closed test, and that first student, Lu Chong, told them not to say goodbye, but to meet later at the open test. That girl was very disappointed because she was dying to see Chapter Lu in a closed test again. Another player told her not to be sad because she is a famous streamer, Ali. He told her not to worry too much because her audience is almost all men. She thought they didn't understand, and she understood that he was not real, but she just wanted to see him. A moment later, I received a message that the beta test was ending and all players were leaving. Meanwhile, night had fallen and they were close to momentous. Lu Chong said that all players are now discussing Zhao Chu on forums because they even made a set of stackers with her. Xiao Chu heard those words and asked Head Lu, "What are stickers?" He told her that this is a thing that everyone wants to use. Did she immediately recognize that it was something like her wooden sword? And suddenly Lu Chong shouted sharply because someone dared to do a very bad thing. Someone on the forum wrote that Lu Chong loved someone and that the nights with him were beautiful. He was very angry. He said that if he caught the person who wrote that, he would destroy them. When he was in class, Lobin told him to take a look because they had someone in the sect who was not familiar. He looked up sharply to see. There was indeed someone standing in the center of a large circle. It was the girl sent by the old chess player. She watched them slowly and respectfully approach. Lu Changhao adopted his standard posture and facial expression when he encountered strangers. As they approached, she could see his image and thought that she had not wandered for 3 days in that crazy world in vain. She was in awe of his beauty, and he recognized her as well. She was Zhuanzi from the Celestial Mechanism Tower. She was the 103rd most popular NPC woman. But her manners were very low. Because of her actions, the players gave her a specific nickname, and she was the first in the NPC rating that was the most available. And suddenly she flew up to meet them. She said that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. He thought that the girl was not very strong, but that the Celestial Mechanism Tower was not a sect, but an intelligence organization. He said to her that one of the 12 masters of the Celestial Mechanism Tower had personally come and waited for him, and he asked what the reason could be. She was delighted with him. She thought he was very handsome and that she wanted to go on a trip with him. She pulled herself together and thought that she couldn't do anything extra because she had an important task. She bowed and said that she had come there on behalf of the owner of the tower to establish friendly relations with the head of Momen, and in honor of that, she was giving him a jade pendant of a celestial mechanism. He looked at that pendant and thought that it was like a VIP card, and with it you can get any information from the Tower of the Celestial Mechanism. It's a really good thing. But he said that he appreciated her generosity, but he had to decline. She was shocked. She definitely did not expect this. He just walked past her and said that if she had no more business, he would ask her to leave. She was in a state of very strong confusion. She changed her tone a little bit and said that she came to him with sincere intentions on behalf of the tower, and he was treating her like this. He said, "When did sincerity appear in their tower?" She was outraged because he was looking down on their tower. He thought, why does he need that tower if he can find out everything on the forum? He just needs to give him a small task. Players like Lin Huakang would pour money into the forum to get information to him. Therefore, the Tower of the Celestial Mechanism is not worthy of Momen's attention, and those beautiful Xuanzi are not worthy of his attention. She was already very angry, wondering why that guy was so arrogant. She didn't understand how someone from such a weak sect in the bottom 100 could be so rude. Suddenly she realized that perhaps there was a great cultivator from the Sword sect who was close friends with the Momen sect. She told him that he was underestimating her Celestial Mechanism Tower, because what the tower controls is much more than just information. He turned around and said that she really thought so, but she also underestimated his Momen sect. He said that he knew that the tower had set nets here, but his sect was too small and it was going through those traps, so he had nothing more to say and would not lead it. Her anger was just tearing her apart, she thought. She didn't think people were such lowlifes, and why did they know so little about that Momen sect? She must quickly find out everything about that sect. She said that she was going to him, that she would come back. They went down to the ground, and as they walked, Xiao Chu asked Head Lu if that Tower of the Heavenly Mechanism was very strong. He replied that you could say that. He said that the Sword sect has 300 sects in submission. Some sects from the top are third-rank sects. Then the strength of the Celestial Mechanism Tower is roughly equal to a third-rank sect. She thought about the ranks and said that their sect was as high as the 9th rank, and 9 is more than 3. And she was happy that their sect was much stronger than all the others. And Luo Bing looked at her in amazement. Lu Chong was a little tense himself, thinking that the girl was really deeply under his influence. Luo Bing said that she thought that girl Xuanji was not so simple. He was interested in her attentiveness and asked her what she was trying to say. She leaned toward him and told him quietly that she meant her way of life. He asked her how she realized this, and she replied that her female intuition was at work. He smiled and said that her intuition was very accurate, but she was just a girl. She stopped because she was happy that he had touched her, And head Lu said that they needed to let his sister know that they had come, and she was delighted that he touched her. The door opened and a voice said that my brother had returned. She asked him if he had a good trip. He sat down with her at the table and asked her if she had been waiting for him for a long time, and she said that she hadn't. She was in a good mood, and she thought that as soon as her brother came to the mountain, he would go to her, to his sister, and she felt his presence as soon as he arrived. She rejoiced because no one could take her place, not even the girl Jiang Xinyan. Suddenly she noticed something unusual. Zhao Chu came up to them, and Luo Bing's mentor noticed that her student Xiao Chu was hanging the cordon. She finished her drink and said that Chief Lu said it was a simple matter for them to raise the border. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend said that Xiao Chu would soon be so overwhelmed that he would fly to the sky. She asked her brother if he would like to tell her what happened during the days when they were away. He said that there was indeed something important, and she was immediately alert and waited for him to start talking. He said that this time he accepted 30 new disciples into the sect. She jumped up from her seat. She was shocked. She said that where will they get the resources for those students? He calmly told her that those apprentices did not need resources for cultivation and that they did not need to be fed, that they were just human tools. She was surprised because she did not know that there were such handy students who did not need resources or food. And he said that not only do they exist, but there will be more and more of them in the future. He thought that stupid players don't care if they have resources or not. They will fight to have the right to complete tasks for Lu Chong and don't need money. The most important thing for them is that the game is interesting. But she said that it's still 30 students, and you have to think about their skills and teach them. And he said that they didn't need to be taught. They just needed to collect water, pick fruit, chop wood, and wash dishes, and that would be enough for them to cultivate. When she heard that they would be washing dishes, she was very happy. It was a location, the Qinglong River, and there was a branch, the Towers of the Celestial Mechanism. Zhuangzi suddenly entered the tower and told everyone there to come out to her. In an instant, everyone who worked in that tower came out to her and asked her what had happened. Why had she gathered them all so suddenly? With great anger, she told them to get to work quickly and look for information about Momen and Lu Chong. If they missed anything, they would be severely punished. They were scared, and all at the same time said that they would start working as soon as possible. And they went to work, and she thought she would find out what Lu Changhai was relying on. Later, a worker brought her a scroll and told her that the information she wanted about momentum was there, but he added that they didn't have much information. The first time she saw that Chen Xiao had been to momentum, she thought that he might be a straightforward student, but he still sucked and there was nothing to worry about. But when she read that Swordmaster Nanwei's daughter had been alive in momentum for a few days, she thought that maybe Lu Changge was friends with her, and maybe something more. She thought that if they had such a relationship, then it could be said that Lu Changge was half in the family of a sword sect master. She was both angry and scared at the same time, thinking that if she got involved in such a case, she would have very little chance. Because if she touched anything that belonged to Li Nanwei, her tower would not protect her. That assistant saw her sadness and asked her why she was so sad. And in a moment she waved her hands sharply and he flew away from her like a feather. He immediately started apologizing and saying that he had made a mistake. But she thought about it and came to the conclusion that a girl like Lu Nanwei cannot just have a love affair, and they are most likely just friends. After this thought, she calmed down a bit and thought that if so, she still had a chance. But right after a second, she was surprised to the point of fear. She thought, how can this be? She shouted, how can that guy have ties to the manager of Chengku Mountain, Zhang Xinyi? She continued to think why such a person, at such a level, had received a blessing from the peach tree along with Lu Changge. Fear filled her, thinking that Zhang Xinyan and Lu Changge had become a couple to cultivate together. She kept saying that she didn't believe she must have missed something. And suddenly she came across something else, also very important. Aunt Ning was there, and the tower suspected that she had a close relationship with Lu Chong's parents. She remembered their first meeting and thought that she should have guessed. That guy's flying artifact is a signature product of the Ningying Sword Sect's master artifact maker. Ningying is an elder of the Sword Sect. She is a great cultivator of the sixth boundary. She is rightfully called one of the strongest in the world of the heavenly realm. As a great cultivator, she is world famous for creating artifacts. Almost all of the top-level sword blanks are made by the Sword Sect. It's their job. In addition, according to the Celestial Mechanism Tower, Aunt Ning has no disciples, and if she really looks after Lu Chong as a nephew, this changes everything. And as a result, a lot of influential people are connected with the Moment sect. With all this information, she just screamed and said, "Why is everything so complicated with this Lu Chang?" Meanwhile, in Moment, Lu Chong-hei was in high spirits and busy with important matters. He and his sister, as the two strongest of their sect, began an important task. They went to different parts of their sect and prepared something. The two of them were simultaneously preparing a special technique that was very important for their sect. In a moment, an ancient seal was activated on one of the ancient pillars. And immediately after that, from that pillar, a golden energy beam flew into the sky. That ray connected with another ray in the sky and they formed a protective magic field. He stood and admired that new protective field and thought that Sister Lu Dongyi was very talented. She had restored the ancient seal drawings in just 2 days and succeeded in doing so. He was very proud of such a skillful sister, but he smiled and said that, for the most part, that protective seal is needed to isolate the players. Because now the atmosphere in the Moment sect is not like a simple sect, but more like a family atmosphere. Also in the future, more disciples will definitely appear in their sect and relations between them will definitely become more tense. And to prevent this as much as possible, he must isolate the people of the tools outside the sect. And when the disciples are around, they will hold back to get to the top of the sect. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend continued to customize the protective dome. She thought she would do the best she could because it was a flawed aspect of the sect's security. Suddenly, when she was working hard, someone came up to her and said that she needed to rest, that she had worked enough for today and needed to rest. It was her brother, and she told him that everything was fine and she wanted to finish that seal as soon as possible. He said that if she continued to work, she might get tired and her divine power would weaken, and if someone attacked them at that moment, she would not be able to feel it, because it would take 2 more days to finish that seal. She was scared of this warning and said that she would start resting the second she heard it. He offered to rest under a tree and he would cook something delicious. She thought she would like a special dish, not just anything. He made pear caramel and asked her if they would like it. And she abruptly took that pear caramel and said that only a fool would refuse it. She politely sat down and started to eat, but she said that it would not be enough and her brother should give her something else. She smiled and told him to make her shoulders and legs massages and then she would be satisfied. For a second, he was confused and thought that it would be a great honor for another man to give such a massage to such feet. He said that he would rather pat her on the head and thought that his sister was a grown-up girl. He stroked her head while she ate, told her what he had cooked, and she asked him a question. She said that her sword intention was already formed. The words he heard from her surprised him greatly. As a result, he smiled and said that this was very good and he would give her a supplement for lunch. She looked very happy at that moment, and the lunchtime supplement was good for her. He wondered if his sister had formed the intention of the sword long ago, or if she had done so only that day. But in any case, it would be important to him as a brother. But no matter what happens, they are brother and sister, and she will always expect him to give her extra food for lunch, as if he were her big brother. Later, night came and they sat down as a family and enjoyed what Chapter Lu had prepared. Xiao Chu said that she was going to eat 3 large plates. Lo Bin's girlfriend was surprised, so she decided to tell her that she had already eaten 4 plates. Xiao Chu said in surprise that she hadn't realized she had already eaten so much, and everyone started laughing at her. Lu Chong-hei thought he would need to talk to Hei Ting about something related to the main plot. When they had all eaten, they left the dirty dishes for Hei Ting, the older student. But suddenly the head of the LU came up and told Mo Dongfang that he would be doing the dishes that day, and Mo Dongfang was not expecting that at all and was surprised. Mo Dongfang was disappointed, but he had no choice, and Head Lu called Hei Ting to his place. Chief Lu went out into the courtyard with Hei Ting and told him that he would show him something, and his task was to use divine power to penetrate it. Hei Ting was at a loss. He didn't know what the object was. Suddenly, the shard itself suddenly started flying at a very high speed. That shard flew straight into Hei Ting's head. He didn't know what to do, and Head Lu hadn't warned him about this. But at the last moment, Lu Chong managed to catch the shard in front of Hei Ting's face. He himself was seriously scared because he did not expect this at all. He said that he did not understand what was happening because the reaction of that object was simply abnormal. Suddenly, Lu Chong got a message asking if he would like to use that shard on Hei Ting. The additional information said that it could be used as a receptacle, a jade soul, and had the potential to purify. He was very surprised. At first, he could not even understand what it all meant. He looked at the frightened Hating and thought that the jade soul shard was the key to the sword of the Lord of the Afterlife, and without it, there would be no main storyline for Qingzhou. He wondered if Hating really had the power of purification. He thought that he was lucky because the boy he picked up when he was a kid was connected to the main plot. He told Hating to calm down and close his eyes, and he thought that judging by the system's message, the shrapnel shouldn't hurt him. He politely closed his eyes, and the piece of debris began to glow green and slowly flew toward his head. And Lu Chong thought that if the system dared to deceive him and his first student died, he would destroy it. He stood there calmly and the shrapnel smoothly entered his head. Luo Bing and Lu Dongyi, the girls, looked at it with great surprise. Luo Bing thought that it was the shard that had fallen from that monster. She didn't understand why Lu's head was using it on Hating. Suddenly, something began to happen in Hating's mind. In a moment, some demonic chickens began to appear from the ground behind him, symbolizing the dark energy that was in him. Lu Chonghe did not know what to expect. He wondered what could be hidden in his student. And in an instant, Hating began to glow with green energy. It flew around him and was very strong. Master Girl Lu Dongyi shouted that Hating had just broken through the cordon. Lu Chonghe also saw this, but he thought that his breaking through the border was very unusual. Usually breaking through the boundary is a movement of the power of heaven and earth into the body. And Hating's breakthrough was different. It was from the inside to the outside. The energy was born in his body in the middle. And in a moment, the black chickens that surrounded him simply began to dissolve. And he broke through 3 levels in a row at once. And now he is on the first border and on the 7th level. Lu Chonghe was surprised that such a cool effect was achieved with just such a small shard. He thought, if he gave him a whole sphere of jade soul, what would happen? In his opinion, it would be just a flight into the sky. He also realized that it would not be too difficult for him to obtain several whole jade pearls of the soul for his student. The system sent him a notification that he had received a mentoring award, for which he received 20,000 experience points. He will like it, because thanks to one bite, Hating became stronger and he got bonuses. But Lu Chonghe looked at him and thought that he would not jump to conclusions, because he did not have all the information and was worried that the shard might harm him. That's why he thinks that everything will not be so easy with that shard. The other disciples of the Moment sect were very surprised that Hating had suddenly made such a breakthrough. The girl Lu Dongyi thought that Hating was not like her brother, and he could not have broken through the boundaries with such speed. She had questions from such a thing. She also felt that Hating's spiritual presence had become even less noticeable. She also thought that if he practiced the technique of stealth, he could become a silent spirit. She went to her brother, and he asked her if she felt the changes that had happened to Hating. She said that she felt something very well, even that for a moment she felt that Hating's shadow was alive. He thought that Hating had a very good nature and was very kind, but at that moment his shadow was like an incredible evil. Lu Chong thought that they should wait until he woke up and discuss everything. Almost an hour passed, and the atmosphere was special that night. Suddenly, Hating slowly began to open his eyes. Head Lu smiled at him and asked him how he was feeling. He was confused. He said that he didn't feel anything, he just fell asleep. He said he had a very strange and rather scary dream. In his dream, he saw the sea maybe, as if it were among the ice and he was lying on that ice. And under the ice on which he was lying, black water was flowing, which was terrifying. He told me that he thought there was something at the bottom of the sea, and it spoke to him and repeated one word all the time. Head Lu immediately asked him what those voices were saying to him. When he mentioned it, his face changed dramatically. There was something like an explosion, and that voice said the word "wake up." And that word "wake up" was taking on more and more sound and rhythm each time and terrified him. Head Lu asked him if he felt anything strange in his body at that moment. But he thought about it and decided to analyze his feelings at that moment. It seems to him that those black things under the water were not really scary, and on the contrary, he felt calm and secure. Head Lu told him that he was glad that everything ended well, but he thought that Hating's secrets could only be revealed in the future. He thought that Zhao Chu with a 9 was very promising, and that Luo Bing's girlfriend was very talented and had the ability to discover the hidden plot. And even Mo Dongfang, with his nature, is a great guy. He thought that the children he and his sister had raised showed great promise for the future. After that, they parted ways, and brother said that it was late and time to go to bed. His sister asked him if he knew what day would come in a couple of days. He was scared and thought that if he did not answer the woman's question, it would mean death. He immediately began to name many days that were usually celebrated, and my sister said, "Oh, her brother thought all day that he had forgotten such an important date." He was pleased that she responded to his confusion quite gently and asked her what she would explain to him. She, as the official elder of the Momen sect, reports to head Lu that in a few days, the ranking day, which is held every 3 years between all sects that are subordinate to the sword sect, will begin. For a moment, he thought that this was really quite important, and how could he have forgotten about it? But he told her that she meant that day and showed no emotion, that he was surprised. Did she tell him that his face looked like he wasn't worried at all, and that he was full of confidence about the rating this time? And he said she wasn't sure. She laughed artificially to show him that she wasn't really worried at all either. And her brother said that this time they would become famous and would definitely be in that ranking. He said that Momentum used to be always on top and everyone was afraid of her, and he asked her if they could restore respect for Momentum. Would she show him her real power? She wanted to believe it, but had her doubts and said when he asked that she would show him everything. He smilingly praised her and said that their mission was to restore Momentum's honor. Momen used to be ranked 45th in the middle 100, but by that day she had slipped to the bottom of the third 100. The sister asked her brother how long he thought Momentum's rating had been suspended. She also recalled that when representatives of 2 sects passed within a 50-kilometer radius, something happened. She said that the gist of their words was that Momentum would be able to get into the top 50 of the bottom 100 by then. He smiled and said that those 2 sects could be understood. He looked at the sky and said that it was very low within a radius of 50 kilometers. A new beautiful day came and everyone from the Momen sect had a lot to do. Mo Dongfang ran down the mountain as fast as he could. He had to fulfill the head's task in time. In a moment he arrived and was very out of breath and tired. There were a lot of people in front of him. This place was a playhouse. He said that he was not breaking the commandments at all, and that he had come there only because of the order of the head. The betting man said that if Chairman Lu wins, his winnings will be quite large, and if his opponent wins, his winnings will be 3 times smaller. He asked, why is it that if Chapter Lu wins, he gets a conditional 10 points, and if his opponent wins, the opponent gets 3 points? Someone said that it was an endurance battle, and if one opponent defeated Chairman Lu, they would win completely. So he bets on an opponent because Chapter Lu will be able to defeat several opponents. But he is also human and will eventually lose strength and lose. So everyone who was there understood that the head was strong, but he was not a god to defeat all rivals, and they made bets in favor of other rivals. Now he understood why the ratio was so high. And in a moment he takes out a big sack of riches and says that he is betting it all on the head of Momentum. The sword sect conducts a sect inspection every 3 years to ensure that they meet their own rank. There are several criteria: the sect's reputation, the strength of the head, the number of people in the sect. Sometimes they use information from the Celestial Mechanism Tower. That's why every time the rating day comes, all sects start having problems. All sects try their best to attract more attention and show how cool they are. 3 days before the main day, everyone challenges each other. Those days are called the Day of the Sword. But as a rule, on those days, the highest sects from the lower 100 are the busiest. At first glance, it is not entirely clear why they are the most active. Such sects are very motivated because they are not fashionable to lose, because there is a threat of slipping to the bottom. And in turn, everyone from the bottom is trying to rise to the top. But in the bottom 100, only the top 10 have a really strong rating. And the difference between those who have it and those who don't is very big. Because the rivalry of the strong is like blooming flowers, and the rivalry of the weak is a ridiculous sight. As for Momentum, for a long time they were at the very bottom, where the rankings didn't matter, and in theory the Day of the Sword shouldn't have bothered them, but this time everything changed a lot. Lu Chong took the first place in the sword sect competition arena, his power of heaven and earth, awakening and realization of the sword, and understanding of the heart of the sword. Any of those points can be a turning point. That's why the Momen sect was the focus of all the major sects at the time. Because everyone wanted to defeat the very quickly rising Chief Lu, they would get a big bonus to their reputation. All those people came to challenge him. They said that he was very strong, but he was still on the second border, and in that case, he should definitely have restrictions. And if he wins, he will make a lot of money. Meanwhile, Mo Dongfan was sitting in a tree and said that quite a few people had come. He realized that this was an ideal opportunity for them to become famous at the expense of his sect head. He recalled Chairman Lu's expression that the sky within a 50-kilometer radius is very low and he wants to raise it. At that moment, Mo Dongfang really relaxed and thought that expression was very beautiful. He wondered when he would become as handsome as the head, and he was sure that they would make a lot of money that time. But suddenly he jumped up because he heard someone talking about Mount Mojiang and his mutual disciple, Lu Chong. He was very surprised because that mountain is in the top 100 and that such an elite had also come to challenge Master Lu. All the men who were there were very surprised themselves. He looked quite angry and said that he didn't have to come. He said that he was 10th in the competition, but that guy was the winner. That guy knocked him out of the top 10 and he came in at number 11. He turned to those people and asked them if this could be tolerated. Everyone told him that he was right and that this could not be tolerated. Suddenly, one of them looked up the mountain and noticed something there. In a moment, they were all looking up and wondering who was there. They were shouting that this was a direct disciple of the Chen Xiao sword sect, that he had also come. Those people were already saying, "My God, how many more important people will come through that moment's sect?" They were all delighted that the power of Chairman Lu had touched even Chen Xiao. He was a little uncomfortable with what they were saying. He thought he wasn't crazy to challenge Chairman Lu. He said that he did not come to challenge him, but came to fulfill a task. He said that he would put their decisions to the sword. They were all surprised that he would record the process on some kind of assignment. When they realized that Swordmaster Lu's decision was receiving serious attention from the top of the sword sect, they were even more surprised. They all immediately realized that if they managed to beat Lu Chong and the top of the sword sect found out about it, their sect would gain a lot of reputation. Chen Xiao thought that the expression on those people's faces was as if they thought they were going to win. Didn't they know what position they were in? He thought that if things were going this way, he decided to fan the flames even more. He said that the item was taken by him and his mutual student Yue when they infiltrated a secret place, a rare defense artifact. If it is there, then that bracelet will be the reward for whoever wins that fight against Lu Chong. Lu Tong decided to ask Chen Xiao to get that bracelet to him, or does one of them need to defeat Lu Chong? He laughed and said that it was a little different from what they had imagined. Yi Chen Xiao shouted, "Whoever can get Lu Chong to take his sword out of its holster will get that bracelet." They were shocked, they thought. What the hell is he saying? That they can't even get Lu Chong to take his sword out of his holster? He just insulted them with that wording. He laughed and thought that he really just wanted to show off his new bracelet because they still wouldn't be able to get him to take his sword out of its holster. Lu Tong said that if Chen Xiao had such an opinion of them, then they would not leave a trace of moment. And in an instant, he jumped up the mountain. Everyone was surprised at his determination. He used the technique of a strong voice and said that he, Lu Tong, is from Mount Mojiang, and he came to ask for the sword resolution procedure from the Lu chapter. He hopes that the Lu chapter will be generous to give him an answer. And in a moment, a loud voice rang out from those mountains to all of them to come to the martial arts arena. He was very excited and immediately started heading to that arena. And at one point, many people immediately started flying in the direction of that arena, and some doubted it, but others convinced them that there was nothing to fear because it was only on the second border anyway. And dozens of those contenders went to that arena to challenge him. When they were flying up, some of them noticed that for some reason there were a lot of clouds in that place, and they could not see anything, while others said that it must be a protective seal. Chen Xiao heard them talking. He smiled and said they were wrong. He said that this is not the protective seal of Momen, but the power of heaven and earth of Head Lu. They were again very surprised. They said it scared them even more. As they approached, he drew their attention to the Momen martial arts arena. This is a majestic and beautiful arena, and you can even see that they are already meeting her. He said that these were Momentum's disciples, namely men, and how ordinary they were. And the girls who were part of Momene were very unusual and beautiful. He landed first, followed by all the other contenders for the sword attitude. He began to greet elder girl Lu Dongyi. Others also congratulated her and were surprised that she was so young and already held the position of starosta. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend, the headman, just smiled at those men and Luo Bing's girlfriend, who was standing behind, shouted to head Lu that everyone had already gathered. And in a moment there was a loud voice from heaven, and all those men were confused and did not understand where the voice came from. And in a moment, a hole formed in those clouds, and the sun's rays began to shine through, and in the brilliance of the sun, the head of Lu began to descend. All the men were very much surprised. Head Lu gently lowered himself to the ground and activated his signature technique, Spiritual Wind. And then he said to those men, were they waiting for him? There was a woman among them, and she was fascinated even by Chairman Lu's back. Chen Shu's disciple was the first to greet him, because it was not the first time he had seen Chairman Lu, and he did not have such a delayed reaction as the others. Chapter Lu tensed up a bit and thought that Chen Xiao had said hello, but did not start to approach him to show full respect. Thus, he was not at all useful. And those men generally thought that Lu Chongji was being rude, because he was very indifferent to Chen Xiao's senior direct disciple, and they thought it was very strange because he was only on the second border. Warden Lu turned his head slightly and asked Chen Xiao if he had come to start the sword decision with him. And he was quite angry with Chen Xiao and thought that if he agreed, he would destroy him without hesitation. He bowed his head again and said that he would not dare to challenge the great Lu, but he had come by order of the higher-ups to record the sword decision that would take place there. And would Lu be okay with it? He said that he allowed it, but he thought it was a pity that he couldn't kill him. Then he turned to everyone else. He asked what they had all come to do, to call him. They all said they had come to challenge him to a sword fight, and hoped he would not refuse them. And immediately after those words, Chapter Lu activated his ring. And in a moment, his sword appeared in his hands, and he sharply asked those men who would be first. Yang An started talking right away. He said he wanted to be the first. At the same time, Luo Tong began to say that he also wanted to be the first. And the girl, Qi Ying, also asked head Lu to be lenient with her. She said that she didn't care about the outcome. She just wanted to start fighting him. And when their swords clashed and sparks flew, maybe a spark would happen between them. They started arguing with each other about who could be first and who should be first. This went on for a while, and head Lu shouted for them to shut up. He said that there are so many people, they have no choice but to get down to business now. All of Moment's students were delighted, and Lu Dongyi's sister thought, why did they give her brother such a chance? Meanwhile, an unknown object was hovering in the sky above the arena, but it was hidden by special equipment. Aunt Ning was there, and she asked Brother Ji if he really wanted to take Lu Chong as a disciple. The latter looked closely at what was happening in the arena and replied that whether Lu Chong would be his student depended on how he showed himself in the arena. And Aunt Ning thought that this was an unrivaled opportunity for Lu Chong and that he should try his best. Because Brother Ji is the only student of the Sword Master, and only the Sword Master is stronger than him. He bore the proud title of the second sword in that world, Ji Chang Kong. Every sword master can take 2 students, and one of them is very much his successor. The previous sword master also had 2 students, and one of them was Ji Chang Kong, so he was a candidate for the title of sword master. When he was young, his strength was very significant and much greater than that of today's sword master. At that time, he was the only candidate for the title of sword master. But as is usually the case, a special person does not show his power immediately, for the sword master was stuck on the 3rd border at that time. But as soon as he realized Tao, he broke through to the 5th boundary in one day. And from that moment on, Ji Chang Kong has never surpassed the strength of today's sword master. And because of this gap, Chang Kong wanted to compete with the sword master more and more. And for several decades now, the 2 sides have been fighting. Ji Chang Kong thought that if Lu Chongju was really like Aunt Ning said, he would have to take him as a student, because he remembered the words of the sword master, who said that if his student was stronger than Ji Chang Kong's student, it meant that he was better than him. And Aunt Ning says that Lu Chongju is no less talented than Yui, and also worthy of a sword master level mentor. She thought that 4 great swords were ideal to become his mentors, but only one of them was free, and that was the second sword. Aunt Ning was shocked. Didn't she think that appearance was important to him? Because Ji Chang Kong said that in terms of appearance, Lu Chong had already passed the swordmaster's apprentice. And suddenly Lu Chong made a bold line in that arena. He said that if someone could push him over that line that day, he would consider himself a loser. They all couldn't stop wondering. This time when head Lu turned around, did they think it was impossible to look at that face calmly? The time had come for him to start unleashing his enormous power. The Heart of Tao appeared there and the energy cycle was very strong. And Master Lu said that whoever wants to fight him should draw his sword from the holster. He was very charged with power and said that those who did not take their swords out of their holsters should leave the arena. It was very difficult for those men because their swords saw the huge and strong heart of Lu Chong's sword and they just trembled in their hands. Chen Xiao began to write down that just by looking at Chairman Lu, the swords of the opponents began to tremble. And they heard him because he said it out loud and told him not to write it down. Others said let him write it down, but at least let him not read it out loud. That Ji Chong Kong guy said that Lu Chong has a very interesting power. And Aunt Ning thought that the boy's innate superpower was very strong, but this was the first time she had seen him use it to its fullest. He said that now it was time for them all to take out their swords, and those opponents fighting with their own swords were shaking very much. So much so that it was difficult for them to hold them in their hands, and of course, it was difficult for them to take their swords out of the holsters. This is not surprising, because in terms of energy, those swords had a huge heart of Lu Chong's sword, which simply did not allow other swords to do anything. They tried with all their might to get their swords, but they failed. They said that the spirit of the sword was scared and did not want to fight. It was simply impossible for them to win there. Did Lu Chenny say that their hearts were troubled? He said this to those two applicants because they had not yet tried to draw their swords. Otherwise, Ji Chong Kong became more and more interested in Lu Chong. Luo Tong also began to try to get the sword, but he was not successful yet. Yang An also tried, but he also failed, but at one point he thought he had realized something. He realized that the problem with the sword not wanting to come out of the holster was not the sword itself, but its owner, and his sword moved a little bit. Suddenly his sword completely stopped resisting, and he began to pull it out of the holster with great speed. It was at that moment that he was able to feel the complete refinement of the heart of the sword. The others were very surprised that he was able to draw his sword so suddenly. Lu's boss smiled and said he was good, and he would give him a chance to fight him. But after a moment, he put his sword away and said that he was giving up because he didn't have enough skills and that he was thanking Master Lu for the lesson. And he just turned around and started walking out of that arena. Chen Xiao recorded that An Yang understood Lu Chong's teachings and gained full sword realization and voluntarily surrendered in the sword solution. Meanwhile, Luo Tong continued to try to pull out his sword. He thought that he had already achieved sword heart refinement and he would be able to suppress the fear of the sword, but his biggest concern was, could he defeat Chapter Lu? Lu Chong asked if Luo Tong's sword was not trembling, and he said that Luo Tong was skilled enough to challenge him to a duel. The other men said that they expected this from Luo Tong because the power of the third frontier is no joke, and they believe that he can defeat Chapter Lu because he is only on the second frontier. He said he would give him only one chance. Luo Tong tensed up and wondered what Chairman Lu meant when he said that. And suddenly those people felt that the pressure was lessening, that Chapter Lu had weakened his technique. They thought he was giving in to Luo Tong on purpose. And Luo Tong himself thought that he was simply underestimating him. He prepared his sword and asked him to start, thinking to himself that if he somehow underestimated him, he would not be nice to him. He thought that the guy from Mount Mojang was pretty straightforward. According to the story, in his past life he was uncompromising until his heroic death. His sword would rather break than bend. Until the moment of his death, that man stood very firm. And such a famous genius as he was killed in battle, not for the sake of a city or a village, but for the sake of 3 mortals who escaped thanks to him. So much promising genius was lost for the sake of these 3. He remembers the moment when Luo Tong smiled in the story just before he died. But if he had been at least a little bit stronger at that moment, he would not have had to die with that demonic cultivator. Lu Chong told Luo Tong to get ready because he would be attacking. He relaxed a bit and said he was ready, and he pointed his sword at Luo Tong in all seriousness and launched the slow sound technique at him. It was just an incredibly powerful technique. It was very large scale. With such a technique, Luo Tong could not have expected the attack to be so serious. He was seriously frightened and put his sword sideways to repel that powerful attack. From the outside, it looked even more impressive. But it was just done with incredible speed, and the result was an explosion. They were all just shocked that Chapter Lu had defeated Luo Tong, who was on the 3rd border, with a single blow. They couldn't believe it. Was Lu Chong really on the 2nd border? That brother of G recognized that technique. He said it was a slow sound, a technique left by the first generations of sword teachers. Aunt Ning said that Lu Chong achieved a lot when he was competing in the arena. When he looked at the sword monument, he not only achieved an understanding of the heart of the sword, but he also got the slow sound technique there. He was shocked by this information, because in this case, his winnings would be even greater than those of the student of Swordmaster Yue. When the smoke cleared, Luo Tang thanked Chairman Lu. He said that since they had come to the sword's decision, he would give them a little guidance. Luo Tong coughed and said that he understood everything. He thanked Chairman Lu once again for the lesson and said that the injury was worth it. He thought that Luo Tang would meet a demonic cultivator in this life, but whether he would be stronger or not depended on his understanding. Aunt Ning asked Brother Ji what he thought of Lu Chong. He said that Lu Chong was much stronger than he was at his age, and he was even stronger than Brother Ji's fellow student. He smiled and thought that he had not even hoped to meet such a child in his life. When he found out that his older mutual student was going to take an apprentice, he also thought about it. But his friend's disciple was simply incredible at the time, and it was impossible for him to find a similar disciple to compare the power of the disciples. So he had to announce that he was not accepting students. Because if he does not accept disciples, the older joint disciple cannot defeat him in that question. He looked at Lu Chong and enjoyed his image. And he thought that everything had changed now, that his student was stronger than his friend's student. Aunt Ning noticed how the man was eager to accept Lu Chong as a disciple, and she realized that it was up to her to ignite the fire in her heart to the end. She asked him if he had met Nanwei recently, because she had recently been to Momen. Was he surprised that Nanwei met with Lu Chong? She said that was correct, and that they had discussed the lack of need to cultivate the sword intention to the third border. He said that he completely agreed with that, and his senior comrade, a swordmaster, was of the same opinion. Then she asked him if he knew how Lu Chong-hee reacted to this. He said that the swordmaster had washed his hands. He was very confused. He did not understand how Lu Chong could explain that the swordmaster was wrong. And suddenly he started laughing out loud and said that he was the one he was looking for. Aunt Ning's plan was a success. And in a moment he jumped downstairs and shouted that he was taking that student, and if anyone wanted to take him away, he would kill him. Meanwhile, Lu Chong-hei asked the others if there was anyone else who would like to go on stage. And in an instant, there was a rather strong explosion behind him, as if someone had landed. Lu Dongyi's sister immediately tensed up and grabbed her sword, thinking that it had a special aura, that it was some kind of great cultivator. She thought that the aura was the most terrifying she had ever felt, even more terrifying than Aunt Ning's. Lu Chang'o himself was a little embarrassed, thinking who dared to interrupt his speech and make him turn his back on the people. He decided to get ready right away and use the system's eye. The smoke cleared, and it became clear that it was a man, but his data was completely missing. He could not yet understand who he was, and his sister thought that if she fought to the death and used her trump card, she could save her brother. She was trembling. She thought that she might not make it at that distance. She thought, what should she do? Suddenly, Aunt Ning appeared there, and she told the girl Lu Dongyi and Lu Chong not to worry. They immediately began to congratulate Aunt Ning, and even Chen Xiao from the far corner came to congratulate her. Those men were shocked because they thought it was the elder of the sword sect, Aunt Ning. Did they realize that she was an elder of the sword sect, and just because Head Lu called her aunt, he was the nephew of a sword elder? And in a moment, the man began to turn a little bit. Lu Chong thought that he was the one who was not expected to show up here, the deputy head of the Ji Chong Kong sword sect. As soon as he returned, Chen Xiao, who had not yet had time to bow to Aunt Ning, began to bow to the deputy head. Those people were shocked to death, saying that today was some kind of holiday. Those people began to think that the deputy of the sword sect was Lu Chuang's teacher. In this case, they all felt more comfortable because they had lost to a student of a very strong teacher. Lu Chong-hei stood there waiting for him to tell him. And when he looked at his image closer, he thought that if he went out with such a student, it would have an extraordinary effect. And Lu Chong-hei thought that one could not help but notice the gentleman's peculiar appearance. He recalled reading about him on a forum in his past life, and how courageous and determined he was back then. He came closer and said that Lu Chong was not bad. Lu Chong bowed his head and said that the gentleman was completely right. The gentleman was very confused by this answer. And Aunt Ning and sister were a little disappointed because they thought that at such a moment, people usually behave more modestly. And that gentleman thought that Lu Chong was not a hypocrite and was not sucking up, just like he used to be. Those poor men now realized that this was the first time that Chapter Lu had seen that deputy swordmaster. She continued to wonder how he had gained such strength without mentoring. That gentleman heard those foolish judgments and the shouts of those people. He waved his hand and shouted that the sword's decision was over and told them to leave the place. And they all flew up into the air and said that this was a very good reception, and some of them shouted that they had been given a ride by a great swordsman. Lu Chong had a hunch. Judging by the deputy swordmaster's posture, he wanted to talk to Lu Chong about something important. And there was Chen Xiao flying from the back, offended. Others began to wonder, why was Chen Xiao also punished? Because he was a direct disciple of the sword sect. They began to think that he was not really that important. Lu Chong noticed his strength, how he had taken so many people away in one fell swoop, and he thought that he really wanted to talk to him about something. And he thought, is it really that boy? He had not yet understood his desire. He did not understand why Lu Chong had not yet fallen to his knees to offer him the opportunity to become his disciple. Aunt Ning thought that Lu Chong was so stupid because if he continued to resist like that, everything might fail, but she had to stop him. She began to introduce Lu Dongyi's girlfriend and brother Lu Chong, saying that these were the people she had told him a lot about. He smiled and decided to go through the motions and give the guy some clarity. He began to tell me that he had been wandering around in education and had seen many different talents, and almost all of them wanted to become his students. But he hadn't accepted anyone yet. He turned around and asked if he understood why. He kept silent and waited for an answer, but they did not seem ready to give him one. And Aunt Ning intervened again and asked that Brother Ji answer himself if he could. He said that up until then, no one could meet his standards and checks. He looked directly into Lu Chong's eyes and said that although he was not from the sword sect, he was Ning's nephew, and even if it was not wise, he would still give him a chance. Lu Chong was surprised, and he continued that if he passed the test, he would accept him as a disciple. What would he say to that? Aunt Ning had already heard his other story and thought that Brother Jin was making up a story just for fun. He bowed his head and humbly said that he was very grateful for the attention, but he already had a mentor. They were both shocked, and Aunt Ning asked him why she didn't know about it. He said it was true and thought that he really had a mentor in the system's interface. He thought that if it was possible, he would always want to have a gray name in that column. He recalled the time with his father when his father told them that he was not a great talent, but he just wanted to be there for them. Then Lu Chong told him not to say that, because although he could not give them the best, he did not give them the worst. Lu Chong further thought that although it was one of the 4 swords of the sword sect, it was not necessary for his cultivation. He thought that the points where he could use Ji Chong Kong could be counted on one hand, but his reputation would be useful to momentum and he needed to get it. And in a moment, he had a good idea. He said that his sister should come, and she thought it would be a big mistake. Aunt Ning would ask again, Lu Chang, who is his mentor? And he would tell her not to ask him. That brother of Ji's asked if that mentor was very strong. He replied that he was very strong, and at that very moment, he remembered how his father used to beat him. That brother Ji thought that if Lu Chong had said in front of him that his mentor was very strong, then it was possible that he was the only one of the 4 disciples who was not in the sword sect. Lu Chong said that he already had a mentor, but he said that there was always a saying in Qingzhou about a mentor of one sword, and he asked that the gentleman explain it to them if possible. He was confused because he didn't understand what Lu Chong wanted from him, because he not only didn't want to become his disciple, but he wanted to use him for free. That's right, he wants to use it because the mechanics of the heavenly realm from the NPCs can only give you experience points. But this is an indication of the 8th border, so it will automatically be counted as luck. As for what kind of reward this luck will turn into, it depends on the conversion of the system. And one person has only one opportunity in their entire life. He was furious and he was very annoyed that Lu Chong was laughing at him. Did he decide to say that Lu Chong was a very interesting young man and that he should explain to him why he should give him instructions? He replied that Mr. Ji Chong Kong would soon be his merchant. At that moment, my sister was very surprised to hear this from her brother. She guessed something. She was very uncomfortable and kept moving away a little bit, thinking that her brother wanted to sell her and she needed to run away. But suddenly he caught her by the hand and did not give her the opportunity to move away. He said that although his sect was small, he was the head of that sect. And if he hadn't been a disciple, there would have been no problem at all. And my sister was even more surprised that he wouldn't let her go. He said that his sister was no less talented than he was, because for many years Aunt Ning had been guiding her diligently. And his sister prayed in her mind that her brother would stop talking. And she thought that if she became a disciple of the second-ranking man in the sword sect, her secrecy would end and the whole world would know about her. But did that man tell head Lu to stop praising her because she was a sect elder? He turned around and was about to leave and said, "If the head cannot become his disciple, how can an elder become a disciple?" He said that it would not work that way. And in an instant, Lu Chong, as the head of the sect, said that he would dismiss her from the post of elder at that very second. Lu Duengyi still had minimal hope, but now she realizes that this is the end. But suddenly that man decided to look at that girl again, and he saw something very important to him there. He said that she had a very majestic cultivation. He drew close and said that she had the heart of a sword and the intent of a sword. He said that he almost missed this chance. He also said that the Water Two brother and sister are such interesting people. And Aunt Ning stood there wondering how the Lu Dongyi girl had the heart of a sword and the intent of a sword. And what were those two siblings hiding from her? The man began to analyze, and he thought that this girl was not worse than Yue, and her base was very strong, and her essence was very powerful. He also realized that until now she had no mentor and had developed so much on her own. Does this mean that her intelligence is better than Yue's? He looked at them and thought that such a small sect, and in it such an amazing brother and sister, he thought that the heavenly Tao must have blessed that sect. And Lu Chonghe, not understanding why his sister was so resistant, thought, what is she hiding? He didn't want to believe it, but she must have been hiding much more than he thought. He saw her look and read it as if she were saying that she didn't want a mentor and that she wanted to spend all day at Momentum. He thought he understood her, but he wouldn't let her just sit in Momentum. The future world will become more chaotic every day, and she needs to build up her strength as quickly as possible, and that master is perfect for her. That man thought through all the nuances to finally realize what would happen next. So all his calculations were correct, and if everything was correct, his student would be stronger. And he directly asked the girl Lu Dongyi if she wanted to be a student. She looked at her brother and thought that he definitely didn't want to hurt her. So if he did, there was nothing wrong with that. She sighed and thought, I can't let my brother's good intentions down. She bowed and said that such a great gentleman had paid attention to her, and it would be very stupid for her to refuse. He was immediately happy, even more so, and said it would be good. But she said that she had a very, very humble request before becoming her student. Could she set the rules? He was expecting something, but he definitely did not expect that phrase. He thought that he, Jin Chang Kong, was going to take on a disciple, and he had to make some rules. He thought that if he announced that he was looking for a disciple, there would be tens of thousands of applicants without any rules. But he looked at them and saw in them a great talent, and a double talent at that. And he gave in again and said that the girl said what rules she wanted. She said that he could come with her to talk it over. Ning's brother and aunt were surprised. Why couldn't she talk in front of them? He said to her that his sister was all grown up, and Aunt Ning replied that he was just like her. She started asking him again, when did he get a mentor, and Aunt Ning didn't know. He began to laugh characteristically and still did not answer her. And she wanted to give him a shigla, but stopped at the last moment because she noticed a group of girls on the side. And I thought that he was no longer a little boy, but a full-fledged head of the sect, and a very strong one at that. She asked Lu Chong if they were not angry with her because she did not ask them and brought Ji Chang Kong. He said that Aunt Ning was not to blame for anything, and now it was up to Lu Dongyi's girlfriend to decide whether she could negotiate with Chang Kong and get a better result or not. The time equivalent to burning one stick of incense had passed, and Lu Chang wondered how we could talk about it for so long. A little more time passed, and they were happy to see them coming to them. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend looked quite happy, and Ji Chang Kong was a little embarrassed. He thought about its rules and wondered, if these are rules, why does it divide into sub-rules? Lu Chong was very interested in how she could convince Chang Kong. When she approached, she was smiling strangely, and he thought that she was secretly taking revenge on him. He thought that something was definitely wrong, because now the man was also looking at him strangely, and he couldn't understand what she could have said to him. He thought that sooner or later he would find out everything and then take revenge on her. Changkong said that if she was his student from that day on, he should give her a welcome gift, and a blue sphere appeared in his ear, glowing in different directions. There was some strange thing there. He said that maybe it didn't look very attractive, but he was giving it as a gift. Lu Dongyi's girlfriend was not very happy, but Aunt Ning was surprised and said that it was a life-and-death doll. She said that the technology for creating such an artifact has long been lost, and that such an artifact is extremely rare. At the same time, Lu Chong enlightened the subject with his knowledge of the system, and it showed him nothing. He thought that this thing was very powerful, because even the system doesn't show the functions. Changkong said that the thing was not very useful. It could just return it once instead of the owner. The two of them were simply stunned by this information. She accepted the gift with honor and thanked her mentor. Lu Chong was in a state of joy because he knew now that his sister had a second life. And suddenly Changkong asked if the boy wanted him to give him advice. He immediately replied that he was eagerly awaiting the advice, and he wondered what the system would give him as a reward for the advice of an 8th crested cultivator. After all, there had been no cultivators of the 9th realm in that world for a long time, and Changkong thought it was a great opportunity to show his wisdom to his new student. He activated a light blue power for more excitement and said that demon cultivators have been active lately. But the technique did not slow down. On the contrary, it gained momentum, and the people who were there were very surprised. They did not know that this was happening. And in an instant, Changkong and Aunt Ning and the entire Momen sect were moved to a completely different place. Lu Changha was just amazed, because that place is at least 100 kilometers from Momen, he thought. What kind of equipment is this on the 8th border? Suddenly, Lu Dongyi's sister screamed that there was something in the front. There was a huge crocodile in that lake, just steaming with red evil energy. And on it was a demonic cultivator who was a little confused. Did he say where they came from and why he didn't feel them? Lu Changgo immediately began to admire him, saying that this technique was worthy of a great 8th level cultivator, that he had gotten rid of the annoyance of the lively audience with one technique. The demonic cultivator evaluated them, and all of them seemed weak except for one. There was also an old man there, and he saw Aunt Ning as a great cultivator. But in an instant, what happened in his body was sharp and unusual. Suddenly he was scared to death, because now he was paying attention to that old man. He didn't understand how this could be. At that moment, Chanson was beginning to warm up his own strength. The demonic cultivator wondered why that old man suddenly had such a strong sword chi power. He was just terrified. He said he had to run away, along with his fish. But in a moment, the crocodile opened its mouth for some reason, and the cultivator could not move for some reason. He almost died of fear, but his body seemed to be crushed by something from all sides. A moment later, a large gap appeared in front of him, with light coming out of it. It was just a giant rift that was coming at that demonic cultivator. Could he not believe that he and his beast would be sealed in this terrifying sword of chi? Changkong asked them if they had heard about how he had cut the sea with a single blow in his youth. Lu Chong said that of course they know, because everyone knows what they did, including the 3-year-old children who live in Qinzhou. That year, it could have spilled over and killed thousands of people at one point. But at the last moment, before that big wave, a bright light shone. And with that big wave, a super technique was used that emitted light. And just in an instant, that big wave disappeared from that place. The people who were saved that day were simply infinitely grateful to that heavenly cultivator. They looked at him and said he was the god of the sword. He said that after that technique, he had an epiphany and realized the sword technique. But today they have just a lake in front of them, and he will show them just a small part of that technique. But he said that they should not wait for his sword to appear, because his sword merged with his understanding of the heart of the sword and became his superpower. And even if they wanted to learn this, they would not be able to. Except that he said that only the girl Dung could do it, because her spirit is like the wind. He started waving his hand and said, he told them to watch carefully, and he named the technique. He said that he called that technique the equality of all living things. That demon was in a sad situation. He asked himself if he was worth dying from such a majestic machine. And suddenly there was an explosion of incredible power. Lu Chong was a little disappointed in himself, because for some reason he hadn't seen anything at all. He was just amazed. He thought it was just lightning fast. And besides, it is as neat as possible. So it is no wonder why it is called the equality of all living things. Lu Chong told Hating, who was just thrilled to look upstairs. When he looked up, he was completely amazed. With that blow, the gentleman wiped out even the air. And right after that, he activated that previous super transfer technique, and literally in an instant, they all appeared in the arena from which they had originally moved. He looked at Lu Chong and asked how much the boy understood. He wondered if the kid could really surprise him. And Lu Chong stood there pensive because he had just logged into the system interface. Did the system tell him that he had received an instruction from a cultivator of the 8th boundary? He can receive 1 reward in exchange. He was happy that he could get the award. His plan was successful. And the system started the standard graphic show that always preceded such moments when it was necessary to pick up an important award. He couldn't wait. He was very curious. What kind of reward would he get for instructing an 8th boundary cultivator? And oh, miraculously, it was a technique of equality of all living things, but it was not complete. He immediately thought that it was not complete because the technique was related to the capabilities of Ji Chung Kong. He also received a coupon for a 50% discount on the sword intent, but that coupon can only be used at his current level. He also received a coupon for a 50% discount on upgrades. He was shocked when he received those coupons, because to improve by 1 level, you need to pay 2 million experience, and in this case, you get 1 million. But he could only choose one, and he was thinking about which one he should take. While her brother was facing the problem, she also entered a state of meditation. Her new mentor is looking forward to seeing how much his new student can learn. She came up with one good idea to impress her new mentor, and in an instant, she pulled out her own sword and began to make different strokes. At first, Aunt Ning and Ji Chung Kong didn't understand what she was suddenly doing. Did Aunt Ning think that Luo Dongyi's girl's skill couldn't be that bad? They were both wondering what would happen in the end. And in a moment, she started again, but it was a completely different level of technique. The mentor guessed that she was not trying to copy the sword technique, but rather to turn that technique into her personal wind power. But that would probably not work. Just then, she holstered her sword. It stopped and started radiating green, very green energy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes sharply and they also glowed green. She had a very big awakening in her mind. Suddenly, a very strong green whirlwind created around her. Aunt Ning said that she was able to incorporate the energy of the wind into that technique. And the mentor said that was very good, and that her understanding was as good as his at her age. He was very happy. He thought that his student was very strong, and he was looking forward to his friend finding out about her. He remembered the rules she had told him, Rule 1 and Point 1, until she was fully strong, no outsiders could know that she was his student. He smiled and thought that his close friend was not considered a stranger. He also praised Momentum's other students, saying that they were also quite strong for their age. She thought that equality had already reached the top, and the next step was to turn the equality of all living things into a technique that was right for her. She wondered how good her brother's perception was. And suddenly, Ji Chung Kong felt something incredible, and he was very surprised. He quickly applied his technique and closed everyone down with it. And for greater safety, I moved everyone to a safer distance. He closed his eyes and began to release a powerful energy. The energy began to rise to the surface and filled everything around. He was very surprised because he realized that it would be a breakthrough of the sword's intent. Aunt Ning was also delighted because Lu Chong repeated his feat again, but it all went to the next level. She asked how many more extraordinary feats he wanted to perform. The new mentor said that he had shown only one technique, and Lu Chong had made such results out of it. And suddenly he started laughing very hard. Aunt Ning and Lu Dongyi's girlfriend were very surprised. Why was he laughing? Aunt Ning was very curious and asked him why he was laughing. He asked if she remembered that she herself had said that he had told Ning Nanwei that the great swordmaster had made a mistake. And what he had just done was to confirm again that the swordmaster was wrong. And now the swordmaster is not just wrong, but doubly wrong. She wondered if he still felt competitive with the swordmaster. On the other hand, he also began to think that Lu Chong had made a breakthrough based on his example, and thus he refuted the swordmaster's theory, and thus he defeated the swordmaster again. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was surrounded by super strong energy, and it was raging around him. He was very pleased with what he saw. He thought that he should become his mentor in that technique, and he thought he should put on a great show. My sister thought that if she were on the second border, she would not be able to compete with her brother, that her brother was getting stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Chong evaluated his own action and thought that everything was almost fine. The system showed that the next breakthrough to level 3 required 4 million experience points. He thought that 4 million was too expensive. He sighed and wondered what that system would do with so many experience points. Would it feed the fish? And in a moment, all the energy that was raging just gradually dissolved. The sister congratulated her brother on his new sword breakthrough. Lu Chong bowed and thanked the master for his guidance. He said that Lu Chong is very smart and very much like him at such a young age. And Lu Chong thought that this man must have known that Lu Chong was actually stronger than him when he was young. He said that they needed time to think about it, and that he would return to the sword sect because he had unfinished business in the sword sect. He asked Sister Ning whether she would stay in Momentum or return with him. She said that after this day of competition, they will have a meeting to sort all 300 sects. He said that this was just sorting, but there were so many cases, and he called her over. She told them that she would visit the Magon in a few days. And in a moment, they flew away as if at the speed of sound, and the brother and sister waved to them and said goodbye. Head Lu said that the performance was over for the day, and they all had to think about the technique to understand it as much as possible. She asked her brother how much further he thought Momentum would move up in the rankings this time. They say it's nothing to worry about, but the rating that will begin in 3 years is much more interesting. He thought that it was good that Ji Chong Kong had left, because that night he had to go to the maid's house and feed her. He thinks that he could definitely feel her. He thought that on the night that would come, he would be devastated again. Meanwhile, Yue was in thought, wondering why he was not able to advance further in power. He didn't even go to watch the battle with Lu Chong. Suddenly Chen Xiao appeared and said that he had brought the thing he needed, and he quickly flew over to talk to him at the same time. Yue immediately asked him how the competition with Lu Chong ended. For some reason, he was out of breath and could not pronounce what he wanted to say properly. He repeated the word very several times. Yue asked him what he meant by the word very. Finally, he said that the competition was over very quickly. He told Yue to look at everything himself, and he handed him the thing that was supposed to record everything. The most beautiful and spectacular moments were recorded there, and you could clearly see how strong and functional it had become. When you watched that, he was very happy and really happy for Lu Chong. But then he sighed sharply. Chen Xiao asked him why he was disappointed. Yue said that Lu Chong's strength had grown very much again, and Chen Xiao consoled him and told him not to despair. He turned to that wall and said that he would try even harder. Chen Xiao said that diligent training would not help him anymore, because this time, Chapter Lu had become famous all over the world. Yue asked him in frustration why he was saying that. He said because that time, the deputy head and Aunt Ning came to the sword decision. Was he shocked when he heard that his uncle's deputy was there? Meanwhile, important events were taking place in the sword sect. It was the first Qingzhou sword of the head of the sword sect, Li Suifei. They were having a meeting. He told the others that they could sit down, and one seat was empty. Someone said that Ji Chong Kong must have gone somewhere, but just at that moment, he was rushing there with great speed. And at the last moment, he managed to sit down in his own seat. He started talking cheerfully, asking everyone to sit down, as if he had been there from the beginning. Li Suifei thought that Ji Chong Kong usually sat with a stone face in such situations. But here he was very happy, and he wondered why. He went on to say that since everyone was gathered, they would first look at the initial rating. And he gave everyone special notebooks made of pure energy. Li Suifei looked closely at Ji Chong Kong and thought that he usually does not show interest in the ranking and does not open the book, and he thinks that it will also be like that day. But suddenly he opened that book, and thus surprised Li Suifei. He started flipping through it and looking for something, and Li Suifei thought he was looking for a name. Suddenly he stopped, and when he began to read it, his expression changed dramatically. Li Suifei became very wary when he saw that, and in a moment, he threw that ice and said indignantly that someone clumsy had compiled that list. Everyone else present was surprised. They thought it was something very important that Ji Chong Kong started talking, because he had always been silent, and they also began to worry that their opinions might not agree on the rating adjustment, and then there would be a problem. And Aunt Ning looked at that and thought that she was probably not the only one who would be talking to other counselors that year. He thought that if there was a dispute between his advisors, they would go out and start fighting to resolve the dispute. He looked at him and realized that if it came to that, Ji Chong Kong would defeat everyone, and even he would have a hard time. He decided to ask him if he thought there were any inaccuracies in the rating, to tell him right away and they would discuss it. And he thought that this way he would know who he wanted to promote. He said that he had no questions about the ranking of the others, but as for momentum, they were definitely placed very low. All of them, including the sword master, had no idea what a sect was. Aunt Ning began to read out his data and how much he had progressed recently. She mentioned his competition in the sword sect, that he had set a record for the fastest passage. And at the end of the competition, after meeting the sword monument, he had entered the path of understanding the heart of the sword. They were all shocked that he had entered the path of understanding the heart of the sword on the second border. And he added that Lu Chong had already formed the sword intent a long time ago. In addition, he was in momentum a few days ago and gave him some advice. This guy's mind is no worse than mine at his age, and he has already reached the second level of sword intent. All the advisors were simply outraged, saying that the sword master himself said that everything Ji Changkong said was simply impossible. He smiled and said that the sword master must have been wrong because there was living proof that it was possible. The shock did not disappear from the faces of those advisors. They were shocked how he dared to say that the master was wrong. They wondered if there was any other information about this Lu Chong. The sword master began to reread what Chen Xiao had written, and with each sentence his surprise increased. But he was even more surprised when he read that Lu Tong on the third border did not withstand a single blow. One advisor said that he knew the name Lu Tong. It was something incredible that someone as strong as Lu Tong could not withstand even one blow. Li Suifei asked his deputy if Lu Chang's unusual abilities were related to the spirit. He smiled and said that was correct. The advisor said that it was very rare for people to be connected to the spirit, and he said that there is such young talent outside their sect. And Aunt Ning thought that this was not all that the brother and sister were capable of. He again asked the deputy what place he thought Momen should be in the bottom 100. He didn't think twice and said he was in the top 10. They were all outraged because the rating is not based on one indicator, but on a complex, and this is not the way to do it. The head saw that his deputy was angry and thought it would be bad. He sharply said that the rating of the momentum sect was indeed underestimated, but they also cannot overstep other criteria, and everything must be according to the rules. And Aunt Ning understood that the sword master had already approved the order, and nothing could be changed. And no matter how hard the deputy tried, the number of Momen was very small. The deputy said indignantly, "How are they going to solve this issue?" And looking at the chapter, I thought about the girl Lu Dongyi, his new student, that he would fight for the 10th place for her. The head said that the bottom 90 places could not be announced, and that the fact that Momen was in 45th place could simply be erased. The advisors did not understand this decision. They said that different positions in the ranking receive different resources. In this case, the whole point of the rating is lost. The head said that the top 10 would be announced anyway, because as they all know, the resources for the top 10 and the rest are completely different. Therefore, he decided to donate as many resources to Momen as the first 10 sects received, and he would make up the shortfall himself. While they all agreed with this decision, it was a reasonable one. Then everyone waited to hear what the deputy would say. He thought that if his student, Dunley, was a little less secretive, he would definitely give her first place. And in that situation, this was the best result that could have been. And he said that we should do as the head said. Everyone was immediately happy that they found a common language quite easily and solved the problem. He went on to say that momentum's potential is very high, and it is not known what it will turn into in 3 years. He smiled a lot and said that he was proposing to make a certain competition. Both the head and the advisors were very surprised. They wondered if they were really at the meeting because the topics they started discussing were not the right ones. It was a beautiful and peaceful day in momentum. Lu Chong and her sister were sitting and resting after what happened in their sect, and he was shocked and wondered why the hell his reputation was growing so fast. My sister felt a little uncomfortable, so she said to my brother that she would give him something. After saying that, he turned his attention to her and asked her what she would give him. When he saw what she gave him, he was even more surprised. She stretched out her hand and gave him the gift she had received from her new mentor. Before taking her, he decided to ask her if she was sure she wanted to give her to him. She sincerely told him to take the doll for himself, and he thought that his sister was a balanced person. All her dreams were about longevity, because even her sword was called immortal. But now she wants to give him a life-and-death doll that can die in her place once. When he looked at her, he immediately realized that she was afraid of death. But he asked her again why she wanted to give it to him. She replied that it was definitely not because of her brother's character, but because of his style of behavior, and she, as a sister, was very worried about him. She also said that she would be fine because she didn't want to come down the mountain anyway, and she would rather learn defensive techniques and improve momentum's defense. And she also said that Aunt Ning would teach her how to make artifacts, and that she was also very interested in alchemy because there are many items that have the effect of prolonging life. That's why she emphasized that she had different options so that he would take that thing. She thought that she was cultivating for the sake of a long life, but that long life should be with her brother. But he told her to take the doll if she didn't want to be beaten like she was as a child, and she was very surprised that he said that. She was outraged and said that it was not a fact that he would be able to beat her, but he shouted that he was her brother and the head of the sect. And he warned her not to dare to secretly take his blood and secretly drop it on that doll so that it would recognize him as the master. And she frowned and said that she was not talking to him. He saw that she was really worried about him. He started stroking her head and told her that her brother was not as weak as she might think. He said that he would definitely live a long life with her. At that time, a lot of people gathered in one place because someone was telling a story about how Lu Chong defeated 100 opponents by himself. Everyone listened attentively, and he told us that Lu Chong had crushed 100 opponents with one look, and they could not even draw their swords. He said that they understood that they were just confused and could not realize what he had said right away. And in an instant, that crowd screamed. They shouted how good he was and how fantastic it was. Mo Dongfang was there and thought that Chapter Lu would have told that story much better for sure. He was holding a big one on his back. It was money because Head Lu told him to bet that Momentum would win and to do so in all the gambling houses. As he passed, he heard them all discussing Head Lu, that he was the strongest in the border. They mentioned that no one was his equal, not even Yue from the Sword Sect. They continued to say that Yue was on the 4th border and also had the perfect sword blessing, but if they were on the same border, then the Lu head would be first. Mo Dongfang listened for a while, smiled, and started to walk away. They continued to discuss. Someone asked what it all meant, and others told him that their Qingzhou was the strongest. He was very happy. He went out into the streets and lifted his head up. He thought that the name of his head had already made a name for itself in Qingzhou, and he wondered when he would become as famous. At that time, important conversations were taking place in the neighboring Momen sect, the Tsushumen sect. The elder of that sect was disappointed that she had not managed to establish a relationship with Lu Chong in time, and now he is the strongest in the world at the 2nd level, and she has no access to him. And suddenly they noticed a shine in the sky. The head said it was a disciple from the sword sect flying to hand them resources. As soon as she arrived, they all bowed to her and greeted her with dignity. That student came up and gave me a bag of resources. She said that the Shai Shumen sect was the lower 100, the lower rank, and the resources were of a lower class. The head was a little uncomfortable hearing this, but it was true. She bowed and thought how much she wanted to ask that student how high the Momen sect was in the rankings. And that disciple quickly handed them the resources and wondered why she was sent to deliver the resources to some godforsaken Shuishimen sect and not to the majestic Momen sect, because she would have liked to see the famous head of Momen. Suddenly, that head of the Shoishumen made up her mind and asked what happened to Momen. She was immediately excited and said that Momentum was going to get top-class resources. She was very surprised to hear about the high-end resources. She also added that the head of the Sword Sect said that he himself would personally give Momen more resources in 3 years. She was very surprised and wondered how much hope the Sword Sect had for the Momen sect. When that student left, the head said that they were not far-sighted. For perhaps it is true that the head of Lu can single-handedly hold the heavens within a radius of 50 kilometers. Meanwhile, in Momen, they were looking at a large mountain of jewelry, all of which had been won by order of the Lu chief. They were all shocked, and Lu Dongyi's girlfriend said that now they could not come down from the mountain for a very long time. And Luo Bing's girlfriend decided to ask, where was Master Lu? And Lu Dongyi's girlfriend said that he was waiting for a disciple of the sword sect at the gate. She said she would go to him and wait with him. When she came, she wondered where her brother was because he wasn't there. A moment later, she looked up and noticed that the sword sect disciple who had been distributing resources had already arrived. She got down on the ground and said that Momena's sect was ranked from the bottom 100 to the highest rank, that the head of the sword sect would personally endow Momena with first-class resources for 3 years. She was excited when she heard about the first-class resources. That messenger girl got something very precious and asked the Lu Dongi girl, "Where is the head of Lu?" And at that moment, she felt very ashamed, wondering why her brother was late at such an important moment. She was the personal guardian of the head of the sword sect, and she thought that perhaps her mentor had made a mistake about this man, since he dared to be late for such an important event. At that moment, the girl, Lu Dongyi, decided to start by introducing herself as an elder of the Momen sect. And in a moment, Lu Chong appeared there with great speed. My sister turned around and wondered where he could be. When the messenger girl saw him, she was fascinated by him. He appeared as if out of thin air and quickly approached them. And suddenly, at the same time, he boasted of his water technique to that girl. With the help of that technique, he took that valuable resource and once again said that he was the head of the Lu Chong Hei sect. It was as if she had entered a trance and thought that she was completely devoted to the way of the sword and that she would never be tempted by a man. But in reality, it's not like that, and she thought she was too young. Lu Chong then asked her if there was anything else she wanted. She blushed and barely said the question, "Did the young man get married?" They almost fell to the ground in astonishment at this question, and she did not realize what she had said. She immediately began to make excuses and said that this was not what she meant to say. She had already started to turn around and said that the deputy head had instructed her to tell him, and she turned around and started to run away from that place. And in an instant, it took off into the air and for some reason was unable to fly back as smoothly as it had flown. He took that envelope and thought that no one could really resist its incredibly beautiful appearance. The sister said that the girl said that very good resources were allocated for them, and she thinks that the deputy head of the sword sect did this for them. Lu Chong said he thought so. When they opened that envelope, an interesting energy came out of it, and in an instant, the silhouette of the deputy head of the sword sect appeared out of that energy. He said that he tried a little bit for them to get first-class resources and to warm up a little bit, and he also said that in 3 years there will be more. They realized that he was definitely bragging about it. He also said that he had made a bet that in 3 years the Momen sect would be in the second 100 and no less than 50th place. He also said that if they won, he would give them everything, and if they lost, he would take care of it. They were shocked and immediately asked him how much he had bet. He laughed and said that he did not put a lot, but only 200,000 spiritual stones. It was just an incredible shock for them. She thought that if so, she would also demonstrate a little bit of her own cultivation, not for money, but for the development of momentum. Meanwhile, in the sword sect on the Nameless Mountain, that mentor was doing something important there. He abruptly flew a long distance and landed in a black bamboo forest. He was happy and could not wait for one moment. He came to some house in that forest and shouted for him to come out and shout the error. Suddenly, those doors began to open. The man said that Chang Khan hadn't visited him for a long time. The man with whom they were dealing with in the sect was the head of the sword sect, and this man was a sword master and the first sword in the world. He sat down in a chair and told his friend to admit his mistake. He came over and started pouring the tea and just said that he had made a mistake. That's not really what Shanson had imagined. He emotionally said that his friend should have asked him what he washed in. He agreed and said he was asking his friend to tell him what he was wrong about. Chang Kong said that it is not possible to form the intention of the sword before the third border. The sword master thought about it, and Chang Kong told him not to pretend that he could not remember. And the sword master said that's how he remembered everything. And Chang Kong shouted that in that world, there was a man who had formed the intention of the sword to the third border, and under his guidance he was able to improve the intention of the sword to the second layer on the second border. The sword master said it was indeed something incredible. The master said that in this case, such abilities violate the world norm, and that the fact that the person improved the sword intent while on the second border to the second layer changes everything even more. And Chang Kong repeated that he said the sword master was wrong. He said that he was very curious about the name of such an amazing young man. Chang Kong proudly said that his name was Lu Chong, and he was the head of Momen. He wondered if he hadn't heard that name before. Chang Kong said that by the expression on the master's face, he had probably heard the name before. The master asked him to tell him more about the man, and Changkong began to talk. For many years now, the sword master had not been engaged in everyday activities and had not communicated with anyone. He spoke only to his daughter and his assistant. But his assistant and daughter decided to hide this information from the sword master. He told him everything and asked if the sword master understood everything or if he should tell him again. Chang'an said that the sword master had not realized that Chang'an's student was stronger than the sword master's student and that he had decided to tell him again. And did the sword master ask him why he decided to tell the story again? The sword master stood up and said that if that man had been born 100 years earlier, he would have been happy. Chang'an visibly began to get angry because he had not expected such a calm reaction from the sword master. He also stood up and said that the sword master probably no longer considered Changkong his opponent. The sword master said that it was good that there were still students, and Changkong agreed. Chanson said there was something else, but he had to keep it a secret. The sword master said that if it was a secret, it was better not to tell anyone, not even him. Changkong loudly said that this would not be the case and that the sword master should listen to him, and the master immediately agreed. He said with a big smile that Momen has two other talents, her sister Lu Chong, and he took her as a student. And Chang'an also believes that her future achievements will be no less than Yue's. And he thought that he had 1.5 students against the sword master's or 1 student, and that the sword master also lost in that respect. The sword master smiled and said that this was a very good thing, and why keep it a secret? Chang'an said it was a long story and asked the sword master why he was not upset. The sword master said, why would he be upset with you? Because it's great that they have students. In this case, Changkong asked the master if he wanted to go with him to Momen. The master said that he could not because he had to go down the mountain, but maybe another time he could go with Changkong to Momen. Did Changkong ask him where he was going? He said that he just wanted to take a walk because he hadn't been down for decades. The two of them stood in silence for a while, and the master said that the weather was changing. Meanwhile, Lu Chong thought that it was very good that they had gotten so many resources at once. But Mr. Changkong's 200,000 could not be lost. He received a message that there were 3 days left before the open test. He was excited because his favorite noobs would be back. At that moment, he was in a good mood because 10,000 players, whom he called fools, were going to come, and he wanted to use them. And the next step will be selection, because he doesn't need a group of fools, but only a few of the most talented. Then he wanted to go to a place he suddenly thought of. He went into a bamboo forest, and there, on the coarsest bamboo, there were certain marks. He recalled that those marks used to indicate how fast he and his sister were growing. But at one point, they stopped making those marks. He touched them and seemed to go back in time and remember how it all happened. They stopped being made because those who made them were killed by a demonic cultivator. And at that moment, he was very emotional. It was just a huge anger and thirst for revenge, a huge amount of energy just flying in all directions. Did he abruptly draw his sword and turn to him? Or is his sword also waiting for that decisive day to come? The sword, having a heart, released strong energy and characteristically lingered. He was on the verge. He couldn't wait for that moment to come because he already had enough anger to do the deed. Meanwhile, a nasty voice was heard in the terrible simian, saying that it was very insatiable and wanted to eat a few more girls. Did he ask the fire serpent if he also wanted to eat a human being? The snake roared loudly, and he said that they had to wait a little longer until the harvesting began, and then they would find a village and eat well. But suddenly, he noticed something that surprised him a lot. A man appeared in front of him on top of a cliff against the backdrop of a large red moon. In a moment, he realized who it could be and was even more frightened. It was some girl. She looked very interesting, and the most interesting thing was the sign on her back. And when he looked at her legs, he was sure it was the same girl. He was in an uncomfortable position. He immediately remembered the people from Momentum who had wounded him, because if it wasn't for them, he would have been on the 5th border long ago. In a moment, she went down to the ground and began to approach the man, and he continued to sit on the head of the snake. She looked at this behavior and asked him why he was not meeting her properly. Immediately after she said that, he went down to the ground and bent his knee for her. He called himself Chi Yao, and he welcomed that girl who was Ghanaian. At that moment, he remembered that he had once had the blood of another dragon in him and was very strong and on the verge of breaking through the 5th boundary. At that time, he had already been noticed by the higher mentors. He was very angry. At that time, he only ate a few people from Momen, and those two chased him. And as a result, they wounded him badly. Although he killed those people, he lost the trust of his superiors because of his injuries. He was so angry that he thought that when he got back to the top, he would level Momen to the ground. He knelt before her and thought that he had once controlled her, but now everything had changed. She looked down on him and said that she did not expect it. But that time, the meeting in the castle on the Qinglong River would be held by her. Did he say that he didn't think the Ghanaian girl would come to him personally? She leaned over and smiled at him, telling him that he was still as unable to hide his emotions as ever. She said that she could clearly see how much he liked her legs, and when she saw that, she began to feel something. She touched him and said that those emotions made her want something. And suddenly she caught him by the heart and said that she had a very strong desire to kill him. He was scared to death, begging her to take pity on him. But she smiled and said that he should not worry because she did not come to kill him, but to make him an assistant. And if he agreed, she would give him a drop of the dragon's blood that she had been given. He was shocked. He asked how she could still have a drop of dragon left in her. She was very powerful and said that she would use 2 drops and leave 1. She also knew that half of that drop would heal his wounds, and the other half would restore his beast level to its original state. He was shocked. He asked in emotion if it was really the blood of a dragon. He calmed down when he saw that drop. He asked why she wanted to help him. Isn't she afraid it will rise up and eat her? She smiled at his words and asked him if he was capable of such a thing. And suddenly she started laughing very viciously. It was very scary. Her sign on her back activated and began to glow. And she told him that he had no idea what she had achieved over the years. When he saw that symbol start to glow, he was surprised to death. At that time at night in the Tower of the Celestial Mechanism, the girl who was sent to Lu Chong came back. She was upset. She thought that she had come back with nothing on purpose that time, but it was because the deputy swordmaster had come to Momen in person. She hoped that her mentor would understand her in this situation. But he threw that scroll at her and said that she had disappointed him very much. He was shocked at how radically his first pawn had changed. He was shocked. How could Hating have become Momen's first student? He could clearly see Hating becoming a terrible and ruthless monster. He could easily plunge the Qingzhou wormwood into darkness and chaos. His anger grew even greater because now everything had changed. His anger simply knew no bounds, for his thief, whom he had counted on, had entered Momen and had been his apprentice for 3 years. That girl was very scared. She did not expect her master to be so angry. She had already resigned herself to the idea that she would die that day. She was very sorry. She mentioned to Lu Chong that she was so close to him. She thought she would be like a fish in water with him. She also wished that in case of rebirth, she should be born as close to him as possible. The old man thought that all of this could not be true because he was the one who played celestial chess, and he could not be defeated so easily. He thought that maybe this Lu Chong's kid was his opponent in a chess game, whom he had been looking for so long. He realized that because there was no other way to break his game so quickly. At first, he thought he was already mean enough to send a girl to kill Lu Chong, but it was too much. But he didn't think that the boy would take his figures and turn them into his own. He wondered if he should be offended that Lu Chong had kept Hating as an apprentice for 3 years. He thought that even though Lu Chong was a rival, he was very pure. It is easier to move rivers and mountains than to change a person's character, and some people are born evil. Sooner or later, his own student would stab him in the back, and then the winner would be that stout chess player. After all that thinking, he turned to that frightened girl. She was trembling with fear and said that she was in front of the master, and she asked him if this was the end. Hearing these words, he smiled and told her to get up. As soon as she stood up, she immediately said that she was a servant and was ready to die. He told her to approach Lu Chong again, but to take no action and report back every 15 days. She happily said that she understood everything and accepted the order. In her mind, she was happy because she could continue to live and would have a chance to get closer to Lu Chong again. Meanwhile, in Momentum, the strong energy was so concentrated that it was breaking through the walls. It was Chapter Lu who cultivated with the pain method. He started shaking even more because he heard his sister's voice asking him if he was cultivating, because she had something to tell him. But in an instant, he forcibly removed the traces of blood because he cannot lower the level of his beauty. She said that the sect's protection was complete and a study area had been prepared for outside students. He happily told them to go and have a look, but he thought that in order to cope with future fools, that area was simply not a good place to go. As they were flying, she asked her brother that they didn't have many students, and why would they separate their external and internal students behind Docking Peak? And he said that there are not many now, but soon there will be more. My sister was surprised and thought, surely my brother wants to take on new students? She thought about the situation when the one who was offended calls the elder for help. She thought that the group of students was help for the brother, and that meant that he was in danger. She immediately asked him what she might need to add. Another layer of protection? He was surprised and said that this was not necessary because it was just a divider. And suddenly at one point they collided with an energy shield in the air. He was very surprised and immediately thought it must be something. My sister started laughing. She said that it was her defense and it was actually a little bit difficult to go through it. He could not believe that the seemingly weak protective wall, as his sister said, could not be breached by him and that he was for a moment the strongest on the second border in the world. He said that it was probably too strong a defense, but my sister showed me a certain board that could easily pass the defense. He was very curious. If a simple defense of a secondary place has such power, what power does the main defensive moment itself have? My sister was upset and said that now she would only be able to hold back a simple cultivator on the fifth border. When he heard this, he was very happy, because in his opinion, these are unrivaled results. She sighed and thought that her new mentor had easily passed that seal and she hadn't even felt it. So she thought she was still very weak. And he looked at her and regretted that he could only see 3 criteria: luck, the attribute of sword skills, and innate potential, because the talent his sister demonstrated was very great, but he could not see it fully. He thinks that Sister Dong Li has a complete balance of characteristics that meets the maximum level. He compared her to Yue, saying that he has a clear direction in a certain direction, while his sister has a perfect balance. This made him very happy, because he thought that his sister had characteristics like the main character. He said that in a few days it was his sister's birthday. And did she remember their agreement? She recalled that he had promised to take her on a long journey to kill someone, and then he thought he had to prepare something else, because the open test would start soon. Right away that night he went and checked on the maid. He woke her up because the first step was to prepare techniques for beginners. Lu Chong told her that in a few days he would come down from the mountain and then Momen would be left in her care. The maid did not think twice and agreed immediately. Then he surprised her by saying that he would bring her some more signs of the purple moon. Although he said that he was very interested in why she was collecting those signs, he said that she probably wouldn't remember, to which she said she didn't. But he decided to ask her if she knew the rules, that he gives her signs and she gives him something in return. She had forgotten and asked him again what he wanted. He said he needed sword skills and techniques. Did she still have them? It was strange, but she even thought a little. But in a moment, she threw out a lot of techniques and said that there were some, but the best one for him would be the chi absorption technique. He was pleased. He smiled and said that it was not for him, but for the future. I received a message that the open test day had begun. Now players could freely enter the game. He had been waiting for that moment for a very long time and said that now the world was starting to turn. After a while, the download was complete and silhouettes of people began to appear. They were delighted to be in the Bird City because they had read about the city on a forum and that there was a prominent man there. They were delighted. They looked at everything and said that it was very plausible, like reality. But in a moment, there was a punch in the face to the guy who was fascinated by the world. Everyone was surprised, and the wounded man was screaming, and he was in great pain. And he was delighted and said that he just wanted to check whether there was pain in that world and what kind of pain it was, and he saw that that world was very much believable. He was very determined and said that now he would start cultivating. And the pumping began. They shouted that they would make that place their second world. Meanwhile, in Momen, the sister reported to her brother that many people had appeared under the mountain. In fact, it was because he had already proved himself in the last test, and despite the fact that the sect was at the 9th level, they wanted to join. She didn't believe that so many people had suddenly come to study, and even if they took them all, they wouldn't have enough resources. And he calmly told her that they didn't need resources, and that they would work for momentum for free, and that they wanted a mentor. He smiled and considered whether he should really agree or not. There was indeed a very large number of people in front of the Momenes gate. Those 2 from the last test, whom he took on as apprentices, wondered why they couldn't get in. They were already partially experienced and were surprised by the other fools who shouted to be opened. And that girl, after the first test of the game, went back to work and moved to the top of the top girls who stream. And the reason for that was Lu Chong. She thought that he had pushed her to the right path. She was delighted just at the thought of spending time with him. And the apprentice thought that by becoming an apprentice, he managed to get rid of the label of a rich man who could only spend money. In real life, all of his friends at work were in awe of him and his achievements in the game and his special connection with Lu Chong. Now he understands what it means when his reputation is earned, not bought for money. His goal was to become first an inner disciple of Momen, and then a direct disciple of Lu Chong. Suddenly, some guy started shouting for everyone to go to the forum and watch, because someone had posted information about Chapter Lu there. Everyone who was there quickly began to enter that forum. There were various headlines about Lu Chong's exploits in the competition at the time of the sword decision and when the sects ranking was divided. They were shocked because he was extremely cool. Then they realized that that world had a life of its own, even without players. This understanding made them even more eager to communicate closely with Lu Chong. Lu Chong handed the girl Luo Bing some wooden signs and told her to give them to the students who were studying, and they would only have partial access to the signs. She immediately agreed and asked me what about the other students who were not under her care. He told her to give them a test herself, and if they passed, they would also become apprentices. But if not, she should send them into the fog. She smiled and said she understood. He thought it through on purpose in terms of the fog and the competition so that you can perfectly see the possibilities and choose the best ones. He was happy that everything had already started working and called those players his useful tools. And sometimes they tried to get inside in every possible way, but they failed. But suddenly a beautiful voice said that they all stopped. She said she was a student of Lobin. All the guys were in awe of her beauty. They said she was like an angel. She thought that her head Lu was always bragging about them and they should be tried. And she spectacularly threw out these wooden signs and said that the disciples of Momen were listening to the order, which said that those who had such a sign would be able to enter the outer peak of Momen. When they received them, they were very happy and excited that they were moving ahead in the game. That girl asked Luo Bing girl with great sincerity if she could go up and see Chapter Lu. She calmly but sharply replied that only when they became inner disciples would they have such an opportunity, and that they should not think about it now. They were excited that they would have the opportunity to become inner disciples and see Master Lu every day. And in an instant, several inner disciples crossed that defense and could move wherever they wanted in that circle. And those who remained were very disappointed that they could not enter. They said that they had traveled a very long way to Momen, and Luo Bing's girlfriend said that Head Lu had prepared an exam for them, and if they passed it, they would also become apprentices. That group of people was very excited. They immediately started shouting that they were ready to start the task. And suddenly she went to those students who already had a pass and told them that they had helped her bring other people to the exam. They immediately noticed that a girl named Lo Bin from Momentum had posted a student assignment. They turned around and realized that their luck had just changed. And that group of helpers quickly helped her deal with that task. She looked at that and thought that her presence was probably no longer needed there, and she would go back to Chapter Lu and tell him everything. And she was pleased, because those students would not be able to capture the attention of Master Lu. She told me everything, that everyone had started to take the exam and that the 30 assistants were keeping order. He thought that she was very good and did everything right, that as a result, some people are teaching other people tools. But she said she noticed something else. Elder Lu Dongyi immediately began to ask her what the problem was, if she meant bad applicants, and if so, would they kick them out right away? She said that this was not entirely true, but the point is that there are a lot of them, and she has a feeling that they are somehow neither fish nor flesh. In other words, a little scary. My sister thought that if they were like that, there would definitely not be a candidate for the title of daughter-in-law. Did your brother notice that she had a strange look in her eyes, like she was worried about a pig that ran away from home? And he understood why, because they have a bad relationship with them, and when the relationship improves, the beauty filter will also grow. In other words, when the relationship is at the lowest level, she is like a pig. And if the scale of relationships is complete, then she will be as beautiful as a celestial. But he thought he was different, and he was beautiful in everyone's eyes. He then opened the system and wondered why he still lacked enough to raise the sect's rank to 8th. 2 points were fulfilled in terms of numbers and reputation, but as for the 3 cultivators of the second border, that point has not yet been fulfilled. He thought that Ting and the others were still very tender and needed to catch up on what they had missed. He also mentioned that his sister had several other students, and why didn't they return to the mountain? Later, Lobin's girlfriend said that many people had already taken the exam, and should they be accepted into the sect? He told her to take her time and wait for him a little bit. He entered a room and said that new members of a sect are most concerned about only 2 things: the power and techniques of that sect, and secondly, are there any benefits? And his momentum has all this, and not only has it, but has it in large quantities. Later, the girl Lobin came again to those disciples and gave them gifts from the head. They were delighted. They shouted that these were gifts. Some said they were equipment, and some said they were uniforms. When they started to open them, a strong light came out of those bags. And in an instant, they changed their records. They said she was very good. Other students noticed that the uniform was especially beautiful on the student. She was even more surprised when she noticed that there was an inventory ring, and she got the message that the ring was made by the Lu chapter. Afterwards, she was even more surprised and even more pleased. They were all delighted and said that the sect treated them so well. And that girl did not give up hope of seeing Chapter Lu. She thought that by any means necessary, she would do it. And he smiled and thought that they must be very happy, because with the materials Aunt Ning sent, you can make a lot of such little things. He just has to wave his hand and those rings appear. He was happy because in this way he could gather wool from his students. He asked the system to publish student assignments for momentum. She published student assignments for momentum. There were tasks where you had to take care of the spiritual tree, and when everyone finished, the one who posted the task could get 100,000 experience points. He was pleased because his people tools would eventually make it so that he would gain experience points very quickly. And suddenly, all the students in the classroom were given that task. The main criterion was that only the first 500 students to complete the task would be awarded 200 experience points. They were all very surprised and quickly started moving and shouting that they should be the ones to get that experience. Luobin and Ting were surprised because they did not understand why those people were so active. Meanwhile, the forum was discussing Momin's kindness and sincerity as Chapter Lu gave away the rings of the inventory for free. Many of the students were sorry. Why didn't they go to Momenes? Because those who went there received the ring of the inventory and the uniform. They had only one option: to go to the momentum right now. And he said that, of course, no one understands the players better than him, and now he needed to think about how to raise momentum's rank. The system said that for a simple 8th level sect, 50,000 experience points could be gained per day from student assignments. He thought that he would need to keep track of the level of his students. He went out on the balcony and said that these are the things that will be ahead. But the winter solstice is coming soon. Soon he will have to come down from the mountain. He hopes that this time he will be able to bring back a few fragments of the Jade Soul. Subsequently, a huge crowd of people formed at the gates of Momin, shouting and pressing for the Lu chief to receive them. The students around them told them to go somewhere else, because no one else would enter that car, and those people said that they could be on the roof of that car. And those students received another message. When they started reading it, they were very surprised. It said that the total number of players in Qingzhou has exceeded 5 million, and they have the opportunity to open a new storyline. She, like the others, chose to accept the assignment almost without hesitation. A progress scale appeared in front of her, and it said that she had already passed 6%, and there were also gradual rewards, and the more progress, the greater the rewards. She was very surprised because the storyline had just started and the tower had been started. She thought, who could have done it? A player left the game and wanted to get back in shape quickly to see what the situation was in other regions. It was the same girl, and she was very interested in comparing the figures. She was delighted because her uniform was once again bursting with excitement. She saw a thread where people wrote that they wanted to change the region because there was already progress in Momin. She concluded that there was no progress in other areas. She wondered if the progress of the storyline could be linked to Lu Chong's. She was very much in love. She said she wanted to see Chairman Lu very much. 7 days passed, and it was the territory of the outer peak of Momin. Those players performed various tasks and gained a little experience, and the girls admired him and chose their husbands in that game. Suddenly, one of them saw something and started to say that everyone should watch. They began to say that they must be seeing Chairman Lu, and that he was just like the picture. He stood in front of the sun as usual and asked the disciples if they recognized him. They said that this was really the head of Lu because they would recognize him everywhere. They were delighted. They said it was real, that it wasn't a photo, and that we should record a video to make our friends on the forum jealous. In an instant, some force made them freeze. They wondered what it could be, that they couldn't move their legs. They didn't understand what was preventing them from approaching Chapter Lu. It was he who used the technique of the power of water, the gravity of them, to prevent them from approaching the head so easily. He said that they had done a good job, and now he would give them the opportunity to address their questions. They could ask him 3 questions. And in a moment, they all started shouting that they wanted to ask questions. And at that moment, he again used the technique of water, muffling. They were shocked that the head had such abilities, and as a result, their tongues could not move. And the head repeated what he had said, only 3 questions, and he would choose those people. And a moment later, he pointed sharply at one student. She was very excited and came to her senses one by one. And when she came to, she immediately asked if the head had a Taoist partner at that time. He didn't expect this and thought, what kind of strange questions does she have and what is going on in her head? He replied that his heart truly served Tao. All the girls who were there were very happy to hear this answer. And in a moment, her mouth was blocked again and she could not speak. And all the girls realized that he was lonely and they had a chance. At that moment, the guy who stood out from that group of people was shouting that the head had chosen him because he had a 5-point better relationship with him. But the head gave the word to the one who was standing next to the boy. He was disappointed, thinking that he was not worthy of the head's attention. He asked what tasks he needed to complete and what he needed to be like to become a disciple of Master Lu. He said that to begin with, you need to become an external student. They were energized to act. They now understood the sequence of ranks. And he thought that for some reason there were no really important questions, but he could see that there was a new enthusiasm in their eyes. But with those questions, they were putting noodles in their own ears. And he was upset. He thought that maybe his scale of relationships was not real, because why didn't the head choose him? And the head said he had one last question and gave him the floor. He was just delighted that after all, the Lu chief had given him his word. He just cried in his heart with joy. He thought that relationships mattered, and he had to ask a very interesting question. A few moments passed, and everyone turned to that guy and wondered why he was silent. Head Lu also thought why that guy was so slow. Maybe it was better to choose someone else? And at the last moment, he asked loudly what the sword of the ruler of the afterlife meant. Other students were shocked by this question, and Chairman Lu thought it was a really good question. They thought he was a fool to ask such a question because the storyline had just begun, and the head didn't know that either. He told them not to ask any more questions because the time had not yet come. And in a moment, they were all surprised because the head's answer was as if he knew something. They thought, is moment connected to the main storyline? And he used his power to bring the fog and said that they were done for that day. And as soon as he disappeared, their mouths were free, and they immediately said that it was just exciting because they had 3 news stories that day. They were very emotional about what they had learned that day. And the girls were in their element, rejoicing at the thought that he was still free. He was watching them, and they were saying that they needed to post on the internet to the forum right away. And he thought that this is how the idol effect works, because he definitely did nothing but how they came to life. And he flew on and thought that those young people had definitely lost control of themselves. He arrived at the house of Lu Dongyi's sister and asked her if she was ready. And in a moment, the door opened and she said in a serious voice that she was ready, and they set off quickly and without hesitation. And he seriously thought that the day had finally come. My sister suddenly remembered that she wanted to ask him how he had learned about the news. He said that he used tricks. I wondered if the system could be considered a trick. She went on to ask him if he thought their parents were disappointed in them for coming so late, since it had been over a decade. And he said that she knew their character, that they would have preferred that they never started the path of revenge. She asked if he thought their parents could be watching them from heaven. He said that they definitely could, and he thought that they would see not only that, but also how he would lead Moment to prosperity. That day, they could see a grand performance that they had never seen before. On that day, young Lu Chong was in the temple and told the ancestors that he would make the Moment sect very strong. He was glad that his parents would be able to see it and they would be witnesses. Suddenly, his father came up to him and told him not to smile with that crooked smile. But a moment later, his mother came over and grabbed his father by the cheek, telling him to let go of his son and not to interfere with his dreams. The father said that he himself was not a strong cultivator and not worthy of their ancestors. But if his son brought back the former glory of Momonu, he would be very proud. They flew to the mountainous valley of wickedness. Lu Chong said that their goal was to reach their castle, which is located under the lake, in 2 days. The night before the winter sun rose, they were heading to the gathering place. While they were moving, he thought that the girl was loving as usual. He couldn't believe that she had received forbidden equipment from top demon cultivators. Because the power is very, very great, but the price for a mistake is also great, which is death. Perhaps because that Sala is so incredible, every Ghanaian who owns it will become more and more of a braggart. Suddenly she noticed the way he was looking at her. She asked him if he wanted to look at that and even see more. Although he was a terrible demonic cultivator, that lady shamed him. She started hitting on him and said that if he really wanted to, it could be arranged. And suddenly he abruptly sat down and got down on one knee. He said that he realized his mistake. She said that it was already noticeable that the drop had done him good. He was becoming more and more afraid of the stronger ones. He began to say even more how much he wanted to serve her and was afraid to offend her. She smiled and said that if so, when she was in the mood, she would ask him to help her. He was embarrassed and said that he didn't really mean anything like that. She told him to get up and pay close attention to the meeting, because maybe he could find something useful for his day, because her subject could not be a slacker. He said that from that half drop, his basic cultivation had almost recovered, but his arm had not started to grow back. She asked him if he could restore his arm. What would be the first thing he wanted to do? He said that of course he wanted to finish the job he started several years ago, namely to destroy Momen. And she said that she had heard that Lu Chong was very unusual, and she had heard that he was protected by a sword sect. He was getting very angry and said that none of this mattered because he had ways to kill them silently. But in a moment, he changed his mind, because a quiet death is very lenient for them, and he would rather eat his sister and Lu Chong in front of him. By that time, the snake had already arrived at the lake and started swimming around, and suddenly that red snake plunged into the water. When the snake dived, there was a glowing object on the ground, and the girl said that it was the entrance to the castle. There was a very large cage with a lot of people and players in it, screaming to be let out. She said that there was food in that cage for everyone who would be at the meeting. He was delighted and said that it was very good of the girl to prepare for the meeting. Suddenly, one of the players began to say that the beautiful girl had returned and that she had somehow brought a man and a dragon there. But right after that, he was sad because he couldn't understand what the plot was. He hadn't played the game for days. He just started playing the game and immediately found himself in prison. He recalled that at first, he liked being kidnapped by that girl. But he was outraged because he did not expect to spend several days in jail. But being in prison and looking at a beautiful girl is still tolerable. But the fact that there were more and more people in the prison was stressing him out, and that beautiful girl looked at him like a pig. He decided to check the forum post because he had posted many messages there that he was in trouble, and a beautiful girl was a demon cultivator who wanted to eat him. There were a lot of responses. Mostly everyone wanted to change places with him, but some asked where he was. Unfortunately, he was unable to send the coordinates of his location. But he thought that there was nothing wrong with that. It was even cool to be eaten by a beautiful girl, and besides, he had resurrection coins and would start over. But something surprised him very much in all of this. He didn't care that she ate people, but he didn't understand how you could invite guests for that. Right after that, some old man asked the girl to eat him, but she let his granddaughter go. That guy was watching all of this, and he noticed that those supposedly people were really scared because the players were not really connecting with that world. Those people were hysterical. They begged for that girl and cried very hard. It was a really terrible situation, and it was getting worse every second, so the player was really getting a little scared. In an instant, the demonic cultivator said it was too noisy and used some kind of technique, and a fierce energy punch flew past the player. He didn't even blink in the flash of it all. As a result, the old man who asked for mercy was killed. That player was both very angry and scared. At that moment, he had already forgotten that it was a game. That girl was crying and trembling with fear, and that demonic cultivator said that he did not like to eat people like her because she was dirty. He quickly thought that he should write everything down and post it on the forum so that other players could see it and bring the cultivator. He quickly turned on the standard game recording function. When other players watched that video, they were shocked by the evil and cruelty of those demonic cultivators. He titled the video so that it was clear that there was a big trouble in that game world, that he had been captured by demonic cultivators. Players wrote comments saying that the crippled cultivator was sick in the head, while others said that they should look for the cultivator and send for help. Meanwhile, the day came and Lu Dongyi's sister had just woken up and brother had already prepared breakfast. He said that they had a lot to do that day, so he had to get up early to make time to cook a paw for his sister, who became 1 year older that day. She thanked him and noticed that he was in a particularly good mood that day. He said that she was right, but he thought that that day his blood was even boiling. He was watching the forum at the same time, and it's great that some player uploaded the video and now he knows where they are. Night fell again and a big red moon rose in the sky. Various demonic cultivators had already come to that place, and various conversations about who had eaten how many people were heard. They praised the girl who brought them all together, that she developed very quickly and became very strong. There were also demonic beasts with those cultivators, roaring very loudly. That captured player was shocked that they had brought those demons there as well. He thought that no matter how many cultivators he called, they would definitely not be able to deal with them. He was scared to death because he realized that those demonic cultivators would tear them all to pieces. That girl said that when everyone was gathered, it was time to start lunch and waved her finger to do a certain action. After she moved her finger, that huge cage rose up. They said that some people like young people, and others like old people, and others like fat people. But that girl said that they can eat anyone except a pregnant woman. These people were in agony, crying and begging to be released. But suddenly that player said to those people, they were not afraid. He said that he would feed them to their heart's content and let the rest of the people run away. He thought that he didn't know if he could stand it. With his resurrection coins, he wanted to appear again and again to satiate each of them. They shouted that this was impossible because those demonic cultivators could eat a whole village in one night. He said that even though he was only at the second level, he had confidence in his heart and would fight them. He mustered up the courage to roar into the attack because he had nothing to lose. And when he was already accelerating, suddenly someone touched him and he was surprised to pay attention to it. There were drops of them flying around. He was very surprised. Lu Chong told him to stop and leave them for him. Lu Dongyi girl appeared there and he told those cultivators that they were lucky because on that day they would die by the hand of a special one and become famous in the heavenly realm. That Chi Yao shook to shout that they were the ones, and the other demon cultivators said that Chi Yao knew those cultivators. He kept shouting that he would never forget them because they are the children of the couple who ruined his future, and they came to take revenge. They were laughing because they saw that Lu Chong was only on the second border, and they told him not to break his face right away because someone wanted to put him in the treasury. And Chi Yao was simply overwhelmed with anger. He immediately called his dragon to him. And in a moment, the dragon flew around and flew at Lu Chong with its mouth open. He immediately received a message from the system that the blow could be fatal for him. In that moment before the collision, he remembered his parents, how beautiful they were, and how bravely they fought to defend Momna. He awakened his long-hidden power. He felt it. There was literally a moment before the collision, and he thought that his sword had been sealed for more than a decade. And then as time came, as soon as he began to take it out a little bit, a very strong light appeared and sparks began to fly from it. And with lightning speed, a counterstrike was struck at that dragon. That blow was incredibly powerful and spread throughout the dragon's body. And immediately he put the sword back in its holster, and the dragon continued to fly away under the influence of the blow. They were shocked that he had killed the monster of the fourth border with one blow on the second border. And others said that the most important thing was that he had not even completely removed his sword. Suddenly, that demonic cultivator had an internal wound because he had a spiritual contract with the beast that had just been killed. Then in a short time, he killed all the monsters that were there, and he immediately received messages with rewards. Suddenly, he received a message with a random task of rank S. It said that he had to kill all the demon cultivators in that hall, and the reward would depend on the number of people killed. He thought that the tasks and rewards were very generous, and the power of his sword pleased him. But obviously, if he pulls it out even an inch, its energy will disappear in an instant. In order to renew his energy, he raised the level to the 24th, and in an instant, his energy rose to the maximum. He said that at such a moment, there is no need to accumulate experience. The energy was raging in the center, and those demons were shouting that they had to kill him before he raised his level again. Suddenly, more demonic monsters appeared there. They were completely different, but very strong. And at that moment, the girl Lu Dongyi entered the fray. She began to draw the glorious sword from its holster. In an instant, she struck hundreds of blows, which, like an air cutter, flew at sonic speed and hit the target, all diluted with a beautiful green hue. Lu Chong looked at her and thought that the level of cultivation must have long exceeded his expectations. Then he said that it was his turn to show real strength, and he started to pull out his sword, and something incredible started to happen. That brilliance and that powerful energy made its way even through the water and into the sky. And in a moment, there was an explosion of cosmic proportions, and the area of that explosion covered the entire lake. As a result of that impact, a huge funnel formed in the water column, and Lu Chong-hei said that the simple beasts were definitely over. Next, you need to destroy the beasts that are all talking. That player started a stream and started filming everything that was happening there. Everyone turned on that stream. It went viral. Everyone who saw it was shocked. His disciples were very surprised. They could not believe it. The whole city of players watched that stream. They were very outraged by the actions of those demons, and were glad that Lu Chong-hei gave them a proper whipping. They were very angry and wanted to take revenge on him. They decided who would eat him. He said it was their turn to die. And he raised his level again, and his energy was restored. And in a moment, the three of them rushed at him, shouting that they would eat him. But he took his sword out of the holster again, and no one could even see what happened. Those three just turned into bloodstains. The others were surprised and said that he was definitely one border less. But why were his attacks so deadly? What is hidden in his sword? He looked up, and there was that girl and the one he needed, and he said that they were the main ones at that meeting. And he looked closely and noticed that in addition to his main goal, that girl was not simple either. Once upon a time, two guilds drank on her, but they were defeated against her alone. She was a boss whose name was Yao, but it wasn't her strength that interested him, it was something else. And she looked at the situation and ordered her subjects to grab those people and take control of that guy. They immediately said they were ready and prepared to act. In a moment, people continued to panic, because they saw that those demons were already behind them. Lu Chong saw that, but didn't act yet. He realized that she wanted to start blackmailing him at the expense of those people. But at that moment, two demons flew from above into the crowd of people. But just as suddenly as they appeared, a lightning strike was struck against them. And they dissolved into molecules, and the sister said to the brother, "Don't let him be distracted, and she will protect people." On that stream, they could clearly see the girl, Elder Lu Dong, and they also saw her power in action. People were shocked and said that it turned out that Head Lu was not the only strong man in Momen. She said that maybe she and his assistant should take care of it themselves. He wouldn't mind and said it was time to eat them. And the two of them activated their true power. They were very scary, and that demonic force just burst them open. And in an instant, they and the other demon cultivators all rushed at Lu Chong at the same time. He told her that the sisters wanted her to take care of others and herself as well. And he began to remove the cloth wrap from his sword. The sister immediately activated the protective dome over those people and entered it herself. Now the sword that had been in the making for 10 years was ready for triumph. All of them rushed in at full force and thought that with such a powerful combination, they would destroy him in one blow. And his sword was begging for him to open it completely and give him the opportunity to release the power he had been accumulating. He said that he was taking that sword to the border of a great cultivation, and when he took it out, a powerful and concentrated energy would be sown there. It all happened in a split second. Those animals didn't have time to react, but it wouldn't have helped them anyway. As a result of that strike, there was a gigantic explosion. That incredible impact is heard for many kilometers ahead, and right after that, it started to rain on that square. He said that the soul of that demonic cultivator was broken into pieces, and he would never be able to be reborn again. A special light came through that hole in the lake, and it shone directly on Lu Chong. He did not yet realize that he had finally fulfilled the promise he had made to himself. He recalled the moment he received his sword and held it in his hands for the first time. It was called "It's Never Too Late." In the light that shone on him, he saw the image of his parents looking at him with pride. And he asked his father and mother if he had taken revenge too late. His sister came up to him and also said that they had avenged their parents. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. He said that he wished his sister would destroy all the corpses. He thought he was even a little bit tired. My sister listened to him without hesitation and went to do what he said. He watched his sister do the work and wondered what was going on. He could not realize what the problem was, because this time, everything was somehow different than usual. I received a message that the system task is still running. Suddenly, my sister called my brother to her, and they saw something. He was alert and quickly came over and asked her what she saw. She said that this is the place where that strong demon cultivator died, but her corpse disappeared. And as soon as she said that, that place in the ground suddenly cracked. My sister shouted to my brother to be careful because something is underground, and there was a big explosion of strong red energy. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out of the ground and rose to a very high altitude. They were shocked. My sister said she saw that thing on that woman's back when she was fighting with her brother. My brother said that Lu Dongyi's sister protected those people because that red energy began to bewitch them. She instantly sent a remote spell at them and simultaneously asked her brother what kind of creature it could be. When he tried to use the system, it showed nothing. He said that he didn't know, but he had a feeling that that thing was stronger than that woman. There were some transformations going on in that thing, and suddenly it showed a big face out of some kind of flesh. At one point, the sister seems to realize what it could be. Su was an ancient creature called the Scarlet Owl. It radiated very strong energy. He was confused because he clearly remembered how the three guilds had killed that woman in his past life, and no such monster had appeared since then. My sister scanned that monster and said that he was on the 7th heavenly layer and on the 5th border. But in a moment, there was an explosion of energy, and that demon became stronger by 1 heavenly layer. She felt it right away and said that his strength continues to grow. People in the comments under that broadcast expressed their own opinions about the monster, how terrifying he was, and they also asked if Lu Chong needed to recuperate after the first battle. And the player who filmed the broadcast said that he was a bigger boss, but Lu Chong would definitely handle him. He asked his sister if she was sure that he had become stronger. She said that she was sure that she would be able to detain him and let her brother take the people and run away. She said that she already had a resurrection doll and that she would be fine, and that her brother was exhausted and might not survive the fight with that monster. But suddenly she felt something again. Again, there was a powerful surge of energy, and that monster became even stronger. She was a little scared, but she had no choice. But suddenly he caught her by the arm and told her to take the people away, the farther the better. She immediately turned around and said to him that this was not the time for him to be a hero. But at that moment, he lifted 2 layers at once. And in another moment, he lifted 2 more layers and stood on the 2nd border and on the 9th layer. My sister was just shocked by what she saw. And in another moment, he raised the layer of stakes once again on the 3rd border. He said that he had already passed to the border of the great ending. She couldn't believe what had happened. Her brother was so strong. And immediately after that, that demon was almost fully formed. It was something terribly horrible, and it roared at that moment with a great roar. My brother turned around and shouted to my sister to get out of that place as soon as possible. But his sister said that his sword was already out of the holster. He held it in his hand, and that sword radiated power, and he said to his sister that his sword could be used more than once. She was very surprised and did not understand what could happen next. And in an instant, he began to release his strength and said that he would live. The power was very powerful, and he said that the monster would definitely die. She asked him with great surprise if he was really that strong. He started shouting to her to run away from him because he might not be able to hold the sword. She was stunned for a moment by what was happening, and in an instant, it took off uphill and flew away from that place. At that moment, the stream continued, but the visibility was poor. But suddenly that broadcast stopped, and everyone started writing about why it stopped. That player was shouting for Lu Dongyi's girlfriend to let him go because he wanted to return with the head. That ancient monster was fully formed. It was very large, and it emanated a very powerful dark aura. He sighed and thought there was no turning back. At that moment, he wondered where he was going to get a second shot. He had just spent 6 million points to level up his sword-hardened sword, intent to the 2nd level. But he has no regrets, for he has been given a lot of experience from previous demon cultivators. But this thing is on the 60th level, and no matter how much he goes up, he won't be able to beat it. And as soon as he thought about it, that monster rushed at him with a colossal attack. But at that moment, the thing Aunt Ning gave him broke free from his chain hanging around his neck. She rushed forward to meet the demon and created a water defense. When that monster felt the resistance, it intensified its attack. He was hidden behind that defense, and he looked so small and weak against the great power of that demon. He thought that Aunt Ning was very good, but that defense was designed to last up to the 5th border, and that demon was on the 6th border, and he realized that the defense would not last long. But if he doesn't hold it back, even for a moment, his sister won't be able to escape. Suddenly, his other jade pendant also began to activate. It was the protection Zhan Lian gave him. The demon began to charge into his mouth a new, very strong attack. He said that the demon was definitely going to attack, but he had one trump card. He had one last lunge left, which he planned to use. And at one point, the attack that the demon was preparing was activated, and a huge beam of deadly energy was directed at Lu Chong. The force of that impact was very strong. It covered a very large radius. Everything was destroyed. That defense saved him, and he realized that he couldn't make the last lunge, so he needed to use a trick. This way, he is confident that he will be able to make an effective breakthrough. The demon was preparing its next attack, and he was thinking about how to defeat it in one blow. And he had one thought and only one chance to do it. It was Qingzhou in a place called for Drunken Celestials, and they had very good wine. Men would look back at the girl and say that she was very beautiful. The waiter brought her her order, which was perch. He was just a simple boy. He was delighted with her beauty and thought that there are really such beautiful women in that world. She looked at that dish and wondered if it would taste better than his fish. She only tried it a little bit to clearly feel the difference. But in a moment, she realized that this was not a comparison at all. She traveled hundreds of kilometers through Qingzhou and went to hundreds of restaurants. Lu Chong's culinary skills are not the best in the world, but they were perfect for her. As the saying goes, everything tastes good, but it doesn't taste the same. Suddenly, she raised her hand in the air as if to someone, and she was surprised at herself because she always liked to drink alone. She wondered why she missed her time with him so much. Suddenly, a man appeared in that hall and began to tell about the legendary exploits of the head of Momen Lu Chong. She thought that her friend had made progress again in his improvement. She thought that she had heard the story 10 times already, but each time she was interested again, as if she could not get tired of listening. And he finished the story and said, "If they have money, let them thank me, and if they don't, let them clap." And many different coins flew into it at once. But among those coins, there was something special. The man noticed, then dropped it and thanked the girl. She said that she had told a good story and received a good reward, and if she kept telling it, she would get a reward every time. But she looked at her own hand, at that seal, and wondered what she was doing. It hadn't been like that before. She thought they had gotten that seal together, and now she misses him. But suddenly that stamp was behaving strangely. Everything in her immediately tensed, and she realized that Lu Chong was not safe. And it flew out of that place with tremendous speed. She flew and told her raven to fly faster and faster. She developed a very high speed, and everyone started sparking with anxiety and adrenaline. She was specifically in Qingzhou because she was reflecting on feelings. She was running as fast as she could because he was not safe. But the moment she received that sign with him, she already understood everything. And at the time, he was standing behind the defense and looking for its weakness to strike the last blow. After a few seconds, he thinks he knows where it is. It was that girl's head, and he thinks it is the weakest, because as a result, that monster came out of her body. He looked at that face and said that it was so cute, and it was even a pity to destroy it. And at one point, he jumped with lightning speed up the mountain to be on top of that demonic substance. At that height, he was waiting for the right moment to attack. He used a simple attack with partial use of a critical attack, combined with a slow sound, which should have been enough to complete it. That monster continued to charge the next attack, and Lu Chong's prepared for his own attack. And in a moment, he ran straight into the demon's mouth with maximum speed. When he fell right into that demonic formation, he felt a strong resistance, but he thought that it was just a recoil and he could not die there. When he almost broke through that shell, his target was already very close. He chose the perfect moment and with his last strength headed for that head to break it. And suddenly he received a message that he had completed the promotion task. And that demonic face roared with great power. It was able to survive his blow and was even more evil. And then giant tentacles flew out of the demon's mouth and rushed forward. And one of those tentacles had Lu Chong on it, and it hit him with great force, and his defense was almost destroyed. That blow was very strong because it threw him very high into the sky. He was very high up, and the demon jumped up the mountain after him. He was badly wounded after being hit by the tentacle, and he thought that it was nothing to worry about. He would just take the resurrection coin and come to finish off that monster. But the moment someone caught him, it was a miracle. He was just in incredible shock. He said, "Is this really John Leon, his friend?" Yes, it was her, and she even managed to deflect a flying projectile away from them while looking at him. And when the demon saw that there was another cultivator there, he began to accelerate. And in a moment, the projectile that was launched by that demon exploded very strongly. At that moment, they were flying away from that explosion, and Jian Xian realized something. That explosion even hurt the demon a little bit, because Jian deflected the projectile in his direction. He was quite badly injured and did not say anything. She told her friend to wait for her for 10 seconds in a determined voice. And in an instant, like a red lightning bolt, it began to move and left him on the back of a large raven. He was happy to see her and started counting down. Her energy lightning took the form of a tiger, and she was very angry that his friend had been beaten like that. When the score was at 2, her energy attack collided with that demon. He looked at it with great interest, but the monster hardly felt the impact of that attack and continued to climb the mountain. But immediately after that, another attack took place, which was even stronger than the previous one. It was she herself who struck a direct blow right into the mouth of that demon. When she struck him, the demon fell down with great speed, and she was suspended in the air. At that time, I could only count to 8. After that, she started preparing a super kick that was connected with a red lightning bolt. As a result, it instantly formed a spear out of that lightning red energy, which glowed. And with a frantic speed, she launched that spike down. That demon did not realize what kind of attack was coming at him, and that the girl was his equal and her attacks were deadly for him. But even if he wanted to duck, he would not have had time, because it was just cosmic speed and that spear hit the target. When Lu Chong counted to 10, the demon was already inflated like a balloon. He leaned back and thought that she was stronger than he had imagined, and that could be a problem. He thought that if he couldn't break her defense at a critical moment, it would be very embarrassing. And in an instant, she jumped almost on top of him and shouted that they had to run away right now because the return on the use of spiritual power was about to begin. And that black raven began to accelerate again, and a black hole formed like a black hole in the back. At that moment, he was very happy. A few seconds after they flew away, there was a huge explosion. The light and air wave caught up with them in a moment, and she cried out to him, gently and hugging him to her. And that bird, being very smart, lowered itself a little bit to reduce the effect of the explosion. As soon as they flew far enough away, she realized that she had acted a little awkwardly. She jumped back abruptly and did not know how to explain her own actions, and Lu Chong-hee was very happy. She was a little confused and didn't know how to get out of that awkward situation. But at that moment, something terrible was behind her. Lu Chong was shocked, wondering what kind of spirit it was because it was a very red owl, and animal spirits are weak, so why was it so strong? The demon appeared out of the cloud, a new demon, but even bigger. She was also scared and thought that her type of cultivation was not effective for spirits. And suddenly he used the last trick, but the most effective, the heart of the sword. And in the middle of that demon, a black hole began to emerge, which glowed in a flash in 1 second. And with great speed, it began to twist and shrink. And after that, only a scroll remained of that terrible demon. With the last of his strength, he quickly told his friend to catch the scroll. She used force to pull the scroll, and she asked him why he decided to use this technique only at the moment when he could have done it earlier. He said it gently, that he could only use it to save his friend. Those words impressed her very much. She was touched. He started coughing, and she said that first they needed to find a quiet place to heal his wounds. He looked at the scroll she had taken out after the demon's death. He applied the system's vision to it, but it showed nothing. She also looked at the scroll and asked him if he needed it. He said yes, because it might have some secrets and he wanted to study it. He thought that he could not understand it, but his maid who lives in the coffin might be able to. Then she said that he took that thing. She didn't need it. He smiled and thanked me and tucked it away in a place for artifacts. She smiled back at him and said that there was no need for gratitude. For a moment, he froze and was simply mesmerized by her beauty. He said he knew she didn't need gratitude. She got up and asked him how it all happened. She was also very interested in one question. She was very interested in who left the trace of the sword that tore up that land. He started to answer, but she immediately interrupted him. She looked at that mark again and said that even she probably could not have withstood such a blow. He said that no one up to the 5th border could withstand that blow, but she would definitely be able to survive it. She went on to ask if he had even taken out his sword. He said that he had been accumulating the power of that sword for 10 years, and those he killed that day were his family's enemies, and they had killed his parents. As for the Scarlet Owl, it was just an accident. She realized that he had kept his sword holstered for so long to avenge his parents, and she didn't even know how to comfort him. She said there was a cave in front, and they could treat his wounds there. It was a pretty good place to take a break. There was a lot of junk and cobwebs, and she swung her spear to clear it all away. And in a moment there was a light there. She told him to sit down, and she would heal his wounds. He was in great pain and thanked her for her work. She sat down on his backside and activated her power, and his power was also activated. She thought that his wounds were more serious than she had thought. The sword had been sealed for 10 years, so of course, when he took it out, the force was extreme, and so was the strain on his body. If he had called her earlier, this would not have happened. But on the other hand, if he had done so, he would not have been like himself. Finally, he could relax a bit and think things over. He said that he wanted the system to finish the task. I immediately received a message that the task of the purple spot group had been completed. He completed the task by 101%, and the system asked him if he wanted to trigger a special reward. He smiled and said that, as always, everything was in his style. His reward was 3,500,000 experience points. He was very pleased with the award, but he spent the experience to level up. But after all the bonuses, he will still have a lot of experience points that will last him for a long time. I also received a message about a special award, the Altar of the Purple Moon. There was a point on the map where it was located and a note that it was advisable to go to that place in a group and that everyone should be at least at the 50th level. Did he think that the altar was a special reward? He kept analyzing that someone as special as himself would not have come to that place. As a result, he didn't think twice about it and decided that after reaching the 50th level, he would go there. He also fulfilled the task of reaching the 3rd border, or the 30th level. He was pleased that everything turned out this way because he really tried hard. He was very interested in what he would get for the 30th level, and it was a coupon to level up the sword, which can only be used at its level. He was delighted, for this is precisely the intention of the sword that was to appear after the 3rd border. He was very excited because he was already at the 3rd level, and it costs only 800,000 points to get to the 4th level. During the treatment, she became alert for some reason, as if she felt something. She checked everything, and it turned out that the chi energy was normal, and there were no problems. He was happy to say that when momentum became the 8th rank, he would be able to use that coupon. To do this, you just need to raise the level, and that's it. But for some unknown reason, he regained consciousness. He was surprised because she touched his chest, and she thought, why the hell did he wake up so quickly? He calmly asked her what she was doing. She was very uncomfortable. She said that she saw that he was having convulsions and wanted to check his heart. In response, he said that in that case, he thanked her. It was so strange to her that he trusted her with even his heart, because even in her house, no one trusts her. In that case, she decided that she had to do everything in her power to cure it. And Lu Chong thought that the great cultivator of the almost 6th frontier treating him was a great fortune. In general, if you add costumes, it will be just fine. In a moment, she said that the medicine had already taken effect in his heart, and he could open his eyes. He thanked me. He thought that the feeling of devastation and the amount of blood had almost recovered, and the emptiness was almost gone. He said that this time he really owed her a debt, but not for saving her, but for her treatment. He began to talk about what he would do in such a case, that he should fulfill her most intimate wish. She turned around and said that he was talking nonsense again, but she thought that he spoke strangely, but he was much more interesting than everyone else. And just at that moment, she looked at that jade pendant. He saw that she must be looking at him and seeing that he was cracked. He thanked her for that trump card, because without it, he would not have been able to wait for her help. And it's a pity that after using it, its effect no longer works. She thought about it and looked at that pendant again and had an idea. Suddenly she said, if it's broken, why doesn't he give it to her? He smiled and said that there was no point in giving back what he had been given, and he loved him. It was very strange for her to hear that. Just as the relationship between Jian Xinyan and Lu Chong was cementing itself, he simply broke the internet. There were a lot of comments. They wrote that it was very cool, but the most important thing is, did he survive? Did they write that if he died, the game was over? Or that he couldn't die because he was special? And Momentum's disciples also wrote that others shouldn't look at their sect as being on the 9th level, but they have the strongest head. He was pleased and grateful for this wave of popularity. He believes that it will definitely benefit him in the future. He thought that she had gone out at dawn to get her medicine, and that this made her look even more like a woman with household chores. Although this life for two is beautiful, he has to tell his sister that he is fine, and he put a message in that sword and sent it to his sister. He kept waiting and thought that she should return soon. Suddenly, she quickly came in and told him to take the medicine he had just bought. He thanked her very much and thought that she had been very impatient lately. She told him not to thank her, but to start eating soon because it was good for his health. And he started eating everything and thought that if he had a mentor and a woman for life, he didn't need to worry. But a moment later, he told her that he was ready to return to the sect. It was very alarming to her. She thought he wanted to leave. He continued to eat and inadvertently asked her if she wanted to come back with him. She hesitated and after a second's pause, agreed to his proposal. A little time passed and they set off on their way home.